Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the RCI Jardiers 9 Hours of Imola Winter Special. We are here at the Autodromo Enzo Edino Ferrari for the final RCI endurance event of the year. And what better way to kick out 2020 with a 9-hour race at Imola? My name is Ryan Gill. I'll be one of the lead commentators for you across the rest of this afternoon and evening, and alongside me for the first part of this race and qualifying indeed, I have the man from the land of dragons. It's Josh Lation.
Thanks, Ryan. Thanks for the kind intro. Hello, everybody. Yeah, looking forward to this major event here at RCI. Obviously, the final one of the year. Like you say, let's end it with a bang, and let's just hope we get some competitive racing. Imola, obviously, a new track, so. Been out for a couple of weeks now, so the guys I'm sure have got plenty of practice in. We got a nice mixture of cars as well. The grid is super stacked with all the common racers here at RCI and some of the best sim racers in ACC and potentially some of the best racers that we have here in RCI. So yeah, it should be an exciting one, and I think qualifying is going to be pretty close, isn't it? Although we do have a 4/10 gap from first to second at the moment, but I'm sure not everybody's showing everything they've got, Ryan. So. Yeah, qualifying should be nice and close and get us underway for the 9 hours.
Yeah, we've had a bit of a precursor to this race, haven't we? We had the 3 hours of Imola just a couple of weeks ago, and, that kind of set things up rather nicely. Racing Line Motorsport ran away with it in the Lexus, but I don't really think that's going to be happening here today, although Marek Shins is third place at the moment in practice. In the Lamborghini this time around, though, no Lexus for them, and it is important that we do mention that a few of the cars have a BOP on them for this race. Of course, the new Mercedes, which has been kind of categorized as OP around this place, has got a 25 kilo BOP added to it. And I think looking down the grid as well, the Lexus has also been given a BOP, as has the Aston Martin V8. And the McLaren as well, I've just been informed. So a few cars carrying a BOP update to kind of just level them out a bit here for the 9-hour race, and shouldn't really affect their pace too much, just kind of brings the cars much closer together. But as we're coming towards the end of practice, 4.5 minutes remaining, it is William Hendrickson in the number 13 Bentley that sits at the top of the table. But Josh, I mean, you talked about all the amazing drivers we kind of have here for this event. Let's take a little bit of a look down the order here. I mean, Hendrickson obviously at the top, Marek Shins for Racing Line Motorsport, Barazini with Matthias Egger for Orion Race Team. We've got Fordzilla with Charlie Crossland. Chris Hooker is here for the Renwelton team, making their first appearance. And speaking of making their first appearance, what a way to show off your debut endurance race here for Chris Hooker. And we also have man of the hour himself, the man that handpicked a lot of the guys here for the invite split. It is Jaroslav Honzik, and he's of course teamed up with Jimmy Broadbent, coming back together, but no Mintzilla for them this time round as they fit into the new Mercedes 2020 Evo AMG. But besides all of those names, there's still plenty more to go through, isn't there, Josh?
Yeah, there certainly is, especially this man on track now, Sean Arnold. He is rocking the 2020 Ferrari 488 Evo. It's surprised we haven't seen as many of those, but obviously the guys are probably worried about the curbs in the Ferrari, and obviously Mike Noble as well in the Bentley, the 123. And obviously going down the list, a couple of names I recognise. Obviously we've got Panker, we've got Stefan Zero, Jordan Grant-Smith, Harry Conway, Dedicek, Joe McCauley. There's just so many. There's actually too many to go through. We got Cormac Ryan as well. There's just so many. I honestly couldn't pick a winner, Ryan, if I'm honest with you. It's going to be very close, obviously, as we look a little bit further down as well. We got Dan Suzuki as well. Malinowski's another name I recognise. Obviously, you probably recognise a bit more of them, but, it's going to be ridiculously close, I think. Qualifying, I think, is probably going to be separated by less than a tenth, I think. It's going to be super competitive, but obviously qualifying isn't everything in a 9-hour race, but if you put yourself towards the front, there is a better chance you're going to miss some chaos at the start, isn't it? So further up you start, the less chance of getting involved in some chaos and picked up along the way. So that's what the guys will be looking for. But we're on with Andre Dedicek at the moment, as he's coming around the final two, Ravazza 1 and Ravazza 2 to finish his lap in the Bentley. And obviously Valentin Barrier as well in the Jardier community team. Obviously big shout out to the Jardier community, giving us this event to run as well. And he's also opted for the AMG, but not even the AMG wants the curbs at the minute, Ryan.
No, it seems to be just having a bit of trouble out there navigating. But another team that we're going to mention, you kind of alluded to him earlier, Dan Suzuki is in this race. Alpine Geodesic Racing have joined for the first time here at RCI, and of course he has one of the Fanatic influencers alongside him, and also Geodesic teammate Mark Nosk. And they're going to be making their debut here at RCI, the two of them in an endurance event here at Racing Club International for the first time. But you know what? I think we've gone on long enough not mentioning it, and here is the pink machine that you may have seen 2 weeks ago at the 3 hours of Imola. It's Carlos Ocelot and Nils Najots, and I think they've also got Arthur Kemmerer alongside them for this race in the 9 hour. It's the G2 Esports Mercedes. But I tell you what, I think it's about time, as we come towards the end of practice, that we head down to our man in the pit lane. It was Mike Jones last time out for the 3 hours of Imola, but this time round, we've sent Jesse Lee down into the pit lane. And Jesse, with the clouds in the air, I have to ask you the one important question. Do you have an umbrella on hand?
Do you know I do, guys? Hello in that very nice box up there, Mr. Ryan Gill and Josh Leischen, and hello everybody out there. It's going to be a great 9 hour race, and I'm going to have the first, I would say 5 or so hours down here in pit road. I will be telling you guys when they pit, what they do when they pit, and also I'll be running after several teams today, trying to get you guys the inside scoop. No umbrella needed right now, and thank goodness it is lovely temperature, although a bit cloudy, but fever pitch down here on pit lane, guys.
Well, Jesse will be giving us updates over the course of the race of some of the stuff that the guys are doing down in pit lane. He'll be looking for, some information from some of these guys, checking what kind of pit stops they're doing, what the strategy is. And of course, Mike Jones will be taking over that role later on in the race. So it'll be interesting to see what happens later on, and obviously they'll be filling us in with all the information that we can't keep track of. But practice has come to an end. The timer hits 0, and we're waiting for all the drivers to just finish up their laps, and then we will be moving on to qualifying. And Josh, I can't wait for this to get started.
Yeah, don't make me pick anyone, because I don't know.
Oh,
Look at all those AMGs in the pit lane too, just sitting there. But yeah, it's going to be, I don't know. I think the Orion race team have to be up there. Obviously, they did take the 12 hours of Bathurst, obviously not too long ago. So they've got to be up there. They're very consistent. So they've got to be a popular choice, I'd say. But there's just so much talent, so much raw pace out there. It's just going to be too close to call. Obviously, we will have a better idea come towards the end of qualifying who is going to be towards the top. But again, that still doesn't mean you're out in the clear, especially in a 9 hour, Ryan. Obviously, lots of things can happen in 9 hours. It's not as if it's a 30-minute sprint race where you lead from lights to flag. If you lead lights to flag in a 9 hour, then you're definitely doing something right. But here we go. Qualifying is underway. We've got a couple of cars leaving the pit lane. Actually, there's a lot of cars. Anna Bentley's decided he doesn't want those tyres. He's going to go back and get some more. But here we go. So Chris Huke is actually the lead car, I believe, out of the pit. So he's going to have the track to himself. But obviously, as you can see on the screen, there is some rain, Ryan. So this is going to mix it up even more. It's people call it the natural leveler in racing. So let's see. Obviously, some cars are going to be better in the rain. Some are better than others. I know the McLaren struggles in the rain, Ryan, but I haven't used it myself. But last time I did a rain race was in a Bentley, and it was very nice. It was very, very good. So maybe Chris Huke's got the right car for the rain.
yeah, well, of course, some of the guys that will be quite happy are those that chose the Lexus for this race. It does love the rain around here, and it was, of course, the Racing Line Motorsport Lexus that took victory in the rain at the 3 hours of Imola. And it'll be interesting to see how all of those Lexus do out on the grid. But of course, Chris Hooker, the first car out on track and making his way up towards Variante Alta at the moment. The Bentley looks to be the first car that will go out and start a competitive lap. One of the Racing Line Motorsport Lamborghinis behind, or one of their entries rather, because they're all running 3 separate cars for this event. And it is great to see Racing Line Motorsport back here at RCI. Of course, we haven't seen them around too much in the recent months, but it is great to have them back here. So here we go then for the start of the qualifying session. Chris Hooker rounds the final couple of corners, and he is going to kick-start this qualifying session. So let's go on board with the Bentley number 49 for the Ren Welton team. Across the start-finish line and through turn 1, completely flat through the first couple of corners. Get the car all the way over onto the right-hand side. Brake as late as you dare and try and ride as much of the curbs as possible. You've got to be careful in the wet how slippery those anti-cuts will be, but Chris Hooker looking very, very hooked up at the moment. Then he makes his way down towards the Villeneuve chicane. Famous part of this circuit, much, much faster chicane than it first looks on paper. Then you work your way up towards Tosa, the hairpin, and this begins your climb up towards the highest point of the circuit. Chris Hooker looking very, very good at the moment. He's got a back marker on an outlap at the moment in front of him, but it's not going to phase him at that distance. Brake at the 50-meter board, get the car hooked in, doesn't touch the inside curb, and doesn't go too wide on the exit either, but struggling to get that Bentley turned in through that sequence of corners. Then tricky sequence here. 2 right-handers, got to make sure you get the right exit. Don't go too far onto the left, you'll invalidate your lap and risk spinning out the car. Comes up towards the Variante Alta chicane. Got to be committed here on the curves. How much does he take? Plenty on the inside, plenty on the exit. Doesn't go wide and will not invalidate his lap. And now the run down the hill and towards the start-finish straight will begin. Coming all the way down here towards the Ravazza sequence of corners. Late on the brakes from Chris Hooker. Nice and hooked in on the inside. Goes quite wide on the second part though, and is going to look he looks pretty good coming out of the final couple of corners. And then up towards the timing line, you want to stay as far right as you can to maximize the amount of time you can get, and it's a 1:49.035 for Chris Hooker in the Bentley. Marek Shins will just be 1/10 of a second down on that time with his first effort. Charlie Crossland almost half a second down, and the man of the hour himself, Jardier, just over 1/10 behind as well.
Yes, obviously not a bad little banker lap there from Chris Hooker, was it? 1:49.0 in the rain. That was he didn't have too many moments. He had a little bit of a wobble coming out of the final turn, but nothing major. So that's not a bad first lap. And obviously Fulvio Barazzini in the Orion Race team goes almost half a second down. But obviously now the guys need to try and stay out and create a bit of not a dry line, but a drier line. If possible, and this track is going to be evolving all the time, isn't it? So you kind of want to be the last across the line in this session, I think. Come the end, you want to be the one that's closing the session out, because that means you probably got the most out of the track there, the driest possible line. But I said qualifying would be under 1/10, not quite. It's very, very close, but obviously we've only had one run so far. But here is Jaroslav Honzik in the minty AMG. I gotta say, the livery, the color suits the AMG more than the GTR, in my opinion. Obviously, that's just a personal opinion here. But here he comes out. Probably one of the toughest corners on the circuit. Maybe not for the AMG, but he's taking it quite nicely. Probably a bit more curb than I'd expect. But here he goes down the hill. He's still going. I thought he was spinning his lap then and going to let the car behind pass, but he's just got the Ravazza section to go. Ravazza 1, Ravazza 2. As we've actually got Prendergast has gone top now in the 400 Lexus by 6.5 tenths. Ryan, you did mention the Lexus in the rain, and do you think that's come into play there? That's quite a big difference, 6 tenths.
It is a significant difference, and I think some of it does come down to how well the Lexus does do in the wet out here. But Prendergast, of course, he is a very, very quick driver. We've seen him plenty of times around in a few esports series and plenty of other community races as well. And I think, it's going to be one of those things. Some people probably just putting down a rather gingerly, opening lap. You want to get a banker lap down, because if you don't get a banker lap down, it makes your qualifying session much, much harder. You have a bit more leeway with these extended sessions of about 15 minutes than you do with a 10-minute session. But it is, it is still good to see. It's a very, very strong lap from Kieran Prendergast in the number 400 Lexus. And of course, a lot of these guys now are going to be trying to look for that time and see how much they can close down on the likes. I'm looking at Carlos Ocelot at the moment, and he is almost 0.3 of a second up on his lap time. So not doing bad for the G2 Esports entry at the moment. They're sitting 8th place, and he struggled quite a bit at the 3 hours of Imola. And, it's one of those things where we would expect him maybe to struggle again here at the 9 hour, but he got a good taste for it at the 3 hours of Imola. It will have prepared him really, really nicely. He's got a McLaren in the way here for his qualifying lap. Is that car going to get out of the way, or will it present somewhat of an issue for him? I think it is going to get out of the way. Not too keen to get out of the way. Down in 24th place as well, that car. That is Matteo Catozzi's 193 McLaren. And I'm not sure, is he on an out lap or is he actually on a fast lap? If he's on a fast lap, he's going very, very slow and struggling out there a lot. You did mention the McLaren maybe does struggle in the wet here, and Carlos Ocelot, he is still up on his time, but I get the feeling that he's lost a significant amount of time being stuck behind this McLaren.
Yeah, he definitely got compromised, didn't he? I think the reason that 193 was getting out of the way was they hadn't set a time, so I think he just wanted to get one on the board. Like you say, you need to put something on the board. It's always nice to try and have a delta to chase as well, but here we go, PCDC Motorsports car, the number 12, Vincent Erbrick as well, another driver, that's so radically fast, but he is struggling at the moment in the McLaren, but he is 0.3 up at the moment, so that would push him up to, just maybe 12th or 13th, obviously, if he can carry this on throughout the lap. He's actually gained around 0.4 in that corner alone, so he's now 0.7 up, is Vincent Erbrick in the PCDC Motorsports McLaren as he comes through the last chicane. It's such a nasty corner. I don't like watching it at all. It's you gotta be so brave and just so committed, haven't you, through there. It's tough. But Vincent Erbrick 1.1 seconds up on his lap last time around. So here we go. He's got the 2 Ravazzas to go. Can he keep it on the track here? Try and use just enough of the curb there to sort of minimize the line through the final turn. That does look nice and tidy. I've got to say, it does look nice and clean through there. So here he comes now, down towards the timing line. Where is he going to go? It's 1.6 up at the moment. Here we go. And he's going to go P2 by 0.06 of a second. So that's more what we were expecting. And that's pretty much scrubbed everything I said about the McLaren in the rain, Ryan. But it's notoriously known for struggling in the wet, put it that way. But yeah, what a lap that is.
Well, PCDC Motorsports showing that their McLaren isn't phased too much by the wet. And speaking of the wet, Jesse Lee is down there with his umbrella. I did make sure to ask him if he had it, and he's putting it to good use right now. So, Jesse, what can you tell us about the rain here at the moment in the qualifying session? Am I correct in believing that it might not last too much longer?
Yeah, very quickly, Ryan, a couple things. Glad to have the umbrella, but this rain, we started with a green racetrack, as you see, Valentin Berrier is just struggling to hang on. But it came on so suddenly that the people that went out really early were getting the really quick laps, and then all of a sudden a torrential downpour absolutely pouring down here, and now it's lightening up here, Ryan. So they're going to get another chance here to run a really quick lap at the end of this session. Well,
there you go then. As the track supposedly starting to dry out, and we can actually see that the condition has changed to damp. And you can see the forecast there itself. In about 2 minutes' time, the rain is expected to stop. We have just over 4 minutes of qualifying remaining. So things could be getting very, very interesting here. In the meantime, Fulvio Barrazzini at the top of qualifying. Provisional pole with a 1:48.0. But I kind of get the feeling that's about to change as the McLaren of Vincent Erbrick is up by half a second. That would be enough to take him provisional pole. He will go provisional pole and is the first man into the 1:47s. So as the conditions get better and better here, Josh, the times begin to tumble.
Yep, you've got to just stay out now for the next 3.5 minutes, I think. Just try and get the track as dry as you can. If looking at the timing screens here, there is so much green going on. Everybody's improving, so I think you just need to try and stay out there, or if you are going to come in, you need to come in now. Get a set of tyres on, and just you need to be out there right at the end, because the way this track's evolving. Look, Chris Houquet has just gone, another 4 tenths pretty much faster than Vincent Erbrick in the McLaren. So it's changing all the time as Malinowski then goes second in the McLaren. So as it's drying out, it looks like it is coming back to the McLarens, because they were nowhere near the top 10 originally. But Fulvio Barrazzini now, where is he going to put that Ferrari? He's going to take back provisional pole. So this one is going to be too close to call. But Houquet is in the pits. Kieran Prendergast is in the pits as well today, obviously taking new tyres. And here we have Jaroslav Honzik now coming down. He's 9 tenths up at the moment, so with the 2 Ravazzas to go, he could still gain a couple of tenths and put himself into the fight as well for pole position. He probably wouldn't have time, or no, he probably would just have time to pit after this lap as well if he felt the need to, but with tyre warm-up, it's probably not worth coming into the pits. But here he comes across the timing line. Where is he going to go? Jaroslav Honzik in the 39 Minty AMG. He goes 3rd, Ryan. So it's all still very close to call, but so far it's advantage Orion Race Team, Fulvio Barrazzini.
Yeah, Ryan Race Team showing the kind of dominance that they have in so many of RCI's endurance races. In fact, in the race program, which you can check out by typing !program in the chat, we had a little bit of a piece on Orion Race Team in which they have finished on the podium in every RCI endurance event except for the 3 Hours of Imola a couple of weeks ago. So they are definitely one of the teams to watch. And of course, they're in the Ferrari again this weekend. They're going to try and put that Ferrari on the podium. And of course, on the front row of the grid, they're doing a fantastic job at the moment, as Vincent Ebrich in the McLaren has retaken provisional pole by 36 thousandths of a second. Everyone's switching around here at the moment as the track has dried up. The rain has stopped. They are damp conditions. That dry line very, very visible there that you can see. And no one's going to be wanting to move off of that dry line. A lot of these guys on slick tyres for the end of this qualifying session. Although, having said that, I've just seen Gergo Panker's car, and that to me looks like it's on wet tyres. So, fairly interesting decision there from them. But they're in 7th place at the moment, so I don't think it's technically the wrong decision, but a few guys going for different avenues of strategy here. And here comes Gergo Panker across the line. He's going to move himself up into 5th, just a quarter of a second away from provisional pole. He has one more lap to see if he can put that car any further up the grid. And here is Fulvio Barrazzini on the front row of the grid, up by a 1/10 of a second at the moment. But Mike Noble behind is up by 2/10 of a second. So everyone gaining time at the moment, Josh. And I think it's going to come down to these final few laps. We don't know who's going to be on pole yet until the final car has crossed the line.
Yeah, that's always what you want in qualifying, though, isn't it? You want it to go to the checkered flag. But interestingly, Vincent Erbrick is in the pits, Chris Houquet is in the pits, Jaroslav Honzik's in the pits as well. So they could fall quite far down if these guys keep improving, as Mike Noble is 3 tenths up. Barrazzini is also 2.5 tenths up. He keeps jumping back and forth. Mike Noble has just found 2 tenths there somehow. So it's going to be very close. I think it's going to be between Barrazzini and Noble as long as they can keep it together. They've obviously got a couple of turns still to go, but Barrazzini is still up on his time. So at the moment, if he can get the 2 Ravazzas right, he will take provisional pole, but then it all could come down to Mike Noble taking it away from him again. But it's super close. I knew it'd be close. I didn't think it'd be this close between these three teams, these 3 drivers at the moment. But Barrazzini now, as Marinowski as well in the Lexus has just gone into P2. So we got 4 cars within a 1/10 of each other. Where is Fulvio Barrazzini going to go? It looks like he's going to take provisional pole here. For now, yes, he is by 2.5 tenths. And then we've got Mike Noble, who looks like he's actually matching his time at the moment. It doesn't look like he's going to improve. He isn't. So that is Barrazzini on provisional pole at the moment. We've got Gergo Panker as well to come across the line in the BMW. Can he jump up a position? Yes, he can. He goes into P5, only 3 tenths off pole. But we've got another 2 cars still out there with big improvements. So we got here is Malinowski as one of them. He's actually going to take a little bit of a wet line through there, Ryan, as well. Probably cooling the tires just a little bit to try and get the two Ravazzas done with maximum grip, but he is up by 4/10 at the moment, so he could potentially put himself on the front row as well. So here he comes now. No more turns to do, pretty much. Flat out from here on in to the timing line. Where is he going to go? It's going to be towards the front. But here we go. Malinowski in the McLaren is going to go P2 by a 10th. So it looks like Barazini, Malinowski, Urbridge is the top three for now, unless there is a big shock to come. As we jump to the 23 Lexus, who gets a little bit leery on the exit there, but he's still up on his time. So where is he going to go? He's going to cross the line, and he is going to round out the top 10, is he? No, he's not. He's going to stay P11. So what a qualifying session, Ryan, and quite close as expected.
It was absolutely pouring down when qualifying began, but the sun is out at the end of qualifying, and I kind of feel that the drivers that were still out on wet tyres paid the price towards the end of that session with how dry the line was. And that, unfortunately, has not gone in their favour. But as you said, Josh, Fulvio Barazini takes pole position here at Imola. It's a 147.0 for the Orion race team as they look to take another win and another podium in an RCI endurance event. Then we have the random pasta McLaren with Malinowski and Riccardo Claro also on the front row of the grid. That 10-kilo bop not really affecting the McLaren too much in qualifying. Second row of the grid will be Valentin Berrier and Vincent Ebrich. Marinowski and Marek Shins. Of course, Shins, the winner from the 3 hours of Imola just a couple of weeks ago, starting sixth. Mike Noble and Gogo Panka, both FFS racing teams, find themselves sharing the fourth row of the grid. And of course, we've got Chris Hooker for Ren Welton and Jardier and Jimmy Broadbent themselves rounding out the top 10. You can see the rest of the qualifying order on screen right now. And, well, that qualifying session certainly delivered a lot more than we would have expected to. And as we wait for the race session to tick over and we wait for the cars to go back on to the grid, just want to throw it down to Jesse Lee. You've put the umbrella away, I can see, because it's nice and sunny down there. But Jesse, what did you think of the qualifying session towards the end?
Well, it's absolutely crazy, Ryan. I mean, that's exactly what you expect from an RCI race or even qualifying in this matter. But I just got to tell you, there's a lot of angry teams down here right now who were on the wrong tire at the end of that session. It went from wet to damp racetrack. And, well, a lot of guys missed out. A lot of guys angry already, going to have to come from the middle of the field.
Well, it's going to be interesting for sure. And whilst we are here, it's probably a good time to remind everyone that we will have live stewarding here today for the race, and we even have a safety car if there ends up being a pretty bad accident on the first lap. But we do have a replay of the pole sitting lap. So here it is with Fulvio Barazini, the Orion race team Ferrari on track here, and we're going to have a little bit of an onboard lap to see how exactly Fulvio Barazini took pole position here at the 9 hours of Imola. So down towards the Tamburello chicane, the first chicane that you come across, very, very quick and committed on the curbs as well. A lot of people have been saying that the new Ferrari struggles on the curbs around here. Well, Fulvio Barazini showing you how it's done. Moves over to the left-hand side of the track, gets some water on at those tires, trying to cool them down. So he's definitely on the wet tires at this stage in the qualifying session. And you can see here coming up towards the hairpin as well at Tosa, getting that car turned around nice. Not really fighting the wheel too much either, it has to be said, from Fulvio Barazini. Looking very, very calm. Going onto that wet patch again to cool down those tires. Turns in very early, doesn't touch the anti-cuts, does very well, doesn't go anywhere near as wide as some of these guys have been going up towards the top of the circuit. Coming into this tight section of right-handers here, does clip the anti-cuts, goes a bit wide on the left-hand side of the cutback, but doesn't really go wide enough to cause any problems. Then we go to Variante Alta. How committed is he on the curves? Very, very committed on the entry, not so much on the exit, and avoids the anti-cut curves on the outside of that chicane. Here comes the run down towards Ravazza now. the final couple of corners, nice and late on the brakes. How is he through this complex of corners? Nice and aggressive on those curbs on the inside. Doesn't touch the anti-cuts on the second part of the final couple of corners. And then we'll just run that car all the way up towards the line, staying on the right-hand side of the track, using that water to keep those tyres nice and cool. And that is the lap that Fulvio Barazzini set to take himself to the front row of the grid, and more specifically, pole position for the start of the race.
Yeah, I tell you what, it looks a lot more damp and wet from the onboard than it did from obviously the TV cameras we were using, Ryan, didn't it? It looked still rather wet out there at that point. So if there was some cars using dry tires, then fair play to them. That was pretty brave. But the curbs looked very, very deadly, very, very wet, shall we say? But no rain here to start the race. The track is slightly damp. I think you can see a little bit of standing water, but nothing to worry them, I don't think. Just offline there. But yeah, it's going to be exciting. But getting on the front row is very important, isn't it? So Egger is going to be starting the race by the look of it for the Orion race team. So it's going to be a good race. Let's hope we can get around the first couple of chicanes without too much carnage. But we will wait and see how that pans out. I've got quite a lot of confidence in this field that we can get through with not too much carnage, and hopefully no need for the safety car. But obviously only time will tell from that. But we're only a couple of minutes away from the formation lap, I believe. So here we are. Here is the grid lining up, checking the setups just before the race. As you can see, some of the cars just a little bit elevated off the ground. That's them just double checking setups, tweaking some things. Obviously, there was a wet session last time around, so things would have had to be changed. But we've got quite a nice mixture of cars in the top 10, Ryan. To be fair, there's 2 McLarens, 2 Bentleys, and 2 Mercs. We've got a Lamborghini, a BMW, and a Ferrari as well, and obviously the Lexus as well. So quite a good mix. It's not dominated by Mercedes, which is what I was expecting. But obviously maybe the BOP maybe decided to sway some people towards some other cars. But it's nice to see a Ferrari up there, and obviously nice to see a Lamborghini for you as well, Ryan. Obviously quite a big Lamborghini fan, I believe.
Yeah, it is. It's always nice to see a Lamborghini up towards the front of the grid, and especially, kind of. I know it's the Enzo Adino Ferrari circuit, but obviously in Italy, Lamborghini's home country, so home turf here. And it is always nice to see that the grid isn't dominated by one specific car. Yes, there's more Mercedes out there than there is any other car on the grid.
Yep.
But it is still good to see a lot of variety out there. And of course, as we mentioned earlier, we do have live stewarding for this event. We do have a safety car as well. And just to give you guys a little bit of insight as to what the safety car will be used for, it is only in effect for the first couple of laps, and it's only for major incidents in which many cars will have to go to the pit lane to repair damage. The safety car will be deployed. Everyone gets backed up behind the safety car, and we restart in single file. So it's just to make sure that if there are any major incidents like we had at the 12 Hour of Bathurst, if you remember the start for that one, it means that we can back up everyone behind the safety car. The damage can be repaired, and everyone can go again. But it is a dry start here at the 9 Hour of Imola. A few people were concerned that we might have a flooded start, but through some of the testing, we knew that it would be unlikely that it would be flooded for the start of the race, and that has proven to be true here as well. So 1 minute remains until the start of the formation lap. It is the likes of Matthias Egger on the front row of the grid. He's got Malinowski alongside him, and it's Ferrari and McLaren that will do battle down towards turn 1. And it's going to be very, very interesting, Josh, to see how everyone does over the course of this race. But there's a few surprises for me in qualifying as well. Killian Ryan Meenan starting all the way down in 28th is a big, big shock for me. And also the fact that Mikael Sundstrom in the 899 nearly on pace Bentley is starting in 31st as well. So a few guys have got quite a lot of work to do.
Yes, not really names we'd sort of associate with 28th on the grid, but if anything, that's just a testament to how competitive this field is. Obviously, Jardier is in P10, and then Valentin Barrier, who he does quite a lot of his racing with in the other Jardier, well, in the Jardier community team car, is starting in third. Whereas we're used to seeing Jardier being the the go-to man when Barrier and obviously Jaroslav Honzik race together. So I think it's just so competitive. And obviously we've got the PCDC McLaren number 12 as well, with Marcus Lawrence starting the race out in P4. So that's they're going to be one to watch as well. But it's good to see two McLarens up there as well. I didn't think the McLaren was overly competitive at this track, but apparently it's obviously pretty good. But there's lots of Bentleys, Lexus, and Mercedes is the majority of the field. But we will see what happens. But there is a Ferrari starting the race in the lead, so we will have to wait and have to wait and see.
So something that has kind of caught my attention, Josh, is the fact that conditions out there listed as greasy out on the track at the moment. So obviously rain has passed, and it is nice and sunny out here at Imola at the moment, but that track isn't completely dry. And that's definitely going to play a factor in the early part of this race. Of course, the new tyre model for ACC in effect here at Imola. And from my experience, that new tyre model, it can be a bit difficult to get your head around at first. The first couple of laps that you do, they're not so comfortable as they were on the older tyre model. You really do have to wait a few laps before those tyres are fully up to temperature and you've got them in the right PSI range. So if you guys are going to have to be, well, all of these guys are going to have to be careful on the first couple of laps. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see a few guys struggling to get their cars around the circuit until those tyres are warmed up. We were just on board with Jardier there, and I believe he is going to be starting the race, and Jimmy Broadbent will be taking over that car later on. This is Mark Whitford in the Braun GT Mercedes, starting all the way down in 22nd, and they're another one of those teams that have kind of found themselves out of place. Joe McCauley actually starts for the 899, so the esports driver for hire, as I called him in the race program, is going to be starting quite far down for the nearly on-pace team. But Carlos Ocelot, 20th place in this grid is a damn good showing for a driver who is not that experienced with sim racing. He's very, very new to sim racing. And in this kind of field, to put that Mercedes 20th on the grid is a very good showing for him. And knowing that he's got the likes of Nils and Arthur Kamara to take over that car later on in the race could be a very, very good showing from them here today. But here we go then. We are ready for the start of the race. Barazini and Malinowski on the front row of the grid. Ferrari versus McLaren. Will Ferrari reign supreme and take victory at its home circuit, or will McLaren spoil the party? Have Mercedes got anything to say about this as well? Lexus and Lamborghini also looking interested to take the win here as they crawl up towards the line, 2 by 2 as far as the eye can see, and we wait for the green flag to drop on 9 hours of racing here at Imola to see out 2020 in style here at Racing Club International. They crawl up towards the line and the lights are green, and it's a much better start for the McLaren of Malinowski than it was for Barazini. I'm not entirely sure Barazini was fully where he should have been on the grid. No penalty for him coming in, but down towards the first chicane. He's going to try and take that place back from the likes of the McLaren, but Malinowski will hold on. McLaren leads through the first chicane, as it looks to me like the grid has got off to somewhat of a clean start. It is a very clean start as they're all safely through the first chicane. We come up towards Villeneuve now, and everyone looking very, very comfortable. A few cars going 2 and even 3 wide in the background, and everyone seems to have got away cleanly.
Yep, that's what we want to see. Dedicek getting a little bit close to the Mercedes in front of him, but just on the race start, Ryan, I think that the McLaren was on the drier part of the track. I think that's why you got better bite in the tyres. But meanwhile, we've got an Aston Martin there just fighting back, and Vincent Erbrick has managed to get himself into P3 as well in front of Valentin Barrier, who obviously was P3 so far. So good starts for the McLarens, obviously both on the same side of the track as well. So as it came around, it did look like the dry line was to the cars starting on the right-hand side. So that may be potentially where they got the extra bite. But here is Jaroslav Honzik now having a look at the number 49 Bentley coming into the Variante Alta. You'd be pretty brave to send one up the inside there, but I'm sure we'll see it at some point today. But yeah, so far so good. We don't seem to have too many yellow flags. I think there's one I can see towards the back of the pack, but yeah, all looking pretty good so far, which is what we want to see on lap 1.
That car is the 199. It's the Braun GT car of Mark Whitford that has had some sort of incident down towards Aqua Minerale, and that's going to be an unfortunate start to their race. They're going to have their backs against the wall right from the start, but it is Malinowski that leads across for the first lap this time round. You're looking at Jaroslav Honzik, or Jardier as he is more commonly known, in 10th place at the moment. Obviously not really gaining any places on that start, just making sure that they do get away cleanly. It is a 9-hour race. It's a long way to go in this race. Qualifying is important, but getting a good start is so important to having success in an endurance race. And of course, a good start can be quantified as just not getting in trouble. Meanwhile, the Jardier community team, Valentin Barrier, is stalking down the back of that 720S. For the likes of Vincent Abrich, PCDC Motorsport haven't had much success here in the RCI endurance races. They've DNF'd in both of their appearances here at the 3 Hour of Spa and the 3 Hours of Imola, hoping to make amends towards the end of 2020. And here we go. Valentin Barrier getting so close, and in fact he's going to collide with the McLaren. He's going to send the McLaren round as well into Aqua Minerale. That's going to cost him time. That's going to allow the likes of Mike Noble to try and take the position as well. Here is a quick replay for you of the incident. Just goes into the back. Maybe didn't expect the McLaren to be as slow as he was coming out of the corner, and that's unfortunately going to be a hard job now for PCDC Motorsport. Mike Noble will try and take that place, and there is Vincent Ebrich all the way down in 25th place.
Yeah, that's not ideal, but look at the chaos that's behind Valentin Barrier now after that little incident. It seems to have backed everybody up. This is looking like he's decided he wants to be the safety car with everybody lining up single file behind him. But here we go, coming down towards, well, effectively turn 2 is the first braking zone, but this is going to get quite extreme. We got sort of 2 or 3 battles coming down now as the Lexus, the 681 of Mikolaj Marinowski now. Is he going to try and have a look? No, he's not, as we jump into the helicam there. Everybody's pretty well behaved to start. You must think that they do know there's another 8 hours and 56 minutes of this race to go. So you don't want to go risking it all too much. But yeah, I have to agree with you on the incident, Ryan. I think Barrier didn't expect the McLaren to maybe get on the little dab of brakes that he had. And he's just rear-ended him. But obviously the live stewards will be looking at that if it is reported, which I'm sure it will be. So they will look at that and obviously sort that out in due course. But here we go. At the moment we jump on the rear wing of Mike Noble, who has promoted himself up to P3 after that incident with Barrier and Vincent Abrick in the PCDC Motorsports car, and Barrier running a little bit wide there as well. I believe you do get a track limit warning for that one. Ryan may be able to confirm that, but I'm pretty sure if all 4 wheels run over that curb you will get a track limit warning. It all depends on whether you gain time or not, I suppose. But Mike Noble at the moment is sort of leaving Barrier a little bit, not leaving him, so to speak, but he's given himself a bit of breathing room. He's not going to come under threat too much. But look how the AMG gains all that time back through Variante Alta, just over the curbs, is just so compliant. And obviously that's what we're used to seeing with the Bentley as well. And Andre Dedicek in the connection loss racing, the 404, is down in 16th. Pretty good start for all these guys, apart from the one incident which we had on, was it lap 2, wasn't it? Lap 2 or 3. So all going well so far, but it does look like the two leaders, I believe Barazini and Malinowski, are pretty much not checking out, but they've decided to go and have a little race on their own. And this is probably good for these two. If they can work together, they can just pull away and give themselves a nice healthy gap back to P3. But it's all very civilized at the moment, Ryan. I do feel that they know there's a long time to go.
Yeah, there definitely is a long time to go, and Jardier has managed to get himself past the likes of Sean Arnold. You can see the Ferrari now behind the minty Mercedes. And there is the number 400 of Prendergast. He was doing very, very well towards the start of the qualifying session, but kind of petered out towards the end of qualifying and didn't start as high up as maybe he would have planned. Just to give you guys an update, that 5.5 second gap between Mike Noble and Barazini, that was caused when Valentin Barrier ran into the back of Vincent Erbrich. Of course, he did slow down, and that allowed the front two to start pulling away. And Malinowski has almost got a 1 second gap from the likes of Fulvio Barazini. So the McLaren running well around here. The bot kind of, not affecting them too much, but of course a long, long way to go. Here is Gergo Panka trying to defend from the likes of Jardier at the moment. I imagine Jimmy Broadbent watching this, concerned look on his face, excited to get into the car later on. Of course, he did enjoy the 12 hours of Bathurst race. They did a fantastic drive from the back of the grid up to P7 in the end. And, well, Jardier is going to be looking to pull home a very, very good result in an event that he has helped organise as well. But he's got the BMW of Panka in front of him, but Gergo Panka, very, very poor exit from the final corner, and that's going to allow Jardier to get alongside the BMW, but the BMW is so quick in a straight line. I've tried it myself. It is rapid on the straights, and Jardier is going to have the inside line. He is going to be later on the brakes, and he is going to get the move done. Down into the first chicane on Gergo Panka, gets it done nice and clean. Maybe a slight touch between the two, but nothing beyond trading paint, and it's another place gained for Jardier.
Yeah, what's that saying? Rubbing is racing, I believe. That was it was a slight touch, but nothing, nothing to be concerned about, and I'm pretty sure Gergo Panka will know that. He had every right to go for it. He was alongside going into the braking zone. But so we do have a couple of packs now. So we've got the front two, and then we've got these three with Barrier, Shins, and Mikel as well pulling away. But Jardier now wants to try and latch onto the back of this pack. He's currently 3.5 seconds off them, or 3.7 now. But Jardier from P10 to P7, it's a good start. Obviously, in the Bathurst 12 hours, I believe they started from the back of the grid, didn't they? As a bit of a challenge in the GTR. But this time they're not doing that, so they do definitely have a chance of a pretty good finish here today. But the Ren Welton Pro team running pretty well at the moment as well, and they're going to want to try and get past the Racing Line Motorsport 191 Lamborghini. He doesn't look like he wants to wait too much longer, so can the Bentley try and slipstream all the way down the turn 2 into the heavy braking zone? Let's see if he can. But the AWS on the back of that, we don't have any AWS insights, thankfully, like they do in the Formula 1 with those horrible graphics. But what we do have is a Bentley chasing him down the straight. The Lamborghini is very slippery in a straight line, though, but you can see the Bentley catching. But he's not going to be close enough into Tamburello to make a move. But can he try and maximise his exit down towards the Villeneuve chicane? But the Lamborghini looking very, very compliant over the curbs, which is quite surprising to me. But I say that, Barazini in the Ferrari, and also we got Arnold now. So we've got two Ferraris in the top 10 now, which I would have favoured a Bentley or a Mercedes to win this race. But the cars you wouldn't expect are doing pretty well. But Ryan, you did mention the ballast on the McLaren. Just imagine if it didn't have it. Malinowski may have been more than 1.1 ahead. He would probably be more like 3 seconds ahead if he didn't have that little bit of ballast. But that's what it's all about, trying to keep the cars close together. And, you know, we've only got a second and a bit between the front two. We're only 10 minutes into the race, so still lots can happen. But yeah, good start to the race so far. A bit of action, but everybody's like trying the moves, but they're backing out of them. Don't want to risk it all too much. But yeah, we've just seen the PCDC, one of their drivers has been in the chat, and obviously they feel that it's very, very hard to overtake here at Imola. They thought that quali was so important to this race, and obviously they're down in P23 now, but they're going to make their way back up the field. But here we go. We've got a bit of carnage going on here. There's a lot of cars here. I think that's Stefan Zero leading this pack, and Dedicek. And we've got Hannah, and in the background there, I believe that's, who is that? That's Crossland, I think, having a look at Hillebrand in the Aston Martin just behind. He's going to try and make a move down to the inside of Bravazza 1. Is he just in the background? I don't think he is, but Dedicek's going to run a bit wide. That's going to leave him compromised coming down to the main straight towards the start-finish line. But, yeah, this is what I'm talking about. It's everybody's trying to make the moves, but they're also being very, very sensible with them as well, which is what we would expect from this class of driver, Ryan, when we're not going to send it up the inside this early into a race. The last 10 minutes might be different.
Well, say that to Jardier, who sent it on the likes of Gergo Panka just a bit earlier. And speaking of Gergo Panka, he's just had a bit of a touch with Prendergast there. And we're going to get a bit of a replay of that. And here you can see the number 400 Lexus going in. And is this just a case of 2 into 1 doesn't go? I don't really think that Prendergast did anything wrong there, and probably just a bit of clipping the curb, both going a bit wide, but I don't really think there'll be anything to look into. Just
spat him out into Gergo Panka, didn't it? I don't think there's too much he could have done with that, and Panka did leave him the room. But yeah, like you said, I don't think there's a lot that can be said about that one, but we will wait and see. We don't make those calls, but as soon as we do have any information for you, we will pass that on. But that's another Lexus, or the Lexus that is the lead Lexus at the moment, moving up the pack. And Sean Arnold still P9, so Panka actually losing 2 positions there as well, because he did lose out to the Ferrari as well, didn't he, as he sort of got hit out wide a bit wider than we would have wanted. But here we go, we're back with the battle earlier on, but the Lamborghini is a lot closer to the Mercedes in front of Barrier now, the number 11 in the Jardier community team, so he is not holding these up probably isn't the right term, but he's backing the Lamborghini into the Bentley's clutches a little bit more, and just in the background you can see Jardier coming around the final turn, only 3.7 behind now, but we will wait and see how close he can, as he's just coming around the start-finish line, is Jardier. But here we go, coming into Tambrello chicane, not going to be close enough for a move this time around, but the Bentley is lurking there. It does look like it's the quicker of the 3, but if you can't get past, there's no point. And it does seem to be an incident down the pack as well. I think that is the 404 of Dedicek, is it? He's going to go down the inside of... Oh, that's not a great one. And a big hit there for the number 77 Mercedes. Day late and dollar short, I think, that one. But look at this chaos now that's sort of going on because of a bit of a backlash of that. But they all seem to get through, the 3 Mercedes in a line. They all seem to get through nice and cleanly, which is quite surprising. And there we go, we've got a massive dive into Toza hairpin. What a move this could be if he does manage to pull it off. He doesn't squeeze him too much, gives him the room on the outside, and what a late move that was for Chris Hanna in the slow and furious Mercedes, Ryan.
Yeah, definitely some rubbing paint going on up towards here, and obviously all these guys kind of getting caught up and tripping over each other at the moment. You can see Vincent Ebrich there in the number 22. Or, no, sorry, not in the number 22, in the number 12, in 22nd position, rather, and they've gained a couple of places. And, it's going to be a long race for them. It's going to be a long race for everyone, but especially for them on this recovery drive at the moment. But look at this. Joe McCauley, 23rd place. They qualified right down in, the back 10 of the grid towards the end of qualifying. So it wasn't a great qualifying for the nearly on-pace team. But Joe McCauley, the esports driver for hire, as I like to call him, is doing his job at the moment to bring that Bentley as far up the grid as he can. And he's probably a bit confused as to why, one of the cars that was so high up towards the end of qualifying is now all the way down in 22nd position. But I don't think he's going to care too much, because he's going to be looking to get past him at some point. Meanwhile, the Lexus just in front, that's Marinowski. He's going to be having a look on the likes of Hanna, and I think he is going to get past. Yes, he is. So Marinowski moves up into P20. And that's going to be another place gained for the Lexus 681. And here we can see 2 Mercedes in front, the 2 red Mercedes, in fact. I think that's the likes of Karsten and Cormac Ryan Meenan going head-to-head as well, the 94 and the 252. Is that going to be a mistake from the number 252? I think it is. Both of them off onto the grass. That looks like a famous Formula 1 clip that we've seen before. But not too much going on there, and Cormac Ryan Meenan I think he will be ahead. Yes, he is ahead, but he's gone wide now towards the top of the circuit. So Cormac Ryan starting to struggle here in the Mercedes as well, and all these guys just getting backed up behind each other again.
Yeah, I don't think we pay for that part of the track, so we'll have to send the invoice to Cormac Ryan on that one. But yeah, he manages to survive though. He has Karsten behind him, as you've already alluded to, in the other red Mercedes. Very, very similar looking. I don't think they're affiliated in any way, but maybe just a popular colour choice. But I thought the Lexus there of Maranowski was going to be able to squeeze past one of the Mercedes there, but it does look like he's at the drop off. But this is what, like obviously you mentioned Vincent Erbrick, obviously all the way down there. This is what they would have wanted to avoid, being stuck in this sort of traffic, because obviously we know they've got the pace to get through them, but actually overtaking at Imola is proving a bit tougher for them than they would like. But here we go. We got a bit of a slipstream battle between the two Mercedes of Cormac Ryan and Karsten in the 252. Is he going to try and go around the outside? I think he is going to try and go around the outside. Tambrella chicane, you would be pretty brave, but he's going to try it. He's going to try and do a little bit of a switcheroo, but Cormac Ryan they just parked it on the apex and said, yeah, I don't think so, pal. But yeah, that got very, very close there. But the Mercedes racing nice and close, which is always what we want to see. We want to see close racing at all times in these races. And if we can have this for the next 8 hours and a bit, then we will be in for a great race. But these two red Mercedes are really going at it, aren't they? But you can see that Cormac Ryan is faster towards the end of the lap, because he manages to pull a bit of a gap, and Karsten just reels him all the way back in through the middle sector. And the middle sector is probably the hardest to overtake, I'd say. But Cormac Ryan manages to keep it within the track limits on this particular occasion. And coming down to Aqua Minerales now, probably one of the most fun parts on the track, and also the hardest to get right. And the most costly if you get it wrong, because it's quite high speed coming downhill and you can lose it all and you become Variante Alta. Now the Lexus of Maranowski, the 681, is just waiting and he's just sitting there waiting for this to go nasty for the two Mercedes, and he wants the 2-3 positions. But so far looking pretty good, but I think 2-3 laps time we could see this get a little bit feisty.
Well, it's been an exciting 18 minutes to the start of this race, and I think it's about time we head down to our pit lane reporter for the first section of this race. Jesse Lee, how have you been doing? Have you been enjoying the start? What information do you have for us?
Hey Ryan, hey Josh, guys, can I just say what an absolute cracking start to this race it was. A lot of happy campers, Macaulay and crew, very happy. Like you said, they started the back, they're ecstatic. They were able to get up through the field and miss some of the incidents, but I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I will be the bearer of bad news. It's all gone wrong for Carlos Ocelot and the 62 team, has several cars going off the road there in turn 5. Hope they all get back on the track safely. Major incident, but Carlos Ocelot was deemed to be at fault for that lap 1 incident that occurred where it took out 3 cars. So he was given a 15-second penalty by the stewards. So it's going to be a long day for the G2 Esports guys.
So we did just see that incident whilst Jesse was talking to us about some of the stuff happening with the G2 Esports Mercedes. So here is the replay. Oh, and that looks like, was that Joe Macaulay's car? Got caught up with the number 77, and the 13 Bentley of Hendrickson got caught up in that for good measure as well. So Joe Macaulay getting involved in an incident there with Hannah. 2 cars coming together, and unfortunately places being lost for everyone involved in that one. And well, here is Ondrej Stedicek in the 404, the Connection Lost Racing team. Not having too bad of a start to this race at the moment. 14th place for them, and just behind them is the 333 RR car of Harry Conway, the McLaren with that lovely Miami Vice livery that we are all so used to seeing around here at RCI. Not having too bad of a start to their race. It's been pretty awful for them, Josh, in the last few RCI endurance events, it has to be said. But
yeah, it hasn't been ideal, has it?
They're having a decent race so far, but we are only 20 minutes in, so there's a long way to go.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, 20 minutes into a 9-hour race, you'd be pretty happy. But whether they'll be happy in a couple more hours' time is obviously still up for debate. But I have noticed that Shintz in the 191 has managed to get past Valentin Barrier as well, so he's managed to give himself a bit of a break from the Bentley that was hunting him down earlier on. So as you can see, the Bentley very, very close to Barrier now as well. But the Racing Line Motorsport car has moved up into P4, and as we did allude to a little bit earlier on, that did allow Jardier Yaroslav Honzik to close in on this little battle. The gap was 3.7, it's now only 1.5, so he's got himself definitely in with a shout again. A very, very good result. He's managed to get himself in some clear air and put some good lap times in, hasn't he? But yeah, Andrei Jedicek, so far, first 21 minutes of the race, you've got to be happy. Or probably not happy that he can't get past the Lamborghini 557 of Hillebrand. But just on the battle we were watching earlier on, just Karsten Ryan Meenan, I believe Karsten is in the old AMG. That's the only thing. I did notice the lights were slightly different. I think Karsten is using the older AMG as opposed to the new one. I believe that's got the different front grille, so that is actually the older Mercedes AMG overtaking the newer one. So yeah, it's got the smaller grille, that one. So old versus new, and old has come out on top on this particular occasion, but we will wait and see how that pans out. But yeah, so it's nice to see that we are using even some of the older cars, even though there are the new ones. But yeah, so he's still leading that pack. But speaking of leading the pack, here is Malinowski in the 420 McLaren. He has now a 2.9 second lead. So it's slowly but surely pulling away from Barazini, but definitely not out of reach by any stretch of the imagination. But for the top two guys, top three really, you could say now, they've been out there on their own for a while, and they're keeping it nice and tidy, Ryan, and hopefully giving themselves a good platform to build on a little bit later on in the race. But David Mikel, they're getting a little bit loose on the exit of Variante Alta, but not costing him too much. But obviously they do have Minty, number 39, being driven by Jardier, hunting these down as well. So I think this is going to be a good battle, potentially for, obviously only for P4 at the moment, but it could become a podium position later on, as obviously each team changes drivers. Each driver will have their own strengths, different parts of the race, and obviously strategy is going to come into it as well. So let's wait and see how this one goes. But for now, it's the battle for P4 between these guys.
Yeah, Malinowski doing a great job up towards the front of the grid, and random call sign Ricardo Claro will be taking over that car later on during the race, and it'll be interesting to see what kind of pace he can set in that McLaren as well. And it's one of the things we talk about so much in these team endurance events. You can't just have one quick driver and a slow driver. You'll never win races or get podiums with that kind of, disrupted and unbalanced kind of team. And Ricardo Claro is definitely a solid driver. Of course, drove with Killian Ryan Meenan at the 12 Hours of Bathurst. So it'll be interesting to see how he does when he takes over the car. Will the gap maintain itself? Will he start pulling a gap from the likes of Fulvio Barazini? We'll have to wait and see. Looking a bit further down the grid then, Nicholas Hillebrand at the moment for the Butler Powell Motorsport team, 557. He's chasing down Stefan Zero at the moment, but he's also got the big Bentley of Andrzej Jedicek behind. These guys have apparently had a couple of bumps and scrapes between each other already, the Aston Martin and the Bentley, getting very, very familiar with each other 24 minutes into the race. And this could be one of those battles, Josh, that we see that 8 hours into the race, coming into the final hour, they're still together on track.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. They do look like they don't want to be separated from each other, but Hillebrand getting very close to Stefan Zero in the AMG ahead. But, he's not a bottleneck for him, but they can't seem to get past. And if you're fast in the right places, especially at Imola, like if you can maximize your exit out of this corner, you're probably going to be safe until the same point next lap around. It's one of those tracks you've got to try and learn where your opponent or the car ahead of you is going to be slower, and try and maximize where to overtake them. But so far it just looks like these guys are pretty much just stalemating each other down the straight, and no one's quite getting enough run to try and dive. So whether that's going to mean a mistake, getting a bit too much curb, kicking up a little bit of gravel on the exit of the first Ravazza, that's another one that can cost a lot of time. But yeah, I think you are right. This one, I think we could be talking about this one, 6 hours from now, like you say. Whether they'll be in the same order, we don't know, but I think this one will go on for quite a while. You do get that where you do seem to have the same 3 or 4 cars just in the same battle for such a long time, and that's what makes endurance racing, and especially the guys driving the cars, it makes it very, very exciting. It makes it, you know, when you finally get that overtake, there's no feeling quite like it, is it? But yeah, you know, Dedicek, as you can see, always closes in here, but you can't really overtake into the Aqua Minerales. You can if you're severely brave, but yeah, as you can see, I think they're just biding their time for now. They're going along at quite a decent pace, so I don't think it's costing them too much time. I do think the Aston Martin and the Bentley could go a little bit quicker, but not quick enough to get past the AMG. But what is surprising, the Aston Martin does gain on the Merc coming out of the Variante Alta, which is quite surprising considering the amount of curb that's there. But yeah, so far for these guys, I think they'll be happy with it, and they don't want to throw it all away too early on, so they'll just follow in suit until the door opens, and I'm sure one of them will take that opportunity.
Yeah, it can be so frustrating when you're fighting against a car that, you know, seems to be so evenly matched with you on pace. Obviously, the Bentley and the Aston Martin, both completely different designs for a car. But, you know, still very even on track at the moment with the likes of Ondřej Dedicek and Nicholas Hillebrand. Of course, Nicholas Hillebrand was an SRO esports driver, and of course, Ondřej Dedicek, part of the Project Alien team that ran with James Parker in the RCI Endurance Championship, and he'll be looking to, of course, make James Parker proud. He's unfortunately not here today, and we'll be looking forward to seeing James Parker back in 2021. But focusing back on the action here, Hillebrand right on the back of Stefan Zero's Mercedes at the moment, and I don't know, to me, it kind of just looks like Hillebrand's got an advantage everywhere at the moment, coming up towards the top of the circuit. Had a little bit of a look. There wasn't any room to send a move down there, and of course now that's got Dedicek interested as well. And like you said, Josh, it definitely seems that Hillebrand is going to be quicker in the second part of the circuit. But I don't know, he looks much quicker all around the circuit at the moment, closing in on the likes of Stefan Zero, but much quicker through the outer chicane for sure is the Aston Martin. And I don't know, would you put that down to setup? Would you put that down to the driver as an individual, or would you just put that down to how the conditions have been so far? Of course, we started on a greasy track. It's optimum at the moment, but it's taken a while for us to get to that stage.
Yeah, I'd probably say it's down to confidence in car setup at the moment. I think Hillebrand is very confident with his car, especially through Variante Alta. He's just throwing it in there, which is what we used to see with the AMGs. Maybe Stefan Zero not massively compliant with it at the moment, but obviously he's got a couple of hours to get used to it by now. But yeah, like you did say, Hillebrand has been putting on the pressure, but he is actually a little bit slower there than he has been, and that's going to allow Dedicek to potentially have a bit of a sniff, as he's going to go defensive now as Hillebrand and then cut back onto the racing line. Very nice driving from the two of them there. I've got to say that was nice and clean. But here we go. This is where Hillebrand got nice and close to Zero last time. Is he going to try and send one? No, he isn't, but he does get very close to him coming through the Tosa hairpin, doesn't he? But all the way up the hill now to the top of the circuit. Is he going to try and get... I just don't think he's close enough. You've got to be pretty much alongside before you go into this fast left, otherwise you're probably going to be facing the wrong way by this point. So I think, again, it's just a lot of mature driving, I think, is the main point here. But I do believe we have a battle a little bit further up the track ahead. I think Gergo Panker is only half a second behind the Lexus, but or was the Lexus in front of him potentially, and he's got past? I can't remember, but this battle was close. But Gergo Panker in the BMW in that quite fancy livery, Ryan. We did talk about this before the stream. I was like, it's quite an extreme livery, but you know, it's nice to see a different livery. It's very out there, isn't it? That one is quite in your face, so to
very
speak.
very creative.
Yeah,
is one of the words I would use. But apparently we have a little bit of an update. So you'll have noticed that the Renwelton car number 49 has actually dropped down a couple of places from where they were originally. Well, Jesse Lee down in the pit lane, you've had a wander down to the Renwelton garage, and you've interviewed Miss Vicky Thompson and Chris Hooker at the moment. So what is the up-to-date news on the Renwelton team?
Well, guys, it's not good. I didn't miss it. I saw it happen. It happened right at the end of pit road. It appears Valentin Berry in the number 11 attempted to, I suppose, make a move to the outside to set up for turn 3, but the 49 Renwelton Pro Team was right there. They got taken off, and they were nearly stuck into the sand. That's why they dropped so many positions.
Well, unfortunate for them. Of course, it is still a long way to go. 8.5 hours, or just under that, left for them. And of course, plenty of fast drivers in that team. Of course, Chris Hooker mentioned before, and Vicky Thompson will also be taking over the car later on as well. Looking back here, Nicholas Hillebrand still chasing down the likes of Stefan Zero at the moment, and that Mercedes just seems to be doing enough at the moment to keep the Aston Martin behind, and these guys in single file as they have been for the majority of the last 10 minutes. And here is Jardier closing down on one of his teammates for the Jardier community team. And Valentin Barrier versus Jaroslav Honzik. This is the kind of team battle that I've wanted to see for a while now, and I think we're going to get a great display here. So both of them in the new Mercedes, and they're going to be going toe-to-toe on track here in just a few moments' time. And you know what, Josh? I'm quite interested to see how Jimmy does when he takes over this car later on in the race, because, of course, we saw him do very, very well in the Nissan at the 12 Hours of Bathurst, and Jardier was so, so proud of how well they both drove in that race. But of course, this is a completely different beast. Imola, a very different circuit. And of course, the Mercedes, a very, very different style of car.
Yeah, exactly. Obviously, on social media this week, you know, Jardier saying that I think it's just confidence that Jimmy Broadbent, obviously Jimmy Broadbent doesn't only play this game. He plays obviously quite a mixture of titles as well. So I think Jardier's point is if he actually, you know, was to really, really solely focus on ACC, he could be one of the top drivers. And Jardier, yeah, like you say, he's ever proud, isn't he, of Jimmy Broadbent. But yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see where he fits in amongst these guys in this race. But I think he'll hold his own. You know, he did hold his own and a bit more at the 12 Hours of Bathurst, didn't he? But Barrier now, he's got Jaroslav Honzik behind him. He's been on the flashes once or twice already. So is he going to try and go super defensive, or is he just going to say, look, go past me. I don't want to ruin your race, and please don't ruin my race. But he looks like he's going to be close enough to send it into Tamburello. He's going to go to the outside of Tamburello. And Barrier not giving him as much space as you would have thought. But here we go then. He's going to try and get the sort of the switchback with the slipstream down towards the Villeneuve chicane. Is he going to be able to pull it off? He's going to try and opt for the inside. Is he? No, he's not. Yes, he is again. And he backs out of it nice and early. Maybe trying to look towards the Tosa hairpin. I don't think he's going to be close enough this time around. But Barrier, that is a statement to say, if you want to get past, you need to get past the same as everybody else does. I'm not letting you past. And I wouldn't expect
no orders
any
from the big man.
Exactly
from Jardier, and that's exactly how we want to see it, isn't it? We want to see these guys race, and I'm sure, like you said, Valentin Barrier, he's not going to be too interested in letting Jardier past, and likewise, I'm pretty sure Jardier will want to earn it rather than being given it. And at the moment, Valentin Barrier sits as kind of the guardian of P5, doesn't he, for Jardier at the moment?
He does, yeah.
And everyone else in the top 5 quite spread out at the moment. 1.8 seconds between the front 2, then it's 2.9 seconds back to Mike Noble, 4.1 between himself and Marek Shins, and 3.6 seconds between the man on screen at the moment, Valentin Barrier, and Marek Shins further up. So kind of just a stalemate at the moment with the top 5, but with the kind of pace that Jardier is showing, he maybe wants to try and change that. And speaking of stalemates, something that has changed, but was a stalemate, is the fact that Hillebrand has got past the likes of Stefan Zero. Hillebrand is up into P12, and you can see that on screen there at this moment in time. And Jardier is going back for a move on Valentin Barrier into the first chicane. He's going to get it done. We're going to have to get a replay of that one for the live stream here. You can see Jardier slipstreaming up to Valentin Barrier going to be on the inside line. Barrier didn't have the chance to switch back and cover that inside line. Jardier makes the move nice and clean, and he makes it look easy, doesn't he, Josh?
He does. He's just, he's always a driver that just oozes confidence. And also, just a side note there, Barazini has also cut that gap from what I believe was 2.9. It's down to 1.5 now as well, so maybe they're getting the hurry up. You know, let's get the push on. Let's try and put a bit of pressure on the McLaren. He's having too much of an easy ride up there. But also, Noble as well isn't too far behind. I believe that was around 3.5 seconds as well. So it looks like they're catching or closing in on the McLaren. And Hillebrand, Ryan, like you said, I'd be interested to see how he can pull away now from this group. He doesn't look like he has just yet, but it does look like Harry Conway. What's gone on here? Harry Conway. Okay, Harry Conway is in the triple R, the triple 3, triple everything at the moment for these guys. But this is quite a contested bit of field now. Where the Dedicek, Zero, and Hillebrand fight was, they seem to have arrived with some company now as well. They've brought some friends, which is always nice to see. But Hillebrand leading that pack now, but you can see he is slowly pulling away from Stefan Zero. But it would be nice to see if Hillebrand can really close in on the likes of Gergo Panker now and close in on the top 10. Let's see what his real pace is, as Harry Conway now is going to have to go side by side into Ravazza 2. It's not where you want to be. You're going to get hung out to dry there, but Karsten does leave him the space on the outside. But just behind him now, you've got Crossland as well. He's in the newer Mercedes. He's going to use the slipstream off the McLaren now. So we could be seeing a 3-wide moment here coming into the first heavy braking zone, which is turn 2, Tamburello chicane. But no, the newer Mercedes here we go on board. We got the best seat in the house for this battle ahead. Harry Conway is going to try and go all the way around the outside defensively. He doesn't want to get too much curve on the inside. That's going to allow Crossland through as well, and this is what Imola is all about. Chicane central, and he manages to squeeze past Karsten in the 252 as Harry Conway takes a defensive inside line there to cover him off. But here we come, toe to hairpin. It looks like the Merc's got a nice run. Is he going to try and send one up the inside at Tosa? He's moving towards the inside to sort of say that he's going to, but yeah, that was intense. And also there is a Bentley of Sandberg who does have a 5-second penalty, might I add. He is in on the fight as well, but 5 seconds over the case of 9 hours is probably not going to ruin the race. But it does look like Hillebrand is checking out of this battle big time, which is what we did expect. He's already got a 2.7 second lead over the likes of Zero and Dedicek, but this battle is going to go on for a while. I don't think Hillebrand's going to be involved in this battle again in this race, but there's about 6 other cars that want Zero's position at the moment, but he doesn't want to give it up, and he is doing a stellar defensive job, Ryan. It's not all about overtaking in endurance races. If you can hold cars up, then you're ruining their race and only benefiting your own. So he's doing a fantastic job. He knows he doesn't have the outright pace to battle these guys, but he's keeping them behind.
He is, and you know, Harry Conway did an excellent job towards the first chicane, you know, down at Tamburello to defend from the likes of Karsten, and it benefited Crossland in the end. And like you said, it's what Imola is all about, fast-flowing chicanes. And of course, that is going to help you if you can, you know, make those defensive efforts. Like we said before, there's way more to endurance racing than just being able to overtake people. And Valentin Barrier, interestingly enough, has a drive-through penalty. Now, of course, we have had a couple of penalty reports coming in over the course of the first 40 minutes of the race, and well, I've just been informed that this one is for the collision he had with the likes of Vincent Ebrich earlier on in the race. It was actually just down at Acqua Minerale that we just passed there. And you remember that one on lap 2 and didn't really slow down to let Vincent Ebrich pass. So he got a much more severe penalty than he otherwise would have got. And a drive-through penalty is what the stewards have decided is worthy for that car. So unfortunately for Valentin Barrier, he's going to be taking at least one extra stop through pit lane that he wasn't planning to do earlier on in the race.
Yeah, you probably could say that we expected that. You know, it was he did ruin him at the end of the a drive-through isn't the worst penalty you can have. Obviously, the stop-go is one of the worst you can have, but a drive-through I think is definitely the right call on that one. in my opinion. You know, he definitely wasn't a malicious or on-purpose maneuver, but at the end of the day, he did hit him, and the number 12 car is down in P20 and has probably lost a lot of time being stuck in traffic and with damage and whatnot as well. But yeah, like you say, that's an extra stop to their strategy. Well, yeah, obviously they don't stop, but it's an extra run through the pit lane, which they probably didn't want. But it looks like Stefan Zero has given himself a tiny bit of breathing room. I think 4/10 is probably the biggest gap Zero's had for about the last 10-15 minutes or so. So he's probably thinking, we are a little bit of respite now. But Harry Conway is he had a bit of an incident. I believe he was P15. It looks like he might have lost a few positions, but he's down to P18, and that car we were just talking about, the number 12 McLaren of Vincent Erbrick, is just behind them. So that's the car that Barrier did collide with on lap 2 or 3. I can't remember the exact lap, but and it looks like Barrier is filtered out just behind Vincent Erbrick in P22. So that's probably about right, Ryan. I think the penalty you'd want to give is one that would bring him out behind the guy that obviously he impeded a bit earlier on.
Yeah, of course. I mean, you know, that kind of is the aim, and that is exactly what the penalty has done. Valentin Barrier finds himself now behind the likes of Vincent Erbrick, and Erbrick up to 19th place. It's been a decent recovery so far. They were down in 25th after that accident, and they find themselves, of course, on the back of none other than Harry Conway, who we saw every time, well, not every time, earlier on, defending from the likes of the number, actually, where has that car disappeared to? It was Karsten, wasn't it, that he was defending from earlier, and I think he's dropped off the list. Oh no,
Karsten is further up. I think Conway's had an incident and dropped back. I think that's what's happened there.
Yeah, he definitely has. So that's going to be interesting. We'll see if we can get Jesse Lee to head down to the Triple R garage then, and see if he can fill us in on any information about that, because I was a bit confused there when I saw Harry Conway and Vincent Erbrick in the background. Charlie Crossland is down there as well, actually, though. So I wonder if he got caught up in that incident as well. It's going to be interesting to find out, and we'll await Jesse's report a bit later on in the race.
I think Dedicek has got past Stefan Zero there as well for P13. Or P12 it is, sorry. Finally, he's got past. Oh, and we've just cut to that, and that's Karsten, who we were just talking about, Ryan. He's spun, and he's done very well to get himself out of the way there, because there was a couple of cars coming around, and he's going to take a clip from Sandberg, I think that is, who already has a 5-second time penalty. And how more carnage didn't happen there, I don't actually know. I thought that would have been a bit more of a pile-up, but well done, Karsten. He did get out of the way, but I think that was Sandberg in the Bentley that hit him. He's got a 5-second penalty, and he may have another one coming his way for that one, potentially. But we will obviously wait and see what race control will give on that one as well. But meanwhile, we're back with Oscar Sandberg, the Bentley that did just hit Karsten around. He's now behind Crossland, so Conway and Crossland gaining a little bit of positions and probably a bit of a scare as well at the same time. And Erbrick as well having to take to the grass to get out of the way of that one. So again, this is what they didn't want, PCDC, is getting involved in incidents like this. It's just sometimes unavoidable. You have to try and take the escape route, and you do lose a bit of time in doing so. But Oscar Sandberg, he is putting Crossland under all sorts of pressure now in that bright yellow, some would say bright yellow, luminous green sort of neon Bentley coming into the Tamburello chicane. He's just going to sit in behind for now and try and get him on the run down towards the Villeneuve chicane, but I don't think he's going to get the run on him just on this time around. But these things happen. That hairpin is such a heavy braking zone, and you can get caught off guard sometimes, and adjusting your braking to fit the car in front as well. But let's hope he doesn't do it. He doesn't do it this time. I don't think he will. He should probably get this one right this time around, which he does, which is always nice to see. Again, similar to Barrier's, probably not as costly, but it's just one of those ones where you sort of outbrake yourself, or the car in front brakes a bit earlier than you expect, and unfortunately these things happen. But thankfully it was only Karsten that was involved and managed to get out of the way and stop a 5-6 car pile-up, Ryan. So that's always good to see, I guess. Damage limitation.
I mean, you're not wrong. Damage limitation of some sort. And well, Jesse Lee we did ask earlier on if you could find out what exactly happened with the likes of Harry Conway, and I hear you have an answer for us.
Yeah, I had to ask around, Ryan, but I do have an answer for you. Turns out Dedicek and Zero were nose to tail, and they very nearly came together themselves. That stacked everybody up into turn 6. Conway had to get on the brakes. Crossland had nowhere to go, ran into the back of them. They both hit the dirt in between turns 6 and 7. That explains the damage on the 333 of Conway, and why him and Crossland both lost out on position, guys.
Well, there you go then, the insights from Jesse as to what exactly happened with the likes of Harry Conway and Charlie Crossland. Unfortunately, losing time, not really through any fault of their own either. It just, you know, sometimes it happens that someone gets involved in an incident and you don't really have anywhere to go. And well, 46 minutes into the race, there's still a very, very long way to go. I know we say it often, but it's easy to forget when we do so much sprint racing around here at RCI. And obviously 8 hours and 14 minutes left to go. And Josh, it's been a very enjoyable first 45 minutes of the race, wouldn't you say?
Oh, it definitely has. Lots of action, overtakes going on everywhere, and there's a little bit more action. I think Marinowski's just decided that Zero is going too slow, and he's just bashed him into the wall there. Again, very similar to Barrier's incident with Vincent Erbrick earlier on in the race. Very, very similar. If anything, though, Stefan Zero looks like he's had a bit more of an incident. Oh, he's just kept it out of the wall. Nicely,
did very well
nicely done. And again, damage limitation, but. I'm going to be leaving for a short while. I'm going to go for a little break. I'm going to be passing over to one of the fellow commentators, Simon, who's going to be taking over the next part of the race for you, Ryan. So I will leave you with Simon, and thank you all for jumping into the first 45 minutes of the race, and I will see you guys later on.
Well, as Josh takes himself out for a well-deserved break, I can welcome into the commentary box as the pass of the microphone goes over from Josh to Simon. How are you doing this afternoon, Simon?
I'm very well. The sun is shining. We're here at Imola, and we've got what looks to be a cracking race on our hands.
Well, the sun was definitely shining earlier on. It's got a bit darker here at the moment. The sun is still out on the track, but the clouds are definitely coming further in now as we're getting further into the race. The risk of rain is certainly still around this circuit. We saw it in qualifying, and of course, we're expecting to see it later on in the race. A lot of these guys have been preparing over the course of the week for just these kind of changing conditions, but for the moment it's going to stay dry. So Simon, whilst you've kind of just been watching on a bit for the first part of this race, what have you made of the first 45-50 minutes of the race so far?
Yeah, it's been fairly action-packed so far. Not too much in the way of sort of massive gaps building up, so you know, people are finding their pace, finding their rhythm, which is seems to be all similar. And I'm quite glad to see, is that I can't quite see on the timing tower there, and it doesn't say on my timing screen, is it Alexis leading out front?
Towards the top of the field, it is Barazini actually leading. We haven't managed to catch that on camera. It seems that Malinowski has been overtaken by the likes of Barazini. We knew he was catching. Didn't quite realise he'd caught at that pace. And speaking of catching as well, Mike Noble in the Bentley is catching the McLaren of Malinowski. But the highest placed Lexus so far is Prendergast, although he does carry a 5-second penalty on that number 400 Lexus at this point in time. But interesting developments going on at the moment over the course of the race as Mike Noble now looks to challenge Malinowski, who has led for the majority of this race so far.
So it's a bit of a reverse from the previous races that we've had at Imola, with the mid-engine cars occupying first and second place, then a front-engined Bentley, and then a mid-engine Lamborghini. So definitely seems that people have started to get to grips with this track now, and we're starting to see different manufacturers at the front, which is excellent to see.
Yeah, it's always great to see so many manufacturers at the front, and of course we do have a BOP on a few of the cars out here today. The McLaren, the Aston Martin, the Mercedes, they've all got a BOP, and as does the Lexus in question as well. But, you know, not really affecting some of these cars too much. Of course, we do have a McLaren up in the podium places as well, and obviously 5 different manufacturers in the top 5. It's a great show. But here is Harry Conway in 15th place at the moment. We kind of touched on something that happened to them just earlier on in the race, kind of an accident that they couldn't really avoid, and unfortunately they kind of paid the price for it, but not too bad for them at the moment in 15th place. Long way to go still for them in this race, and they're chasing down the 681 Lexus of Maranowski. So as we get further into this race, and as the temperatures do start to drop, it's 20 past 5 in the evening. We'll be going into the dark here at Imola towards the end of this race, and I think it's going to be interesting to see what this track is like under the lights, or rather in the dark. I'm not too sure how illuminated Imola does get once it comes to around nighttime. Of course, some tracks have illumination, some of them just prefer to go for the pitch black, dark nature, kind of similar to what we have at Spa, but it's going to be interesting to see how all of that develops over the course of the race as well. Here is Oscar Sandberg, the number 100 for the Turn 1 Pro Racing team. Of course, they do carry that 5-second penalty on them as well. They were caught up in another little accident earlier on, of which I don't think we've seen the conclusion of that report yet. You should be seeing that later on in the race. So Simon, you know, almost an hour into the race, who's caught your eye the most, would you say, so far in this first hour?
I've got to say it's that luminous lime green Bentley's caught my eye so far. Not necessarily for its prowess on track, but just because it stands out like nothing else on the circuit. And I've got to say I'm a big fan of the Bentley. Actually, I like the fact how it sort of just dominates the track compared to all these little GT cars around here. So there's something slightly perverse about the Bentley hustling these little cars around here. So yeah, and I got a feeling. Going into it, I thought we'd see more Lexuses up the front and the Mercs, but maybe the BOP sort of coming into play there. How about yourself?
Well, I think you know, one of the cars to me that has kind of stood out. I think it sounds a bit, you know, typical. Oh, you know, it's his event and all that, but Jardier has kind of stood out plenty for me. Started 10th, of course. He's made his way up to 5th place at the moment and is chasing down the likes of Marek Shins in the Lamborghini. And, of course, Jimmy Broadbent will be taking over that car later on in the race. We're not entirely sure what the strategy is for a lot of these teams. And, of course, that's why we have Jesse Lee. He'll be keeping us up to date on all of the stuff going in and around the pit lane. And we'll be able to see if Jimmy Broadbent is going to take over that car in, well, probably about 16 minutes' time, as I don't think these guys are going to be going much further than that into their stints. And Jardier looking very, very comfortable at this point in time during the race. And looking here, Mike Noble on the timing board is still closing in on the likes of Malin. See what's happened to the likes of Malinowski. Have the tyres on that McLaren just gone towards the end of his stint now?
I was just, as you were talking now, I was just looking at the temperature, and we're down to 19 degrees track temperature now. And as you say, we're going to be moving into the night, so I was expecting that track temperature to drop. So I would imagine that tyre pressure and car setup is going to be crucial, and adapting that over the course of the race is going to be crucial. So I dare say there's going to be a mix-up as we progress through this race.
So Mike Noble continues his charge in the Bentley for the FFS Racing team, looking to take another podium in an RCI endurance event. Of course, they won at the 3 hours of Nürburgring. They won at the 3 hours of Spa. Unfortunately, didn't take part in the 3 hours of Imola, but they've had very good success in the RCI endurance races. Came from near back of the grid as well in, I think it was the 12 hours of Bathurst to finish in the top 10, so very good result from them. Here is the other FFS Racing car. They're in the BMW this time round. Gergo Panka had a very, very good qualifying session. The race hasn't quite gone to plan as such, but still sitting in the top 10. And it's a very good performance from them so far. They should have Jarkko Torvinen and Matt Samuel taking over that car later on in the race. And down in 14th place, Marinowski in one of the Jardier community team entries. There's about 3 of them so far. Of course, Jardier racing for Team Minty, not racing for one of his community teams. So 3 Jardier community teams in this race, one of them in 14th place at the moment. Not doing too bad for themselves, but of course they'll be looking to make their way further up the grid.
Yeah, and I wonder if the Minty team name and paint job was a contractual stipulation of getting Jimmy Broadbent on board, because I know he's a fan of that colour.
Well, I can tell you one thing. Jardier was going to refuse to drive the Nissan again after the 12 hours of Bathurst. So if the Nissan was going to go away, then I'm assuming the catch was that the paint job must stay. And that's kind of the scenario that we've ended up in right now regarding the Minty team. But Jesse Lee is down in the pit lane for us, and Jesse Lee has some news for car number 420, which is Malinowski, on how they lost the lead of the race. What have you got for us, Jesse?
Yeah, back on lap 26, Berrezzini was catching them anyway, but a mistake down into turn 6 where he hopped the curb, the car went completely sideways, 4 wheels skidded off the track, scrubbing the tires off, lost the lead in the process, and almost certainly did damage to the tires. He recovered fairly quickly, but he lost around 4 seconds. That has stabilized somewhat. He's only lost 7/10 since then. And Malinowski has withstood a charge from Mike Noble. Mike Noble, for the past 3 or 4 laps, was right behind him, but something going right for the 420 team now. They are back on the march, but they're still losing time up front, guys.
Well, interesting to know that the number 420 that led for so much of the first stint in this race, and of course making a mistake now, has the pressure on them. But Fulvio Berrezzini, he took pole position in the Ferrari for this race, and of course they did lose the lead of the race on the start, but now they've regained it and looking to redeem themselves after unfortunately missing out on a podium in the 3 hours of Imola. If you didn't catch it before, the Orion race team have had a podium in every RCI endurance race except for the 3 hours of Imola that happened just 2 weeks ago. And I have to say, Simon, that, we talk about consistency so much regarding race teams. You can't get much more consistent than, almost a 100% podium finish in endurance races around here.
No, that is impressive, and no one gives away those podiums, so that's hard fought sort of victories there. They're definitely going to be wanting to make up for that little blot in their copybook. And speaking of consistency, they're running sort of solid 42s. The McLaren, the number 420 behind them, is just slightly quicker on that last lap, but they're trading tenths. So these guys are eking out every bit of performance they possibly can, and trying to make the hay while the sun hides behind the clouds.
Of course, something I maybe forgot to mention as well, part of the Orion race team, is that those podiums they've picked up have been in different cars as well. They've picked up podiums in Lamborghini, Mercedes, and of course now aiming to do so in the Ferrari. So they could make it 3 separate manufacturers in which they have taken podiums. And well, that's the kind of versatility that you like to see from esports drivers, switching up different cars, very, very different cars, in fact. I mean, there's a great deal of difference between the Lamborghini and the Mercedes, and of course the Ferrari as well. So, being able to showcase that you can win endurance races and take podiums in endurance races of varying different lengths with different cars, and just kind of shows the quality that we have on display here. This is Kieran Sharp for the OTL Racing Team, number 21. They've got Atta in front of them, and of course Dan Suzuki for the Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing Team, number 35. They had a bit of a struggle in qualifying didn't really start as high up as they probably would have. Light sitting 22nd at the moment, and not too bad for them at this point in time. Actually 23rd now as the timing board just updates, and Dan Suzuki will be handing that car over to Mark Nosk later on, and this is the first time that these guys have made an appearance here at RCI in an endurance race, but neither of them are new to endurance racing. Plenty of experience between the two of them in iRacing for endurance races, but of course, ACC, a completely different beast in terms of the way the cars are controlled, but of course, the set of skills required to do well in endurance racing is all still the same. But Jesse, I've been informed that you might have a bit of an update for us on car 199 as Dan Suzuki just goes a bit wide towards the top of the circuit. I think we may temporarily not have Jesse Lee. He might still be in the middle of a conversation with a team, so we'll come back to Jesse Lee when he is prepared, and we'll continue watching the Lamborghini chased down by two Audis here at the moment, and Atta got very, very close to Dan Suzuki coming through Variante Alta, but he had to back off, make sure he didn't run into the back of the Lamborghini. Kieran Sharp is going to capitalize on that mistake, and he'll move himself up into 24th place. And you know what, Simon? A lot of people say overtaking is quite difficult at this circuit, and maybe they do have a point at some parts of the track, but I don't necessarily agree with that opinion so much. I think this is one of those circuits where, you know, you can get overtaking done fairly easily, you know, if you're quick enough and if you can find the right places to send a car up the inside of someone or around the outside of someone. And I think there's definitely plenty of chances to make up places around here just by capitalizing on mistakes.
Yeah, definitely. It's not. I would say it's a better place than, say, Laguna Seca or Brands Hatch, which are you know, sort of old school circuits like Imola, but you know, if they don't sort of let you make too many mistakes, where you've got some tarmac runoff here. So if you do run a little bit wide, it's not so much a bit of a drama. So I mean, it is a momentum circuit, I would suggest. And you know, half the battle is putting the pressure on the guy in front to make a mistake, as we just saw there. But it's, you know, you've also just got to keep yourself in a position to capitalise once those mistakes happen. And there's a few, you know, there's a few hard stops here as well, so you can send it up the inside quite easy, as we're seeing now. The 681 Lexus coming into the pits,
and Marinowski taking out the pit lane board there for the speed limit in pit lane. I hope that doesn't cause any issues for the next 8 hours of the race. It's going to be rather awkward if someone does end up speeding. There was a couple of debates in the 3 hours of Imola about that kind of intentional taking out of the pit board, and I'm not too sure. The stewards might review that, and it'll be interesting to see what they have to say on it, because if that is judged to be intentional, it's not very good luck, is it, for the Lexus out there at the moment? But I have been informed that Jesse Lee is back with us at the moment. So Jesse, do you have any information for us?
Yeah, talking about Malinowski's pit, that was a fairly standard pit stop, you know, except for taking out the timing board. All things going pretty much to plan, except for that half spin. Get all the fuel that car can take and fresh new boots and send it back out there, and hopefully see if they can get back up into the top position. Several other drivers, several other teams coming in to pit right now. I see the 681 Lexus is down and gone. This is the time, guys. You're going to see a lot more pit stops, and we're going to have to see how this all shakes out. I've got both my stopwatches ready. I'm excited.
Well, as Jesse continues to monitor all the action going on in the pit lane, there have been a couple of people that have come in for their pit stops, as you'll have seen. The likes of Fulvio Barazzini and, of course, Malinowski have come in to serve their pit stops, which means Mike Noble leads the race for the time being, but I imagine he'll be coming into the pit lane sooner rather than later. Here is Harry Conway, who has Alexander Karsten right behind him. Of course, Harry Conway was defending from Karsten earlier on in the race, and then rather got caught up in an incident that wasn't any of his own doing. And then Karsten, of course, got turned around by the Turn 1 Pro Racing Bentley, and now the two of them have found themselves back together. You just love to see it, don't you, Simon, where, you know, people can get involved in incidents. They were close together before those incidents, and then after the incidents, they're right back together again.
Yeah, turnabout is fair play, and yeah, it's excellent. It does add a certain something to the complexion of the race now. As the Mercedes of Carsten is really pressuring Harry Conway in that sort of teal-coloured McLaren. I've got to be honest, the McLaren's not my favourite car to look at. And even more so in that teal paint job. But you know, whatever floats your boat, I suppose.
It's the Miami Vice theme is kind of what Triple R go for with their liveries. They've got quite the history of that colour set on plenty of different cars. I'm quite a fan of it myself. I think it does look very, very nice. And, well, Harry Conway, quite a good livery designer as well. I've seen a couple of his actual custom liveries that he's been designing, and he's been doing a few of those for RCI as well, for some of our teams that are going to be racing in and around some other communities next year into 2021. And speaking of 2021, we will have plenty of racing for you guys coming next year. The RCI Endurance World Tour, of course. And here comes Alexander Carsten, was going to have a look on the inside, but thought better of it and decided that he's going to just tuck in behind Harry Conway, but he's going to have another go here. Couldn't find the room in towards Tamburello. Will he find the room in towards Villeneuve? No, not quite. And tucks back in behind. So Carsten getting very, very eager to get past the likes of Harry Conway. But to touch on some of the stuff we'll be doing next year, we've got a Ferrari 488 Evo Cup at all the Italian tracks going on. Monday Cup Championship. We'll have a new GT4 Championship starting as well, with Race Room coming to RCI later on in the year as well, I think around February time, and our new Friday Championship. All of that information can be found in the Discord, !Discord in the YouTube chat. And whilst you're also there, you can check out our socials as well, !Socials, and the program and spotter guide that we have made for this event. Of course, all the commands on screen right now for you guys to see, and we really do hope that you do enjoy the spotter guide and race programs that we make. They have a lot of time put into them, and they don't really get that much screen time, but everyone enjoys having a look through them and having a read through them. There's a lot of information out in there about some of the drivers if you're unfamiliar with them, and maybe you'll find someone new to support. So I've heard that we might be going on board for a little bit of a audio up experience lap here around at Imola. So we're going on board with a lap. We'll be shutting off the commentary for just a moment for you to enjoy the sounds of ACC and enjoy a lap of the Enzo Edino Ferrari circuit, more commonly known as Imola, a much easier track name to say. And here is Marek Shins in second place at the moment. So let's go on board with the Lamborghini, and the commentary will return in just a few moments. So, whilst we were enjoying the sound of the pit stop from the Racing Line Motorsport team with the Lamborghini, we just caught a little bit of a moment there between the likes of Matthias Egger and Mike Noble. Getting a bit scary there between the 123 Bentley and the 126 Ferrari, but fortunately no one catching any damage and no contact in that incident, and that's always very, very good to see. Matthias Egger does lead the way, as they have done since they took over from the number 420 McLaren. And actually, looking down the grid at the moment, Simon, unless you can inform me of otherwise, I can't actually find the number 420. Oh no, 32nd on the grid for Malinowski. Remember, these were the guys that were second in the race. They were leading the race for a long period of time. Jesse Lee, do you have something for us?
Yeah, I do indeed, Ryan. I thought Malinowski's pit stop wasn't that bad, but as it turns out, everybody else either had a completely opposite strategy and only took tires or fuel, I assume, fuel, and they took tires, or something went really wrong on their pit stop for the 420 Race It guys out here. So I'm not entirely sure. I have tried to contact the team. They didn't really have a comment for me, but I think, if I had to guess, something went wrong on that stop. Maybe they were attempting to hand off the car and they couldn't get the car handed off, guys.
Well, disaster strikes for a team that put their car on the front row of the grid, a team that has led for the majority of this race. And it kind of just shows you how everything can go from hero to zero so quickly in these kind of races. There's a long way to go, so of course they can still recover, but it's going to be a massive fight back now for that car. And, well, speaking of fights, we've got Jardier right on the back of Marek Shins at the moment in the 191. Of course, Shins won in the Lexus here just a couple of weeks ago. I think his teammate was Jan Onorati on that day, but they've swapped out for the Lamborghini for the 9 hours of Imola. And of course, they've got the main man with his name on the event stalking them down in the Mercedes. Well, Simon, it's front-engined V8 against rear-engined V10. Who's going to win this one?
Yeah, I was just thinking about that actually. Funny you mentioned it, and I'd be taking a front-engine car over a mid-engine car around here any day of the week. And I think you know, Jardier is stalking him with quite severe intent there. You might describe him as the smiling assassin, because I don't think I've ever seen anybody smile as much as when they drive a car as Jardier does.
Oh, Jardier looking to make up more places. Of course, started 10th on the grid, and of course partnered up with Jimmy Broadbent. He's made his way all the way up to 4th at this point in time, and obviously looking to put that car on the podium at this point in time. And Jardier doing an absolutely fantastic job, and of course probably getting plenty of support in his stream as well. Meanwhile, Matthias Egger leads the way, 2 seconds to the likes of Mike Noble. So the Ferrari going very well around here at the moment. And of course, a lot of people have been saying, oh, well, the front engine cars have a massive advantage at this circuit. And they, you know, in their defense, to some of those opinions, they probably do have an advantage around here with how they can take some of the curbs. But you know what? Matthias Egger is doing a fantastic job in that Ferrari. And of course, Fulvio Barrazzini's done most of the work up until this point. And it's got to be said as well that the 191 Lamborghini also doing a fantastic job at the moment up in the podium places. Here is Victoria Thompson, who has taken over from David Mitchell in the Ren Welton Bentley. And she's going to be looking to close down on Jardier at the moment, but a 12.3 second lead, or 12.3 second gap, is what is between them at the moment. So Vicky has definitely got her work cut out for her.
Yeah, and you were saying there about the front engine cars maybe having a slight advantage there. As we see Lawrence just putting a move on the Bentley. Was that lap traffic? I didn't see blue flags there. I was looking at the timing screen just as that move was coming off there. It was for position, I'm being told, in my earpiece. So that was a really decisive move, and that's an example. We were having that conversation before, Ryan. That's an example of just being a bit brave, a bit decisive, and you can pull off those manoeuvres here. As the Bentley's putting the McLaren back under pressure as we enter into the first set of turns here at the beginning of the lap.
Ondrej Dedicek was in that car earlier on in the race, and of course now it's been handed over to Martin Lawrence. Bart Matcher should be taking over that car at some point later on as well, and the 404 Connection Lost team. Plenty of racing that they've done around here at RCI as we switch back to Jaroslav Honzik, who's got Marek Shins in his sight, and Marek Shins, in fact, can see the likes of Mike Noble not far up the road. In fact, the top four all in sight of each other. We had them all in the same shot just a moment ago. Will we get them all in the same shot here? Yes, we will. There you go. So over an hour into the race, an hour and 17 minutes to be exact into the race, and the top four covered by just about 3 seconds, it seems to be 3 or 4 seconds at the moment. And of course, anything and everything still to play for in this race, but it is great that this early on into the race, after it was looking like it was going to be a bit of a walk in the park for the two out at the front, everyone's kind of closed up together again.
Yeah, and we've got a mid-engine Ferrari leads a front-engine Bentley, leads a mid-engine Lamborghini, leads a front-engine Mercedes. So yeah, I don't think the engine placement has so much of a difference there. Maybe the BOP is coming into play at this point. And I was wondering, what would be your preferred tactic at this point? Would it be to try and fight for position? We're quite early on in the race here, or try and work with your fellow competitors that you're around to still keep moving forward to build up a gap behind you so that you can then sort of let loose towards the end of the race?
I mean, I think for me, it kind of depends on what the situation is. I mean, if you're chasing someone down and you know you're quicker, then I'd be quite inclined to get past them. Try and get past them, see if you can build a gap, because of course,
yeah,
having a gap is going to be very, very useful later on in the race, and especially if you get caught up in an incident, having a gap like the one that Jardier has right now, 13-second gap between himself and Victoria Thompson, means that if he makes a mistake, he's unlikely to lose a position unless he ends up with the car in the wall, which Jardier will be very much hoping he doesn't end up with the car in the wall. And, I think if it's one of those instances where you're just holding on to someone, you know that you don't have the pace to overtake them, you know you can't pull away from them, I think at that point, you're kind of just happy to sit in for the long haul and just enjoy it and keep with them, make sure that they're constantly in your sights. But if you're quicker than them, you're going to want to get past them, and it is a long race, you do have to be patient. But as the minutes tick down, as the laps keep going on, sooner or later, you're going to have to make that overtake.
Yeah, definitely. It's a tricky situation, and as I said, the drivers themselves will have a better idea whether they feel like they've got more pace than the person they're behind. But I mean, the good thing for us is that hopefully these four can stick together for a good while yet. Hopefully the lap traffic doesn't play too much of a part in this fight. And we get a four-way ding-dong from start to finish almost. That would be the ideal situation, I think.
So Mike Noble closing down on the likes of Matthias Egger at the moment. This is Marcus Lawrence up to 15th in the PCVC Motorsport. Of course, they started quite high up the order, but on lap 2, they got turned around by the likes of Valentin Barrier and went all the way down to 25th place. It's been a decent recovery from them so far, and well, with over 7.5 hours left of this race, a top 10 is definitely on the cards for this team. And Marcus Lawrence doing a pretty good job. He took over from Vincent Erbrich. Here is Marek Shins, and I think Mike Noble closing well in onto the back of Matthias Egger. You can see there's the number 21 Audi. That's the OTL Racing Audi that's kind of stuck in the middle of this now. He's obviously not really going to be wanting to get caught up in all of this. Everyone has their own separate race. He is going to go wide at Tosa just to let these guys through. That's really nice to see. Not going to try and hold them up too much, although The Lexus behind them, maybe looking to capitalize on that as well. But here we go then. So Mike Noble finds himself close to the back of Matthias Egger, and now Marek Schins and Jaroslav Honzik have well and truly caught themselves up. We have a four-way battle for the lead. And speaking of, Mike Noble has just gone off the track at Aqua Minerale. He's made a mistake. He's gone off circuit. And that's just given 2 places to the likes of Marek Schins and Jaroslav Honzik. Here we go. Just touches the grass coming down into the braking zone. And that's what happens when you lose all the grip coming down towards that area of the circuit. You're going to lose time. You're going to go off. Did very well to recover, but has now put himself down into 4th place as Jardier looks to put the pressure on Marek Schins for 2nd place in the race now.
Yeah, and I've just taken a quick screen grab of the date and time just to mark that in my diary, the date and time that Mike Noble makes a mistake, because it doesn't happen often, folks, at all. So, and that just goes to show you how hard these guys are pushing, how hard they're on the limit they're having to drive just to keep pace with each other. And it's a tantalising proposition for the race going forward. Mike's going to have to regather his thoughts now. He's only 0.8 behind Jardier now, so he's got all that work to do again. You'd say the caliber of Mike, you know, he's definitely going to be part of this fight going forward. But it's just how quickly he can push the reset button, get himself back into his flow, and make up that almost 1 second gap.
Yeah, and of course, Matthias Egger going to be looking in his mirrors thinking, oh, thank goodness I don't have that Bentley right behind him. But now he's got another Italian car behind him. Which is not a Ferrari. It's actually a Lamborghini. So it's going to be Ferrari versus Lamborghini, it seems, perhaps, if Marek Schins can get onto the back of Matthias Egger. And it does seem that he is closing the gap down to Matthias Egger. Matthias Egger, is he just maybe struggling a bit more compared to the rest of these guys? Of course, they have been closing up, and there we go. I was speaking about struggling. And Matthias Egger makes a mistake towards Variante Alta. Of course, we know the Ferrari can't take the curbs as well as some of the front engine cars can around here, the Bentley and the Mercedes, of course. But that Lamborghini is rear engine. It, you know, should struggle with the curbs just as much as the Ferrari, if not more, with the additional weight that that V10 carries in the back of that car. But Marek Schins closing the gap now. It's 0.3 of a second. We've almost got half a second between the top 3. It's all to play here for Imola.
Yeah, this is getting really, really tight in the front here, and yeah, it's the sort of cracks are starting to show now, and that's, you know, I say it every single time I commentate on an endurance race. It's about keeping the pressure on the guy in front, filling his mirrors with your grille, making sure that he knows that you're there and you're going to take advantage of any mistake you make. So now we've got this 3-way battle at the front now. Mike's just dropped off to about 1.1 second gap, so he's still in that sort of recovery phase, I would suggest. But the Ferrari, the Lamborghini, and the Mercedes, it's gloves off, game on.
Definitely so, and 3 different manufacturers competing for the top 3, 4 different manufacturers competing for the top 4. Sean Arnold's made his way into 5th place, so we have 2 Ferraris in the top 5 here at the Enzo Edino Ferrari circuit. And that does mean that the likes of Vicky Thompson has lost a place, because she was sitting 5th place, but obviously now demoted down to 6th. Got Niles, Panker, Thacker, and Barrier rounding out the top 10 for the moment, but 7 hours, 35 minutes of the race to remain. And Jardier finding himself in the podium positions after starting 10th at the moment. If I'm Jimmy Broadbent right now, I'm thinking to myself, I've got to take over this car in possibly half an hour's time and be competing for a podium with the likes of Marek Schins and Matthias Egger, who, you know, let's be honest, are some of the quickest drivers in ACC, and we've seen them around plenty before at esports series and the likes. And Matthias Egger just having to go a bit defensive with the Lamborghini into the first chicane, and that's allowed the likes of Marek Schins to close in just a bit. I don't think he'll have a look into the Villeneuve chicane, and no, he won't. But the Lamborghini getting ever closer to the back of the Ferrari, and you kind of get the feeling that Marek Schins wants to get past Matthias Egger because he's a bit more concerned about Jardier behind him.
Yeah, 100%, and that's the problem with being the sort of meat in the sandwich, so to speak, is that you're getting you need to apply the pressure to the guy in front, but you're getting it from the rear as well. And yeah, Jardier certainly is doing that with the Lamborghini in front of him there. So yeah, if I was Jimmy Broadbent, I wouldn't want to be jumping into that. I think I'd much rather a mid pack little bubble that I could just drive around and enjoy myself in, rather than being in a 3-way, possibly 4-way battle at the front there.
Well, Jimmy Broadbent said at the 12 Hours of Bathurst that he wanted an easy stint, and then he caught himself in, I think it was a 30-40 minute battle with Darren King. And it was anything but an easy stint for his final stint of the race, but he definitely enjoyed it, and everyone else enjoyed it as well. It was a fantastic show. And if we can get the same kind of action again here today, don't think it'll be with Darren King at the moment, but maybe if we get Mike Noble versus Jimmy Broadbent, that could be a fairly interesting battle. But we continue on as we are. Marek Schins still chasing down the likes of Matthias Egger in the Ferrari. And it just seems to me that I know the Mercedes does have pace on the straights around here, but that Lamborghini does just seem to be pulling away on the straights, finding himself a bit of a gap there between Jardier and obviously closing down in on the Ferrari. The new Ferrari, definitely quicker in a straight line, or at least it feels that way to me. And still nothing to compare, though, against the pure power in the back of that Lamborghini. That V10 engine, it's heavy, but it definitely carries some power with it, and it definitely proves its weight on the straights, much like the BMW. But Gogo Panka, down in 8th place at the moment, not having the best of luck at the moment in the BMW, but he'll definitely have the power down the main straight if he comes up to the back of anyone. But he's got a 2.4 second gap between himself and Niles at the moment. Meanwhile, Martin Lawrence in the Bentley for 404. He can see the likes of Valentin Barrier and Almir Thacker just in front of him. And the 557 and the 11 going at it on track at the moment. Valentin Barrier is going to have to be careful, though. He's already picked up one drive-through penalty this race. He doesn't need to pick up another.
Yeah, and he was going very, very defensive there in the Aston Martin on the Mercedes there. And it was, well, I think that was probably as defensive as you could get without sort of breaking the rules. But it's almost a straight up drag race now, up the hill, up towards the hard stop between the Aston Martin and the Mercedes there. The Aston Martin has forced the Mercedes to go wide. Oh, he's just backed out of it there, I think, just to maybe try and get a run on him now down towards Aqua Minerale. And, we were sort of saying earlier, you have to sort of make the overtaking opportunities around this circuit. And sometimes you have to just kind of back off a little bit to get a bit of a run. And as the Mercedes got a run on the Aston, he's up to his rear quarter now as they're approaching the hard stop coming in. They're going in side by side, and that's not the quickest way around that turn. The Mercedes has it. It slowed up the Aston Martin, and the Bentley is now going to take advantage of that. And just like that, there's 2 places have gone, and the Bentley and the Mercedes are streaming off now.
It just shows how, a mistake around here or getting passed by someone else can leave you so open to, losing a couple of places. And that's unfortunately what's happened to Almir Thacker there. The Butler Powell Motorsport Aston Martin losing 2 places through 1 complex of corners. He's going to have some more work for him to do. Martin Lawrence still aims to close down the likes of Valentin Barrier. And speaking of closing down, these guys have closed up to each other again. Matthias Egger wide on the exit of Variante Alta. That Ferrari is not enjoying that chicane, or more specifically, Matthias Egger is not enjoying that chicane in the Ferrari. And here comes the Lamborghini of Marek Schins. Is he going to have a look? No, he isn't. Oh, and Jardier has been touched. He's into the wall. Jardier tried to capitalize on the fact that Marek Schins was on the outside line, coming down towards Ravazza. We can see here, does Jardier go for a gap? Oh, I don't really think Marek Schins could have done anything different about that. He was as far right as he could have been, just trying to avoid not going onto the gravel. And Jardier, that's just some unfortunate contact there. The live stewards, of course, they'll look at any incidents that are reported, but it's unfortunately Jaroslav Honzik who's come off worse of the two.
Yeah, it looks like he's picked up some damage at the front of that car now, and yeah, that was a hard hit for that team, and you know that's just the way it goes. It looked like a racing incident to me, but I think Jesse Lee is in the pit lane with some insights on the Minty team.
Yes, Simon, heavy damage right there. Unfortunately, that's not what I was going to report. This team, Team Minty, back at it again here at RCI in another endurance race, although the car completely different. Was listening earlier to Jimmy Broadbent talk about how he needed Jardier to carry him today, almost in a joking manner. But of course, we know Broadbent Stream also says that very thing, getting carried by Jardier. While I personally believe that Jimmy Broadbent can sort of hold his own, and he has done in the past, well, guys, this is just going to make it one more difficult race for these guys. Heavy, heavy damage reported in pit lane for Team Minty.
Yeah, thanks for those insights there, Jesse. Yeah, so I mean, we've got a 10-second gap now between the Mercedes of Jardier and the Bentley of Mike Noble. Don't know exactly how that's going to affect the car in a straight line, but in a sort of a weird roundabout way. You know, if they're swapping the car over with Jimmy, it kind of takes a little bit of pressure off Jimmy now. He's got a bit of a bubble around him, and so that might actually have sort of done them a favour in that regard, although I'm sure they'd rather be fighting for a podium than not.
Yeah, and it kind of just goes back to my point that I made earlier on in the race as to why having a gap between you and the car behind is good. I mean, Jardier had that incident. He's still in 4th place though. He's only lost a place to the likes of Mike Noble, Sean Arnold 3.7 seconds behind. But of course, like you said, the job has become a bit more difficult for Team Minty at the moment, but up at the front, everything is still all to play for, with 3 different cars fighting for the podium. Marek Shins is not done with the likes of Matthias Egger just yet, and speaking of not being done, Martin Lawrence isn't quite done with the Mercedes of Valentin Barrier as he starts closing down the Mercedes after making his way past Almir Thacker, who has got a bit of a gap behind them at the moment, 2.1 seconds, and finds himself in his own little bubble at the moment. Good to see that some people are taking the rule of social distancing, but no social distancing going on at the front, because Marek Shins just tried to go for another move on the likes of Matthias Egger. It didn't quite come off. Mike Noble had a little bit of a look at that one as well. It's down at Ravazza again. You can see Mike Noble was going to have a look, but probably thought about what happened to Jardier, backed off, thinking better of it, fight and live another day. And it just seems to me that it's going to be a matter of when Marek Shins gets past the likes of Matthias Egger rather than if.
Yeah, definitely. That Lamborghini definitely looks to me like it's being held up slightly now by the Ferrari, and I'm pretty sure he wants to get that overtake done to try and sort of build up a bit of a gap. As you sort of see the Lamborghini, you sort of see it in corner entry is just making up time on the Ferrari there, and I think he's tried a couple of times now into the last 2 left-hand turns. If it was me now, I'd be trying to look for another opportunity on the circuit, just tuck in close and yeah, try and find those gaps elsewhere.
Well, Marek Shins continues his efforts, putting the pressure on the likes of Matthias Egger. And Matthias Egger is usually a very cool, calm and composed driver behind the wheel, but looking at the way that he is under pressure at the moment from the likes of Marek Shins, he's definitely not calm and composed right now. Fulvio Barazzini did an amazing job earlier on in the race. You know, lost the lead at the start, but then managed to regain it and just looked so confident. But here we go. 3rd time's the charm. Is it possible down towards Ravazza? The Lamborghini on the outside again. Matthias Egger putting the car exactly where it needs to be. And is this going to allow the Lamborghini to go for the cutback on the inside through the second part of Ravazza? Ooh, tiny bit of a touch there. The Bentley of Mike Noble. He's right on the back of these guys. He wants to come through. He's going to find the room to come through. Is the Bentley going to take the lead here at Imola coming towards the first corner? Yes, he is. Mike Noble capitalizing on the battle between the 2 Italian manufacturers. and Bentley lead at Imola as Marek Shins finally gets past the Ferrari.
You got to feel frustrated there for the Lamborghini because he's fought so hard here. You can see we're watching the replay now as they're getting the drag race down on the main start straight, and the Lamborghini speed just compromised off that last turn, which allowed Mike Noble to sort of squeeze himself up the middle. It's quite incredible to say the phrase "squeeze" when you're talking about that Bentley, and he gets the run into the first complex. So the Lamborghini still finds itself in second place, now behind the Bentley instead of Ferrari, and he's got to remount his attack now. I've got to be honest. There's no doubt in the caliber of Mike Noble whatsoever, but I still think that Lamborghini's got the pace of the 3 cars around him, or the 2 cars around him, sorry.
Well, we're going to have to find out, because Marek Shins will probably be fairly frustrated knowing that he's got past the Ferrari of Matthias Egger, but now he's got a completely different car in front of him. But Mike Noble, always the opportunist, always looking to benefit off of moments like that. And you have to say, I mean, it did sound weird to hear Mike Noble squeeze his way through between those cars, but precisely what he did in what is probably the largest car on the grid, comparing to the likes of the BMW M6 as well. But tell you what, Mike Noble doing a fantastic job, and I'm sure Andre Franca loved that one as well, as he's sitting on the pit wall at the moment, waiting to take over the car later on in this race. We're looking at Marcus Lawrence at the moment in 14th place. He's ahead of the likes of Karsten at the moment. He's got McCormack just ahead of him, but he's carrying a 5-second penalty for the Fordzilla 66 at the moment. So Lawrence should be ahead of him once the next round of pit stops come through, if he doesn't manage to overtake the 66 Mercedes on track.
Yeah, so battles raging up and down the field now. The Mercedes is obviously piling on the pressure there onto Lawrence in the can't get my words out, in the McLaren. Of course, it's a McLaren. So we've got a McLaren in the sandwich of 2 Mercedes there, and yeah, I'm still sort of regrouping after seeing that Bentley hustle its way down the start-finish straight to take first position, as we're still following Martin Lawrence around now on circuit, as Karsten's looking each way. And again, I think, the 2 sort of opportunities here is sort of sending it up the inside into the first left-hander, or biding your time and trying to get a run down the start-finish straight. It's a really, really long start-finish straight. The draft is going to count for quite a lot down here in terms of gaining extra top speed, and then it's just a case of positioning yourself for the left, right, left complex.
Well, here comes Alexander Karsten, and he's going to breeze past the McLaren of Marcus Lawrence there. And of course, Alexander Karsten, he's in the old Mercedes, I've been informed. He's not in the new Mercedes. You can tell by the front grille on that car. You can see that obviously the one on McCormack's car in the number 66 has a bit of a sad face to it, whereas the one that Alexander Karsten is rocking has a bit of a maybe grimacing face, a bit concerned, to say the least. But different Mercedes models being run here by a couple of teams. That's always interesting to see the old and new cars being run here as well. Meanwhile, Martin Lawrence still continues to chase down Valentin Barrier. I'm convinced these two are running about the same pace, and they're kind of just going as they can, just keeping each other in check and working their way through the grid as well as they can. Of course, Gergo Panka is ahead of them, but about 11 seconds separates Panka from Valentin Barrier, so a lot of work to do for those guys before they can look to make up some more positions. But meanwhile, up at the front, it's still as it was. Mike Noble leads from Marek Shins and Matthias Egger. And interestingly enough here, Simon, Matthias Egger, he's not dropping off the back of these guys. And that kind of leads into one of my favourite sayings. It's always easier to follow than it is to lead. And I kind of just wonder if Matthias Egger is, having a bit of a better time of it now that he's not leading the race. Maybe he's just a bit more comfortable now.
Yeah, definitely. There's plenty of examples throughout motorsport where you'll have someone that's just as quick as the front guys. They'll let the guys come past, gives them an opportunity to follow. As you say, it's a little bit easier. You've got someone to aim at, and you can also sort of study your victim, so to speak. Let's kind of work out where they're weakest and try and work out a plan to exploit that. Yeah, so this is going to be interesting. Although the gap has, just as you've said it, it's almost like the drivers are listening to us, and he's like, right, well, commentary have said one thing, so I'm going to do something completely different. And the gap opened up as we back down with the 404 Bentley of Lawrence. And you were talking earlier about the differences between the new Mercedes and the old Mercedes. That it's just an evolution, the 2020 car. It's just, I think, some revision in geometry at the front end. And just sort of kind of trying to fix some of the shortcomings of the previous generation car, but in terms of sort of chassis and engine, still the same chassis in the 6.3 litre normally aspirated V8 masterpiece that was born out of the AMG factory now.
It's interesting that you mentioned that. Obviously, same engine, same chassis for the most part, bar a couple of those changes that you highlighted. I kind of found the old Mercedes very difficult to drive. I didn't enjoy it at all. As we're looking at, I think, is this the likes of Jake Moore chasing down Mikhail Sundstrom? It is, and I wasn't too keen on the old Mercedes, but I had the new one. I've given it a try around a couple of tracks. And I really do enjoy it. It's really nice. They've definitely done something to that car beyond just a couple of geometry changes at the front. There's definitely a few tweaks in there as to how the car feels, but we've apparently got a bit of a replay here with the likes of Mikhail Sundstrom in the 899 car. I'm going to have a look right now. So what's going on here with the big Bentley? This is Cormac Ryan Meenan colliding with the Bentley into the first chicane, and that's not really a great look. And I think looking down the field, Cormac Ryan Meenan, he hasn't gained a place throughout that, so obviously caught up in an incident, but hasn't really gained any time through that incident. It's just Mikhail Sundstrom that has lost some time. But Jesse, I've heard that you've been, doing a bit of research down in the pit lane, and you have some news for us regarding Jardier's car.
Yeah, you know me, Ryan. I've been doing some math, but it's weird this time. You guys may know that the 39 Minty team hit the wall after contacts about 5 or 6 laps ago. Well, what if I told you in the last several laps they've gained a second on Matthias Egger in third and are one of the fastest cars on the track still? And they're still carrying that damage. They have not pitted and fixed that damage, obviously. They're still in fourth. They have 20 seconds worth of damage, and they're still quick. How do they do it, guys?
It's just Jardier, isn't it? You're aliens. You can't explain them. I'm convinced they're not from this world. Jesse did a little bit of a test with Jardier. He asked him to resolve a capture to make sure that he wasn't a robot, and much to Jesse's surprise, Jardier was proven to be human. I'm not entirely sure I believe the results of that test. I think there was some fixing going on there, but we'll have to find out another day as Carsten continues to chase down McCormack. Obviously got past Marcus Lawrence fairly comfortably, breezing past the McLaren on the straights, and now he's going to be looking to get past the Fordzilla 66 car at this point in time, move himself up into 13th place is the goal. And it's new Mercedes versus old Mercedes here at Imola for 13th place. And something that I'm kind of just keeping an eye on at the moment, Simon, as we got that information from Jesse that Jardier is catching third place even with that damage. Sean Arnold in the Ferrari has closed the gap between himself and Jardier from 3.7 to 1.1 seconds. So Jardier may be catching Egger, but Sean Arnold is coming through and he is catching that Mercedes.
Yeah, I wonder whether the sort of closing in that Jardier managed to do in that damaged Mercedes is a result of the guys fighting at the front and maybe not running optimal lines at an optimal place, rather than him actually making headway and the damage not affecting the car. You've got to imagine with a hit that hard, it's going to affect the car somehow, even if it's just aerodynamic. Nonetheless, that's not to take away from them at all. That's impressive to, you've got to be consistent. You've got to run those fast times, and he's probably doing the best that he can do with that package, and certainly better than I could probably pedal that car around this circuit.
Well, I think that's the main reason that we're up here in the commentary box, and they're out there on the racetrack as we see Marcus Lawrence going side by side with Alexander Karsten, and well, Karsten got past the McLaren fairly easily a few laps ago, but it seems that Marcus Lawrence isn't quite done with the Mercedes just yet, and he wants to take that place back. So the recovering PCDC Motorsports car finds itself in 15th place at the moment, looking to threaten for 14th place right now. And, you know, I don't really know if they're going to have the pace consistently to get past that Mercedes and pull away. But never mind, it won't matter because there's a mistake from Karsten. Marcus Lawrence takes avoiding action and is going to get past. We'll get a little bit of a replay here so you can see, ooh, Marcus Lawrence very well there to kind of slow down, go across the anti-cut curbs and avoid running into the back of the 252. And that means that the McLaren moves itself back up into 14th place.
Yeah, and while you were commentating on that hotly contested battle there, I was just looking at the timing screen at the number 420 Random Pasta Bowl team in the McLaren, I believe they're in. It doesn't say on the timing screen there. They're slowly making their way up the order, trying to recover now. They were in 32nd place. They're back up to 29th place now, and they're faster than the traffic around them. So I'm expecting them to keep making their pace forward now as we follow Sam Arnold in the Ferrari, really starting to hassle Jardier in that Mercedes. And yeah, this is going to be an interesting one to see how this shakes out. See if the Ferrari can best the Mercedes, given that it's probably quite heavily damaged at the front there.
So here we go then. Sean Arnold catching up to the back of Jaroslav Honzik and going to be looking to make an overtake at this point in time. And obviously Jardier, after getting that damage, is still very, very quick, but obviously struggling in some departments. That car not handling as well as it was before the incident. And Sean Arnold looking ever more likely to make the pass at the moment. Sean Arnold teamed up with Jan Willem van Ormen and Darren King for this race. And of course, they're running one of the Ferrari default liveries. No custom livery for these guys out here on track, running one of the real world liveries. And it's always nice to see that kind of mix between custom liveries and some of the official liveries that we like to see some of the teams run. And speaking of official liveries, Gogo Panka in the rather creative BMW livery. I actually quite like this livery. It's a bit like Marmite though. Some people hate it, some people love it. I myself I'm quite a fan, but I'm curious to see what you think, Simon.
I quite like it. It reminds me of like the cartoons that I'd grow up with in the 80s. Like Puff the Magic Dragon, etc., etc. So I'm quite a fan of it. And I've got to give a shout out to Darren King. I had some tuition with him the other day. I've got to sort of take every advantage I can do to try and improve my driving. Yeah, really good instructor. He's working out at Driver 61 there, so highly recommend getting some tuition from Darren. I'm quite keen to see what he does in this Ferrari, see if they can best the mint green Mercedes of Jardier.
Well, that's more success than I had with James Parker. James Parker said that he'll be sending me a Christmas present this year, which is rather unexpected. And I asked him if it could come with an extra, 10th of a second. And he said, unfortunately, he'd be looking for a bit more than that for me to give him an extra, well, him to give me an extra 10th of a second, rather. So, unfortunately, James Parker not willing to let me get any quicker about that. But whilst we do have a bit of a moment, whilst we see Sean Arnold still catching up to the back of Jaroslav Honzik, we'll take this moment to quickly say a big thank you to our partners and sponsors. Of course, we've got RaceDepartment and AK Informatica, who help us greatly around here. RaceDepartment helped RCI get up on its feet again. And then, of course, AK Informatica provide us with the servers for our events. And of course, Simon was just touching on coaching. Well, you can get coaching with Raceface Speed Labs if you want to get coaching from the likes of Jordan Sherratt and Bruno Cadili. well, you can check out Raceface Speed Labs and use code RCI Coaching to save on your next Speed Lab session. I mean, would you believe it, Simon? Mike Jones approved of the coaching. I mean, goodness me, if Mike Jones can approve of it, you know it's got to be somewhat good. Because, I mean, he's one of the most negative people I've met in the sim racing community, and if he's got something positive to say, you know, it's definitely worth checking out. And, of course, if you haven't already, you will know, if you follow Jardier on Twitter, that Jardier is actually doing some giveaways for this live stream. And, well, not specifically our live stream, it's going over on his live stream. And you can check the race program with exclamation mark program to check out the Fanatec and GTO Mega pages, and you can learn more about what is being given away. And I'm pretty sure that Jardier will have more information in his stream as well. But do stick around here because we've got plenty of racing action for you over the next 7 hours of the race. And, well, it's been an entire lap that I've taken to get our sponsor Segway out of the way, and Sean Arnold is no closer to getting past Jardier.
He looks like he's definitely hassling him in parts of the circuit more than he is in others. Like, he'll get a run on him as he is now down into Ackerman Raleigh. And but he just doesn't quite seem to be able to get the job done. Jardier is making that already very wide Mercedes a little bit wider for Sam, and yeah, that's making it very difficult for him.
Well, we're going to have a little bit of an on-board lap for the time being, give ourselves a little bit of a commentary break, and who better to go on board with than the man that's pulled off overtake of the race, or double overtake of the race rather. It's going to be Mike Noble in the FFS Racing 123 Bentley. So here we go then. We're going to have a little bit of an onboard lap with the race leader, and we will be back for commentary in just a few moments.
Well, it has been a day of penalties and how to avoid them. Well, the 126 is not so lucky. Matthias Egger coming in to serve a penalty for an incident that happened back on lap 38 involving the 199 car. The 126 took out the 199. The 199 wasn't on the same lap, and the stewards gave the 126 and Matthias Egger a drive-through penalty. Well, they didn't want to sit on that penalty. They came straight down pit road, served the penalty, and got back out there. And now they don't have to deal with that later in the race.
Well, kind of unfortunate for the Orion race team to pick up a penalty, but colliding with a lapped car, unfortunately, it's not really what you want to see. And, you know, it's going to be a tough ask for them. They're down to 6th place at the moment. Obviously, still plenty of this race to go. But we're looking at the leaders right now. Mike Noble, not Mark Noble. What am I on about? And Marek Shins at the top of the order at the moment. Just a quarter of a second between these two at the moment. Mike Noble flashing his lights, telling the lapped cars to move out of the way. He doesn't want to get obstructed any more than he already has been in this race. And what a battle this has been so far, you know, Simon. Ever since Mike Noble took the lead from the likes of Marek Shins, it's just been constant pressure from the Lamborghini behind. But unlike Matthias Egger, Mike Noble, he's just carrying on as if it's a typical Sunday drive in the Bentley around here.
Yeah, that's. I must admit, I was expecting the Bentley to sort of fall behind the Lamborghini. As we're watching a replay of Arnold making the move on Jardier now, so that Ferrari is in front of the Mercedes, and we're gonna have to see now if we can pull away or Jardier can just keep the pressure back on him and stay with him. We've got a feeling that Ferrari is just slightly quicker than the Mercedes.
Yeah, of course, Jaroslav Honzik, he was making up time to the top, well, the top 3, now the top 2, but he was unfortunately still losing time to Sean Arnold behind, and Sean Arnold finally getting past the likes of Jaroslav Honzik and up into 3rd place. 16-second gap between Sean Arnold and Marek Shins, so a lot of work for the number 38 Ferrari to do if he wants to close down the 2 leading at the front of the race. But of course, there was a significant lead earlier on in the race for a few of these guys, and that gap got cut down, and we're not even 2 hours into the race here at Imola. So plenty of action still to go, and of course we will be heading into the dark later on. And that's going to be interesting to see how these guys fare with the changing lighting conditions around this place. Temperature has dropped significantly from the start of the race. It's now 14 ambient, 16 track. And of course, no sun anymore. It was nice and sunny at the start of the race, but very overcast at the moment, and it's going to stay that way for the next half an hour at least. But I would not be surprised if we started to see some rain coming in later on during the race. And as it's going to get darker and darker later on during the race, it's going to be quite troubling for these guys, isn't it, Simon, if the lighting conditions start to fade and maybe the rain starts to roll in.
Yeah, a perfect storm, if you'll excuse the pun there. Yeah, you can start to see the headlights now starting to reflect off the tarmac. Obviously, the cameras are going to make it look a lot lighter than it actually is in real life, so it probably is a bit darker there. As we've got a massive gaggle of cars now coming up the hill as we're sort of following Lawrence. People had flashing their headlights, trying to get the lap traffic out of the way, and that's key to an endurance race. Is part of it is your strategy, part of it is your setup, and part of it is how you deal with the lap traffic. And just wanted to touch on, just because I love an underdog story, so the number 420 now is up to position 26, and they are lapping around about the pace of the sort of top 5 now. So we're going to keep an eye on that, see how they keep faring as the race develops.
Definitely going to be one to keep an eye on, but Marcus Lawrence closing in on Schwenchek at the moment, trying to put himself back into the top 10 here for PCDC Motorsports, but outbraking himself and almost running into the back of the Bentley, but he manages to avoid the Continental GT3, but that's allowed Alexander Karsten to now get the power down and try and make his way past the McLaren. We saw McCormack going into the pit lane. Just there, he was following these guys, and is the Mercedes going to have the power to go past the McLaren? He's going to be forced to the outside line for the first chicane, and, well, looks like Marcus Lawrence has done enough to keep that Mercedes behind. He manages to hold off the old Mercedes, but look at the exit that Karsten got coming out of the first chicane. He switches to one side, he switches to the other side, and I think the McLaren has just done enough as we work our way up towards Tosa, but I could be proven wrong. Overtaking round the outside, not easy at the hairpin there, and it's going to stay as is. Marcus Lawrence putting on a very, very good defensive show against the likes of Alexander Karsten, and action all around, it seems, at the moment. But up at the front, there seems to be a tiny bit of a gap emerging between the likes of Mike Noble and Marek Shin, 7/10 of a second. It's the biggest the gap has been so far. But we'll keep our eyes focused here on Marcus Lawrence, who has moved up into 10th place. So PCDC Motorsports back into the top 10 after dropping out on lap 2 due to an incident. So pretty good recovery from them so far.
Yeah, so Mike Noble doing Mike Noble things at the front there, building out that gap, and that is, as you say, that's the first sort of break he's probably had now for a good 10 laps, as we're continuing to follow Lawrence in the number 12 McLaren as he continues to get hassled by that 252 Mercedes of Karsten. And I really did think that Karsten was going to get the job done then, but it was just a supreme defending from Lawrence, and I'm quite glad we didn't have any audio from inside the car, because I'd imagine he'd have been quite frustrated and had a few things to say about that.
Amir Thacker defending from the likes of Schwenchek at the moment, running 8th for the Butler Power Motorsport Aston Martin, and, well, the 207 Bentley looking to make up another place on the grid at this point in time, and that 207 Bentley didn't start in the top 10. Actually, having a look down the qualifying order at the moment, if I can just find it on my end. Yes, the number 207 Bentley actually started all the way back in 36th place at the back of the grid, actually. So the 207 Bentley up towards 9th after, well, just over 2 hours of racing is an incredible accomplishment from that car. And of course, with 7 hours, just under 7 hours left to go, plenty more still to be earned for this Bentley, but he's got pressure from behind as the McLaren of the PCDC Motorsport car is right on the back end. And how close can you go through Variante Alta chicane? There probably wasn't much but a bit of paper between those three cars as they came up and through the chicane, but more importantly, none of them running into the back of each other and keeping it nice and clean.
Yeah, I don't know how they managed to maintain an air gap between those cars then, because it did look like that was going to be a three-way pile-up then. Just goes to show you the class of driver that we have here today in this 9-hour event that we are currently watching, and the Bentley's hassling that Aston Martin there. You're going to get the job done round the outside. No, not again. Aston Martin successfully defends. McLaren now is on the back of the Bentley, and I think this four-way battle is either going to... Oh, we've got contact, and the Bentley's been spun round. He's managed to avoid contact with the wall, and he's get back facing the right direction, but we're going to get a replay of this now. See the four cars, and it was bound to happen with four cars working in such close quarters.
Karsten bumped the back of the McLaren. You can just see it in the shot. The Mercedes bumped the back of Marcus Lawrence McLaren, and I think that kind of, in a very small way, cannoned the McLaren into the Bentley. And I mean, you have to hit the Bentley with some force to turn it around, the size of it. So, oh, that's incredibly unfortunate for Schwenchek. The benefit is they didn't hit the wall. Managed to keep that car out of the wall. They've lost a couple of places. They're now down to 11th. But the big, well, benefit for them and the good news for them is that that car should be relatively undamaged. Maybe a bit of damage on the rear end of that car. but they should be able to carry on until the next round of pit stops. It shouldn't affect their pace too much, but I do kind of get the feeling that that incident is going to be reported, and Alexander Karsten, maybe he's going to be expecting a penalty his way. I mean, you know, some would call it unfair, but at the same time, was there any reason for the Mercedes to stick his nose there, Simon?
I think the McLaren and the Mercedes just had the run on the Bentley. I think the Bentley got held up by the Aston and just checked up a little bit, spoilt the run on the McLaren and the Mercedes a little bit. And I think it was bound to happen. It was a racing incident. It was unfortunate. No one likes to see it. But if you're going to have an accident here, that's the best way to have an accident, because, like you say, he didn't touch the wall. He just did a 360, got it into gear, and carried on about his way.
Well, these are the guys at the front of the field, and Marek Shin's starting to drop off the likes of Mike Noble, whether it's traffic or Mike Noble's incredible consistency coming in at the moment. The gap is the largest it has been for a while. And speaking of things that have been like this for a while, these two have been quite close to each other for a while, and Marcus Lawrence getting himself back past the likes of Alexander Karsten. Of course, we saw the incident not so long ago with the McLaren rather being pushed into the back of the Bentley, but Marcus Lawrence has taken that place back. He's up into 9th place, and now he's looking at the back of Amir Thakker's Aston Martin at this point in time, going to be looking to get past, and Karsten, well, he's just waiting to take advantage of whatever opportunity comes his way at this point in time. They come down towards Ravazza, and everything going to stay as it is at this point in time for another lap.
Yeah, and as you say, I can't believe that we've only just had 2 hours of this race sort of transition. So we've got plenty of time left, plenty of action left to come, and these battles don't seem to be going anywhere anytime soon. As Lawrence is trying to dart left, trying to dart right, trying to get past the Aston Martin. The Aston Martin's placed himself in the defensive position, and going around the outside, it's tricky, but I think the McLaren's going to get it done. If he can get a run out on him, he's just pushed him a little bit wide to spoil the run of the Aston Martin. I think that was a fair move. The Mercedes now has got a run on the Aston Martin. Can he take advantage of it? Don't think he's going to. And Lawrence in the number 12 McLaren up into 7th place there. And Thacker just sort of coming off worse, and he's about to be overtaken. And it's a touch again between the Bentley and now the Aston Martin. And that is Thacker having the absolute worst luck.
Svenchek just trying to take an opportunity, trying to make a place off Thacker going wide, but I don't really think. I think that one has to be on the Bentley in my eyes there, and I think he has he slowed down to let the Aston Martin pass? I don't think he has. So no, he hasn't. So Svenchek has carried on, and Amir Thacker, by the way, you might have just caught it there. He did reverse whilst he was caught in the middle of the hairpin. Did very well there to reverse, get the car off the track, make sure that no one hit him so he could rejoin safely. And very intelligent kind of thinking there from the likes of Amir Thacker, and it's just unfortunate really that that incident kind of came out. But here is Arthur Camara for the G2 Esports Mercedes. They haven't had a great time of it. A couple of penalties have come their way so far this race. Carlos Ocelot was in the car earlier on, and now Camara going to be trying to put himself into the top 20. Bit of a recovering drive for this team at the moment, but Jesse Lee, I hear that you have some news for us regarding the Orion race team after they had to serve that drive-through penalty.
Yeah, indeed. I don't know exactly what happened, but Orion Racing came down. Matthias Egger came into pit road. He got out of the car. His teammate Fulvio Berrezzini got in the car. The pit stop was completely normal, but of course, like you said, Ryan, they did have that drive-through with contact with the lap car earlier, as more and more of these guys keep coming down pit road. But the reason I'm talking to you about that is the fact that Matthias Egger went right by me and went right to the steward's box, so he is obviously hot right now.
Well, Matthias Egger not too happy and paying the stewards a visit, and the stewards have been fairly busy throughout the course of this race. It was a very, very clean start to the race, but things have got a bit scrappy since then, but you always going to have incidents in races, and especially in endurance races, much longer races, and people finding themselves kind of out of place on the grid, not really where they want to be or where they probably should be, dependent on pace. And speaking of not being where they should be, Jimmy Broadbent has taken over the number 39 Mercedes, and they're all the way down in 14th place. Not where we'd expect them to be, but I imagine that once the pit stops start petering out, they'll make their way back further up the grid. So Jimmer Bombino takes over the likes of the Mercedes. Jardier gets a rest after doing 2 hours of racing. And now we get to see what Jimmy Broadbent can do in the Mercedes around here at Imola. But looking further up the grid, Vicky Thompson in the number 49 for the Ren Welton Bentley, running in 3rd place at the moment. It's been a decent race so far for the Ren Welton team in their first appearance here at RCI. Not doing too bad of a job as Mike Noble pits from the lead of the race.
Yep, so my time in the commentary box has come to an end, so I'm going to hand over to Josh. Ryan, thanks very much for looking after us, and enjoy the rest of the race.
Yep, thank you very much, Simon. A lot has changed since I was here only 90 minutes ago. I've been watching the stream myself, and yeah, it's all been pretty hectic, Ryan. Lots of lead changes, some penalties gone on. It's mad how much a race can change in 90 minutes. So who knows what we've got in store for the next sort of 6 3/4 hours now of this race. So yeah, it's pretty exciting. Obviously the PCDC car back up to 6th now. I know there's been some pit stops going on as well, but obviously the big one is the Orion race team down in P17, isn't it? But you know, still a lot of time to make up all that lost time. So let's wait and see what happens.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot of stuff has happened in the time that that you've been away, and you know, it's the kind of thing we love to see in these kind of endurance races, as all the sorts of action happens as we watch Mikhail Sundström, and you can see Amir Thacker just letting the likes of Marek Shins through at this point in time, just letting the Lamborghini pass on by, not going to look to hold him up. But yeah, a lot of stuff has changed. I mean, when you left us, Fulvio Barazzini was leading the way, and he handed over to Matthias Egger, and of course, well, since then, lots of stuff has happened. Now Marek Shins leads the race, although once he pits, it should be Mike Noble that comes back out in the lead. Did you manage to catch that amazing double overtake? Because
Yes.
we see Mikhail Sundström somehow squeeze a Bentley through that gap between the side of the track and the Aston Martin of Amir Thacker, and that was quite an impressive move from Mikhail Sundström, even if it was one that didn't quite expect to see. And I think the 557 Aston Martin is going to be losing out on another place as well. But Andre Frenke has actually taken over the car, so Mike Noble, after an impressive 2 hours and probably overtake of the race, gets a bit of a rest.
Yeah, I did manage to catch that overtake. I think the pizza had just come out of the oven at that point. So I did see it as he just decided he was just going to drive past everybody, the Lamborghini and the Ferrari, and just went straight to the middle. And yeah, thanks. See you later. That was a really impressive move, and there was lots of great driving, especially Shintz on the offense. On the offensive, coming into Bravazza was quite interesting and quite nervy as well, wasn't he? He was getting very, very close to the cars around him. Or obviously, you know, there was a bit of contact with Jardier. I did catch that as well. But, you know, these things happen. Like you said, it's a track. There's not really a great amount of room for error, or if there is contact, being an old school circuit, you don't really have a runoff, so to speak. It's just a bit of grass and a wall. But I think that's one of the reasons we love him. Although it's an old school circuit, obviously so many undulations, you know, you got just so many inclines, the curbs are nasty. It's just a great track, so that's just a testament to the track, really. But this battle has been going on for quite a while as well. So this has been back and forth, isn't it? Karsten trying to chase after the number 12 of Marcus Lawrence as they come up to the top of the circuit, and then they're going to shoot back down the hill towards the Aqua Minerales. But yeah, this has been, I've seen that, I'm pretty sure this position has changed once or twice. So these guys have been at it for quite a while now. And when guys have been at it for quite a while, you do sometimes think, is it ever going to get done? Because they've probably played all their cards, but it does look like Carsten's very, very close to Marcus Lawrence in that McLaren, which you have to say, Ryan, they've done a pretty decent job to get back to where they are. Obviously, you know, they will reshuffle once the pit stops are done, but considering they were, was it 25th, I think, after lap 2, to get it back to P6 at Imola as well, where, you know, it is, to be said, it's not easy to overtake. But there are 2 or 3 good opportunities to pass on this track, so they've made the most of what they've had, and they're still in the race as well. So that's the main thing. If you're in it, you've got half a chance of winning it and, you know, getting a good result.
Yeah, definitely. They've done exactly what they needed to do, which is, you know, get their head down. I mean, they had an unfortunate accident early on in the race. I mean, quite literally early on, lap 2, and you know, they didn't let it phase them. They recomposed themselves. They, you know, obviously frustrated, which is understandable, but they got themselves back in the right frame of mind and have just, you know, carried on going. And it's going to be good if we can see them, you know, see out the end of this race. And the PCDC Motorsports guys, they haven't had a great time in some of the RCI endurance races. At Spa, they unfortunately had an incident at Radion and kind of had to retire through damage. And then in the 3 hours of Imola, they didn't have a great race either. And they're going to want to see out 2020 on a high, and after lap 2, they probably weren't thinking that that would be possible. But anything is possible in this race. So much still to go here. And like you said, doing an impressive job at the moment to try and see if they can see out this year on a high. I think a top 10 would be a good result considering what happened to them earlier on. But you know what? I wouldn't put them out of possibly finishing top 5. There's enough time left in this race. And they've got enough pace in that car and enough talent as well that they could definitely find themselves back up there towards the end.
Yeah, I think so. But I know they always set their targets quite high, but once that happens on lap 2, those targets all of a sudden become a little bit different. But Stefan Zero's got his targets on the number 38. That's the Fordzilla Ferrari, I think it is, isn't it? And he's going to have to let go the leader, Schintz, as well. So he's actually had to back off a bit there from Van Ommen. But here we go, Marek Schintz is coming into the pits now, the Racing Line Motorsport, and so is that Sundstrom's car behind, I think it is, yeah. So we got Sundstrom coming in as well, just behind. So a couple of pit stops now, obviously getting towards the end of the stint timer, I'm guessing. Everybody flooding into the pits. Cormac Ryan Meenan's already in there. So a lot of pit stops going to get done, and this may give us a better idea of where certain cars are, as Vicky Thompson is rounding the Ravazza 1. Going to come around Ravazza 2. We do expect Vicky to hop into the pits as well, as the stint time is up. And there we go. There is Vicky Thompson, and we'd imagine Gergo Panker is going to have to do the same as well in the nicely coloured BMW. So the connection lost racing car as well, who's actually under pressure from Franke at the moment, only half a second, but I'm sure he'll be dipping into the pits as well. So if Franke knows that, he can carry on. There we go. There is Gergo Panker coming into the pits, and Lawrence coming around Ravazza 2 as well. We do expect him to dip into the pits as well, which he does. And Franke there almost followed him in, but he's going to go on and cross the finish line to start his next lap. And Marcus Lawrence in the McLaren PCDC, is he going to be coming into the pits as well? I'm assuming he is. And that's going to promote, so you've got the number 38 that's going to get promoted up. Jimmy Broadbent's going to be moved up. Barazzini, because those guys have already cleared their pit stops, I believe. Stefan Zero, who's been having a defensive masterclass, really, hasn't he? I know I did see that he had a bit of a moment, but he's going to hop out of the car now and get one of his fellow teammates in that 721 Mercedes, and they've done a great job. So we've got 3rd from 8th in the pits at the moment.
Yeah, not doing too bad, and Kevin Sakolari taking over the likes of Marek Schintz. And of course, Andre Franke has taken over from the likes of Mike Noble. Vicky Thompson is, she's still in the car for the Renwelton number 49. I think she is still in the car. I'll be waiting for the timing board to update on that regard, but Jan Willem van Almen has taken over the number 38 Ferrari from the likes of Sean Arnold. And we can see Jimmy Broadbent back up into 5th place, I think that is now, after all the pit stops starting to peter out. So, of course, they did have to repair some of that damage from the incident that Jardier was involved in earlier on in the race. But they find themselves in 5th place, which is not a bad place to find themselves. And, more importantly, just about 0.3 of a second off the back of Vicky Thompson in the 49 Renwelton car. So, Jimmy, he's got a target in his sights, but Vicky is no pushover. I know that from experience. And she's not going to be easy to get past, that's for sure.
No, you can definitely say that, but I do believe we have Jesse has something for us down in the pit lane. So Jesse, over to you.
Yeah, it's pretty much a perfect pit stop for Shins and Saklari. They came into pit road in front of everybody that they were racing, and they left pit road in front of everybody they were racing. Some of the teams sort of back behind them were slower on their stop, but the 191 team for Racing Line Motorsport absolutely killed it. And so did the 38 team, Van Omen, earlier as well, too. So a lot of really fast pit stops, guys, not losing any time in the pursuit of this win. And my goodness, has it already been 2 hours at this point? But these guys are all spread out, but they're all fighting each other, Josh.
Yep, they certainly are. As we still see Jimmy Broadbent in the wheel tracks of Vicky Thompson there. He's not letting this one go easily, and we do expect that Vicky gets a little bit too much go there. Vicky Thompson there catching a little bit too much in the number 49. So we've got number 49 versus number 39. Obviously, number 39 is quite a fan favourite in this race, obviously being driven by Jardier and Jimmy Broadbent. So a lot of eyes are going to be on that car for the next 6.5 hours, and he's not letting Vicky go easily, which again, like I said, we don't expect him to, but looks like Jimmy Broadbent maybe was bluffing a bit with his confidence and his lack of pace. Ryan, he seems to be pretty confident in that car.
I've always said this about Jimmy Broadbent. He calls himself slightly over average in terms of pace. I think he's being very generous when he calls himself slightly over average as a 24-hour of Le Mans in iRacing winner and Indy 500 winner in iRacing as well. And okay, yeah, it's not in the top split, but you know, he's not exactly been carried to his wins, has he? He's earned them on his own right. He's plenty quick as well, and you know, Jimmy, he's very humble in that regard, but he does need to take a better look at himself sometimes and say, you know what, you know, it's not about it's not about being quick, and that's not the reason that he got into sim racing, and the reason that, you know, he enjoys sim racing. He enjoys sim racing because it's fun, and obviously it's important for everyone to remember out there, these are some of the quickest drivers in ACC. And they're all out here, they're all being competitive, but you know what? They're all here to have fun as well. And that's one of the most important parts. And some people maybe kind of forget that, don't they, Josh?
Yeah, exactly.
Sometimes, in the heat of the moment, some people do forget that.
Yeah, at the end of the day, we all do this, you know, we do it for fun. We do this for fun. It's all about, you know, that's what sim racing's all about. It's supposed to be, you know, a nice community comes together. Obviously, you know, we do have moments where things can't get so nice when incidents happen on track, but you know, unfortunately that's part of it. But you know, everybody forgets about it, and the next race everyone's you know, clean slate and off we go again. But it does look like that lap car, is it the 225, I think it is, wants to get past Jimmy Broadbent, but Jimmy's probably not going to let him go past, but it may be worth getting that Porsche out of his rearview mirror, because I believe Barazini's closing him down. But we've got a fight here with two Bentleys now. The 899, Joe McCauley is now in that car, and Dusan Slizik in the 207. He is under pressure from the 899. Obviously, Joe McCauley, very quick driver. He's going to try and have a look to the outside at Toza. He's actually going to be allowed the room to try it and maybe try the switchback to get the inside line for the exit of Toza up the hill. But he's actually going to slot in behind and now move over to the inside. So he may have the inside line for the next left-hander, which is pretty much a blind corner as well, but he's going to fit back in. Obviously, Joe McCauley, very experienced, very quick driver as well. He's not giving Slizik half a chance here. AK Minerales, have we seen this around the outside? I don't think we have today. He's not going to get it done, is he? He's going to make it stick, get squeezed out a tiny bit, but wow, he's got that done. Joe McCauley, I think that's the first time, or at least the first time I've caught something where he's gone around the outside of AK Minerales, and they're not exactly the two smallest cars to fit around that corner.
We're gonna need a highlight reel for this race, aren't we? Of overtakes.
I think so.
Vote for overtake of the race with Mike Noble in a Bentley, and of course Joe McCauley in a Bentley. All the Bentleys making the amazing overtakes here today at Imola. Maybe
I didn't think you'd fit two Bentleys around that corner, to be honest with you.
To be honest, I've seen people fit a Bentley today where I didn't believe a Bentley could go. So I'm starting to think that car's a lot smaller than it is in my mind. But nonetheless, Joe McCauley, impressive overtake around the outside of Slizik, gets the job done, and the local esports driver for hire is making his name ever more prevalent in the world of sim racing. And of course, I think it's about time someone does pick up Joe McCauley in an esports team. I mean, he's driven for Coach Dave Academy, he's driven for Nearly On Pace, Sidemax Motorworks. I'd have him in my esports team. Josh,
yeah. I believe he was actually up for debate for the Red Bull seat at some point, considering he's driven for so many teams. But no, I'm a kid, of course. But yeah, agreed. Someone needs to pick him up and make him. He's definitely a driver you could, not build around, so to speak, but definitely someone that could probably share a great deal of knowledge with the team. And but he's racing in the 899, Nearly On Pace. Obviously, Sundstrom was in that car a little bit earlier on. But yeah, that move, Joe McCauley, I don't think I've seen that done on ACC just yet. I haven't watched a great deal. I've only done the Imola Night Owl race we had, and obviously the first couple hours of this. But yeah, that was spectacular. Fair play. But Thacker, in the meantime, the 557 is trying to find a way past Harry Conway in the RR333 McLaren in their infamous light blue and pink these days. We see it quite a bit in various different colorways on different cars, but once you see that blue and pink, you know who's usually behind the wheel. But here we go then. Carl Eastwood is putting some pressure on Torvinen in the 321 BMW, which we've seen quite a bit. Just going about their business quietly, not, haven't really put a foot wrong, haven't really set the world on fire, but they're in P7, and that's all that matters really. At the end of the day is where you finish, and they're doing a good job. But I think that P7 could be P8 very soon, because the number 400 of Carl Eastwood is looking pretty racy, isn't he? So I think it's only a matter of time before he finds his way past.
Probably is just a matter of time indeed for the likes of Carl Eastwood in the number 400 Lexus. Has a little bit of a look coming towards Variante Alta, but nothing going to be doing there, and just running over the anti-cut curbs on the exit there. You've got to be very, very careful of those curbs. In my testing around here at Imola, you can not only, destabilize your car going over those curbs, they can definitely throw you into the wall, and can even pick up some damage over those curves as well. You have to be very, very careful. I've kind of figured out that if you're going to go wide at the Variante Alta chicane, you probably just want to drive around those curbs entirely. It will save you a bit of time in the long run, and obviously it won't risk you picking up any damage either. So 6 hours and 30 minutes of this race remain. Andre Franke leads the way at the moment. 85 laps on the clock. Kevin Saklari in second place. Jan Willem van Almen rounds out a podium place with 3 different manufacturers. Then it's, of course, Vicky Thompson and Jimmy Broadbent rounding out the top 5. Barazini, who led for so long of this race with Matthias Egger, is unfortunately now down into 6th. Jarko Torvinen, we were just talking about, with Eastwood in 7th and 8th respectively. And of course the Connection Lost Racing team in 9th, with Makowski in the number 11 Mercedes for the Jardier community team rounding out the top 10. So it's been fairly exciting for the first 2.5 hours of this race. As we approach 7 p.m. local time, the conditions continue to change. The temperature continues to fall and the light begins to fade. And I posed the question to Simon earlier on, Josh, and I suppose there's no harm in repeating a question of which we could potentially get a different answer for. What's your kind of feeling heading later into this race in the fact that it's going to get darker around here, and you know, there's been rumours all week of rain.
Yeah, well, in the dark, I can imagine you don't see those anti-cut curbs as prominently as you would during the day. And if you add a bit of rain into that mixture, then I don't really know what would happen. I think the McLarens would struggle, not that we have one too high up, but the Bentley's fairly good in the rain, so I don't think it'll affect the 1, 2, 3 of Andre Franker at the moment. But yeah, it would be not nice to see, because I'm happy for it to stay dry for the rest of the race, but rain would definitely throw it in and mix it up a little bit, because obviously you get so comfortable sometimes, you get into a nice rhythm, and then when you throw a bit of water at the track, it's like, oh, we need to relearn this again. So yeah, it could be interesting, but Fulvio Barazzini is now found his way to the back of Jimmy Broadbent, who didn't manage to cling on to the back of that number 49 Bentley, but he's now going to be under pressure from Fulvio Barazzini, who's no slouch, as we've said before. Barazzini and Matthias Egger, the Orion race team, they've been so quick in the RCI endurances. It was just the 3 hours of Imola, I think he said, that they didn't make the podium, but that is that record's under threat, but it's not out of reach for them. They could still reach the podium today. It's only 3 positions up the road from them, so it's not a million miles away, but they've got a lot to do from here to try and make the podium. But with 6.5 hours to go, you think of what we've seen in the first 2.5, what's going to happen in the next 6.5, so it'd be too close to call.
It's not actually as much of a gap as I initially thought it was. I mean, Vicky Thompson is 3.3 seconds behind third place, Jimmy Broadbent a good 3.6 behind that, and then Barazzini, as you can see on screen, just 0.3 behind Jimmy Broadbent. So you're looking about 7 seconds, I think it is, roughly, between the likes of Barazzini and that third place. So, you know, all for the fact that they've received a drive-through penalty, all for the fact that Matthias Egger was struggling in his first stint. They're very much, you know, still in with a chance of getting a podium here today.
And if anything, it makes this overtake more important, doesn't it? Trying to get past Jimmy Broadbent as quick as possible.
Definitely, and it kind of shows that the race is much closer, you know, than we think it is. At least for third place, you know, for as far as I'm aware, the 2 leaders, Andre Franker and Kevin Saklari, kind of on a race of their own at the moment. 40 seconds up the road from Van Olmen at this point in time, but that's kind of just what happens when, you know, you don't get involved in any incidents, you don't pick up any penalties, you keep yourself clean, you keep yourself consistent, you manage to pull away a massive gap. And we saw it with Racing Line Motorsport at the 3 hours of Imola. I mean, they had an enormous gap by the end of the race. I think it was about 40 seconds, actually, come the end of the 3 hours. And a similar kind of gap that they've got to third place at the moment with, well, 26.5 minutes until we reach the 3-hour mark. So they're kind of showing that consistency they had 2 weeks ago. The only difference is that they've got another car in front of them this time around.
Yeah, which won't be too interesting for them. They won't be too happy with that. But Fulvio Barazzini has made the move on Jimmy Broadbent. So here we come down to Ravazza 1. Is Jimmy going to run a little bit wide? I think he is. He's going to kick up a little bit of gravel there, and that is going to allow the Ferrari he does squeeze him out a little bit, but that's borderline. And Jimmy Broadbent showing his frustration there with the flashes, but that's the Orion race team up to P5 now, is it? I think it is P5, but they may be under a steward's inquiry from the number 39 Minty team.
I think that's one of those. It's one of those instances where it's assertive passing that is quite borderline. You know, you could. I mean, it could be reported. It could be that the number 39 car reports that. I'm not sure if we'll see a penalty for it myself, because, like you said, I think it was borderline. I think, you know, if there'd been a bit more contact, you could have legitimately said, okay, there'll be a penalty for that. But
yeah, it just looked like he just slammed the door on him at all. But, you know, for Jimmy Broadbent, he's going to be frustrated, because when you're in the car, it's like he's, of course, you know, he's done that on purpose. He's you know, he's left me no room. But, you know, Jardier might be looking at it and going, nah, Jimmy, it was okay, just keep going, it's fine. But it's probably not worth, you know, you might as well throw it into the stewards and say, look, just have a look at that, and they might say, go away, there's nothing wrong with that. But it's probably
always
worth a shot.
It's always worth, I mean, we do get some people reporting things that, you wouldn't get penalties for just because they want to know what the stewards think. They want to know, is this something that someone could get a penalty for? Because if you find out that information, in the future that, you might not try that kind of move because you'd be a bit concerned about picking up a penalty yourself. And, it's like you said, it's always worth a try, unless you're Mikael Sundstrom and you lose a championship by reporting someone for an incident that
I didn't want to
really
mention that, Ryan.
Your race. Oh, don't worry, I'm making everyone my enemy today. I've already thrown everyone under the bus at this point in time, so I might as well throw Mikael Sundstrom under the bus as well. But looking further back here, we've got Vincent Ebrich, and he's on the back of Olive at the moment. And would you believe it, Josh? Would you believe it? The 252 and the number 12 are on track together again with two completely different drivers in the car.
Yeah, and with Joe McCauley just in tow as well. He wants to get involved, but Vincent Ebrich is not going to wait around. He's not a driver that will bide his time. He will get past at the soonest opportunity, as you've seen there. He's going to get that position done. And knowing Vincent Ebrich and the way he is, I think he may just drive away from the 252, and they may revisit each other later on in the race. But Vincent Ebrich now he's got 25 seconds in front of him. He just needs to try and chip away at that lead now to try and maybe get that car back into the top 10. But yeah, so far so good in that. I believe in the background there, that's Joe McCauley having a look at the inside of that 252 of Olive, and he is going to get that done as well. So Joe McCauley also getting through. So not the greatest couple of corners for the 252 Mercedes, but again, two drivers that are probably two of the quickest that I've seen, put it that way. So again, nothing to be embarrassed about. But I do believe Jesse Lee down in the pit lane has something for us. So Jesse.
Yeah, guys, this is actually sort of interesting. I told you earlier when Matthias Egger got out of the car and gave way to Mr. Fulvio Berrezzini for Orion Racing in that 126, that he went immediately to the head steward's office. Well, I followed him, and I stood outside the door for quite some time. I heard some shouting, and then after that, Matthias Egger was very, very, very nice in giving me some of his time to talk about what was going on. Turns out he was absolutely furious with the 225 Porsche on that run, and apparently he was roughing up their Orion Racing car, and he wanted the stewards to know it had nothing to do with the drive-thru as far as I know. Well, why I had Matthias out with me, I also asked him something that some of you at home may have already noticed. That Orion Racing car has its rain light on, and it has since it was sitting on the grid at the start of the race. So I asked him, Matthias, why is your rain light on? Is that an error, or are you on wet tires? Because the race did start with a semi-wet track on the edges. He said, no, we're just doing a rain dance because we set our car up to be really good in the wet, and we're really, really hoping it downpours at some point. So that's why the 126 has its rain light on. They're doing their version of the rain dance.
Well, that explains how they were so good in qualifying. I mean, I know that Fulvio Berrezzini is a very, very quick driver anyway, but makes sense if their car is a bit more geared towards rainy conditions, that when you have a wet qualifying or a drying qualifying, that their car would shine in that regard. And we definitely saw them taking that wet line, didn't we, in the qualifying session as well on their pole sitting lap. So they're doing a bit of a rain dance. 6 hours and 20 minutes to go. No sign of rain within the next half an hour though, Josh, so I think they're going to have to get dancing a bit harder.
Yeah, they are. Maybe they'll have to, I don't know. I guess Egger will have to start doing some sort of dancing in the pit lane. I know Jesse likes a bit of dancing, so maybe you can pop down and see Jesse, and they can have a dance together, make the rain come. But I didn't even notice that rain light, to be honest with you. I'm not going to lie. But now he said it, that's all I can see.
I'm a bit more impressed that Jesse Lee followed an angry Italian to the steward's box. I mean,
that's a fair point.
They're really, I mean, you've got to be brave to confront an angry Italian, especially when he's on his way to the steward's box, because he's probably on his way to shout about something. And, well, I guess it was a good thing for Jesse Lee that Matthias Egger came out of the steward's box with a much better vibe than he did going in.
Yeah, and that's not usually what you get when you go and see stewards. It's normally you're normally pretty angry when you go in, and normally pretty angry when you come out because you think the team you're reporting should have more of a penalty than what than what they actually give. But yeah, like you say, there's no rain for the next half an hour, but there's there's more than half an hour left, so it could happen. And if it does happen when it's raining, that's going to be not when it's raining, when it's dark. Sorry, that's going to be interesting. But Thacker there, he's going to go past the 681 Lexus, and that's also going to allow Nils to squeeze through as well. The G2 Esports car taking absolute maximum opportunity there to squeeze through past those two, and he is going to get up into P20. And Thacker promotes, well, he doesn't actually promote himself, he is where he was, but he's behind the pink Mercedes rather than behind the pink the black and white Lexus. But yeah, the 557 has been sort of up and down the grids. From what I remember earlier on, they were pretty high up, and now they're back further down. I didn't maybe catch what happened there, but they're running pretty well though. But I know they were racing with the 404 for quite a while, weren't they? Earlier on, Dedicek and I can't remember who was in the car now, but I'm pretty sure they were battling pretty earlier on. But the 404 car is way in the top 10 now, so I don't know what's happened to the Aston Martin. But here is now Joe McCauley and Vincent Erbrick. This is what I was alluding to earlier. If you look in the background, that's who they were racing. They pulled away from him, and now they're racing each other. These two guys are pretty quick. To say the least, but it's going to be Bentley versus McLaren, completely different basis of car, but pretty similar pace at the moment, Ryan. So that's why we love GT racing, because the cars are so different, but they seem to manage to lap around the same times, even though they're completely different fundamentally, really.
Yeah, it is what makes GT3 racing arguably, in my opinion, the best racing in the world, and I know a lot of people share that opinion. I know a lot of people think that's a bit of a controversial opinion. Everyone's entitled to think what they believe is the best racing or the most entertaining racing. I mean, in my eyes, any series in which 10 different manufacturers all have a decent chance at getting a race win is a very, very competitive series and well worth watching. And speaking of worth watching, it's worth watching the likes of Fulvio Barrazzini getting past Vicky Thompson. Vicky Thompson's not going to be too happy about all of this, but in the hands of Barrazzini, that Ferrari is absolutely flying. He got past Jimmy Broadbent not too long ago, and now he's made his way past Vicky Thompson, and up into fourth place goes Fulvio Barrazzini, and now his sights will well and truly be set on closing down Van Ommen 1.2 seconds up the road. He's got that podium back within his sights.
He has. It only seemed like, like 2-3 minutes ago we were saying that he's got 7 seconds to the podium. That 7 seconds is all of a sudden 1.2, and I think he will get that position. Obviously the same car, but Barrazzini does look like he is in the mood to get past these guys and try and build a bit of an advantage to P4 then when he eventually gets P3. I think Van Ommen's not going to let him have it easily, but at the same time you don't want to lose too much time fighting a car that's probably inevitably going to get past you anyway. But Vicky Thompson there, give Barrazzini the racing room around the outside of Toza, but she knew that she just had to give it up. It's just one of those. That car is a lot faster at the moment, and I'm sure that's not the last time we see these two cars on track. But in the meanwhile, here is the Connection Loss Racing car of Andrei Dedicek. He is over the back of Eastwood in the 400 Lexus.
Eastwood's got past, hasn't he?
Oh, has he got past? Is that what's happened?
I think he was behind Dedicek earlier.
Oh,
on.
he was. Yes, you're right. So Dedicek then has been overtaken and trying to come back at him then, but let's wait and see if he can. It does look like he's got a half a decent run, but I don't think he's going to be quite close enough. But he is going to try and make a look to the inside, going to get on the brakes a little bit earlier, slot back in, and that's probably his offensive going to go then. From there, I think Eastwood should disappear up the road a little bit, but Dedicek will be there for any mistakes that go on. And Vicky Thompson there in the background, and here we go. Fulvio Barrazzini is already all over the back of Van Ommen in the other Ferrari, running in the top 4, and here he goes. He's going to slot back in for the Variante Alta. They're going to try and take this, maximizing your exit here, as we're going to go to a nice camera angle here from Vicky Thompson's car, because she's not out of this battle either, Ryan. She's waiting there for the guys in front to make a mistake or take each other out or slow each other up, and we could see a Bentley driving past 2 cars like we've seen with Mike Noble earlier on.
Yeah, Vicky Thompson, always the opportunist, trying to take advantage of someone else's mistake, and obviously, you know, as they say, one man's trash is another man's treasure. Well, one man's mistake might be another girl's overtake, and that's the situation that Vicky Thompson finds herself in at the moment. But Fulvio Barazzini wants to get past the likes of Van Ommen. Is he going to do so on the outside? We're going to be on the splitter cam here, going into the first chicane, touching the curbs, going over the anti-cuts, and losing the momentum, not quite able to do so from Fulvio Barazzini. And you know what, Josh? Every single time I see it, every single time, it scares me how late you can break into these chicanes here at Imola. But tell you what, Barazzini's not done quite yet, as up towards Tosa at the hairpin. Is Barazzini going to get it done? He's on the outside. He's going to be side by side with the likes of Van Ommen. Van Ommen's going to have the inside line. He's got the better exit up towards the top of the circuit, and Van Ommen will remain in 3rd place, and Vicky Thompson looking on with wide eyes.
Yeah, exactly that. She just needs to sit there and just pounce when the chance arises. But yeah, you can see that Barazzini has definitely got the pace, as he's going to try and pressure Van Ommen to a line he doesn't want to take, and Vicky's there on the flashes there as well to try and let the Ferrari boys know, come on now, let me squeeze through. But that's not going to help Van Ommen. He's got a little bit too wide onto the anti-cuts. That's going to affect his run down the hill now towards Ravazza, but the Ferraris are going side by side. I think Barazzini may just be able to sweep in front and take the racing line here, but no, he's not, because Van Ommen's going to go super late on the brakes, and that might compromise him. A little bit of contact there, a bit of barging onto the gravel as well. Vicky Thompson, here we go. The opportunity has arisen for her potentially. She's going to try and slipstream the number 38 all the way down towards the first braking zone, and you can see that Bentley is reeling in the Ferrari already, and we could see this move being done. She sweeps to the inside, which will be the favoured line if you're trying to make an overtake here. Again, it will turn into the outside for the second part of the chicane, but it looks like Vicky's going to have that move done well before. Is the Ferrari going to try and switch back towards the Villeneuve chicane? I don't think he's going to have a chance. That Bentley has got past, and more importantly for Barazzini, he is in 3rd position, which is probably the best they can hope for, Ryan, unless something goes on between the top 2, because like you said, they're around 40 seconds or so behind, aren't they? So maybe even more now, but a 3rd place realistically is a very, very good target for them, unless something happens between the 123 and the 191. I think a 3rd place for a Ryan race team is the best sort of place they can get.
Yeah, definitely, and Vicky just kind of proving, you know, that you can take opportunities when and if they come your way, and doing a very good job to move herself up into 4th place. And I'm sure Chris Hooker and David Mitchell will be happy to see that as well. But Fulvio Barazzini is got plenty of work left to do. But Jimmy Broadbent, where has this come from? From Jimmy Broadbent, last I knew, he was about 3-4 seconds behind the likes of Van Ommen. Now he's right on the back of him, coming down towards Ravazza. Is he going to have a look on the outside? He has a bit of a look, not quite able to do so. Won't get the switchback. Will he get the switchback into the final corner? Yes, he will get the switchback. Oh, collision between them and the Ferrari. Maybe just a case of the Ferrari running out of room, but Jimmy Broadbent gets the pass done. And that kind of came out of nowhere, Josh.
Yeah, that did. And if Jimmy Broadbent was a pass, it would be that one. Loads of character, send it, lick the stamp. And yeah, like you said, the Ferrari just cuts in. He thought he was running out of road. He actually had a little bit more curb to run on, but he's tried to rejoin just behind Jimmy and forgot there's a bit more bonnet potentially. And he's made contact. So I can't see any inquiry coming in from that one. That was fair and square. Nicely done though, Jimmy Broadbent. He's, like you say, where did that even come from? We honestly thought he'd just fallen back away from Vicky Thompson completely, and you know, he wasn't really a factor in this little battle, and all of a sudden he's on the back of Van Ommen. I think Van Ommen has just run out of tyres or something, because he is really struggling now in the Fordzilla Ferrari, isn't he? He's just got no pace anymore.
Yeah, I'm wondering if someone's put nitrous on the back of Jimmy Broadbent's car.
Potentially. Stranger things have happened.
That's the case. If Jardier got out the car, handed it over and said, right, I'm filling up the nozzle, and off you go, Jimmy. But up into 5th place. Good for them at the moment. And of course, they're still in with a hunt of a podium as well. 6 hours left of this race, just over 6 hours left of this race. Plenty still to play for these guys. And I mean, starting 10th, finishing 5th, it would still be a good result for the likes of Jardier and Jimmy Broadbent, but of course, they're going to be looking for much, much more than that. And I'm pretty sure Jardier will be well happy with the overtake that Jimmy got done there. Kind of just took advantage of the fact that Van Olmen just was very slow coming into Ravazza, and you know, you've just got to take advantage of those opportunities sometimes. And it is a big part of, you know, being a good racing driver, is taking advantage of other people's mistakes, being able to capitalize on them so quickly at a first opportunity as well. And well, he's given himself an extra position because of it, but it's still the same at the top. Andre Franco leads by 2.9 seconds to the likes of Kevin Suklari. You can just see that. It's actually 2.99, so practically 3 seconds between the two of these guys. Then, of course, Barazzini back into the podium places with the Orion Race Team Ferrari. And interestingly enough, none of the BOP'd cars are finding themselves in the top 3, Josh.
Yeah, I don't know whether that's all down to the ballast though, but yeah, it is. But also, it's good that this field isn't full of Mercedes, because I think it would be if we didn't have that BOP added, because you know the Mercedes is so good around here, isn't it? But I think the ballast is working really well. It's keeping the cars competitive, which is exactly what we wanted. So, but yeah, Jimmy Broadbent getting up to P5. He's got Van Olmen still close behind him, but on screen at the moment we have Andre Dedicek, who has been running really well, hasn't he? And he's going to actually take that position because the Lexus of Eastwood is going to run a little bit wide, and that's pretty much a free position, that one, because you don't normally get past there. I don't think we've seen a pass there yet today, but with 6 hours left, I think we will. And Bentley.
Just sorry to cut in on there, Josh, but Van Olmen has got back past Jimmy Broadbent.
Oh, he has, by quite a bit. He's already got a bit of a gap as well. I think Broadbent probably went a bit wide at the first Ravazza then.
He's made a mistake for sure somewhere, Jimmy. I'm trying to... here we go. We are going to be able to get an action replay of this, courtesy of Mike Jones, our broadcaster, for the first part of this race. And what exactly happened here with Jimmy Broadbent? Is this... Are we going to catch it in this part of the replay? We're going to go on board with him here. So this is up towards Variante Alta. Did he just take... Oh, took too much of the curb and kept it out of the wall. Wow.
Wow. That could have been so much worse.
Very nice save. And I think he'll take losing a position to that car ending up in the wall any day of the week.
Yeah, 100%. And to be honest, considering he only lost that amount of time, he's done pretty well, because the car he was racing is only, you know, just up the road from him. So, yeah, you'd rather lose a position than get a massive front end smash there on the exit of that chicane, because that's obviously worth a couple of seconds worth of damage. So definitely a net gain there for Jimmy Broadbent by keeping it out of the wall. So well done on him to save that one. But Van Olmen now will be grateful that that's happened, as he runs a little bit wide as well, Van Olmen, on the exit. But yeah, again, still Jimmy Broadbent could just creep up on Van Olmen again like he did sort of 2-3 laps ago. So, but he's done well to keep it facing the right way. Obviously, the cars around are lap cars. Obviously, he's got the Audi behind, and there's a Mercedes there. But the two racing at the moment that we're watching is the red Ferrari and the mint-coloured minty AMG, being driven by Jimmy Broadbent, and obviously Jardier, but he's already done 2 hours worth of racing. So Jimmy Broadbent is in the car for now. I don't know if Jimmy Broadbent's going to be doing a second stint, but we'll wait and see what happens later on once the second round of pit stop. Sorry, the third round of pit stops, that would be now, wouldn't it? After that, I think, or the fourth.
It will be the third round.
Third round of pit stops, yeah. So we'll see if Jimmy stays in the car or whether he's going to say, look, Jarge, you can do a bit more than me, get out there. But Jimmy Broadbent can be definitely happy with what he's done so far. But here is the leader, and I believe he's lapping Torvinen, I think, in the number 321 car. But I think that's happened. So we're going to jump on board with, I believe, Andre Franca for a lap, and we will be back with you shortly.
So as we return, at the lovely sounds of Andre Franca's Bentley and Kevin Siclari's Lamborghini. And of course, these are the two leaders of the race as we approach the 3-hour mark of the race. And, well, it's been an incredibly exciting 3 hours so far, Josh. I mean, I've had the pleasure of being here for the entire 3 hours, but relatively soon we'll be handing over to the likes of Mike Jones, or at least I'll be handing over to the likes of Mike Jones to take over my spot, and we'll get a new cast of commentators coming in. We do have George Smith joining us later on, and George Smith is always a good laugh to have in the commentary box. I'm sure you can agree on that one, Josh.
Yeah, definitely. The good thing about this event is I get to commentate with you, Ryan. I get to commentate with Mike. I get to commentate with George, and of course Jetty a little bit later on, who I'm usually commentating with on the Night Owl. So it's quite a good mix for me. I get to commentate with all you guys today, which is real good fun. Because I believe this might actually be the first event we've ever done, Ryan, together potentially.
It's been a time of firsts for me a lot lately. It was the first time I've commentated with Stewie at the McLaren 650S Cup event. Then, of course, not too long ago, commentated with Simon, who was on earlier for Porsche Cup for the first time. And, of course, now with you. I'm seeing out the year with loads of first times. And it's a good way to end the year.
Yep, it certainly is. But so obviously you'll be leaving us very very soon, and I believe Mike Jones will be jumping in the box with me, and we'll try our best to cover everything we can. And here we go, we're on the rear wing of Carl Eastwood now, and he's got Max Kowski behind him in the number 11. That's one of the Jardier community team cars, I believe, the orange one there. So he's going to try, I guess he's going to go for a late switch to the outside. Yes, he is, but that Lexus is looking very confident on the brakes. But that's a nice run there from Matt Kowski behind. He's going to have a nice run now down towards the Villeneuve chicane. And I believe that's Kevin Saklari behind. Yeah, so he's like, come on, guys, get out of the way. I'm trying to chase for the win of this 9 hours here. But there we go. This side by side, he's probably going to run out of room. Is he? No, he's not. How on earth has he made that stick around the outside? That was another great move. That's one for the highlight reel that you mentioned about earlier on. And I think this may be a good chance for the number 11 to let the leader by, or one of the leaders by, and not lose out his position to the Lexus that he's just gone past. And that was fantastic, I got to say.
Yeah, definitely good. But Kevin Saklari, he's made a mistake. And is Eastwood going to throw that car back up the inside? Shouldn't really have any plans to do so, and does back off accordingly. And that's kind of allowed Jarkko Torvinen to close in on to the back of him as well. And yeah, it just kind of shows how traffic can play a massive part in these races. It was a 3-second gap between the likes of Andre Franker and Kevin Saklari. Well, the traffic and that little mistake, it means that the likes of Kevin Saklari is now
Eastwood
5 seconds. And yes, drive-through.
Track limits, I think that was.
For Eastwood. Nothing in the penalty reports channel from the stewards.
No, he was on the exit of the Variante Alta and it popped up, and I know that is a track limit hotspot, so to speak. So I think that's what that must have been, as Van Ommen dives into the pits. And now we got Joe McCauley, who is going to try and get past another car. He's been on an absolute rampage since he's got in that nearly on pace 899. And we're going to jump to the front splitter of that very colourful BMW, which we've seen a lot, and being driven by Torvinen this time. But Joe McCauley not going to be close enough, but he's going to try and optimise his line. And there we go. Torvinen's gone a little bit too deep, which will compromise his run down this sort of mini straight, if you will. But Joe McCauley isn't probably going to be close enough on this time around. Maybe have a look into Toza, try and send Torvinen off his line a little bit, but I don't think that's going to happen. Maybe he's going to have a look to the inside just to try and hit him off his line, but again, that's good driving, and that got a little bit too close for comfort. I actually backed off the chair a bit there. So thankfully we've gone to the rear bumper now of Torvinen instead. But you can see that these cars are following so close together, and I think it's a term you used earlier, Ryan, that you couldn't put a piece of paper between some of these guys today.
Yeah, it's been so close on so many occasions, and it's one of the reasons why we love Imola, isn't it? It's it's a circuit that opens itself up to such close racing. I mean, fast chicanes. There are overtaking chances around this circuit. It is a bit difficult sometimes, but you've got these amazing sweeping corners, through some of these guys. And like I said, it always impresses me how late they break into some of these corners around here at this circuit. And like you said, some of these guys so close, can't put a piece of paper between them. And it's always great to see guys, getting that close, being able to go that close side by side for 2, 3, 4 corners, and not being able to make an accident. That's what makes drivers like these, the guys at the very top. And it's not limited to drivers at the top as well. There's very clean racers in all sorts of categories: pro, silver, am, rookie. It doesn't really matter. I mean, good racecraft is not separated by skill, but it is always great to see, especially at the top here. And Joe McCauley, he's not quite done yet. He wants to get past the likes of Jarkko Torvinen, but that BMW is tough to overtake in a straight line. I would know from experience of driving it myself and driving against it, but Joe McCauley having a look into Tosa hairpin, not quite able to get a move done. But I tell you what, he's getting closer and closer with every passing corner to the back of Jarkko Torvinen's car, and it's just another one of those situations. It's when he's going to get past rather than if.
Yeah, exactly. But the big drawback for Joe McCauley is the lead he pulled over Vincent Erbrick is now pretty much gone, because Erbrick is only, well, it says a second, but it's less than that now. But we could see a move into the Variante Alta chicane. I don't think we've seen this yet today, but he has got it done. He has squeezed it up the inside of Jarkko Torvinen's BMW, and you don't see that very often, and that is just confidence. That is Joe McCauley. And here we go. We're going to jump to the replay of that now. Torvinen does allow him all the room in the world, to be fair. I think he knew that was a battle he was never going to win.
It's not done yet, because whilst the replay runs out to the end, Joe McCauley's actually made a mistake into Ravazza. And
Oh,
he's
he
given
has?
the place back.
And now he's under pressure from Vincent Erbrick as well. This is, this is just Imola to an absolute T.
So Joe McCauley gets the hard work done to get past the BMW, the two biggest cars on the grid, and now Erbrick in the McLaren is looking fairly interested as well. He wants to get in on all of this. Marcus Lawrence said in the chat earlier that there's been so much pressure on them from the very start of the race to kind of get these overtakes done, to get themselves back up the grid, and they've done a phenomenal job right now. And at the moment, well, 7th place is in their sights. But I tell you what, whilst the action continues to go on here, it is time for me to bid you guys farewell. It's been an amazing qualifying session and 3 hours of racing that I've been able to enjoy. But I will be now handing the microphone over to one of RCI's head admins here. It is the American Mike Jones.
Okay, so just while we wait to hear from Mike Jones, in the meantime, we have Marco Ripper on screen in the 721, which has been involved in a lot of defensive driving today. He's had a good race, just chipping away there, but he's now on the offensive for a change, which is good to see. Just behind Olive in the 252, but we will keep an eye on this battle as they come down the hill towards Ravazza. Here they come, and that, I believe that is a lapped car. That is Ricardo Claro in the 420 McLaren. I do believe we're just having a slight technical issue. So in the meantime, I will throw down to Jesse. I don't know if you've got anything for me, but how are you keeping down in the pit lane? Is it still nice and cool down there? I believe it's getting a little bit colder now.
Yeah, Josh, it has been. A couple things about this race that the eagle-eyed viewer will have noticed is we started out fairly warm in this overcast sort of period. The track was really greasy. It was a little wet. Then it went to fast. Now it's absolutely optimum, but the temperature has plummeted. It's lost about 6 to 8 degrees of temperature. We went through a period a few hours ago where we had no wind, but the wind has picked up with a ferocity. It's about 20 kilometers out of the south right now. It's going to be playing havoc with some of the aerodynamics of these race cars. And also, again, as we get ever closer to dark, the headlights on these cars become more prominent. The light level goes down. The heat in the tarmac is lost. And I don't really think we're going to lose this cloud layer, man. I think we're going to be stuck with this at least to the end. And of course, I talked to you earlier, some of these teams are out here hoping for rain, and of course that's always a possibility.
Yeah, exactly that. But if the clouds are still there, there's a chance that the rain will come down. If the clouds go away, there's probably not much of a chance that it will start to rain. But Jarkko Torvinen is doing a great job of keeping Joe McCauley behind. Nobody else has managed to keep Joe McCauley behind for this long in this race. He's doing a fantastic job of keeping it behind. Obviously, the straight line speed is obviously a big help when it comes to defending. Obviously, if you've got a good top end, you'll be pretty good at defending. But Joe McCauley is still nice and close to him, and Vincent Erbrick as well is just hanging on in there. Probably not as close as he'd like to be in that McLaren, but he's doing a stellar job keeping up with them. Torvinen's got a little bit loose there on the exit, which might invite Joe McCauley to have a look into Tota hairpin, but I don't think he's going to on this particular lap. He is just going to have to slot in behind and follow him round. But yeah, I don't know if Mike is able to join us now.
I am indeed. I just get Ryan's microphone from him on his way out. He of course had quite a bit of a stint here, 3.5 hours. I was out in the broadcasting truck for the first 3.5 hours. Had to come have a little walk, collect his microphone equipment. It's been a fantastic race so far, Josh, Jesse. It's to say the least, it's been a fantastic race. of course, we're watching, Jarko Torben and Joe McCauley and Vincent Airbridge fight here for what will potentially be, because they're not too far down the road from potentially P5, if they can make it this 5 hours and 49 minutes remaining as we go deep into the pass here. I'm having some technical issues with my screens here, Josh. As my microphone's getting hooked up, my screens are still coming on, but I believe we had a pass just happen.
Yeah, we did just have a pass. That was Joe McCauley getting past Jarko Torvinen in the BMW, and Vincent Airbridge managing to squeeze himself past into Ravazza too as well. But then that's left him compromised with the BMW picking up the slipstream. Obviously, being one of the faster cars in a straight line, the McLaren has lost out, but he's going to try and squeeze it through Tamburello, but I don't think he's going to quite have the room. But the second part is just the absolute difference in grip from that McLaren and that BMW there. That is a fantastic move from Vincent Airbridge, but he's going to come under threat again from the straight line speed of Jarko Torvinen in the 321 BMW. He's been involved in all sorts this car today. He's been on the screen, defending, attacking. It's been a great race for them, and they're in P9 still, even after everything they've been through. So Vincent Airbridge has got that position for the PCDC Motorsports, and Joe McCauley for the nearly on pace car. They can push on towards the connection loss car. I'm not sure what the delta time is between those. We will see when they cross the timing line. It's around 10.5 seconds for Joe McCauley and probably around 12 seconds for Vincent Airbridge. But Torvinen just lost out. Don't think he's going to be able to sort of catch these guys up again unless mistakes are made. But it's all stabilizing a little bit here at the moment. Obviously, you do have this in endurance racing, but speaking of stabilizing, it's not stabilizing towards the rear end of the grid. So we've got Ricardo Claro there in the 420 McLaren, being followed by Pike in the number 21 Audi, and obviously Pendergast in the 400 Lexus. So they're coming down the hill towards Ravazza, which is where we see a lot of action and a lot of tight, close racing into this Ravazza section. It does sort of encourage a little bit of side by side with the downhill and getting late on the brakes, but it's been an action zone for sure. Definitely one, if you make a mistake and run wide, it does cost you a load of time. But I believe Jesse Lee has got something on the 420 McLaren for us, so we're going to throw down to Jesse in the pit lane.
Yeah, Josh, the 420, you may remember very early on into this race, this car was leading at some point.
I do remember, yeah.
And they had issues as getting very close behind them there. But they had issues in pit lane. I was able to get with Ricardo at some point earlier and confirm what exactly went wrong on that pit stop. They went from first to second to last. So basically what happened is it was, as I assumed, it was a driver swap issue that was something to do with the loss of connection. Well, Ricardo's teammate was able to get back in server, get back into the car, and go and do another stint, and that saved their entire race. They've been on a recovery drive this entire time, and they've made it inside the top 25 now, and their lap times aren't that bad. So recovery drive for this team, the car's not damaged, they've got it in one piece, and they're going to try and go all 9 hours.
Well, yeah, that really does. It's quite an impressive drive when you put it like that, once you realize. And that's what's interesting, sometimes you don't know what each team is going through technically wise, internet dropping off, people losing connection to the lobby and such. It can be a very, very stressful time. And obviously, if you're the person that's having the problems, you feel very guilty and everything just can come tumbling down. But considering they had all that issue and they've picked themselves back up and they're carrying on, is, that's what we want to see. There's no point dropping out of a 9-hour race. You might as well keep going, because another team could have the same issue you did, and all of a sudden you've gained an extra position back. So but here is Marco Ripper in that the GC Racing 2 car that I mentioned earlier on. Is being involved in quite a lot of defending, but he's not defending from Barazzini, because I believe, are they a lap behind, or has Barazzini just come out the pits? I'm not sure what's gone on here. We will see in a second when they cross the next timing line. So, oh no, it's actually Egger now. Is in the 126.
So that's Egger out in front of him now there, Josh. So he did come out of the pit lane and lost a couple positions, of course. These guys have slid back down the order a little bit. But of course, once the rest of the teams go into the pit lane, we should expect him to filter back up the order. I would not be surprised if this Orion Racing team, as long as they can keep it clean over the next 5.5 hours, of course, to hold steady with that podium position I think that they're going to stick in. We should see a couple of the faster drivers start coming in as well for some of the other teams, and I think that's going to give them a bit of a run for their money. Of course, I believe Chris Huke will be taking over the 49 car next, if I'm not mistaken, and he is one of the fastest drivers in sim racing in general, and so I think we're going to be impressed with how the 49 car does past the next couple hours. Not that we weren't already impressed with the performance that Vicky Thompson's been putting on as well. And of course, Jimmy Broadbent, while he has been doing sensational through here, let's be honest, he's still not quite as quick as Jardier, of course, right? So, even that team, they're going to pull up their bootstraps a little bit more and lock in as the race starts getting dark here. Almost 8 p.m. here, local time in Italy. And it's going to start getting dark really quick. And I know you and Ryan were talking earlier about these anti-cut curbs just not being very visible in the dark. I'm really curious to see how that starts playing in.
Yeah, I think we're going to see more, mistakes and more anti-cut curbs getting hit as it gets darker, definitely, because you don't see them. Obviously, they're bright yellow, or not bright yellow because of all the rubber on them now, but they're yellow in the day, but in the night they just look like bumps. It's not as easy to see them until those headlights are on them, and by the time the headlights are on them, obviously you've probably already hit them. But we're watching Matthias Egger trying to get his way past the 252 of Antoine Olive for the 2 SRL Esports Team Red. That's the car, the old Mercedes that we seen earlier on. He's going to run a little bit wide and almost takes out Matthias Egger, who was obviously, like you said, a podium, potential podium there, and he's now under pressure from Ripper in the 721 as well. But that could have been curtains for the 126 Ferrari there if he got smashed off at that pace. But there we go, Ripper is going to make his way past as well, and he's going to have that position done and dusted before he even gets to Variante Alta, and he's going to come through nicely, and he has that position done. Coming down the hill now, Antoine Olive is going to have to just settle for that P11 and just keep his head up and just keep pushing on. Antoine Olive in the 252. I believe they were racing the other Mercedes, which I think has dropped off. I think it was the number 66 earlier on in the race. But he's doing a great job keeping that car just outside the top 10 at the moment. So there we go. So, actually, here we go then. So we have Jaroslav Honzik getting in the car, replacing Jimmy Broadbent. And this is what Mike Jones was alluding to earlier on, was that Jardier is potentially worth a couple of tenths a lap more than Jimmy Broadbent. Not that Jimmy Broadbent's slow in any stretch of the imagination, but with this race, fine margins, Jardier can obviously make a difference when he needs to. But here he goes. He's going to come out into the car, and they're going to be down in P16 at the moment. But obviously that isn't where they will be once it all filters out. As you see them, they're just behind the number 38, which is about right, I believe. So I think the number 38 and the number 39 will make their way up. Or they're actually behind Thacker, the 557. But I believe Jesse is going to just hop back and forth with us for now. And Jesse, have you got anything from the pit lane, or you gonna any angle of how do you think Jardier is gonna get on now in this stint? Do you think he can potentially ride up to the back of the number 38 towards the end of the stint?
Well, I talked to Jardier earlier, and he confirmed to me that when he got out of the car and Jimmy Broadbent got in, they did fix that 20 seconds of damage. So Broadbent was out there running with no damage, and he had pretty darn good pace considering his limited time in ACC. He always impressive is Jimmy Broadbent, and so is Jardier. Back in the car, pit stop went fine. He is out there hunting people down, and he's going to need to, but you never know, Josh, if Jardier can get this team back inside the top 3, they might still have a shot to take it to these top teams.
Yeah, Jesse, I mean, that's a good point. I mean, it's kind of like I mentioned a couple of minutes ago, right? I wouldn't be surprised if these guys, do make their way back up, right? And we've got pit stops still to make. Of course, the 70-minute stint timers that happen in this race mean that you don't necessarily have to pit right on the hour as well, right? So you don't have to pit right on the hour. The pit window would kind of officially close, all said and done, here in about 10 minutes, give or take, as we're seeing Jardier just slide past that 557 Aston like it was just nothing. There's one already flashing the lights. Thacker, of course, let him on past, knowing Jardier is just going to be faster, and no point defending too hard against that car, losing time himself. Now that we pulled up, that was one of the back markers, the 728, in fact. I don't have my timing screen still rebooting itself. Ryan seems to have left me a couple bombs on the displays here as he walked out of the booth. I'll have to thank you for that later. But yeah, Jardier making his way up, currently 16th. But as I said, there's still pit stops to go, and quite a bit of the driver swaps coming through, kind of as we expected. We're going to see a lot of new names. Harry Conway now back in that 333 McLaren. He's actually out ahead of Jardier at the moment, all said and done. And this is now Thacker out in front of Jardier for the Butter Pound Motorsports. And we have seen a lot of this 557 team so far this afternoon and evening, Josh. I don't think we're going to see much of him on camera with Jardier here. I think Jardier is just going to get past him pretty quickly and take off. But the 557 team has been very, very competitive throughout this top 15 most of the race. And I've been very impressed with them so far overall. But the question is, can they catch up to Arnold? He's quite far up the road at this point. I don't think that Thacker's going to catch back up with that 38.
Probably not, Mike. I think you're probably right on that one. But yeah, like I say, absolutely solid display from them. But like you say, Jardier now is going to already have the position before we get to toes a hairpin, and that was quite strange. He literally just drove past him. But okay, a bit of a weave, a bit of appreciation, some hazard lights. I don't really know what that's all about, but okay.
Appreciation or anger, one of the two.
Yeah, one of the two. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, okay. Well, he's got it done. That's the main thing, and he's up to P15.
Yeah.
And now Jardier can get his head down and chase after Arnold. Obviously, 14.7 seconds up the road, but I'm pretty sure that is where the fight lies for this Minty team, is with the Fordzilla team, isn't it? I think that battle is, Jardier needs to put in a massive stint now for this team and really put the pressure on the number 38, because I think that's where they're gonna pan out, just around, I think that's where their fight is.
I do as well, Josh. I think that's where it's going to be. I think that he's going to have to catch Arnold. I'm not sure how many pit stops we have not had while I was walking from the live truck to, of course, over here to the comms booth. I missed some of the pit stops that came through, but I'm sure that we've got at least a few more up front to kind of sort out those positions. If I remember correctly, the 404 was not that far up the order beforehand. Of course, Andre Frankie already in the pit lane here, so wouldn't be surprised to see him. Jesse, if you're still there, do you happen to know how many more pits we have left here?
Oh, Mike, that's going to require me to break out the calculator. I'll get back to you.
Gotcha. All right. Well, so we'll kind of see how that shakes out here, Josh. Of course, mentioned Airbus does have that 5-second penalty that he'll have to serve on the next pit stop for that number 12 PCDC Motorsports McLaren. But we do have Kevin Zaklari and still out in the lead for Racing Line Motorsport. Of course, they kind of did the same thing to 3 hours of Imola not too long ago, Josh. But now we've got Arnold all over the back of the 333.
Yeah, we do, and this is going to be a big overtake for Sean Arnold and the Fordzilla team, because he doesn't want to get held up and allow Jardier to close any get anywhere near them, and being stuck behind Harry Conway isn't going to help that battle. But Conway, as we know, he's not going to let him go past easily. And he's trying to catch the number 88 Aston. You can just see in front, not the car in front of the blue McLaren, but the one in front of that. The one, I believe that's Dan Suzuki's team, isn't it? The one in front of Conway, the black and gold Lamborghini.
It is.
But Sean Arnold actually lost a little bit of time to Conway coming out of the second Ravazza, so he's not going to be close enough on this on this lap. But yeah, the Ferrari's running really well. I'm quite surprised. Being a Ferrari driver myself, I struggled at Imola. I guess it's maybe setup based, but these guys are just throwing the Ferrari around. I can only dream of getting the Ferrari around this track the way they do. But yeah, obviously we've got Egger in P8 at the moment, but he will be a little bit higher than that. But Mike, you mentioned the 557 running pretty well. They've picked up a stop-go 30. That's probably for speeding in the pit lane, unless that's some sort of steward's inquiry. But that penalty is usually given by the game for speeding in the pit lane, I believe.
Yeah, that's one that we're going to see being applied by the simulator in most occasions. We very, very rarely hear with the RCI stewarding team applying SG30, and I did not see a penalty report. Cameron and Daniel did not come in, hand anybody a slip of paper that had the number 557 on it recently. They had that earlier drive-through or incident with the 207 that caused the 207 to drive through, but nothing with the 557 immediately. So that is indeed a speeding in the pit lane. That is going to put Butler Powell Motorsports back through the back of the pack. We're seeing Conway and Arnold all over each other here, flashing the lights, flashing the lights, flashing the lights. They want this car out of the way. They know it has a stop and go 30. It is now in the way. Conway does not want to be cost any time with a car that has the SG30, and I think Hayes here doing the smart thing, just saying, you know what, yep, okay, I'm out. Let's just serve this penalty. They come into the pit lane. Hayes going to serve that SG30, and that Aston Martin now out ahead of Conway. Little bit of clear air for him to not quite get involved in having traffic ahead of him quite yet, and hopefully that will give him enough time. But I think that Arnold's going to be faster than him. But Arnold, actually, he's going to go for the inside there, coming through one of the many chicanes here in Imola. Does not push it through. But Josh, as I am still continuing to have some technical issues here, I'm actually going to pass off to our local South African home for the weekend and over in Italy with us, Mr. George Smith. And he's going to take over for me for the next couple hours, I believe.
Okay, no worries. Hello, George.
Hey, Josh. Good to be here, Mike. Happy to jump in and help out, of course. Good to join you guys, of course, for this prestigious event, Jardiers 9 Hour here at Imola. And the racing so far has just been incredible. I got home from a bit of a vacation, and all I've been able to do is sit planted on the couch and be entertained by your guys' voices and, of course, the incredible camera work coming out from our broadcast team. Josh, this has really been a treat so far. And I mean, 5 hours 30 left to go. This is the place to be. And I mean, you've seen from the start of the race, of course, things can change so quickly. And as we ride on board with Harry Conway, you can just see Arnold looking to try and get advantage where he can and catch Conway slipping up. It's all about that consistency, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly that. You know, a 9-hour race is, if you can make 0 mistakes, you're probably going to end up in the top 10. As Harry Conway's team are finding out, I don't think they've had too many mistakes, not that we've seen on the stream. And to be honest, we've seen so much over the last, three and a half hours now, which seems quite strange. It doesn't feel like 3.5 hours. It maybe feels like maybe an hour and a half or something. But it's crazy how the time goes when you're watching some great endurance racing, especially GTs. GT3s are just it's just such fun racing to watch, isn't it, George? But here we go then. Sean Arnold finally getting nice and close to the Triple 3 Harry Conway driving that car at the moment. But Harry Conway is no easy customer, is he? And he's not going to let Sean Arnold through, even though he probably knows he's faster. But interestingly enough, the gap from Arnold to Jardier, Jaroslav Honzik, was about 14.4. It's now down to under 11 seconds, George. So that is eating away at the lead the number 38 Fordzilla had over that 39 Minty car. So they're losing out big time. He needs to get past, doesn't he?
It's all these on-track battles that cost everyone position other than the people behind. They're the biggest winners, and they're just waiting to pick up the scraps as they go. Arnold putting so much pressure onto the back of Conway in that 333 McLaren, and that's what it's about at Imola, putting pressure on, forcing the mistake. It's hard to go side by side, although our invite split drivers, proving that wrong countless times on the stream already. And these drivers are looking to do the same work, but it's all about that defensive line for the 333. He's doing the right thing here, isn't he? He's peeling off into the pits. He needed to settle back. He was going to lose way more time defending against Arnold, and with 5 hours 30 on the clock, I think that's a smart decision coming out from the 333.
Yeah, and obviously you avoid any unnecessary contact as well, getting over-aggressive on the defensive side of things. But Sean Arnold would be glad to see the back of that thing for now. And we're going to jump to the number 11 of Max Kowski, the Jardier community team. I know these guys have had a drive-through, and I think they've not had a great time, and that angle there may be summing it up a little bit. But they're in P17 nonetheless. I think I could only probably dream of being P17 in a field like this. So they're doing a lot better than what I could probably achieve without drive-through penalties and whatnot, whatever else has been thrown at them. I'm pretty sure they've had the penalties thrown at them today, but you know, carrying on nonetheless, and they're making good progress as well. Only half a second behind, but they've also got a car half a second behind them as well, haven't they? So.
Yeah, Jake Moore putting so much pressure onto Mikowski here. And this is, again, a good position for that Aston Martin to be in. He's seen the number 11 making a couple of mistakes, especially out through Peritella, a bit wide, and then feeling the heat out through Akui Menrurali, which means that he's impacted down a lot of the straight parts of the track. He seems to have a couple of car links here down at the start-finish straight. So a bit of breathing room coming in for the number 11. But I think you touched on it, being within the top 20 in a field like this with this amount of time on the clock, that's a good position to be in. So much stuff can happen. You can see how much traffic is on the track, small contacts running wide, drive-through penalties. It's all in the mix, and potentially people will lose out more often than not in front of you, especially when you're putting them on a circuit for 9 hours.
Yeah, exactly that. Like, you look at the track map on the right-hand side, it's just only really this part of the track we're on now, where these two cars are on their own. Apart from that, there's pretty much, you know, every 5 seconds, if you're in the grandstand, you'd see a different car going past you. So pretty good if you're in the stands, but obviously with the current lockdown restrictions in many places, I don't know what it is in Italy, but at the moment, they're not worried about social distancing here. That's Google here in the 899, nearly on pace, putting Bart Matager in the connection lost, and these two have been battling, not these two drivers particularly, but these two cars. And we're going to see another spectacular overtake potentially from a Bentley. The Bentleys are stealing the show today in terms of overtakes, which you don't often say, because considering it's quite a big car, it's quite hard to go wheel to wheel sometimes. But here we go then. We've got the two Bentleys coming down into the Tamburello chicane. They're just going to try and slot in. But here we go. Guglia now is going to try and get the run down the straight towards the Villeneuve chicane. I think he may get the slipstream, you know, here, George, down into the Villeneuve chicane and maybe have a look into the chicane. He's just going to slot in now, so it maybe looks like Tozer is going to be his next plan of attack, but is he going to get the run? I don't think he is on this lap, potentially, but I think he's going to send it anyway. He's trying to scare Bart Matager off his line, but he's having none of it, and the Bentleys are really, really supplying the entertainment today, and we've got 4 in the top 8.
They really are, and I think the fact that they are able to abuse the curbs out at Imola, we've seen how the front engine cars are really stable taking to the curbs. A couple of cars surprising me in where they found themselves as well. So, you know, there's action all across the field. We do get some action back here. We saw Mikowski struggling out against that Aston Martin here down into Tamburello. They're all tucked up behind one another. And it looks like Billy Octane behind at the wheel of that 333 going to lead out that train. So action across the field. Back to our Bentleys. Guglia and Matcha doing a great job at just having a good bit of fun. But that 899 certainly in front of Matcha now from the 404. So they're having changed up positions whilst we were switching through. And will that position be given back through before the end of the lap? I don't think so. I think that Alexander Guglia has that tied up, and Matcha then will sort of surrender, right? It's a surrender pit stop coming down. Oh, Matcha, drive-through sped into the pit entry. You just got a drive-through for that.
I think he may have had the drive-through before, potentially. I think it must have been track limits at the AK Minerales. I'm not sure, but I think he had it before. But yeah, either way, he now can't do his pit stop. He will have to do the full drive-through and then pit again. So that's an extra stop for the 404 team, which is going to send them right back. And they've been doing so well. That's a big disappointment for them. But obviously, the car that has been involved in a lot of racing today, the 404, it's they've got the drive-through now. Obviously, track limits, trying to only get, was it 4? I think on your 4th, you get a penalty to do that for 9 hours. That's pretty tough. So they've obviously used up their drive-through penalty on the track limits. You know, not quite halfway into the race. Oh, that was really close. Matkowski almost taking out the McLaren there. I think he did hit him off a little bit, but that could have been a lot worse. But that's Billy Octane, isn't it? And he lost a position to the Aston Martin, did he? I think that's Moore in front of him. Yes, it is. So Moore getting through, and the number 11 Mercedes has been a little bit ropey. You can see it's just got no grip at all, is it? It's just sliding around pretty much every corner at this point.
Yeah, that braking point coming down into Tamburello indicating that something might definitely be wrong. I mean, we saw he was very wide on a couple of camera angles before. He's kind of caught up in a lot of dirty air in the train that he's following through as well. So the aero effect might not really be the race setup that they've anticipated coming out here. But for now, they seem to have given themselves a little bit of breathing room as we look up towards Scolari. Kevin in at that number 66, chasing down on the likes of Torvinen in that number 321 BMW. And I love the paint that has been slapped onto that BMW for sure. It checks all my color boxes. I mean, I couldn't not get involved and not talk about the colors as well. But yeah, I'll just slap my fan of colors. You know, I'm a fan.
Yeah, it's very different. It's out there, but at the end of the day, it's got us talking about it, and at the end of that's what a livery is supposed to do. Whether it's horrible or not, if you're talking about there's
Josh.
a big accident there between two Mercedes. I believe that's the 62, and I think was that Martin Schumacher potentially. We'll have to try and see if we can get that one, but I don't know if that was even for position. But we did have 4 Mercedes in a row, so let's wait and see.
Is that the G2?
So this is the G2 esports car, and the car in front, I'm not sure who this is, but it looks like the car in front gets a bit of a snap oversteer, I think. Oh, no, a little bit of contact from the back there from the G2 esports car, and that sort of just spun the other Mercedes around, didn't it? That was a weird one.
Steward's going to be kept very busy. Look at them busy in that stewarding box alongside us, arms in the air. A lot of work for them to have to investigate as to what's gone down on circuit there. We are back, Josh. That crazy little technical difficulty in the comms box. I was getting excited, tripped over the cables, and brought the whole box down. And it wouldn't be a broadcast without me tripping over some cables, would it?
No, I've told you to stop running around when things again exciting, but you don't listen.
I mean, I couldn't. I mean, Arthur Camera, he's in that G2 Esports car. He's already got past the likes of Kevin in that number 66, and he's on the hunt to try and pass a whole bunch of cars. He's got Schumacher in front of him in that 721, and then they're all getting themselves a little bit closer to the cars in front. That 62 on an absolute charge. But I am vowing to take a step back, sit down on my stool, and not trip over any more cables.
Well, that's always a start. But yeah, you are right. He is on the charge, isn't he, in the G2 Esports car? He's, like you said, he's already got past the 66 Mercedes and did that coming into Ravazza 1. And he's got Martin Schumacher in the GC Racing number 2 as well, just in front of him. And that car's been doing some great defending throughout the day. So hopefully Schumacher can apply the same defensive maneuvers that some of his teammates are pulling off earlier. But Jarko Torvinen as well doing a great defensive job earlier on, defending from the likes of Joe McCauley and Vincent Erbrick in the PCDC Motorsports car, and obviously the nearly on pace for the Joe McCauley 899 Bentley. But yeah, the BMW's got the best defensive attribute, so to speak. It's got straight line speed, George. So obviously, that is the...
It's such a monster. It's such a monster when it gets onto that loud pedal, isn't it? And this little train forming up here, just amidst the German manufacturers all flexing their muscle down from 9th all the way down to 13th as well. See Chumley in the 252. He's down the field a little bit, but he's going to benefit off all these cars if they continue to get themselves into these battling positions. You go defensive, you lose a bit of time, you have to then try and find that defensive line out through Minerali. That's the run that you sometimes need. Does Arthur have the ability to have a look? He really has no space past the 721. They just have to settle back into that train-faced GT3 Tin Top Racing. And for an enduro race with 5 hours left on the clock, I mean, this is an absolute treat to get this. This is normally where you have to start talking about track sort of attributes, don't you? Now we get treated to having some on-track battles.
Yep, exactly that. And those 3 Mercedes coming out of the that last chicane there were just like Scalextrics. They literally all took the same line. The cars bounced on the same parts of each curb. It was that was quite interesting, the exact same line. But I don't think they'll be taking the same line into the Tambrella chicane. Let's see. Martin Schumacher might have to go a little bit defensive here. But no, it's actually going to be Camera who's going to go on the offensive, almost hitting the rear quarter there of the 721 of Schumacher. Now he's going to have a nice run down towards the Villeneuve chicane. It really does offer that second opportunity, this track. It really, really does allow you to, but I don't think he's going to send it here. But as you said, attacking and defending is all of a sudden, Camera's got, Kevin in the 66 is already a little bit closer, isn't he? So it just does ebb and flow, and he's going to send it up the inside and actually spin him around in the Tosa hairpin. That was a big day late and a dollar short. Yeah, he was, yeah. I think the stewards maybe
the finger
going down to that garage.
The finger wagging going down already, and that is not what we wanted to see. So that is certainly going to be investigated out by the stewards. Number 62, set back just a little bit as well, is not going to really be impressed with what's happened there. Not only do you lose on the spin, but you lose all the momentum that you're carrying through the sector as well, and then going to have to immediately try and respond. So the number 62, it's not done yet. Arthur Camera is such a quick driver, and it's an absolute shame that we had to see that put on ice quite so quickly. And I mean, Josh, that's sometimes the way that racing does go. It's not always the way that you want to see it, but hopefully the stewards handle it, and we get, I mean, I guess some justice for the fans out there for the G2 car, but it's really to just regulate the driving conditions, make sure that people are behaving themselves on track. And a scene like that was really a lunge from a bit too far back.
But nonetheless, he sent it up the inside there.
So they still just going to continue finding themselves in some rhythm. Of course, all the drivers on the track at the moment. There's a couple of splits that actually have some interesting situations, Josh. I mean, there's drivers all across the field that are maybe a couple of seconds down from one another, a couple of tenths for others. This, of course, was that 4-car battle that we were witnessing earlier. This time, of course, it's just going to be a 3-car run. But again, 2 Mercedes cars making a chase onto Torvinen in that 3-2-1 BMW. Schumacher and Kevin here now going to get into that position. Does the 721 lose out to the likes of the 66? So many times we've seen that third car at the back has such a good readability of what's happening in front. But with Kevin having made that contact early on, I'm pretty sure that car's expecting something coming out from the stewards for them to serve. And I wouldn't be surprised to see if that's not something like a drive-through penalty to that car for the position that they were in, for the chase, the fact that they were in a train chasing down. Oh, I think it's going to go pretty bad for the number 66, and they're no longer going to really be in the run with these 2 cars in front of them.
Yeah, well, we seen this earlier on, didn't we? Lap 2, it was Valentin Barrier actually hit in the PCDC motorsports car around. Very, very similar incident. If anything, that incident we just watched, George, is probably worse. The other one didn't look as sort of what's the term? He wasn't trying to overtake the PCDC motorsports car earlier, just outbraked himself and rear-ended him, whereas that was like a dive bomb, as it's more commonly known. But I'm sure he I'm sure he'll know he was wrong. But I think if the penalty comes, they'll just have to accept this. Just obviously how major the penalty is, whether it's 10 seconds, if it's a drive-through, we'll wait and see. But as soon as we've got it, I'm sure Jesse Lee will get the news before us, George, and we can throw down to him. But in the meantime, make sure Jesse's still down there, because it's getting quite chilly now. Jesse, are you okay down in the pit lane?
Yeah, I'm actually doing really good down here. I put a jacket on, though. It is getting a bit more chilly. And since the last time we talked about it, it is 1 degree centigrade cooler. Still no change in the weather, but I just got to mention something. We saw the 404 of Bart Macha get that drive-through penalty. I can confirm that that was going over the threshold for allowable over-track limits. And you were also correct, Josh, in assuming that it is 3, and then on the 4th penalty, you get a drive-through, or the 4th warning, I should say, you get a drive-through. And the other reason I bring it up is we still have 5 hours of racing to go. That is way too early to be running out of those track limit warnings and start accruing drive-throughs. But that's not where the bad news ends. That number 39 Mercedes has used up all of its warnings. If it gets another track limits warning, it will be converted into a drive-through for Team Minty.
Yeah, and that's definitely not what they'd want. And I can tell you what Torvinen doesn't want at the moment, and that's Schumacher literally all over the rear end of that BMW. But you can just see the way it pulls away from the Mercedes, George. It's just such a monster, isn't it, in a straight line, the BMW.
It is an absolute beast, and it's doing a good job. The number 66 Team Fordzilla car also just trying to still hang on to the back of those 2 cars in front of him. And he needs to just make sure he stays in that position. That defensive line coming out from Torvinen in the 3-2-1 has been so good. Needs to keep staying wide. Needs to keep sticking to that apex that just holds back the 2 Mercedes drivers behind. But the number 66 not really putting pressure onto the 721, which you sometimes see in this situation, alleviating the pressure off that BMW. The BMW going to have to deal with this all the way around. And it is actually going to be the Fordzilla car that drops off behind the other 2 as they get into Ravazza and make their way down to the start-finish line. I really do love the livery on that BMW, and I really like the fact that we've got these 3 cars battling it out. And I think we've seen Camera do this before for the G2 Esports number 62. He's caught up to the same pack of cars based on the fact that they've been inseparable and unable to really change up their positions. So just keep an eye on that. Of course, he was impacted earlier, 5 seconds down the road. He's still got a fair bit of work to do before he gets into this again. But if these three stay the way they are, they're certainly going to open themselves up for attack from behind. There you actually see the G2 Esports Mercedes enter into view. So as they wrestle themselves around through the chicanes, they make their way around out through the hairpin, and the chase continues down. You really have touched on it, though. That BMW, such a monster to be in a defensive position at the moment.
Yes, it's got the attribute that everybody wants, a car that goes fast in a straight line. He's definitely maximizing his exit. He knows where his strengths are, and that kind of forces the car behind to have to go a bit more aggressive or try something they wouldn't necessarily do, which then obviously causes mistakes. But as you were alluding to earlier on, where it allows the car behind to get in on the battle, it looks like this lap, the 66 is a little bit closer this time around to the 721, and maybe trying to put a little bit of pressure on him. But now I think Torvinen didn't quite get the exit he'd want, but you can just see that gap increasing. Even though he was slower off the corner, the gap is just either staying the same or increasing, and it's basically just ruling out the slipstream at this point. But you like to think the 66 getting the double slipstream, and there we go. He's actually going to go up the inside of Schumacher. I don't know what happened to Schumacher there. He must have got a little bit too much curb on the inside, but he's actually lost out. So let's see what happens here. So he's gone over to the right-hand side of the track, and yet he's just got a bit of... it's like a little lock-up, I think, going into
he kind of almost gave up that position as well. Saw the send was coming in from the Fordzilla car. Also realized that with this amount of time going onto the inside line after maybe outbraking, going a little bit wider out, leaving the opportunity there. Good decision to kind of just peel off. It'll be interesting to see what this does for that Fordzilla car. Does it catapult them up? Doesn't look like they're going to be able to capitalize yet. They are going to go 2 cars wide as they enter down into Tossa, and they will go out from there in the same format that they entered into it. Really, I got a little bit too hyped up, but it was a good run coming out from the British Racing Green Mercedes. I mean, that's what it's about, isn't it? Getting alongside, making some moves, and then realizing that maybe that's not the place to do it. You're gonna have to settle back in and putting the pressure back on once again. You just don't want your race to end. You don't want to find a barrier, and a little mistake where you lose a couple of car lengths, you can make that back up again. You've got 5 hours to do so.
Yeah, whereas hitting the wall and having to have a new front end put on your Mercedes AMG will definitely cost you a bit more time. But we're going to jump now to the number 23 Lexus, who is trying to put Bart Matager in the connection loss racing car under a bit of pressure. The 404 obviously was running really, really well. It still is in P14, but obviously they picked up the drive-through, as Jesse told us earlier on. It was for track limits, and you can actually see the Orion Race Team car just coming into Ravazza 1, and just behind there you have Chris Huke as well, only 2.5 seconds behind the podium. Mike Jones did say that Chris Huke was getting in the car, and obviously he is one of the quickest sim racers that especially I know. George, obviously I know you've probably got a bit of a wider knowledge of some of the sim racers, but Chris Huke has got to be up there with one of the fastest RCI I've probably seen. In terms of raw pace, he's definitely up there, isn't he?
Oh, he's an absolute legend around the sim racing communities, and Chris Huke, he's certainly a name that's been thrown around in the commentary box a couple of times. Call me a bit of a fanboy, I won't deny it, and of course he brings some good racing to the table. Bart Matcher here going to have his hands full in that 404 Bentley. And that's going to be full of that Lexus. I believe that's the SRC Sim Racing champions in that Lexus. They're making a good position for themselves in 15th place with such a lot of time to play with on the clock. It's certainly something that you want to be. Oh, have they made a mistake? They're going a bit wide out through there, and that will be the number 23 Lexus making a small mistake. Loses 2 cars behind in position. I believe it will be Moore then to come through in his Aston Martin. He gets through, and this behind is of course not for position. Josh, I have something to admit. I may have tripped
You
over some
didn't
more
do it
cables
again. I thought
I-
you didn't
I
do
did.
it this time.
I really am sorry. I went to. I'm sitting down again. Saklari is getting closer to Franca and is getting absolutely frantic up here. I mean, I know we've got 4 hours 53 on the clock, and I shouldn't be getting as amped as I am. So I do apologize for ruining the race experience there for you as well, Josh, as well as our viewers. So Andre Franca is under attack there from Kevin Saklari. The dash down between FFS Racing and Racing Line Motorsport. And what a result it would be if the Racing Line Motorsport team could find themselves up towards the front. I mean, we talked about Chris Hooker earlier on in terms of names that have been around, but Racing Line Motorsport, I mean, these guys have been around since I started commentating on the EU side of things, and massive support coming out all the time. Seeing them in that number 191 up in second place, it kind of sends some goosebumps down. You get familiar with names and teams, and seeing performances coming out in big races, you can only hope for the best for those teams that have been out there and supporting from the very beginning. And yeah, Josh, this is going to be an absolute handful. If he can catch up to Franca in that number 123 Bentley, I mean, then what do we do? I mean, do you tape me to the chair?
Well, I think we'll have to. I think we'll have to take the wheels off the chair as well, because I think that's what keeps happening. I think you just keep running the wheels of the chair over the wires and disconnecting everything. But yeah, I think Kevin Saklari obviously is a name I know as well. Obviously, haven't done this for a massive amount of time, but definitely one of the names that I know and has sort of stuck in my memory, if that makes sense. But Arthur Camera, at the same time, he was providing a lot of entertainment earlier on. He actually got spun around by the car that was in front of him, so that just shows his pace. And he's actually got a 5-second penalty, which is quite strange.
Yeah, I mean, we'll get some insight into that, of course, but for now, it's an interesting situation. We saw how he did have a long way to catch up. He's already got past the likes of Schumacher. Torvinen gone very wide in that BMW. He's going to be barged out of position of all of that. And can Camera sneak by on the inside of the number 66 as well? Looks like he can. And the number 62 now on the loud pedal. That BMW, though, we know how quick it can be down the straights. Don't discount it just yet. And they are going to make an absolute lunge coming down. But 62, he's wrapped this up. I think that Torvinen's recovered. He's gotten those positions back from the Mercedes drivers coming into Tamburello. And it is going to be an utter dash between all three of them. Fordzilla then settles into the back of that train. And the British Racing Green Mercedes of Martin Schumacher for GC Racing then will hang on to the back of Torvinen in that 321 BMW.
Yeah, that's the first mistake we've seen Torvinen make as well. I do want to point, I'm pretty sure the penalty may be the wrong way around here. I think they've given the penalty to Camera. We need to try and find out what's happened there, because I believe it was an incident between 66 and 62, wasn't it, George? And I think the 62, which is at the back of this little train we have, spun around the G2 Esports car, I'm pretty sure. So I'm not sure why the other car's got a penalty. Maybe we must have missed something a bit earlier on, but we'll see if Jesse Lee can find something out for us down in the pit lane. But in the meantime, Schumacher's going to go down the inside of the Variante Alta chicane, and he's got that done as well. Torvinen is a little bit rattled now. He's sort of falling backwards, but he's been pretty solid in that BMW all day. But obviously, George, we've mentioned the straight line speed of that BMW. He's probably going to have a good chance now, isn't he, coming down the main straight, isn't he? He's going to get pretty close to that AMG towards the end of the straight here into turn 2. Yeah,
it's so important to just get everything that you can out of Rivatsa. Torvinen maybe a couple car lengths back of where he wanted to be to maybe have a look into Schumacher coming down, but he will put the big motor to play and will make sure that he closes down that lap delta deficit before they even have to deal with any of the apexes. But you just saw the sheer pace that the Mercedes has when it comes down to taking to the curbs, which is so important at Imola. I've talked about it before. Plenty of people have done so. But these Mercedes, especially the 2020 Evo, it just looks so impressive coming out. It uses a lot of the curbs, looks very settled. And I guess they have to just be a little bit worried about picking up drive-through penalties and that kind of thing against the track limit warnings. We've touched on it before. 4 hours on the clock, or 4 hours 48 on the clock to still go through and still have or no track limit warnings remaining. You have to drive on absolute eggshells. And sometimes here you just can't. You just see how many of these cars can use so many of those track limits. And if someone has, one to spare, that could just be your position lost out in the closing 10 minutes. But we're a long way away from that. I mean, that's far distant in the future.
Yep, it is. But, Chris Huke is just putting all the pressure on Matthias Egger at the moment. But it's fair to say that Barazzini, obviously the other driver of the 126, has definitely been a lot more confident in the car. So I'd say we've probably got the number 49 car. They've probably got their strongest driver in. And I think the 126 Barazzini, not that there's much between them, but even if it's 0.2 a lap difference, George, over 5 laps, that's a second difference, such fine margins for this podium at the moment. And it's good that we've got a very, very close battle for the lead, only 2.1, and then even closer then for third and fourth. But here we go, Chris Huke in the Bentley. He's going to have a try. He's going to try and go around the outside of the Tamburello chicane, but there is a back marker that could potentially jeopardize this. And it looks like Egger's got a little bit too much curb and he's running a little bit deep there. So it looks like Chris Huke could potentially get the move done as that McLaren gets out of the way, but he's all of a sudden going to be in the way, but he does get out of the way easily, and Chris Huke, that could have been real bad, but he's so confident on the brake pedal, isn't he? But yeah, this is what you want to see. A great race for the final podium position, but like I say, the faster driver for the 126 is still to obviously do a couple more stints, and likewise for the 49, Chris Huke, I'm sure he's not done after this stint. I'm sure he's got a few more as well, so it would be nice to see Chris Huke and Barazzini battle it out at some point, gloves off towards the end of this race, and really go for it.
I mean, Chris Huke on the back of Matthias Egger, that's a treat for the viewers to behold. Matthias Egger from the Orion race team, I mean, they haven't really had the best start to their race. They were looking quite good early on. There was an incident that set them back, and they've had to make their way back through the field. And there are pit stops and strategies still to play, but as things stand here, the battle on track for position as the Orion race team take to the Ren Vulton Pro team, and really just star-studded lineups in both teams. That Orion race team car, I mean, it's not the same car. They like to pick and choose, but they've certainly featured on many podiums. Ryan Gill early on in the broadcast during the opening phase of the race just touched on it. But for them to be up into third place at the moment, they're certainly making their way back up through the order. We're going to have to see where they come out. But for now, having a good battle out against Chris Huke is the likes of Matthias Egger, and doing a good job to just keep that Ferrari in a position. A bit of a mid-engine versus the front-engine Bentley. I think the curb usage that the Bentley can use here, we've seen just how Chris Huke can get really aggressive on it. He's just going to put so much pressure on. And that little Ferrari does look kind of small up against the big Bentley, doesn't it?
It does. It really does put the size of the Bentley in comparison, especially when it's next to either a Ferrari or the McLaren is another one. It looks quite big next to. Obviously, the mid-engine cars, obviously completely different shape. Obviously, the Bentley Continental as a road car is quite luxurious and quite comfortable, but the Ferrari 488 is all about ultra performance. But when you stick all the GT3 bits on, they're so even on track, and apart from what they look like, really, George. But Chris Huke is definitely putting the pressure on Egger, but for as long as Egger can keep him behind, it's really going to benefit the outcome of this race, because Egger knows he hasn't been as quick as his teammate, which we don't see very often. The Orion race team is so fair, but yeah, this is going to be it now. Ravazza, he's got the outside line though, but he's going to squeeze him. You literally couldn't have put anything in between, a little bit of contact, but I don't think there's anybody at fault for that. That was so close. And again, I don't know how sometimes these drivers get away with such a small contact. Definitely, if that was me, I'd be facing the other way.
Well, Chris not quite impressed with it either. I mean, he's already flashing on the lights. He's letting him know that he's going to be back for more. Don't you worry, Matthias Egger, in your 126 Ferrari. I'm coming back for a little bit more, says the Ren Vulton number 49. And we've certainly seen that he's got the pace to catch up. This is going to impact whatever Egger wants to do in catching up to Kevin Saklari from Racing Line Motorsports, currently at the wheel of that car. And then, of course, the race being led out by the FFS Racing VH Bentley, who has Andre Franca at the wheel there. So, I mean, it's all to play for. So, Clary catching up to Franca, and this little battle developing up here. And if you look down through the order, Moore on the back of Matcha as well. You can see there are a couple of tenths between one another. So there's certainly some mid-pack battles also developing up through the order. But there we get a look at Andre Franca in the 1-2-3 Bentley, and Kevin Saklari trying to close in the number 191 Racing Line Motorsport Lamborghini.
Yep, that's it. And, you know, these guys are so close for first and second, and obviously third and fourth so close. But just, I believe we got a little bit of news coming from the pit lane, Jesse. And also, I do see potentially a little weather change in half an hour. Have you got anything on that?
Yes, I do, but very quickly, I did go back and review the lap 127 incident. I just got out of the steward's office, and I confirmed that that was a previous incident. That was not the spin in the hairpin that you guys were talking about. But these two cars, the 66 and the 62, have had a history today, and it's come to blows and penalties recently. And of course, we saw the 5-second penalty for the 62, and quite frankly, I'm amazed it wasn't a bigger penalty for the shunt that the 62 gave the 66. And now, of course, the 66 awarded a 15-second penalty for a shunt on just a few laps later on the 62. So the gloves are, well, they may very well be on, but they're definitely coming off. And just want to talk about our stewards, our live stewarding that we have for a second. They are doing such a great job. I was up there visiting with them early in the race, and I just got some clarification on a few of the penalties. They have posted 50 plus penalties since the start of this race. Folks, that's a penalty verdict every 6 minutes of this race so far. They have been putting in work and keeping this race fair for everybody, and could not do it, would not want to do it without them. But Josh, you spotted what I really wanted to talk about, the fact that the weather is coming in. I repeat, just as night is about to fall, weather is coming into the area. It's going to start off as a light sprinkle. It may get heavier for the end of the race, guys.
Yep, it is, and ironically, it's just as Jesse will be moving from the pit lane to the commentary box. We're going to allow him into the commentary box for an hour or so, an hour or two. He's been down in the pit lane, and as it's getting late, he needs to come in, warm up by the fire, and try not to trip over any cables like George has been doing. But
I mean, the
yeah,
two of us
rain
in the
is coming.
box is the two of us in the box is going to be dangerous, and I'm glad to see that we're allowing Jesse to get out from the rain that's going to come down and cause havoc for these drivers, as we see that battle still continuing out. I mean, Moore and Matcha are certainly not giving in here. That Aston Martin all over the back of the 404 Bentley, and we know that Matcha does not have track limits to use here, so he's going to be ultra careful on whatever defense he decides to bring out to the table, doesn't he?
Yeah, exactly, and it's actually been spotted from the chat. But at the moment, we've actually got Arthur Camera. He's going to go a look at, a bit of contact with Thomas Aronsman there in the PCDC Motorsports car. But again, I don't think there's too much in that one. I don't think Aaron's going to be happy with it, as he's compromised pretty much all of that Acqua Minerale section. We do have a yellow here coming up to the Variante Alta chicane. What's going on here? Oh, that's the 557 Aston Martin is parked on the outside there, but it's been spotted in chat that Huke has got past Matthias Egger for P3. I'm not sure how long ago that was, probably maybe too far back for replay, but Chris Huke has got the job done, and he's actually coming up to lap the 321 of Torvinen as well. That just shows the pace our top four are currently running with George, and you know, lapping 11th place, who is absolutely no slouch either. Torvinen's been one of the more solid drivers in this race.
Yeah, it's incredible to see just what happens during an entire 9-hour stint. And of course, they've only served out a small portion of that. Still a lot of this race to go, but certainly bring the heat for the first half. And I think a lot still to come through. I think when the rain comes down, we can see on our weather indication apps that the sprinkles coming down, the rain dance that Jesse's been doing, is going to prove true. That's also going to separate the difference in drivers too. Are you ready to make those changes? When do you go in to throw on the wet tires? Does this rain last long enough for it to affect the racing grip? Are you going to be able to extend the stints on the dries? Where do you start to lose out? And all of that can be answered up as we see the number 23 of the SRC Sim Racing champions taking the inside line there against the McLaren of the 333 of Billy Octane. The Triple R McLaren going to lose out coming into the opening parts of Tamburello, but will settle back in to see, if he can maybe answer back a little bit later on. But the pace coming out from that Lexus, certainly out in the wrong position. I saw that Miranovics, I don't even know how to say his surname properly, but Tomas, his first name, Thomas has had a bit of a spin out, and that's put him down in a position that maybe he shouldn't be in. So maybe got some extra pace in the Lexus, and certainly this car in the rain on other tracks has proven to be a bit of a beast. So don't discount the Lexus in the rain. That's certainly something I want to see. Yeah, exactly. It was a really, really aggressive defense, but I believe this is for the lead of the race. Kevin Siclari has managed to arrive at the back of Andre Franca's Bentley, and this is all been over the case of almost 3 hours worth of these guys being 4 or 5 seconds apart, and then it came down a bit more, so it's down to 3/10, probably around more like half a second now. But this has finally happened. But just a quick one on obviously the Lexus being strong in the rain. Jesse did mention earlier on the 126 Matthias Egger, who's actually pitted now. Barazini told Jesse that the car is set up for the wet, which is probably why they were so good in qualifying. And if it does rain enough for the wet tires, don't discount that 126. They are going to be pretty quick if that is the truth, and he wasn't selling Jesse a double bluff. I don't see why he would do that, but you never know. These sim races, they gotta try and get an advantage anywhere they can. But Kevin Siclari is trying to find the advantage and move up into the lead. And do you think that mentally, if you do make a move for the lead, do you really think that just really pushes you along for the rest of the race, George, or do you think it's just more of maybe more pressure for you? Oh, I think it's certainly difficult to lead a race. I think catching up and making a move to a lead is certainly a bit of a mental fortitude coming out. You do want to put some pressure on, but we just know the talent that sits in that 1-2-3. Franca hands this car over to Mike Noble, who is just an absolute beast in the sim racing world. So, I think as long as the 1-2-3 makes this work difficult, makes sure that the Racing Line Motorsport Lamborghini works for absolutely everything before getting through. That's the hard work, and Noble can come out and put in a little bit more of that alien-like pace that he always serves us up on the broadcast. So I think for Siclari, he knows that he needs to get past, capitalize when the likes of Noble are maybe not in the car, and this is the opportune moment to put themselves in that sort of position, Josh. Yeah, exactly, and that's what makes driver swaps so important. Obviously, having the right driver in the car at the right time for this sort of battle, and it looks like Siclari probably is the driver you'd want in the 191 at this particular moment, George. But I think it's going to be potentially Christian Bianchi who's going to get in the Racing Line Motorsport car, because I haven't seen him in the car yet today. Obviously, the other car, Marek Schintz, who started the race. So I think it may be Christian Bianchi, and of course, again, another top-tier driver. Racing Line Motorsport have just got a list of drivers that any one of these teams would probably want on their team as well. So it's going to be interesting. But like you say, Mike Noble is just, he is a machine, isn't he? He just everything he does is just, it's, just like, I just can't help but compare it to like a well-oiled machine. It just doesn't really make mistakes. He just goes about his business, but he does it so fast. Not many people can hang with him, and earlier stints, he's got that Bentley down to a T here at Imola for that's 100%. And it doesn't take away from what Andre Franca is doing at the moment. I mean, to be holding up the likes of Kevin Siclari and making it difficult for him to get around. These guys are pushing their cars to the limits, and of course, Imola is just so difficult to get overtaken on. You, if you're the driver in front, if you make that error, then it's all up to you to try and pick back up. And right now, the 1-2-3 just making it so difficult. These two drivers are still 4 hours and 30 minutes away from seeing a checkered flag. They cannot risk pushing these cars to hitting into a wall. that would be absolutely horrific for both teams, the rest of their drivers and everything that they've put in. So although they have this opportune moment to maybe have something happen, they're going to also be sitting back and just kind of thinking about the repercussions if something does go wrong.
Yeah, of course. And obviously, George, you look after a racing team yourself. If you were to be Kevin Seclari in his ear right now, would you be telling him that? Would you be saying, just stick with him, don't do anything stupid, don't throw it all away? Or would you say, right, come on, get past him? Because maybe that might think, the 1-2-3 Bentley team might think, you know what, they literally overtook us on track and we need to go back out there and get them back. Or would you just be saying, sit in, there's a long way to go, we're not actually quite at the halfway point yet?
I mean, at this phase, it's almost it's a two-edged sword. You've got that rain prediction coming in. You know that the track conditions are going to change. You're trying to factor that in. You should probably try and get that done, and you can then kind of read the weather. Having to deal with somebody, trying to pass them and then have the weather coming down. Does the run come out from Tosa? Looks like alongside they will go, but does the Bentley have what it takes to still hold off the likes? I think the inside line going to be there for the 191, and Kevin Seclari will get it wrapped up. So they will not be sad that they have got past. Now it's all about putting the head down, making sure they can get a little bit of a decent gap out and try and make up some of the time that they've probably lost out battling out on track for a good portion of that. But wow, what a run coming out from Racing Line Motorsports. We saw them etching into the gap. Our lovely stream viewers were the ones that have highlighted that chase coming down. A lot of Racing Line Motorsport fans in the chat, and a big shout out to all our viewers from wherever you are joining. We are so blessed to have you all here with us and doing what we love to do. Racing Club International, kind of adding in that international aspect to it. You can join from wherever you are. We've got a Discord, we've got all the things. So good to have everybody with us. And looking at that, the number 88 is going to slide past Bart Matcher. No more track warning limits for the 404. He wants to take it a bit easy, Josh.
Yep, he does. Like you said, that he's going to have to be so careful with that now. One more, and I think you just get another one, don't you? And so on. Obviously, another warning. You just keep picking up the drive-throughs, and eventually it would ruin the race. And yeah, I just want to touch on the whole, the international aspect of RCI. Obviously, we've got an American pit lane reporter with, a South African commentator. We got an American broadcaster. We got a German broadcaster. There's just every part of RCI in terms of staff and viewers and everything, and the drivers to take part. It really is an international effort. You look at all the nationalities in the race program. There's just so many different flags in that program, and it's so cool to see that this simulator can really bring everybody together. And it's been a great journey to be on, and it's something I'm glad I got on with, and I'm sure these guys are are grateful for the events we put on. They always show us so much love, and this is what it's all about. These big special endurance races is obviously where we all come together and we enjoy the race as a big unit, so to speak. So it really is a testament to what this organization is. And I see raindrops, George.
The rain is here. Chumley on screen. Samuel Chumley in that. Look at that for a team name. The 2 SRL Esports Team Red. The 252 gonna see Torvinen in sight. So those raindrops come down. JC Lee was right. We see him make a mad dash down the pit lane if we look to the right, and he's trying to get to cover. So the heavens have opened up here, and the rain coming down. So how does this change up for the pit stop strategies? This is all what I am invested in. I love to see how the different aspects come out and change the way that people have to handle things. Our team's going to come in and pit for some wet tires early on. We do see some cars coming into the pits, whether this is for a driver swap and a gamble to go onto the wets. It does look like it gets heavier later on as well. So potentially Josh going to go for some early wets. If the track is completely dry for that, you're going to cook them. You're going to have no grip. You're going to lose time. This is the gamble. This is the gamble coming down.
Yeah, well, I've just been looking at obviously the track indicator in the top right that did say optimum, then it said fast, and it says greasy already, and it's only been raining for 60 seconds or so. It's I would try and stay out for as long as you can, so you can pitch Josh, for the wets later on.
You and I are playing Theorycraft. Jesse's probably got some interesting team strats that he can probably give us insights on. Jesse, have you got yourself back from the wet just yet?
George, I am taking cover in the garage. It's not raining terribly hard, but I can promise you it is going to start pouring. It is going to come down like cats and dogs. We could have ponding here in the next 45 minutes is how hard it's going to start raining here. It immediately made this track greasy. You're absolutely right. I have some strategy calls. I noticed Jardier for Team Minty came in, and they only put a little bit of fuel and didn't change the tires on that car. They know that they're going to have to come in for full service anyway, so they just put enough fuel in that car that could get them to the point where the track goes to a wet racing surface. That's not the only strategy call that we've seen. We've seen a couple of people out here trying to stretch their fuel, turning their map down, trying to get to a number so that they can cut a pit stop out. All of these things are strategies that you can employ. And oh, by the way, I have just received word that there's a couple of cars out there that are sick that might not make it to the end. They're having engine problems.
Oh, I mean, that's not what you like to hear, is it? Engine problems at this phase, and this race still a long way to go to be having those kind of things. Some gambles coming out and some strategies as we see the CMR 207 going past the Triple R number 333. Are they struggling for grip? It looks like everybody dropping immediately down in terms of their lap times, 4, 5, 6 seconds. So that rain, a little bit of a drizzle to us on camera, certainly affecting out those conditions. Like you said, though, Josh, immediately greasy. That's an indicator to show that the track grip has changed for us here. I mean, we are not even behind the wheels of the car. And I think that there's going to be some very big, interesting changes that come out from this. And we are going to try our best to try and cover all of those, but it's going to be impossible. I think there's going to be so many stories that come from a rain change.
Yeah, well, obviously you've got the sun disappearing as well. It's getting dark. The rain's coming down, so those headlights become a little bit brighter on the cars. But what I've noticed from this is the 126 pitted probably 5 or 6 laps ago to change their driver, and then it started raining. So they may be under pressure of making that podium that they were fighting for with the number 49. But Franke has pitted. They've gone now, so obviously you don't want to have to add an extra pit stop. So if this is a routine pit, they obviously, do you go for the full wets, or do you not think it's wet enough yet? I'm sure if we earlier on in qualifying, there we go, the connection lost. Bart Matters is going to try and go up the inside there of the 252, and they're going to go side by side up the hill now towards the top end of the circuit. But that Bentley is not going to move over, is he? He's going to try and stick it all the way through into Piratella coming down the hill, but he does slot back in, which is probably the wise move as these conditions get a little bit trickier. But the Mercedes got a little bit loose there under traction, and I think he may be under threat. But again, maybe a little bit of contact there, and the 404 has just got out of it. But I have lost my trail of thought, but I think the rain isn't going to come down enough just yet for wet tires. I think you need to probably wait another 20 minutes or so.
Oh, I mean, it's a hard gamble. I think these guys are already starting to struggle, even if it's just a bit of a mental thing, right? You start feeling it down. You start to struggle for grip. You're like, is this the track? Am I imagining it losing grip? You're looking at your times. You're looking at your deltas the entire time. But Much is not trying to ease off of this. Chumley going to be on the outside of this. Inside for the 404 Racing Bentley. And they're going to make their way through that pretty cleanly, coming out through the exit of Ravazza. Nice way to enter into that, and going to carry a lot of speed as well. So Chumley in the rear view mirror for the 404 of Bart Matcher in the connection lost Racing Bentley, and they're going to be they're going to still stay out. We see them not going into the pits just yet, so they're doing this extended thing, Josh. So they're going to wait and see until the back ends are trying to overtake the front. And late onto the brakes goes Bart Matcher coming into Tamburello, and he's going to be careful. Doesn't have the track limits to really afford himself trying to carry the speed and make mistakes like that. That's where you get punished. And Chumley going to lap that up like a cat seeing milk spilt over. And into Villeneuve, mistake again from the 404. Wide he goes, and Chumley sets the sails as he waves goodbye. And again, these two just going to keep their little scrap up. That's going to cost them time to the cars in front. But for drivers on a racing circuit, as the light goes down and the rain comes down, you're edging yourself on. You're like, these moves are just so beneficial. And it's good for confidence, being able to drive on the limits in these sort of conditions. And these drivers giving us a nice little spectacle out at that.
Yeah, they definitely are. And a good indicator of how wet the track is the reflection of the headlights and even the rear lights. And you can see Bart Matja, he's just a little bit loose in that Bentley. But also, the onboard camera sometimes gives us a good indication of the of how wet the curbs actually are. We did see that in qualifying earlier on, but you can pretty much see that there's standing water on those curbs, and most drivers are avoiding them already, and that'll be the drivers on the slicks. Obviously losing temperature as each corner goes by, but obviously we do have a lot of cars coming in now, George. There's lots of it, but here we go. We're going to go on board in the McLaren, and you can see the rain there hitting the windscreen, and we'll have to look at the curbs here on the exit of this. But yeah, you can see there's already puddles forming, George. It's a damp track now, not a greasy track. It is wet, as you can see. The Triple R McLaren is really struggling. This isn't ideal if you're in a McLaren, because it's not fantastic in the rain at the best of times. So they're not going to be wishing the big rain clouds. But is that a little bit of cooling coming down from the 207 there? I don't know why he pulled over to the inside. I don't think they've pitted for wets just yet. But a car that has pitted for wets is the number 62, I believe. They're already on wet, so maybe keep an eye on their lap times and see what they're setting and go from there. But the pit lane is pretty busy at the moment. Hopefully Jesse's got his umbrella out and he's not getting too soaked down in the pit lane.
I say some oohs as we see the likes of Noble get back in the 123 Bentley. Kevin Saklari, he's into the pits in that lead 191. Maybe they're throwing on some wets. The Ren Vulton, number 49 Bentley, they're also into the pits. Googler in the 899, nearly on pace. Car, the Bentley there is also into the pit lane. So a lot of the front runners going into the pits. Whether this is for them to take tires or not, I'm not sure, but I would have a hint that certainly would be the case for a lot of these drivers. Maybe some risking a little bit longer, but if you're making a driver swap or a changeover, it's certainly a time to do so. Christian Bianchi going to get into the Racing Line Motorsport number 191.
Yeah,
Alexander
George, that
Gugler.
was wet tires going on that 191 as well.
Okay, so the wet's going on, and we are going to see a little bit of a change-up, and I think it's a good call considering the rain clouds on the prediction screen showing that it's going to get heavier out there, at least in the next 30 minutes. Could dry up again before the end of the race, and see another pit stop come in that was unplanned to go back onto a more grippier dry tire. But as the sun sets, it gets wet. The drainage going to be affected out there. 11 degrees on track. It's very cold. Temperatures coming out. Barazzini here in the 126. He's having a battle out with Jardier in the Minty 39. And the two of them certainly still trying to make up track position out here. Looks like the number 39 a little bit slower coming up to Equi Minerali. But the number 20 or the 126 of Fulvio Barazzini going to be hot on his heels. So interesting battles, like we said, going to come out from a couple of specks coming out of the sky.
Yeah, it does mix everything up. But once eventually everybody does get on the same tire, obviously you will see which drivers have obviously adapted to the conditions a bit quicker. Not necessarily the fastest drivers will be the fastest in the wet. It's all about how you can adapt, and especially if you're, a car that has been running so well and easily on the dries throughout the race, you just get accustomed to getting such a rhythm. But obviously, Christian Bianchi hasn't been in the car at all, so his first run is going to be on full wets in wet conditions. So that's probably not something I'd want to do. I think keeping somebody in the car that can sort of learn the weather and move through it in one smooth transition. But Bianchi's just been thrown out there and, get out there and just adapt quickly. And obviously he's got to try and catch Mike Noble, who is pretty much soaring away. But there is the gap. So Bianchi has just come up to the finish line and Mike Noble's gone around the first chicane. So only 6.5 seconds between them. So obviously they did get jumped, didn't they? Because Saklari did get the move done, but the 123 Bentley did pit a little bit earlier than the 191. So It's going to be interesting to see how this one pans out, but we can already see drivers move into the standing water to try and cool down. But I think the wets, you wouldn't necessarily put the wets on at this point of the race, but they know that there's more rain coming in half an hour, don't they? So they need to try and think of the future and not add an extra pit stop if they can avoid it.
Absolutely. Just now got to try and conserve them as well. Try and keep them cool, like you said. Go into the wet portions of the track. Stay off of that dry or racing line at times. And, of course, try and not eat into the grip levels that you've got on those wets. You want to try and preserve them as long as you can based on those weather predictions coming down as well. So Carlos Ocelot back behind the wheel of the G2 Esports number 62. They're looking pretty comfy up into 10th place at the moment. And the likes of Matt Samuel, I believe, in the 321 BMW. So a bit of a drift legend going to be at the wheel there behind the FFS Racing BMW. So that's a driver that's certainly used to what could be, considered drifting, wet weather driving. Same to some people. To me, absolutely not the same. There's a lot of people that would argue with me, but I'm such a drift fan. Matt Samuel in the car, the likes of Carlos Ocelot driving out here from G2 as well. Just a bit of starstruck driver names throughout the grid all the time. We already know the likes of Jardier and Jimmy Broadbent coming through. Chris Hooker at the wheel, Mike Noble featuring up here as well. But some really cool names getting featured out here. And Racing Club International growing, and that's always cool to see, Josh.
Yeah, it is. And what I was alluding to earlier, I believe the 126 has pitted again because they were one of the only cars that went back out on dries. Because when they did pit, the rain hadn't come, but it must have been the end of a stint time for something. So they are going to be a pit stop behind. So these were battling with Chris Hooke for the final podium spot. But I think they may be a bit further down now. As we got Nowakowski now in the 225 Porsche. He's trying to hunt down the Bentley. I think that's the number 13 of Hendrickson. Yes, it is. But the Porsche in a straight line isn't too great. And you've also got Marcus Lawrence there in the PCDC Motorsports car as well. The McLaren, he's got a nice bit of speed on the Porsche. He's going to be forced almost onto the grass on the outside. But the Porsche is going to try and take the inside line. And the McLaren's just going to drive around the outside of him. Is he? That was so close to contact. That was fine margins between those.
That Porsche getting onto the brakes on the wetter line coming into Tamburello, that was just phenomenal. Replay coming down to see, and just look at this onto the outside. Like you said, just getting forced a little bit wide. Now he's going to be on the anchors, and anchors they are in the wet. Slows it down enough. You just see that that McLaren
was close, wasn't it?
Those are moments I live for, and that McLaren just threading the needle, and that could have gone badly for both cars. It doesn't, and we get a moment to remember.
Yeah. So, and George, unfortunately, that's going to be it. That's going to be it for me for now. So don't go tripping over any more cables if you can avoid it. I'm going to send Jesse in. He's going to come up from the pit lane, and hopefully he's not too wet from all the rain that we've got coming down. But let's get him in the commentary box. Just out of the storm that is potentially coming in half an hour's time. So I will be back on the stream later on for my final hour. But Jesse, I've kept the seat warm, pal, and I will speak to you in about an hour or so.
Well, thank you, Josh Leischen. And it's absolutely lethal out there. It didn't start like that, though, George. It was very, very, very light rain. And then all of a sudden, it was like the bottom of a cloud fell out right around the time that first group of top 10 cars came into pit. And some of the cars that were out there the longest, like the 126, I assume they had to have been going to a fuel number instead or something, because that strategy just didn't make much sense to me. But the majority of people, they did time it appropriately. That is sort of the advantage of knowing what the weather is going to be like in 30 minutes.
Jesse, so good to finally have you up here in the box. I was worried about you out in that weather. And of course, massive shout out to Josh. What an incredible job that he did up in the booth, and what he's done in the box so far today. We'll have him back later. I always love doing a good old commentary with Josh, and of course, one of my other favorite people, Jesse. I get to have you here with me now for the next hour, so a bit of a blessing for me, and
George,
of
let's
course
ask
for
the
everybody
real
else.
questions.
Okay.
Who scheduled us together of all people? Come on, just us in the box?
Yeah, it's like unsupervised.
Can we really
even
be
the
trusted?
Even the kids to play while the parents are out on holiday. That's kind of how it feels. And looking out on the action on track, those guys are also keeping themselves unsupervised and making a real good show at doing so. This is the battle, of course, between Hendrickson and Nowakowski. They're coming down. Hendrickson. He's going to have to bail out into Variante Alta. And I don't think that's going to be the first time that a couple of cars have to do this. So the number 13 on the wet outside line. A little bit late onto the brakes there, perhaps. And sees the inside line getting completely used up by the cars behind him. And he's just going to bail out, go through the safety route. And the number 13 will then settle back.
Yeah, I don't hate that. I would probably prefer that to trying to make the corner from that angle. You got on the binders a little late. You were trying to outbrake yourself, and then, you know, he sees the car in the mirror. He knows that they're there, and you have an option. You can turn right and try and make the corner and potentially cause an incident, or you could just go through the grass is probably the better option taken there. Mike Noble back out front in the 1, 2, 3. They have done a good bit of leading in this race to this point. Had a chance earlier when I was in the garage to catch up with Mike Noble. Asked him some questions about his team. I asked him, I was like, first of all, where's your confidence level in the Bentley? And he said, it's fantastic. It's driving great. This is one of the teams that wanted rain. They thought that they would be better in the weather, and they have gotten their wish some hours later. So we will see. And they do have a 9.5 second gap over the 191 of Bianchi right now. And they are coming across the line in second. Don't think I would choose a Lamborghini to race in the wet. Of course, they didn't know that when they made their car selection. Racing Line Motorsport.
it's a Jardier co-op event with us. So I mean, if
that's
it's a Jardier. I mean, it's a Jardier event. He gets a little bit untidy coming into Tamburello. So I think, you know, you got to add those into it. Know that in 9 hours, certainly you're not going to stay dry the whole time. Surely, Jesse. I mean, well, maybe that's a little bit too obvious to me. I don't know. I thought it was
I tell
obvious.
you what, I saw that Jardier's name got added to the title of this race, and it got about 20 degrees cooler. And it got a lot more interesting because you know that it's going to be a fun time. Team Minty here in the 39 Mercedes. Jimmy Broadbent climbed on board of the, well, Mintmobile, if you will. And they affixed wets to the car. And they were able to do that inside their normal pit window. Didn't cost them anything. Still running well here. In 6th place is Jimmy Broadbent. He sort of found his pace. And I talked to Jardier before when our last endurance race at Bathurst. And he said that he was really proud of Jimmy because he found his pace in his second stint. So we're going to pay attention to that, though, George. We're going to see if he's well, obviously he's not going to be quicker because it's raining, but we'll see if he can run some of these guys down now.
For sure. All about now kind of settling in. I think the first signs that the rain comes out, that's really where the utter chaos comes down. Then everything settles back in again. And I think, like you said, we'll find some on-track battles between different cars and different drivers as they find their balance in the new conditions. And with those light conditions dipping down, Josh kind of touched on it. You see Jimmy Broadbent getting all kinds of untidy coming out through Ecru Minerali. And that complex of corners is difficult in the dry already. Off camber, you kind of really have to know your confidence levels where you're sitting. And with the track conditions changing out, we see it dipping up to the damp conditions. The next 30 minutes being indicated at still being equally wet. So the drainage out here at Imola, probably not up to spec as some of the more modern circuits. Quite an old circuit. Not quite sure of those facts while I say them, but I'm just saying kind of like theory crafting with you here, Jesse. Maybe not quite as good on the drainage side. Maybe a couple more puddles forming up compared to some of the others. And that in the nighttime, that can be so difficult to navigate.
Yeah, and I can tell you something. That weatherman did not sell me a phony report tonight. He said it was going to start to come down harder and it was only going to get worse in the coming hours. And that drainage, if there is a problem, and I suspect you're right, I think there is, it's going to be challenged here real soon. Look at that weather report, folks. Yeah, I know the track's just damp right now, but it is going to be absolutely lethal in 30 minutes. It is going to get colder. It's going to get darker. The puddles, the bad drainage. Well, also, too, new tire models. So it's going to be a whole lot of things to deal with. And I think I can point to what's going on with that 39 Minty team with Broadbent. It's not wet enough for those grooved wet racing tires, and they're overheating, especially the rears right now on a lot of the cars. Is going to be a complaint I've heard by several drivers already. So that rain needs to hurry up.
It certainly needs to make the track a little bit wetter for a lot of them, and maybe the drainage is a little bit too good just for the moment. And you do see a lot of them diving out from the wetter racing line, just trying to cool those tires off a little bit. So interesting to see, and maybe the guys going a little bit later then, smiling. The early pitters must be struggling a lot harder if some of the guys that put a little bit later on are already struggling. Martin Lawrence behind the Connection Lost Racing Bentley steering wheel. He's making the chase down towards the likes of Chumley, the 252 in front of him. The 2 SRL Esports team, Red Car, of course, having a scrap out with his team in the Connection Lost Racing Bentley, but still within a couple of car lengths of making the counter move again. Good place to be at this stage of the race. We've talked about it before within the top 15. You're always going to put yourself in a good place to maybe get into that infamous top 10. A top 10 finish here, I mean, that would be phenomenal. The teams and drivers that have entered into this, they are incredible. If you are not a fanboy like myself, I mean, well, then that's kind of your loss, because the guys that have got themselves into these cars have all put on a real spectacle. That race start, Jesse, going back to when we started all those hours ago, I mean, that was just so good and clean. The opening laps, it looked like something out of a fairy tale.
Yeah, I was standing in the steward's box for that, and they were, as you normally do, you brace for the worst because you don't really know. We had the safety car on standby. We didn't get to use it, but you just never know how a race is going to start, especially at a track where, let's face it, this is the track that is newest. It's the one that they have the least experience on. Even if they've been to Imola before, each version of Imola is different, and you just don't know what you're going to expect with new tire model, new track, and all that. So it went surprisingly well. Like you said, it was fairly clean. A few incidents, and well, unfortunately, the 404 that you referred to earlier, the Connection Lost Racing boys, they were involved in one of those early incidences that kind of put them behind the 8-ball. But like you said, kudos to them. Top 12 right now after the start that they had. That's why you don't give up.
And they're also catching up to Chumley there by the apex. Chumley catching up to one of the backmarking McLarens, I believe. Santoro in his McLaren is going to get the flashing lights to move himself out the way. Mike Noble still up at the front, and this man in the wet, an absolute treat. Good to see what he's doing. His last lap that he did, a 150.409. And of course, the Racing Line Motorsport answer to that from Christian Bianchi was a 150.478. So just 700ths off of pace on the last lap. Of course, that doesn't indicate everything, but best lap so far between those two. The likes of Mike Noble, a 41.307. Of course, this was before things got wet, so we're going to have to kind of re-gauge where those limits are, see who's really putting in the pace in the wet conditions. And it's really an optimal place to catch someone off guard. When things start to get a little bit darker, the lighting conditions in Sim are just incredible. The way that everything kind of lights up, the field of view that you get through tunnel vision, and now the chase down. Chumley under pressure from Lawrence coming down into Tamburello, and the Bentley gonna think better of it. Just gonna tuck back, and they're gonna clear the back markers safely. So one job done, checked off the checklist, and now the pass going to be on the cards for Martin Lawrence in the number 404. If he just lines this up right, he's made up plenty of track time, unless Chumley was just getting caught up behind the likes of the McLaren in front. I don't think that's the case, though, Jesse. I really don't.
Yeah, I don't really have any data on these Mercedes in the wet, but I know the Bentley loves it, and he certainly did catch Chumley, so I think it's only a matter of time. Obviously, Martin Lawrence is going to be incredibly careful, especially in these conditions where everything's changing. You see a bit of a wiggle from the 404 Bentley. They're getting off the corner, digging, trying to get everything you can. But other than that, it's hard to beat a Bentley in the wet. And I think that Chumley, sooner or later, is going to fall victim either at the end of a straightaway or around a corner. It's not going to happen here, though, as actually Chumley gapped him a little bit in the twisty section there.
He did indeed found a little bit of extra pace, and that's what it's all about. Just got to dig deep, make sure that whatever you do on circuit makes it so hard for the driver behind to make anything of whatever you are discarding out. And if it is going to be a position, just make it oh so hard to let them through, cost them time, and just get into their heads. You know that if a pass is easy on track, you catch up to each other later on. The mental game is already a 1-0. So every time you encounter someone on track for a position, it's all about those mind games and extending the advantage that you can get out. And at the same, in the same breath, you know, also knowing that you need to preserve that race for your car. You can't do anything silly. You can't put yourself at risk of just wiping out entirely. So again, just got to balance it out. And Lawrence doing a nice job to just hold on to the back of Chumley. Also go a little bit sideways and get himself alongside, but it's not the line that he needed on the exit coming down. Out to Tosa. Does he find an answer back? Not quite. Going to try and just settle himself in again. So good defensive work coming out from Chumley in the 252, Jesse.
Yeah, this is very very good defensive driving from Chumley and very good patience by Lawrence here. Lawrence has to know that he has a little bit more pace in sector 1 and 2, but he might actually be getting beat by Chumley according to the sector times. Of course, it's actually sort of hard to make any sense of the sector data in the changing conditions like this, but do please bear with us. It appears like he has an advantage, but just as I say that, he's going to pull out, can't quite do it, has to fall back in line. Only so much real estate to slow the car down in. Looking a lot better this time from Lawrence going down now. Could he possibly get him here in 17? I don't know. But he's certainly going to give him a look. Nope, thinks better of it. He's not going to risk it. Like you said, George, he's not going to throw his race away here. He's not going to risk it. If the opportunity presents itself, and it will eventually present itself, he'll take it. But until then, he's not going to take himself out of the race.
Calm, cool, collected, everything you need to be. Pressure on. Lawrence all over the back end of Chumley. This is a good run. Does he get alongside before coming into Tamburello? Not quite alongside, but might be able to break later. He does. Does he manage to slow it down? A lot of curb going to be able to use. And does Chumley answer back to this? But looks like Lawrence, a nice, clean bit of driving. Oh, Chumley getting a little bit murderous out there. And Tamburello almost claiming him down, is going to lose himself another position behind. I'm not sure if that was on track 4 position. It looks like it potentially could be the Lexus of the number 23. I'm not sure. Is it? No, it's not. It does not look like it is. Chumley's still going to be chasing through. Prendergast is going to be the Lexus to slide through that. But, Chumley's just going to be happy that he survived that and lives to tell the tale in a lapse time.
Oh, that Bentley leaving the corner some of the time looks like it's going to snap away from him, but it just never does. Is that the number 400? It is. It's Prendergast in the 400. So he has found some pace here. Again, those Lexuses or Lexuses, whatever you call them.
Lexuses, 100% Lexuses. We've been shouted at for cacti, Lexi reference jokes before.
Well, some things never change.
We're unsupervised, so we could be Lexi.
That's the problem. They let us in the booth together. How could they have been so foolish?
But now we have Lexi on our professional stream.
The Lexuses are so good in the wet. That's literally the only car I want to use in a wet race.
They really are, and they've had some changes out to their tire models. They're a little bit less forgiving on munching through them. I'm pretty sure that in the wet they're pretty conservative too. So we're having a look here at Torben.
no.
Oh, it's not Torben, it's Matt Samuel in
Oh,
Torben's
no.
shared car, and they're going to loop themselves around. They need to get out of the racetrack here. We are going to get a replay to see what's happened. It does just look like a bit of a misjudged braking point as well. Oh, that Ferrari was actually pretty deep and wide. Actually turned back into the apex there. So I'm keen to see what the stewards see. Matt Samuel gets tangled in. Both of them dive off of the circuit to unwrap themselves and continue around. But certainly didn't look like the Ferrari had too much right to then return back in there after the occupancy of the BMW into Tosa. But I'm not a steward, Jesse. You've got a little bit more experience than me in that regard. But when you wear this hat in the comms box, I know that you don't like to rule on things. You don't have all the camera angles. The stewards have to handle it, right?
No, absolutely. I mean, my personal opinion, probably a 5-second penalty there for, missing the corner and then trying to jump back online. But, accidents happen like that. Again, it's late. It's dark. 9:30 p.m. in sim time here at Imola. And when the lights go out, things go crazy. But we will wait for their official ruling. And I was just going to say that for the first time in this race, the stewards had a brief moment to collect their thoughts, maybe get a nice cup of tea. And then all of a sudden, now they have to rule on another sort of incident there. Of course, it has to be reported for it to be ruled on as per endurance rules here at RCI. But all the same, Matt Samuel made the pass, though he had to loop his car around in the process.
Not what he would have wanted to do, indeed, and Matt Samuel then will have to make up for the time lost on that little excursion out through Tosa. And certainly a good driver to make up positions. Valentin Barrier in the number 11, the Jardier community team. I mean, this is a name that we've seen across the RCI streams a couple of times. I mean, not always driving in Jardier's community teams. A couple of other teams that he has driven for as well. But Valentin here in that number 11, is he going to get past the Bentley of Tower? That will be the question that needs to be answered. I think he's actually even got that done out of the before the exit of Ravazza there.
Yeah, Barria's had an interesting race. They found themselves on the business end of some stewards' decisions today, which is almost certainly why they are so far back in the field. And I think they had a drive-through for track limits too, but I don't remember, and it's so far back in my notes, it's not on the page that I'm on. So either way, it's been that sort of day for the Jardier community team. They didn't start that way, though. It started up nearer to the front, but hasn't really gone their way. And, for me, I don't know about you, George, but for me, when I'm having a bad day, it just seems like the clock stops moving.
Yeah, it just kind of compounds, right? So it goes from bad to worse. You kind of think that, well, for me at least, I try and remind myself that bad things happen in threes. And then if it exceeds that, then it's only bad things happen in the sixes. And then, bad things happen in nines. And in a 9 hour, a lot of bad things could potentially happen, I suppose. And for a lot of these teams, it's all about managing the disappointments that come through. You have some that are phenomenal races in a season. You have other races that just do not go the way that you want them to go. But it's all about how you handle yourselves out there and how you see yourselves to the line. It might not be the best race, but you certainly can have some moments that you take away and remember for a very long time. I think that's what a lot of drivers do this for. Is for having the memories and having some of the talent pools that have signed up for the invite split here. And I mean, Jesse, lots of general housekeeping to still be done on the stream. I know that you are a man of general housekeeping all the time, so I think we've got a lot to still talk about before we get to the end of our little duty together.
Oh, 100%. So here's the thing. they're gonna have to kick me out of the box. So I was reading chat here, and one of the messages kind of got to me. Titus says that if the temperature keeps dropping, it'll turn to snow towards the end, which is, I don't think that will happen, but it would be fitting considering the nature of the season.
I would really like it to snow if it could. I think the replication of some of those kind of weather conditions. I mean, here in South Africa, we don't really get too much snow. So when I get flown out to Italy to do things, it's always nice to see different conditions. But yeah, I'm not familiar with snow. I don't know if the weather conditions like that would turn it to snow, or you get like some kind of a sleet that comes down at some points. But as far as we know, the track temperature drops down. They're going to lose some grip out there, and of course, it being wet is just, I guess, maybe a little bit ice rinky. Maybe some ice forms up or something later. I've never driven in cold, wet conditions to be a real expert. I mean, it has to go below 0 before you'd even start to see ice or snow, correct? So, I mean, when it's above that, you're at no risk. I mean, that's in my mind. And the last time I did science and geography and biology and all the other things was a very long time ago. So please don't shout at me, Jesse.
I'm not going to shout at you. That's generally correct, but it can snow at much warmer temperatures. It obviously melts, though. It's all about how cold the atmosphere and all that is. But
oh, that's actually. Oh, I forgot about this. We're not just here on. Oh.
George having an epiphany
Jesse.
live on stream. Completely dark here at Imola, and now you're seeing the neon identifiers on the cars. Each manufacturer has their own sort of way of displaying that neon. That just tells you what car it is. It's easier from pit lane to identify the vehicle, especially if you're in a team. You would have 2 different colors and etc. and so forth. That I can't really say, but I'd say the first place I ever saw it was at Le Mans, but it has made its way into GT racing, and looks kind of nice though. And look at this onboard cameras here provided by Nick Setnick. He's wanting to show you something. He's wanting to show you how difficult this is to drive in, George.
He really is, and you only get like a small taste of this as a broadcaster and a viewer. We don't get to see exactly what these guys are going through in their actual sim. I mean, there's still some element that allows us to see as broadcasters through this, but for them in sim, it's incredibly difficult. You've got the spray of the cars in front adding to the raindrops coming from the sky, and your viz at an all-time low, and you've then got the bright lights of the cars in front illuminating up, creating all kinds of distractions whilst you're trying to go around. So Lebrec here in that 333 for Triple R. Ismail Lebrec trying to make his way up through the field. He's got the likes of the Lexus in that 23 in front. He's less than a second behind. And of course, that Lexus putting pressure onto the number 88 of Zach Eater for the Racing Sim Tools esports team. And I mean, that's certainly going to be interesting to keep an eye out. 3 different manufacturers all battling out there. Manufacturer battle between the Aston Martin, the Lexus, and the McLaren. Maybe in a couple of laps' time.
Yeah, it's funny how the race goes through ebbs and flows, and then all of a sudden you find a bunch of these guys inside the top 15 all fighting each other, fighting for position, and you can't ever tell a race car driver, oh, it's for 14th place, it doesn't matter, it's not even a top 10, because that's, again, not how they think. They don't care. They see a position, they want a position, and you guys touched on something earlier, you and Josh, about how it's more than just a competition. It's about doing something that you like with other people that are doing something they like. It's very much a hobby thing. And also, we talked about how a lot of these guys have had bad races. They're still out here. We've still got, 30 plus cars, as far as I know, still circulating of the 35 that started. And some people that may not share the same passion may argue, well, why would you do that? It seems like a complete waste of your Sunday afternoon. And, well, I think we see that differently, don't we? It's doing something with your mates or people that are like-minded. And Also, if you don't see the checkered flag, that's the only real way that you can fail, in my opinion. And almost certainly back in when I used to iRace all the time, I actually liked getting into incidents early because it took the pressure off of actually performing. Even if we finished last, I could argue, well, at least we saw the checkered flag. But I digress from that point. Chumley here, 12th place in the 252. He is being chased down by Etir and the 23 Lexus. And if they mess around too much, Ishmael Lebrec is going to catch up to them. And look at this. Look at these camera angles and look at what's happening here. Rain continuing to get harder. I thought it would level off at some point.
Nope, it won't. It refuses. It's like, you know what? We are going to rain till the end of the race.
I'm worried now, George, that we're going to get ponding in the next hour now.
I mean, you got to pack your fishing rod, I guess, and I mean, try and find yourself some positions then in the ponds. And for these drivers out here, it is going to be so close. You can just see how many cars. Oh, that's a Mercedes facing the wrong direction as well. Mm-hmm. So victims are going to be claimed, JC. The dark clouds above, signs that the racing is certainly not yet done. And with 3 hours and 48 minutes on the clock, I mean, if it doesn't ease up till the end of the race, that is going to be an incredibly grueling stint for these drivers.
It's finally wet enough now that you're probably not overheating your tires. But the problem with that is that took way longer than I thought. That took at least 25 minutes more than I thought it was going to take based on the weather report. So even though now you're not overheating your tires and you're well within normal operating range, well, now you've used up your tires, you've overheated them, you've burnt the rubber off, and now they're not as good as they were. You're absolutely right, George. You hit it on the head nearly an hour ago that people that pitted last for wets are probably in the best position. I would have thought the opposite, though, that pitting first is a great idea, but no. You're absolutely right. They're the only ones that haven't completely burnt their wet tires off.
Yeah, you gotta conserve the grip levels where you can, and right now, this is where that 3-car train was heading. Lebrec and the likes of Thomas in that 23 chasing down onto the back of Chamley, and he can certainly see that there's cars behind for position, trying to take his hard work away from him. And Samuel Chamley for the 2 SRL Esports Team Red, they've had a great drive so far, JC. I mean, for them, it's been a really good position through the grid. The rain's come down. They've managed to hold themselves in a good, beneficial position. So I'm interested to see if they manage to hold off the likes of the Lexus. That number 23, absolute beast in the wet. We've seen the Lexuses do this before. And right now, it's all about a battle between those manufacturers. We're not even going to count the driver skill. I mean, we're just going to throw that all away and just theorize that it only comes down to the car, and we think that the Lexus is fast in the rain. But that's not really the bigger picture, is it?
Well, I can tell you something about the bigger picture. I thought maybe something was going on at the 1, 2, 3 Bentley camp, leaders of the race. But I don't think I'm correct, because I assumed that it was a driver sort of thing that was causing the 191 to close down on them at the end of a stint. And Mike Noble is having the same issue. They had a 10-second lead on the 191 and Bianchi at one point, and now it is around 6.5 seconds now. So either the 1, 2, 3 is getting held up, because I know that Bentley's fast in the rain, is either getting held up, or that Bentley, regardless of weather conditions, is cooking its tires off. That's the only explanation.
Mike does have to be careful, I suppose, and that 152, 149, quite off the pace of what Bianchi is doing up the front. These guys in the mid-pack as well, all just trying to settle themselves in, see where they can benefit out. So I think Lebrec knows that there's potential out here. Chamley very wide on the exit. Lebrec also wide on the exit as they make their way down towards the run of Ravazza. And It's all about those small mistakes, Jesse. Look how many car lengths you lose. And Chumley then under pressure once again from that Lexus all over him. Lebrec will know. The drivers in front are having it. That Lexus is having a send out through Ravazza. I think that's done on Chumley. Chumley now at risk of losing out here to the likes of Lebrec. In the slipstream goes the Triple R McLaren. What a beautiful paint job it has as well. That baby blue still sticks out at nighttime. And they are going to have a drag race down. Chumley immediately defensive. Once the inside line of Tamburello will tuck in behind the Lexus. And they will settle. Round the outside, though, goes the Triple R McLaren. He's got the move done. Chumley robbed out. Tamburello done. In night and at night and in the rain. Ismail Lebrec, an absolute legend coming through there in the 333. And they will be cheering. You know that the likes of the teammates will be in his ear and cheering him on from knowing that kind of a move. At this point, in these conditions, that is, we talked about the mental game. That is 10 points to it.
Yeah, I tell you something else. They're pretty mad over there at Triple R that Ishmael Lebrec's car is overweight because he has balls of steel to do that in the night, in the wet, around the outside. I mean, you just got to believe that that's going to stick because there's no way you know that's going to work, Ishmael. But, man, he made that look good.
I love drivers putting it to the limits. And yeah, we see another dance coming down. That's going to be Ocelot in the background, I believe. I'm not quite sure of why that's kind of, is it the number 62 of Ocelot there that's caught up in this? I'm not 100% sure of it, but traffic nonetheless, and drivers going to have to deal with it as they see fit. Ismail Lebrec still just wants to get himself away from any of the cars around him. You see the pressure from the 899 Bentley behind. That's then not going to be full position, is it? They're going to be caught up by some front runners here, and that's going to be the 899 of Joe McCauley giving the flashes to Ismail Lebrec, saying, "Let me through, please. I want to get this done. I don't want to get involved in anything." I think that was Ocelot in the number 62. So it was indeed a battle that we needed to keep an eye out. Chumley on the back of the G2 Esports team. And this is potentially a big opportunity for the two SRL Esports team red to get something done.
Yeah, I mean, talking about Joe McCauley in the 899 for a second, for a car that very early in this race was pointed the wrong way around at the end of a straightaway, they have done so well up into fourth place. And that's all just perseverance and horsepower, really. And just really, really good hours of driving, getting themselves back in the position. And I wonder, and I haven't been paying attention to the gap between him and Chris Hookah, but I might start paying attention now, as that Bentley, of 899 Bentley in particular, is flying. And so is Chumley, who is closing in on Ocelot for a top 12 position. But as they close in for a top 12 position, might as well flash you back to the middle stages of this race and show you kind of how we got here, or, well, label some of the drivers' misfortunes. What do you say, George?
I agree with you, Jesse. Take us back in time, if Nick's ready for us to see some of the incidents that have got us to the situation.
Well, this is around lap 139, still light out here. The Sailors team, the 207 team, is going to get it wrong here. And then again, on lap 40, this is going to be the rebuttal from that previous contact. Gets a little feisty here between the two of them. Pretty darn good racing, all things considered. And then, of course, a few laps later at lap 147, Orion Racing Team in the 126. 126 here. Getting after it here, getting the position, taking it away from the Bentley there. And of course, on the very next lap, gets a little touch, a little bump, and pass remade by the Bentley team. Excellent stuff there. Good close racing. A lot of bumping, but not a ton of wrecking. And just one lap after that, in fact, we'll go to the Jardier community team. I talked about the number 11 earlier, about how they've been in it today. This was one of the more recent examples of it. Of course, down here in 17 and 18 again, a little bit of contact, but position gained. Then, of course, way later after that, about 20 laps or so, this move right here, the number 11 going in deep, getting it a little bit wrong, bumping a car, getting the position hard on the brakes in the wet. So that's just a couple of the, I would call those not so incidents, even though there was contact. Where do you fall with that? Are you against any sort of body contact?
I mean, I'm against it in terms of it's like, you know, those things aren't tolerated in a lot of the racing communities. I think in real life GT3 racing, there is a little bit more rubbing as racing when you do watch. But in our sim racing community, with how connections work and, you know, the infamous netcode that sometimes causes people to have weird contacts, I think it's always going to be looked at as something that you want to stay away from. So, yeah, big moves in, big sins are always something that I always kind of try and avoid, but at the same time, you have to limit that strictness to what you see fit and see that sometimes there is some just good hard racing that has a little bit of rubbing involved. And to that extent, I think it's not something I'd ever see done or banned away with. But you know, that's why you have a stewarding team. They look into what's fair and what's not. But there's a limit, and as with anything, you know, you got to stay within your limits.
Well, Marker Ripper is at his limit with Jimmy Broadbent. Broadbent falling back. We talked about the tire woes on that team. We had a report that Broadbent in the damp conditions were overheating his tires, wearing them prematurely, and that was going to cost him at the end of the stint. Well, we're getting to that point, and Marker Ripper for GC Racing 2 in the 721 has caught all the way up to Broadbent here for Team Minty, and now is tasked with making the pass. But Broadbent, I don't know, is he actually letting the pass happen? No, he is not. For a second there, I thought maybe he was pulling over, but that wouldn't be very Jimmy if he did that. Oh my goodness. And there we go right there, George. The tire wear obvious on Minty.
Minty looking like Minty be struggling. And the number 39 currently with Broadbent at the wheel, of course, Jaroslav Hanzik, the other man in the pilot seat for their team. Certainly looking like they are not as comfortable as the likes of Marco Ripper. That GC Racing number 2, so much pressure coming out from the 721. And this is all going to open up and benefit the drivers that want to try and get up towards the front of this order. So Jimmy Broadbent wants to hold off on P6. Of course, he's got Marco Ripper trying to take that away from him. And in these conditions, this is the kind of racing these guys all sign up for. So incredibly talented drivers, and of course some big names fighting it out. It's what it's all about, really, in the world of sim racing.
Well, if there's one thing I know about Borg Wankelborg, he knows how to defend, and he defends sort of elegantly, but I would suspect he's saying some words in his sim racing shed right now, and none of which we could repeat here. But he's no stranger to defending, and he doesn't really seem to mind it either, does Jimmy? He sort of has a natural talent for it, and he almost sort of likes it, I would imagine. But he has sort of gapped Ripper here a little bit too, so it's not a one-sided fight. They're going back and forth with each other, and of course that is not Matt Samuel behind them there. That is a different vehicle, staying out of the way so far. But credit to Jimmy here, he pulled away so far in the first two sectors.
Has indeed, hasn't just written that off. I think it was Dakuza in the background of that shot for you. Ooh, a little bit of side by side. The number 23 fighting a little bit dirty, elbows out with the triple R of Lebrick, and Lebrick going to just take that position back. Doesn't even give the opportunity for any more elbowing out from the Lexus. But Jesse, maybe you can help me with Thomas's surname. I've been struggling all day, and I needed someone to help me say Thomas's surname correctly so that I don't butcher it on stream. And it seems like a good time to do so because the 23 and the 333, they're getting hot and heated.
Baronowitz
is
Nailed
in
it.
charge of the SRC Sim Racing Champions Lexus, and they certainly have fallen off a little bit of the back end of that Triple R McLaren, but we saw it. We saw what they could do. They caught up to have a look into Tamburello, I believe. So, if it's done once, it can be done twice.
By the way, did you just ask an American how to pronounce, well, anything at all, quite frankly?
I know that there's a certain flavor of European surname that you are particularly fond of giving me lectures on saying. So it was a bit of a throwback to, a surname that you would previously have helped me with before, and I struggled. So you definitely helped me out, Jesse.
Well, you proved me wrong here today, I will say. I not really typically good with surnames. I've always been quick to say that if I butcher your name in a race, please, for the love of all that is holy, tell me that I have done so, and I will correct that very promptly. And there's a lot of nice sim racers we have here at RCI who they make fun of me, of course, because who wouldn't, but they also teach me how to pronounce it in their native language too, which is actually quite lovely and sort of cultural in a way. Don't need any pronunciation lessons from how to pronounce this guy's name, Mike Noble, leading now. We talked about earlier how the gap was around 6 seconds. Well, folks, it's bigger than it's ever been, which means that Mike Noble has stepped on the gas, or Bianchi has, sort of stepped off the track, I would assume, because that is an egregious amount of time lost, and I don't think that's all down to tires.
No, maybe a little bit of an incident coming out with the 191. That has cost him a little bit of track time, but Noble certainly putting on the show for the viewers who are supporting them. And we did say that when this man is behind the driving seat, the times that come out are pretty much disgusting. That's how I describe his driving during the Porsche Cup that I get to do with him. And yeah, I mean, this man, you don't need to describe too much about him. And he's just been so dominant in so many series, and this one not going to be any different. And the rainy conditions certainly going to bring a smile to their dial.
I always do the joke that I beat Mike Noble in a race once, but the joke is that I only beat him because he didn't care to finish, and he's just sort of that kind of guy. He has the it factor, and he is an impressive sim racer. Absolutely great to watch him behind the wheel, and whenever he shows up here at RCI, he puts on a show. Certainly didn't start on the pole position, but he has worked his way up, him and his team, that is, and they are doing it justice. Jimmy Broadbent has been passed by Ripper now. Ripper up into 6th, Broadbent down to 7th place, struggling on these tires right now. As the car's going to take evasive action, that's going to cause Broadbent to hit the binders a little extra hard, unsure what is going on, but that is not for position, I don't think. No, that's absolutely not Matt Samuel, because that is a Mercedes. But either way, well avoided on all accounts.
That should be Ripper, isn't it? I mean, is it Marco Ripper that's behind him in the 721? No, it's Ripper in front here.
Yeah.
That's gone past. You're right. Sorry, I also got a little bit confused with my broadcasting tool for a second there.
Oh, I'm being told by Stewie that Broadbent lost it on the exit of the last chicane, and that allowed Ripper to get through.
Oh, so you were theory crafting it, right? You said small mistakes that come out, and the Mercedes looking a little bit unstable there, the Minty number 39, and maybe claiming a little bit of a victim there So difficult to lap Imola at race pace, especially in trying dark conditions. And I don't think it's the only car on the circuit that's going to be struggling with those kind of things. It just so happens that up towards the front of the order here, any of these small slip-ups, then that could potentially cost you that finishing position right at the end. You've still got plenty of time to make up for mistakes that you make here, but I guess there's a limit where that slippery slope then just becomes massive.
Yeah, I am interested to know what is happening to Bianchi here in the 191 for Racing Line, because they are now 20 seconds back, and look at that thing wiggle. That just doesn't look natural, and Chris Huke is closing in on the very ill-looking Lamborghini, doing their best, of course, in the tricky conditions. And I wish I had some better news for the 191, but I don't. If you look at that weather report, it's only going to get
actually
worse.
That McLaren there is the Triple R, right? And the 191 here of Bianchi. I mean, you touched on the earlier conditions of not wanting to drive a Lamborghini too much in the wet, but right now he just has to make sure that he gets through the next half an hour at least. It's still giving us rainy conditions on the clock in front. But those lap times, I mean, if you guys haven't used the live timings yet, you can !timings in the Discord chat. You can go and have a track along to see what some of these cars and drivers are currently doing on the live timing splits. It's a little bit more detailed than what you get on the timing board on the left. So if you guys feel like having a squiz at that, definitely go and see what we can see. I mean, you can just see Bianchi at 154, almost dead, coming out also with some invalidation. Oh, I mean, that car is not looking happy, is it?
No, it's not. That's dangerous to your health there. If you're getting that sideways, losing that much control, just trying to stop the car, I mean, that's not on this team. It's definitely not on Racing Line Motorsport. It's on that car. And Ryan Gill, good friend of ours, colleague, he often has warned me against driving this thing in the wet, and I did one day at Misano, and well, let's just say that was the one and only wet race I ever did in it, and he's absolutely right. It is lethal to drive, and it is not fun at all, and that's sort of what he's experiencing right now as he has continued to hemorrhage time. He's not hemorrhaging time at the rate that I thought he would, so that leads me to believe that Bianchi has had a series of small mistakes that have led to the gap going out by several seconds apiece.
Certainly not looking 100% comfortable compared to cars around. The Rent Vulton Pro Team 151s coming down, almost dead. 150s from the nearly on pace car being driven by Macaulay. Mike Noble, he's also dropping 151. So those 152s and high 152s, there's a lot of time being wasted on. You can see him struggling with cars all around on track against him in this situation. So, it's not a nice place to be. Certainly up towards the front and being in this situation, the Racing Line Motorsport team and their entire crew of people involved in these events that they're into, you can certainly know that they're giving each other advice. They do have to give some advice and know that there's some cars that they need to spot out. The 126 is going to slide past. That will be Fulvio Berrezzini, of course, not for position, but going to unlap himself. In the background, big donuts being done out and having to get out of the exit of Ravazza. The rain claiming victims, like we said, and sometimes in the distance.
Yeah, those are soggy donuts. Nobody wants those kind of donuts, but oh my goodness, I thought that Porsche was going to slam into that Bentley, but just was able to squeak by there. And I find it sort of ironic. We're watching Christian Bianchi fight his car to the pit window that he has to fit into, and he was the one that made the mistake. It shows you, folks, this is the Jardier 9 hour of Imola. This is the invitation split. These are a mixture of esports pros and the who's who of sim racing. So this is top level action indeed. And it just seeing these sort of mistakes, it shows you how difficult this is. After this race is over tonight, go ahead, boot up your copy. Another car, the 59 there, off the track backwards into the chicane. You have to wonder how many times we're going to see that between now and the end of the race. But after this race is over tonight, boot up your copy and do this again. And Christian Bianchi has gone off here massively. Let's see exactly what happened here, George. Does he just get on the curb? Lambo doesn't like curbs anyway in the wet. No chance.
Absolutely punished out there, and that was almost a bit of a time coming, wasn't it? Watching the 191 almost limp around, very unhappy with the conditions that their car was set up for, and that's not something you want to see. That is going to cost them time on track. Not going to be enough to dethrone them off where they stand, but they're certainly going to have a look back at that now, and they're going to have to go back and just decide what they're going to do. They're going to stay out for an extra lap, though. So Christian Bianchi going to just be maybe assessing the situation for one more time and laying that back to the race engineers and letting them know where the nuances sit. Can they, come in and recover this? Is there significant damage needing repair? And can they maybe time that in with a driver swap? Can they get it so that they don't have to repair and then swap out later? I think that's the biggest win for anyone up at the front, is do not get any other unscheduled stops, even if it means dropping off the pace a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, another thing that's happened here, FFS Racing now has the biggest gap of the entire race. It's crazy to think we've been racing for what, 5-ish, 6 hours? This is the biggest gap that anybody's ever had. FFS Racing has not had a gap bigger than 10 seconds this entire time. They've got to re-strategize now. Do we put Andre Franke in the car in this, or do we double stint Noble? What do we do with our strategy? Do we back off the pace and potentially avoid an incident, or do we keep the pedal to the metal in case we have an issue? Uncharted territory for a lot of people right now.
Just trying to think about that. I mean, those are tough decisions to have to make on the fly, and I guess the considerations are going down, crunching the numbers, and trying to just assess where you can and can't. You don't want to throw a race away, and you don't want to put yourselves at risk. But at the same time, this is all looking so much better for the Renvolten Pro team. The number 49, they would love to snatch this off of Bianchi. They're 30 seconds now down the road of that 191.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I don't know how else to put it. It's like Christmas. Oh, goodness, I can't believe I'm going to make this reference. Christmas has come early for FFS Racing at this point, but again, they still got 3 hours plus to run here. 10 p.m., absolute darkness. Lovely shots here by Nick Setnick, and track temp continues to come down. The wind has stopped, but the rain will not relent, and it is very dark, it is very wet, and it is very, very difficult to find traction at this hour. But even pitch black, this track, this sim is gorgeous.
It is. It's incredibly dark, and I guess a little bit of an older circuit, a little bit of lighting in certain parts, but with this number of cars on the circuit, we haven't struggled to see where everyone else is. There's always a set of headlights lighting them up, and right now, looking at Zach Eater in the Racing Sim Tools Esports, number 88, he's putting that pressure onto Chumley, and I think maybe Chumley was that Mercedes we saw spun out at the top end. I'm not even sure if it was Piratella, but we did see a couple of cars all losing their grip levels all sort of in a short pace of time, and I'm wondering if it was Chumley in that 252 that might have been affected by that. Side by side, they are going to drag it out. That Aston Martin with a brilliant line and exit coming down as they make the run towards Ravatz. And I think the work all done for the Aston Martin. Similarly, matching liveries coming down, but different power horses and beasts behind the wheels. And it looks like the number 88 is going to get that done. So 12th place then goes the way of Racing Sim Tools Esports. And we've said it before, that infamous 12th place, it seems to be a good spot to be in. Maybe when you get down to the last 10 minutes, you want to get into the top 10, but with 3 hours and 20 minutes on the clock, certainly a good place to find yourself in the running to get yourself maybe into that top 10.
Yeah, I mean, at this point in the race, with about 3-ish hours left to go, you are now starting to finally plot your way to the finish line. Big slide by Zach Heater there in the 88. That actually looked really pretty, considering how scary that actually would be if you had to save that. But you're starting to plot your path to the finish line. How do we get to the finish now? How many more stops do we need? What's the weather going to do? It looks like it's going to pour. So at least you kind of know that. This is the point where you start thinking end game. And that's exactly what I was talking about with FFS Racing. It's exactly what I'm talking about. Chris Huke has taken over second because Bianchi has lamented and brought his Racing Line Motorsports Lamborghini to pit road. I think he stayed in that car, if I'm not very much mistaken. I don't think he got out.
I don't think he did get out, did he? And we're just waiting for the timing sheets to all update. Maybe a little bit of a cheeky double stint coming out. Maybe Bianchi just saying, I can get this done. Oh! The oohs and the ahs, the owl crowd of Jesse Lee and George Smith coming out.
George, I apologize. I jumped out of my seat.
I was, as long as we stay away from those cables that we've destroyed the comms box with before, we should be okay. But yes, Huke gets a very lucky save there. Gets kicked up by the curb on the exit. And Aku Minerali, which is really a tough complex of corners, on the very top of the exit there, catches one of those additional anti-cut curbs and almost sends himself off. But will take over the race in second place after Bianchi has gone into the pits there to serve up his, what we thought was going to be a driver swap, but is the double stinted. Jesse Lee, as the time comes down and the clock ticks away, I have to give you a little bit of bad news, a little bit of sad news, because our little freedom of being unsupervised is about to come to an end, and our good friend Josh Leishan is back in the box. He's well fed and watered, and I'm gonna be stepping out to go and grab some food. So Jesse, thank you so much for having me here. It's been an absolute pleasure, and it always warms my heart to welcome Josh Leishan back into the comms box.
Yeah, thank you very much, George. Hello, Jesse. I'm back, and yeah, it's been over a week since we last done a race, and it was at this very track, wasn't it, where we rounded out the season 2 of the Night Owl.
Josh, I have been stuck at Imola for about 3 weeks now. And that might sound like a bit of groaning, but it actually isn't a complaint. I love this track. I love this track. And we've had 3 completely different races. We've had a sprint race, an endurance race, and now a really long endurance race with the who's who of sim racing. So 3 races, all completely different. And just like to welcome all of you to the Night Owl portion. Hey, it's aptly named. The Night Owl portion of the race with 3 hours and 16 minutes to go. And it has been downpouring for a while now. We have still not seen the dreaded flooded track condition, though I am afraid, Josh, at some point we might see it. Hopefully we stop just shy of that. Certainly the cars going around the track have been helping immensely.
Yeah, exactly that. So it's a lot darker since it's crazy how dark it gets. He was sort of still light as I was just leaving, and all of a sudden we're in the heart of the night now. But yeah, obviously Bianchi was struggling, wasn't he, in the Lamborghini, and he did fall behind Mike Noble, who's actually in the pits at the moment as well. But that puts Chris Huke into the lead for now. But obviously they do need to do another pit stop as well, don't they? But they've been going well. The Bentleys around here, we do have 3 in the top 4 now. But Barazzini is also closing in on Macaulay as well in the 126 Ferrari. Obviously, they did mention earlier on they had their car set up for the wet. So if they didn't have to do their extra pit stop, because obviously they pitted just before the rain came down, I think they'd definitely be, a bit closer to Chris Huke and obviously potentially have that 3rd place back.
Yeah, it sure has. And I'm going to be putting Nick Setnick in a bit of a predicament here. What I would like to do, this is Chris Huke. He is the de facto leader of the race. Mike Noble has come in to do his routine pit stop. What I would like to do is at some point do an onboard lap, audio only, in these conditions fighting traffic. Just one lap of just how it's almost frightening, the speeds that these guys are doing and the maneuvers they're having to do, especially people like Mike Noble, Bianchi, Macaulay, and Huke in this weather. And I would just like to see that. Let's see if Nick's listening. Nick, can we do that? Probably not with Chris Huke because he's coming into pit road though. He will lead only the one lap, Will Huke. He comes into pit road. That will rehand the lead back off to Mike Noble. We have a crashed car in the background. Be careful, mate. Do not come back on track. Very nearly caused an incident there, but Mike Noble will return back to the lead. And just listen to this lap. Well, there you have it. A lap around Imola in the dark, in the wet. And Josh, the one thing I could take away from that I can't really see on these TV cameras, I'm glad we got to do that. Thank you, Nick. The thing I got to see is I can understand why there's no ponding and why we're not flooded. The actual racing line doesn't look that bad.
No, there's still it's quite extreme to see how much rain's actually hitting the windscreen, though. You don't realize the windscreen wipers are properly going. You know, they're going at their fastest mode, aren't they? But you know, I wouldn't want to be the Lexus here. You probably can't see a great deal. You can see the bit of spray coming off the number 13 Bentley, Shermatinsky, as they're coming down to Ravazza number 1, and the sharp left, which you don't want to run out a bit too wide, which none of these cars do on this occasion, into Ravazza 2. All about maximising the exit speed. It looks like the Bentley did get the slight upper hand on that one, but the Lexus now going to try and slipstream him all the way down to turn 2, and this is for P19, which, you know, if P19 in any other race is, you know, towards the back of the grid, this is pretty much midfield at the moment. And here we go, Kieran Prendergast going to try and have a look at Shermatinsky into Tamburello. But we've seen this a lot today, where the car doing the attacking has backed off early to try and get the run down towards the Villeneuve chicane. It's and this is exactly what I'm talking about. He backed off early to try and get the move done into this particular chicane, and they're going to go side by side in the rain. Not much grip out there to be had, but it looks like the Lexus is going to do the switcheroo coming into the Tosa hairpin. He's probably going to try and take a wide line and cut back in, or is he going to try and go all the way around the outside? And the Bentley actually defends it really well there, doesn't he? He just squeezes him out and says, yep, you're not going around there, pal.
I like how you called it and he did it almost as if you worked that up. I'm a little suspicious that you paid him off for that, Josh.
Yeah, well, I say it's just something we've seen a lot of, not going for the move into the first chicane and then trying to do it into the second one. It does seem to work an absolute treat, because I think you force the other car to go defensive, and then they obviously run out of pace. But coming into the pits, you've got Jimmy Broadbent in the number 39 Minty, and Marcus Lawrence, who has just changed over to Vincent Erbrick in the PCDC Motorsports McLaren, number 12. Meanwhile, on the track, we got Darren King, and I believe that is Bart Matcha as well in the Connection Lost car. I think that is, I believe. And it looks like Darren King got past him, and he's going on up the road to take 9th position. This number 38 Ferrari's been running pretty well. Jesse is it's been up and down the grid, but it seems to have stabilized itself now, and it's found itself well in the top 10. I don't think they need to make, I don't think they're out of sync with pit stops, but nonetheless, they're running in the top 10 at the moment.
Yeah, Team Fordzilla has done well considering where they have been all day. They have been in the fight. And just going back to Team Minty for a second, I don't think that was a scheduled pit stop. They had just came in about 30-ish minutes ago. So I don't think that was scheduled, or that was scheduled and they're getting back on a schedule that they can make the end of the race without having to pit an extra time at the end of the race. So something either amiss, or they are resetting their strategy for the run to the checkered flag. But back on Fordzilla and Darren King, they've had a fairly quiet race here inside the top 10, fighting for positions, but not a lot has gone terribly wrong for this team. They've just sort of been hanging out, and he's got Bart Macha, who is on the move inside the top 10 now in the 404 Connection Lost team.
Yeah, exactly that. They had the drive-through earlier on and obviously got sent all the way down the grid. But just something I said earlier on in the broadcast, probably, I think Ryan was still here, so it was definitely within the first 3 hours. I said Barazzini, a Ryan race team, could probably only hope for third at the absolute most, but they're only 6.5 seconds behind the 191. I don't know if they're out of sync, but it's not a million miles away, even second place at this point. But even if they have got a pit, the podium chance is still on. But Valentin Barrier, not necessarily fighting for podiums, but he's definitely fighting for position with the 225 of Nowakowski. They do have a 5-second penalty, though. But, is that a car off there? I just caught that in my eye there. Yes, it was. Alexander Karsten in the 252 Mercedes. That is the older Mercedes that's running in this race, but I'm not sure what's happened there. He got a little bit of grass.
Oh, dear.
And that's quite a big hit as well. That's quite a lot of damage, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, that'll certainly be a significant chunk of damage, 15, 20-ish seconds worth on the car, and that will likely demote them outside of the top 20, I would say, because I don't think they're going to have a choice. I think they're going to have to fix that next time they come in.
I'd say so. It's quite the it's quite the hit, isn't it? So I'm assuming it would be worthwhile fixing. But what I have noticed, I don't know whether I jinxed that, but it's a track limits drive-through penalty for the Orion race team. So Fulvio Barazzini will have to serve that. I think they get 3 laps to do it. But that may rule out their the podium chance, and they're going to come in and serve it now. But it's not to rule out that the cars ahead of them and around them could also get track limits drive-throughs as well. It's such a fine line to sort of tread on, so anybody can just run that little bit wide, 4 times, and boom, there you go. There's a drive-through. We've seen many of them, and they are self-inflicted usually. Usually the game, if you are forced out wide, it won't penalise you. But Valentin Barrier, again, all over the back of the 225. So is he going to try the whole back off into Tamburello? He hasn't tried that, but he has got very close to him, though. But here we go now. The headlights lighting up the back of that bright green Porsche coming down to the Villeneuve chicane. I don't think he's going to be close enough, but I think Tozer hairpin is going to be his next. Oh, a little bit of curb there. But here we go. Not going to be close enough on this lap, and the 126 car has served the drive-through penalty as the 225 does run a little bit wide into toes of hairpin. He will get a though with a traction zone, but on the flashes is Valentin Barrier, who said, "Get out of my way. You're really holding me up now," because obviously he's got that 5-second penalty as well, has Barrier, so he wants to obviously he wants to get past and try and break that 5 seconds, doesn't he? So, but good defending from the 225.
Yeah, absolutely it is. And you know, I talked a little bit about the Jardier community team, Valentin Barrier, and this number 11 car. They have been all over the place today, and they have had their share of struggles, but here they are, 3 hours to go. They're fighting for a top 15 spot, though they do have that penalty nose to tail with Naudowski right now. Can he get it done? Can he dive down to the inside? Nope, thinks better of it. Not worth it at this stage. Was not close enough. Falls back in line, but very, very close, these two. You have to feel that Barrier has the speed to get around him, but perhaps not on the straightaway. That's not what I expected. I did not expect the Porsche to do this well on the straight, but just as I say that, Barrier flashing the lights, letting him know he's coming through. The Porsche moves over, but does not give him enough of a line. He's going to try and make his own line as Barrier can't quite do it. Has to fall back in line. Well defended, well defensive line from the 225. And now perhaps a more desperate move from the number 11. Shows his intent, shows the nose. Can't do it there either. Not close enough. Very good driving by both of these two. Can he get him into the hairpin? Still no.
No, he just, the Porsche seems to get the drive out of the chicane. I think Barrier's maybe going in a little bit too hot into Tamburello, but he's like you said, Jesse, he's definitely got the speed. But it's no good having the speed if you can't get past. And obviously, as time goes on, it's really hurting the Jardier community team, number 11. But here we go. He's going to try up the inside of Aqua Minerales. Does he? No, he's not. But he got very, very close to him. That's enough to scare anyone. And here we go. The exit up the hill now towards the Alta chicane. They're going to go side by side. Barrier will have the outside then, which will turn into the inside for the second part of the chicane, but you're probably not going to get too wide through there, and he's going to have to slot back in. But now Rivazza does look like the prime chance for Valentin Barrier. Here we go then. Down the hill they go. Surely the AMG has the straight line speed as they just come around the little kink in the road, and he's already gone past. The 225, I believe, has just given him a bit of space there and said, look, I think you just wasted my time as well as your own, so up the road you go, pal. But the car behind them isn't full position. I believe that is the car of Chris Huke, I believe, is still in the car, isn't he?
I believe so, yeah. I mean, just give credit to Naukowski right there. He fought as hard as he could to keep the 11 behind him, but once he knew he was beat, he didn't over pursue the position, because you never know. I mean, 3 hours left, it's a long time, really. It's a longer race than most GT races you will do. So who knows? Maybe that position will come back to you. I mean, at least if he can stay within 5 seconds, he knows for sure that position is going to come back to him.
Yeah, exactly. But I think he can pull more of a 5-second gap over the 225, in my opinion. But just moving up just one position further up than where we just were with Valentin Barrier and Nowakowski, we have Marcin Swiderek in the Lexus, number 23, which we've seen pulling off some great overtakes throughout the race, and more in the 88 Aston Martin has been another one that's just been thereabouts, and all of a sudden you find yourself in P13, and you know that's a fantastic result. Only 7 seconds back from the number 62 Mercedes, being driven by Nils Nojoks at the moment, but I don't think the Lexus is close enough on this particular lap, but he does look like he's been closing in for the last couple of laps, Jesse. So I think the Lexus can probably try and pull this off, at least while it's still wet. But, you know, it's going to be damp conditions or wet conditions for the next 30-plus minutes. So, you know, we may not even see a dry track. And even if we did, obviously with no sun, it's not going to burn off the standing water as quickly as it would if this was sort of 4 p.m. local time here at Imola.
Well, the first good news for some of these drivers that perhaps aren't the most efficient in the rain or have a car that is hydrophobic, it is going to lessen in intensity in 30 minutes time. So with about 11 p.m. with 2.5 hours left to run, it will lighten up a little bit, though it is nowhere near stopping. It is just going to rain a little less hard as the track temperature continues to plummet. 9 degrees C right now as Swederick trying to get this move made on Moore. He's going to have to go around the outside that becomes the inside. That's going to be no problem. Did he get too much of the curb? I think maybe he did. Could it be position surrendered? Yes, it is. Moore back around Swederick now, and now he has to make that pass all over again, but he's overcooked it here, has Swederick. Swederick has driven the 23 off the road, and Moore is gone into the distance.
Yeah, so all that time he made up the last couple of laps, he's going to have to make that back up now. You know, I'm sure he can, but just on the point of the rain, obviously not being as heavy, it just means the tyres get warmer for these guys. But here we go, Darren King behind Matt Samuel, I think that is, and that is the 681 Lexus
boy.
getting out of the way. But they've managed to get out of the way, but that's forced the BMW off the road, and the Ferrari has gone past Matt Samuel as well. So that is position 8 for King in the number 38 Fordzilla car, and there is cars exploring the sand everywhere here. So
was
we had
that
the BMW
Matt Samuel off in the dirt?
Yeah,
Is that
so
who that
Matt
was?
Samuel was trying to overtake the lapped car 681, which he did, but he overcooked it into the chicane, and that allowed Darren King through and has given him quite a healthy lead as well.
That's unfortunate. Matt Samuel and that entire team in the BMW art car, as I refer to it, they're having a really good race, all of those guys, but it didn't go their way right there. Darren King squeaks through up into the 8th position. He'll say thank you very much. And like I said earlier about Darren King, he's just gonna continue his calm, methodical sort of approach. Net one more position, 10 seconds in front of him, Jimmy Broadbent.
Yep, exactly. Jimmy Broadbent next in line for Darren King, but it's not been, you know, it's not been an easy race for anyone, especially with the rain being thrown in as well. Not something that we were expecting potentially. Obviously, the forecast only, you know, was the only thing we were expecting. But here we go. So Swederick is already on the back of number 88 already. So that is more in that car. So he's going to try and go for that again. Obviously, he got a little bit hot into Piratella and then lost it coming down the hill. But this time he will probably learn from it as we're going to go on board. And there you go. You can still see the amount of rain on the windscreen is still quite severe, even though you can quite visibly see that the racing line is a bit, it was a bit, you know, you can tell it's drier, can't you? But the spray is not giving us that. But here he comes then in the Lexus, down the straight behind the Aston Martin V8 Vantage. And it looks like the Lexus has got a great run here. He's got enough speed, I think, to at least try something coming into the first heavy braking zone, which is turn 2 on this circuit. But here he comes. Oh, a bit of contact.
No!
He's going to be hit off into the gravel, is he? He's managed to keep it in a straight line, Jesse. I'm not quite sure how he's done that, but he's going to have to surrender the position again. And that's 2 times now that he's tried to get that move done, and it's not paid off for him at all.
Well, I expect somebody from one of those 2 teams, and be it mind, I'm not sure if it's the 88 or the 23 team, but I expect to see one of them walk right past our box into the race director's box after that, because that's not how you're supposed to do that, is it? It didn't come off.
No, it's not. It's not quite how it should be done. But again, he will regroup, and I'm sure he'll just do it all over again, Jesse. And hopefully this time, he
Third
can
time
get it
lucky,
done
Josh.
cleanly. Third time lucky, you know. Third time's a charm. There's lots of different sayings for the third time, and it does look like he's just going to drive up to the back of him. And if anything, that's more frustrating because this driving, catching him back up, could have been you effectively pulling away. So it's got to be frustrating for the number 23, but he's got to keep his head and get down. I think the first one was a little bit maybe his fault, but the second one definitely feel like he was forced to take that route that he didn't really want to take, but a gap 1.9 now to his rival, number 88, who's been running pretty well. But someone who has been running pretty well, Mike Noble, in the 1-2-3 Bentley. That team, obviously Mike Noble and Andre Franke, have just been their usual selves, pretty flawless. I don't think not that I can recall any massive mistakes, but Mike Noble, again, he's just pumping in the lap times, Jesse, isn't he? Just leaving the competition behind at this point.
Yeah, I will admit he's out in front so far, 33 seconds, that I've actually just been thinking up Mike Noble related puns. Would you like to hear one?
Of course I want to hear one.
Would you say sim racing is a noble pursuit?
I don't know if to laugh or cry, to be honest with you.
I'm going to see myself out.
Yeah, right, so Jesse's taking his coat and he's out. So no.
Here's the thing. Jardier would want it this way. Okay?
Of course he would.
Yeah.
But and Mike Noble definitely would want it that way as well, out in the lead by 33.2 seconds. But speaking of Jardier, this isn't him in the car, but it is the car he's been driving, Jimmy Broadbent P7. On a whole, Jesse, do you think they'll be happy with P7? Do you think their targets were definitely a lot higher at the beginning of this race? Obviously qualified P10, so I think maybe P7, like 10th to 7th for me would be, I'd be happy with that with this field. But maybe Jardier had his sights set a bit higher up. But as a whole, they've had a pretty decent race, I think.
Yeah, Josh, that's a complicated question, because at the start, no, I think a top 10 was sort of where they were going with a chance of a top 5, but I think in the second or third stint, they had to have been thinking they were on for a podium. They certainly could have been, and then the rain came in, and it changed everything. They were fighting for a top 5, yes, but they also could have used strategy to potentially be fighting for even higher, and now they are falling back in these conditions. I think it's very obvious that car is set up for the dry, because it was going like a stabbed rat for the most part of the early going of this race. And this battle here that will not cease is going to come to blows here, and it's going to be almost disaster, but both cars somehow get it stopped just before they go off track, and the lights ablaze. How many more times? Well, you know what they say, if you fail 3 times, you have to prevail on the 4th attempt.
I hope you've got a say-in for the 5th and 6th attempt, because I don't think it's going to get done this way. But
I'm going to very quickly
Barrier,
look them up.
Yeah, good. Valentin Barrier did it on his first go, because these two decided they wanted to argue over the same bit of tarmac. So Valentin Barrier was like, yeah, okay, thanks, lads. That's another position for me, and I can get up the road and try and break this 5-second time penalty. But I was just about to say it's about to get even spicier, because another car was joining the battle, but he's come and gone as the number 11. So we're just back to the number 23 and the number 88, Moore and Swiderek. So round 4 at some point along, probably not this lap, but maybe the next lap into the Tamburello chicane. Interesting stuff. As a driver trying to get past someone that is pretty much blocking you from going past, you're going to get annoyed, and you're going to probably end up sending one, but you don't want to get yourself in trouble either. So I think he's doing the right thing and trying to keep his overtakes clean, and how Moore decides to defend is obviously down to him. But hopefully they can, race nice and clean now. But we will see what happens. But I've just seen pop up, Jesse, that Valentin Barrier's got another 15 seconds added to his time, added to his penalty. I'm not sure what that's for. So if you do get the good old envelope from the stewards, I'm sure you'll let us know. But Swiderek nowhere near on this lap. So round 4 will have to wait for the time being between the number 23 and the number 88.
Yeah, I think they're getting ready to hand that to me right now. Cameron is indeed doing. Lap 197, turn 18, incident involving the 100 and the 11 cars. 15-second penalty for the 11, causing an incident. So yeah, it would appear that Barrier has been involved in an incident that we did not see, further aiding the 11's woes today. They have been in the fight. They've been knocked around by the fight. They have had, well, let's just put it this way. They will be very much looking forward to the Christmas break.
Yeah, they've been involved in quite a bit, haven't they, today? This number 11 car. But for the most part, they've had the pace, haven't they? Obviously, defending from Jardier earlier on. I think it was probably in the first 2 hours there. But yeah, he's definitely had the pace, especially when Barry has been in the car. From what I've noticed, he's really been part, a decent part of this race in terms of the speed. He definitely could be up there, top 10 easily. But fortunately, they had a drive-through earlier on. I think this is probably not the first penalty that the car has received today. So unfortunately, on the wrong end of some of the incidents and the stewards' inquiries.
Not only is this not the first penalty that they received, this isn't the first penalty this stint that they've received.
Well, yeah, there is that, yeah. So they've had 2 penalties this stint alone, yeah. But unfortunately, of course, because these guys had the penalty at the start, the drive-through at the start, didn't they, where they hit the PCDC car off. So that kind of was that set them up for the day, really. But to be fair, considering what they've been through, they're doing pretty well at the moment. Obviously, they do have 20 seconds to add on, but a top 20 still looking good for them, and I think they'd be happy with that. Probably not happy with that from the start of the race, but from what's gone on, I think they'll be happy with it.
Yeah, I mean, their race is sort of been out of their hands since the start. It's not been the cleanest race, but if there's one thing you can say about the Jardier community team here is, well, they certainly did have pace, because even after having a drive-through and taking extra pit stops and extra time in pit stops that other teams didn't, they're still fighting inside around the top 12. And I'm still going to say that a top 10's not far-fetched for them if they have a clean final 3 hours. I don't think it's out of the question. They just have a lot of pace. It's just unfortunate that they haven't been able to show it inside the top 10.
Yeah, exactly that. But what is interesting, obviously, a 3-hour race is obviously, classed as an endurance. Obviously, we did one not so long ago, and, we're only effectively what would be 13 minutes into that race. So there's still, a third of this race, or just under a third of this race to go. So this pecking order still could change. A lot. 3 hours, a lot can happen, and obviously it's going to keep. It's definitely dark out there, and it will be dark for the entirety of the race now. But the rain, again, is lessening in 10 minutes, and then is that again in 30 minutes from there. So we may end up having the race back on the slick tyres at some point, Jesse, I guess. But for now, it's definitely still wet out there, and the drivers are having to put up with it. But Twitterette can't get close enough this time. So since round 3, either tactically staying away from him, or he's just run out of pace. But we'll see how this battle's going to come to an end at some point.
I have been told that 557 Hillebrand has had an incident, and I think we have that ready to show. Yeah, so here's Hillebrand in the 557. He's going to, again... Oh, I see. Ooh. So the Bentley gets loose, makes contact, which leads to more contact. I don't think that's on Hillebrand at all.
Yeah, that's no, not really. I think the Bentley just got a little bit of oversteer, didn't he, and just sort of oversteered into him. So not ideal, but he does actually manage to squeeze past the number 13. I don't think it's for position, but he's managed to get past him, and onward he goes. So
so George, I see what's happened here.
Okay.
We were told there was an incident with the 557, and that was an incident with the 557, but that's not the one the race director wanted us to see.
Oh. Okay. But it was an incident nonetheless. But yeah, I don't think there's any action required for the one that we see.
No, absolutely not. I mean, RCI is really good about they're not gonna penalize somebody for slippery track conditions. I mean, you know, at that point, you'd be penalizing somebody for racing hard but fairly, I suppose. So it's a little too much. This is not the FIA here. We have common sense.
Yeah, exactly that. But here he is then, Mike Noble, man of the, I would say the hour, but man of the many hours at this point. Again, they weren't in the picture for a podium at the very, very start. They weren't one of the lead-in three, but they just sort of charged their way through, and things have happened for the cars around them, and these have just been the consistent team. But here we are in another Jardier community team. He's having a battle with Savencek, I think it is. No, it's not. It is... I think he's just got past Savencek, potentially. And he's now behind Pike, just there. So P22 for the Jardier community team number 3. I think that they have 3 community teams in the race, and obviously the Jardier and Jimmy Robben team as well. So that wasn't for position on the Audi, but it definitely was for position on the Bentley behind. So that Audi of Pike must be a bit further up the road. So I do apologise for that. It is quite hard in the rain, isn't it? Sometimes, Jesse, the rain and the dark, sometimes quite hard to notice the car liveries, even though you've been watching them for the last, almost, 6 hours or so.
Yeah, I find myself in these sort of situations. I'm just waiting for the car to pass the camera so I can look at the number really quickly. Unless it's a very distinctive livery or a very distinctive LED strip, it's nearly impossible to differentiate. Of course, you can kind of tell by the lights on the cars what you're looking at, but that doesn't help you with what specific one it is. But it is coming down to it now. We know the rain is going to lighten up. It's not going to go down to a drizzle, according to that weather report, but it is going to lessen in intensity, which now you have to start thinking, if you're one of the top drivers here, as Nowakowski here, trying to get away from the pursuers behind, does just that. I believe, yes, that is the Lamborghini coming up to lap the cars. But now you have to think, Josh, you have to think about things. You know it's going to rain less. Is that going to be enough to make the track go back to damp? And if it does go back to damp, what do you do? Because if it does go back to damp, you know your tires are going to overheat again. Do you risk slicks if you're in the top 3 right now?
Probably not, only because the track temperature is going down, and I think even if it was to stop raining, it would last a little bit longer. I don't think this move he's actually got it done, as he Shermatinsky. I didn't think he was going to actually... I didn't think that was a position at first, but I've just looked at the timing tower again. But, the Lamborghini again, awfully sideways there. And that's our P2 runner at the moment. That was...
please show me that replay.
that was quite sketchy, wasn't it? That was proper sideways.
Folks, have you ever seen a Lamborghini drift like this? Look at that. That doesn't look...
Good save.
That may not look like much, but if you've ever had to do that, you appreciate how difficult that is.
Yeah, I thought we were losing the P2 in this race then. I honestly thought he was going to end up in the wall, but nice save from Christian Bianchi in the 191 Racing Line Motorsport. But they've only got 5 seconds to Mikael behind in the 49, so that would have cost them a bit of time. I didn't realize it was that close. Obviously, we've been watching some battles a bit further back, but yeah, that was a great save, and it means so much for their race, doesn't it? Because if he puts that in the wall, that's potentially P2 down at the drain. Probably still make it on the podium, but the P2 definitely would have been in jeopardy. But yeah, thankfully he saved it. But that's the issue when you're stuck behind traffic and trying to make your way through as well. He was probably a little bit of spray there that he didn't want, and maybe just missed his turning angle or something like that. But yeah, this battle between Swiderek and Moore is just sort of fizzled out a bit for now. I'm sure the 23 and the 88 will be battling for the rest of this race, but we're not getting round 4 quite yet. And to be honest, I think that might be a good thing for these two, that they don't go all the way to round 4, because I think we could see a knockout potentially in round 4, because there's been contact on each occasion so far. But with both cars facing the right direction after that contact, I'm sure that's a small takeaway that they're still in the race.
Yeah, but you know as good as I do, Switterek right now he is fuming right now. Every time he's tried to make this pass, he has gotten cut off, he has gotten bumped, or he has been ran off the track. So you're coming in here for the 4th time. You are going to try and make this stick. He's actually driving incredibly calm and collected for somebody who has been knocked around trying to get the 14th place. But to his credit, he is stay right there with him again, and he's not chancing the move. He's going to wait again for pick his spot, pick his moment, and try to make the pass again. If that had been me, Josh, I would have already been disqualified.
Yeah, I don't think we've quite got the patience to maybe do a 9-hour race, Jesse. I think we'd probably end up writing ourselves off by getting a bit personal with somebody. So yeah, I agree with that. But yeah, you're right. He is racing with a lot of patience, a lot of respect as well. So maybe he isn't as hot-headed as we would initially sort of expect from a driver that's tried to make a pass 3 times and sort of been stopped. Maybe not on the first time, because he did get passed on the first time, didn't he? And then he run wide. But definitely the second and third was a bit of contact that prevented him going past. But nothing from the stewards on those just yet. Obviously, we will. They are very busy, so there may be still something to come on that. So if we do get any information, we will pass that on. But for the meantime, this battle needs to get done on track. No penalties so far. So as far as Switterek is concerned, if he wants P14, you need to overtake the car on track, not rely on a bit of a time penalty. But here we go then. He is quite close now, so maybe a couple of cool-down laps on the tyres. But that back marker's jeopardised number 88 big time, and there we go. Even more contact again! More contact. 4th time in this race, and there we go. Oh, and he's giving him one back. He's giving him one back. And to be honest, I think that's a bit of, a bit of push and pull going on there. I think, I don't know, Jesse. Like, you can't do what he did, but look, he hits him there for probably the 3rd time this race, and that Lexus definitely gives him one. Definitely gives him one to say, look, mate, I'm going through.
Oh my goodness.
So,
Josh, we have a saying here in the U.S., 8 tires corner better than 4. And I think that is the only way to describe what we saw there. I think Switterek will get some sort of penalty for that if that's reported by the 88.
I'd say so. That's definitely the worst of the contact we've seen.
Yeah. It was mutual up until that point, perhaps.
Yeah, it definitely looked like he give him one. Just say, look, I've had enough of you hitting me now. So, but it all depends whether obviously the 88 reports it. I don't think we act on things unless they're reported. Correct me if I'm wrong. Correct. But yeah, so obviously if the 88 feels that they were impeded there, then they will report it. And likewise, the 23, they may feel that they were impeded as well. So obviously that will come to blows a little bit later on. But here we go, though. We got a 3-way fight. We've seen this earlier on with the Bentley that was for the lead. And here we go. Malinowski and the McLaren has got past the Porsche, and the Bentley is going to try and squeeze into the outside, and he looks like he has. But and a little bit of contact there, but nothing too bad. But that's rubbing his racing, not like we saw previously with Switterek, and the McLaren got a bit of a twitch on the Porsche on the curves, and he's going to lose the position. Is he? Yes, he is. And I think that's Barrier going past as well. So lots of chaos on the chicanes, the wet curbs here at Imola. Exactly what we were expecting.
It is getting crazy here late night at Imola. Everything, the glue is coming undone, and people are starting to lose their minds with 2.5 hours to go, nearly 11 p.m. Imminent rain that is of some lesser volume than what we have now. You can tell I'm not a meteorologist, right? But it's definitely going to rain a little bit less. It's still... This is my amateur meteorology here. It still has 2 little lines of rain, which still means it's heavy. It's just less heavy
I know what you mean.
I know you know what I mean because you have to work with me. I'm just worried about the people at home.
Yeah. Just a quick one on the. We just got a slight update on the one of the incidents between the number 88 and the 23. The stewards have passed us a bit of information. This was the incident on lap 203. We're currently on lap 2. These guys are on 214, I believe, 213. I couldn't exactly tell you which incident this was, but the verdict was that it was a racing incident and both cars should have left more space for each other. So probably as we expected, Jesse. I think the first three sort of contact or two contacts there was probably racing incidents, but the last one we saw where the move was completed probably isn't going to go down as a racing incident. But so they've obviously reported it. The number 23 obviously reported the first one.
Yes.
So I'd like to think that if the number 88 see that, they're definitely going to report their one, aren't they?
Yeah, they probably are. And my whole thing is for the stewards, if you're listening right now, get ready for this trilogy because it's going to be just as good as Lord of the Rings. And you will not expect a twist ending to this saga. So if that one was reported, they're all probably going to be reported. I think the majority of them might be racing incidents. I think that last one, though, they're probably not okay with that.
No,
using
it's
somebody
just,
as a break.
I'm not saying that it was intentional, but I don't know, maybe we
I'll
hyped
say
it up.
it was absolutely intentional. You kidding me?
Yeah, maybe we're just storytelling too well and telling people what their emotions are, but it definitely looked like it was on purpose to me, I'm not going to lie. But Jake Moore needs to look behind him now, though, because he has Vincent Airbrick in the PCDC car chasing after him in the McLaren, which is notoriously rubbish in the rain, is probably the best way to put it, but they're managing at the moment, and obviously we've got another McLaren just in the top 10, being driven by Harry Conway as well. So two McLarens trying to charge their way through, and Malinowski was another one of those trying to charge through, obviously a couple of laps down, but PCDC guys have not had an easy ride at all. They did pick up a slight penalty earlier on with an incident with the back marker. Obviously they got hit on lap 2. But the good thing is, though, you know, getting spun around on the first lap is sometimes quite tough to take. And, you know, we have seen teams in the past just call it a day. But they've kept going, and it looks like they could potentially get very close to the top 10, at least, especially with Barrier picking up the 20-second time penalty. He goes, oh, and there's Airbrick there. I almost jinxed it. Almost puts it in the wall. But again, good save. But that's the McLaren under traction in the rain, just getting a little bit too much curb and almost pretty much been in the whole race. But yeah, they've done a good job, and that's the same for anybody doing the recovery drive, which isn't nice. Obviously, the 420 McLaren, which is Malinowski, is heading that one up, as you said, Jesse, a leader early on, and they're on the recovery drive as well.
Yeah, it's not a hashtag Ask the Box question, but I will answer it anyway since it comes up quite often. They see an M. Schumacher on the card, and they obviously you go to Mick Schumacher, don't you? And no, it's not Mick Schumacher. That's Martin Schumacher, and no, he is of no relation to the F1 racing family. Just a coincidence. He is, however, an incredibly talented racer from GC Racing, and we absolutely love having him. He puts on a show every race he's in here at RCI.
Yeah, well, you know, he's the sim racing Schumacher, and yeah,
Good
you know,
enough for me.
Yeah, you couldn't. It is quite cool to be able to cast that surname. You know, it's obviously a very, very iconic name, and obviously will be more spoken about now as well in 2021. But yeah, I always get that question, and I believe I asked that question before, but the fact he uses MSC as his like abbreviation as well is just you know, obviously the same as what Michael used to do. But yeah, I've asked that question, and I love that shot of Ravazza too, by the way, Nick. That camera angle is fantastic as they come around the final turn. But yeah, Martin Schumacher P6, that car was I believe that's Stefan Zero's team, isn't it, who was defending for his absolute life early in this race, and all of a sudden they found themselves in the middle of nowhere on their own, nowhere near the car in front, nowhere near the car behind, and they're in a race on their own, which kind of is a good thing this part of the race, P6 as well. But you can get a bit complacent and switch off. But hopefully Martin Schumacher doesn't do that, and he can maybe try and pull himself away from the number 39 and maybe towards the 126. But Jimmy Broadbent, again, still running in the car at the moment, and he's doing a stellar job as well.
Yeah, he sure is. He had that pit stop, and he might have had an extra pit stop, unless I am going crazy. I think he came in halfway through a stint and reset the strategy of the team to make it to the finish. Wouldn't be out of place, honestly, if that's what happened. Of course, a lot of these guys off strategy with the rain. A lot of these guys were off strategy to begin with because of different trials, tribulations, incidents that had occurred in the race. And the 39 Minty team was no different. But either way, they are still well inside the top 10, going well, actually. They were sort of bleeding positions early, but they have stopped doing that. And I thought Matt Samuel was going to catch them at some point, but that hasn't happened either.
No, it hasn't. Obviously, Samuel got caught up in a little bit of a moment. I think it was with the Ford Zilla car earlier on. But yeah, they haven't really made any impression on the number 39, like you said. You would expect, especially Matt Samuel, to close that gap. But with a 20-second lead behind him, Jimmy Broadbent's looking pretty good at the moment. Obviously, you know, there's still a few rounds of pit stops to go. But here, though, we have Vincent Erbrick, who's going to have a look at Swiderek. Maybe Vincent doesn't know the history with the number 23 in this race, but that one was pretty easy. Maybe Swiderek knew that he's like, oh, okay, I might already be in trouble. But what is interesting, did I miss something? But Jake Moore is back in front of these now. Did he let him through or something? Or
he might have,
yeah, to avoid the penalty,
he might have also had. He might have also had an incident. While we're looking at Vincent Erbich for a second, his teammate Lawrence is in chat. He's telling us the reason they're so far back is because whenever the rains came and they meant to put on wets, they accidentally fitted a set of slicks and had to pit again. And that is why they are outside the top 10, which makes sense. I had wondered where the 12 had went. I knew where the 13 went earlier, but I definitely could not place the 12 this far back. So thank you to the PCDC Motorsports boys for, well, not only showing up to pretty much every race that RCI does, but also giving us that little nugget of information that certainly makes more sense. And, well, still 2.5 hours left, guys. Get some positions back. You can do it.
Yep, exactly. They're not going to give up. They're not too far away from the top 10, so to speak. Obviously, Barry are going to get that 20-second time penalty. You'd like to think that promotes the 12 back ahead of the 11. But, you know, only time will tell. Still 2.5 hours pretty much they're about to go. But Swiderek, he seems to get past. You know, he gets overtaken and then he just comes back with this pace. But it was like, where was the pace when you had to defend? And I think we could have this battle between the 88, the 12, and the 23. So Moore, Erbrich, and Swiderek come in.
Do you know what I think
into picture? Go on.
I think his vision is based on movement, and when there's nobody in front of him, he sort of doesn't try. But the second there's somebody in front of him, he attacks like a T-Rex.
Attacks like a T-Rex. So I don't think Alexis has been compared to a T-Rex, or probably Marcin Swiderek hasn't been compared to a T-Rex either. But I think at that point he will take being called a T-Rex, because a T-Rex can be pretty offensive, if you will. But I think this fight is going to come between the three of them, and hopefully nobody gets totaled or out of the race. And that Aston Martin come around that final revat, so they're getting a little bit loose. But we are coming towards the end of these stints now, aren't we? So the tyres potentially running out of grip. But it's still a wet track, though, Jesse, and we aren't seeing drivers go off racing line to cool or anything just yet. But obviously that may come into play a little bit later on when the rain does lessen. But so far it's still full wet conditions, and obviously you just don't want to get caught on the crossover point now between, you know, damp and wet, because obviously whatever pressures you leave the garage on, that's what your tires will be. And obviously if it's you know, if it's a drier track, you'd probably under pressure, if that makes sense. Just obviously because you know they're going to get warmer as the standing water goes away, so you don't want to get caught on the crossover. So you're going to try and drag this out for as long as you possibly can, and this battle is getting closer now. 6/10 from Moore is Vincent Ehrlich, and only 4/10 from Vincent Ehrlich is Swiderek. So within a second now, these three.
Yeah, I mean, Josh, you're right. It's going to continue to rain. It's not showing signs of stopping, really, and these tires are just fine. So every cloud has a silver lining, and the silver lining here is that you don't have to make a strategy call or a play here, as it looks like that McLaren's going to go off and rejoin. I was halfway afraid it was going to hit that dirt and spin out in front of Swiderek there. Did not do that and kept it going, did Ehrlich. But my point is, it's actually kind of advantageous that they know it's still going to rain. It's still going to be okay to have wet tires. So that takes the strategy or a gamble away from you in that case. So you know where you stand, and everybody's in that same sort of playing field. Everybody's having to play in the same stadium in that way. So it doesn't really matter if it gets to that point where you can come in. Everybody's going to have the same options, and it's not like whenever it started raining and it was halfway into a fuel cycle. So pretty much everybody on a level playing field. Speaking of level playing field, Swiderek and Ehrlich here going at it. And like Josh said, if the 12 knew what the 23 knew, you wouldn't play with fire, probably.
No, you don't. You don't tend to play with fire, but I don't think the PCDC car knew what the number 23 had been up to. But still no word on that just yet, as far as I'm aware. But obviously, it all comes down to whether the 88 reports it. But I would probably expect they are. But now they are back in front, so maybe they messaged each other and said, "Look, you give us the place back, we won't report you." And that's a McLaren facing the wrong way. I don't know what's happened there.
There
but
was a car in front of that, Josh.
Yeah, there was, but that's second and third there. They could have got caught up in that big time. But
Yeah.
that was one of the McLarens. I think it might have been Malinowski potentially. It was definitely a white McLaren.
It was Malinowski.
I think it was Malinowski.
That was the random Pasta Bowl team.
Oh, I don't think it
there's a
was.
car-
It was actually the 1, 2, 3
Oh, no, you're
McLaren
right.
there. But yeah, they've had a bit of a moment, probably too much curb. Coming down. I think that's one of the racing line cars, isn't it? The 193, I think it is. Being
Yeah.
driven by Katosi.
I have no idea, but the car in front of it, there was definitely another car that was backwards. But I don't know if that was contact or just, what I call a sympathy spin whenever somebody spins and you're attempting to avoid them and you spin yourself. Here we go again. This is literally round 5. This is Madden football at this point. Madden Football 5. Is Swiderek trying to make the move on Ehrlich again? And he's going to flash the lights. He's going to go down the inside. Does he have the position here in the corner? Sort of. There's going to be a touch, and another touch as the 23 of Swiderek fighting back. He'll have the best line here, and Ehrlich just sort of lets him go. Going to try the overtake, the undercut, and he's going to get him there side by side. Now this corner goes right. Will this give Swiderek the advantage for long enough? No, it will not. Left hand will have to be conceded to Ehrlich, and position reacquired for the 12. Excellent set of corners.
Yeah, it was. That was tough defense, wasn't it, from the number 12? He was not looking forward to giving that up, but in the meantime, they did lose around 3 seconds to Moore. So Moore will say, pardon the pun, but more of that, please, boys. But
look what I've done to you.
I know, this is all your fault. I don't do this whenever we commentate with somebody else, but yeah.
Welcome to Night Owl. Join us for season 3.
Yeah, please do. I believe I've signed up, but obviously for the commentary on that. But I think my name was put down for me this time. I don't think I even had a say in the matter, but it's going to be a good bit of fun. And this is the kind of racing we are accustomed to seeing in the night, in the rain, because Mike Jones likes to throw a bit of a twist to most of the races we have in that series. So not something that me and Jesse are unused to in the rain and in the dark. But Swiderek is he likes to force the issue, doesn't he? That's the way I'd see it. When he gets close enough, he doesn't like to take his time. He just wants to get past, and that's the kind of races that are fun to watch. And Urbrick was having none of it on that particular lap.
Yeah, I mean, I think right around the time that unnecessary contact happened, he was like, you know what, I'm gonna stop defending and I'm gonna attack a little bit. But he has missed a corner here. Is this going to be enough for Sweater to get back beside him? Can he overtake the man that overtook him in the same fashion? He's going to have to get side by side with him here. Have to be level. They have to be a level playing field. He did get there. There was not a touch there. That was clean. And that position given up to Sweaterick, though. But look at the aggressive moves of Ervich there to drop right back in line, to not be offline for
they look
any
pretty
more
close
time.
coming up the hill as well.
Yes, they are. Can Ervich make the pass again? He's looking around the outside. He's going to be shaded to the corner. Can't do it. Have to go single file through the chicane. Nose to tail as hard as possible. They touch, exiting the chicane and position back to Ervich, who got out of the chicane by just a little bit better than Sweaterick did. And this is still not done.
So the last time somebody got to a round 4 with Marcin Swiderek, they ended up in the gravel. So let's wait and see if Vincent Urbrick's going to have that same fate. But this is great racing. You know, we're talking about Swiderek as, you know, he's doing all the bad things, but he's not. I don't condone what he did earlier on, but he's really bringing, you know, he's setting this, you know, he's giving us some action to shout about, and it's good racing for the most part. And I think he's proven that maybe he didn't, you know, mean to have so much contact earlier on, but moving further up the grid, this all of a sudden, the Wenwelton Pro team have caught Racing Line Motorsport 191. And if you said this to me 3 hours into the race, there was like a 50-second gap between these two. So this is incredible. Within 0.3 of a second now.
David Mitchell and that Renwelton Pro team, the last time I checked, 48 seconds behind the 191. It has been a long, dark, cold, and wet 3 hours, but they have done it. They have caught second place, and they are looking to attack right now going into 17. This shouldn't take very long at all, considering what they've been. I mean, well, yeah, it's not going to be anything at all. If anything, Bianchi let Michael go.
Yeah, he did. He run very, very wide into Ravazza 1, just run a bit too deep, kicked up that gravel. I like to call it the Valtteri Bottas line through there, as he visited that part of gravel a couple of times. And it's so costly because it literally just kills all the speed down towards the first braking zone, and you've just got no chance. Although he does get a bit close, though, and Mikel does get a little bit too much curb, but the Lamborghini is sliding all over the place, as obviously this was the car we seen go a little bit Tokyo Drift coming out of that chicane a little bit earlier on. But these guys needed to dry up, don't they? Racing Line needed to dry up for this Lamborghini, otherwise I don't know if they'll get caught by 4th, because they're a lap behind. But you know, it's maybe a matter of time before that car just sort of runs out of grip and a mistake is made. So if it dries up, they've definitely got a chance to get that P2 back.
Well, speaking of drying up, in 30 minutes time, it is going to go back to a very light rain that could throw the track in a state of flux. It could be damp, or even more interesting, it could go greasy. Now, we talked about this before, but I'm pretty sure if this track goes back to damp, almost all of these front-running cars are going to go back to slicks.
Yeah, you'd say so. But it's all going to come down now for obviously Bianchi now, if he can just kind of stick with Mikel and not get held up massively. As we've got a replay here, is that Swiderek? He's completely lost it.
It is.
Coming around Piratella, he has lost it. He didn't make any contact with anything, but he did lose it. So unfortunately for him, the fight with Vincent Ebrick and the PCDC car is over for the time being, but we may see that come back a little bit later on. But Jesse, I believe we are going to be handing over to a completely different comms team now. So unfortunately, our time has come, and we need to hand it over. So Jesse, any final thoughts for the race?
Well, folks, if you have stayed up this late, if you are still with us, you have to stay with us. You have to see how this is going to end. 2 hours, 15 minutes to go. We love having you. Stay with us. We're going to end our little comms booth with what we normally would do. Let's have a little crank it up.
Back again with the commentary action here for the last 2 hours and 12 minutes for the 9 hours of Imola, with Racing Club International, of course, partnered up there with Jardier to bring this awesomely fun event. My name is George Smith. I am back again to bring you the racing action, and I've brought a very special friend along with me, someone from South Africa that I've done some esports stuff and things for many years with before. We've just got off doing a bit of rally action together for Toyota. And yeah, it's Sam Wright, also known as Tech Girl. Sam, so good to have you with me.
Thanks, George, for throwing me in here in the dark. Nice wet conditions as well. I know that we had a couple of accidents just before this. So I'm excited now as we move into, like you said, those last 2 hours and 10 minutes, the rain petering off a little bit. I think everyone's going to pick up the pace now because it is that final push. But I'm sure it must be pretty difficult for the drivers. They're going to be feeling the fatigue a little bit now, especially with the lights going down.
Absolutely. And, you know, talking about fatigue, these two drivers not feeling that. And it's a battle for position between Sherman Tinsky in that number 13. He's going to barge his way through the Lexus of the number 23. He gets himself through there. So hot into the action. You and I go, and already some on-track position battles. Of course, they've still got a couple of driver swaps still to do. All these teams coming out here with a couple of drivers in the car, sharing out the stints and trying to get themselves to the checkered flag. And this is really where you need to start to put your focus into gear. That last 2 hour push, I think the last hour becomes the real focus point, but you're kind of setting things up here to try and continue along. Up at the front, though, Mike Noble, he's just proved to be such a dominant force with his FFS racing team. And the number 1, 2, 3, he's just loving the rain conditions. Franke partnering up with him there, of course, getting handed the reins every now and then. But Noble putting in so much hard work up at the front, and really has been a really dominant performance up there.
Both those Bentleys doing really well in those top 2 positions, but definitely Noble. He's on a good run. He's just got to keep that now to go home. And obviously, when they do those driver changes, hope that Frankie can keep it as well. I do want to call out Jardier. Of course, it is his invite. Him and Jimmy Broadbent. They've had a really good race from the start. Been sitting in that top 10. Currently now in that 7th spot. They must be happy in the Mercs there. I'm pretty sure this is a performance they're happy about. Do you think they're going to be able to push it a little bit higher?
Oh, I mean, it's anything can still happen in 2 hours. If anything goes wrong with cars in front, Minty should be up there. So on screen at the moment, that number 39, like you said, Jimmy Broadbent currently at the wheel of their beast. And like you said, starting in 10th place, they've got themselves up to 7th. So they've made up some positions. They've still got a long way to go, but they'll certainly be happy with where they stand. And for the two of them, they've got a lot to prove out in the sim racing world, and being able to swing it up with the big esports names and the drivers that do more than just drive and entertain. I think that's what people always forget. Those big YouTubers, they're making entertaining content whilst doing these races competitively. Most people can't even speak to someone else whilst driving around at these sort of things. So always good to see them up towards the front of things. And yeah, everybody trying to push out. Right here, we see Sandstrom in the number 899 for the nearly on pace Bentley. He's putting some pressure on the 191 of Marek Shins in that Lamborghini. So a lot of on track positions as we've been handed over here.
He's sniffing the back of that Lambo. I think he desperately wants to take the turn. You can see as they come around most of those corners, he's doing that little bit of a push. I think he just wants to up himself and get ahead of him and possibly just push himself higher up on that board.
Yeah, I mean, it's constantly chasing it out and keeping that pressure on at Imola. So important. Lots of commentators that we've had here today just touching on those points. Imola, just one of those circuits where one small mistake just costs you so much time. You see how many long runs they've got where they can really wind through the gears. And if you enter into an apex without carrying the speed that you need, you completely lose out along those big stretches of road where you really want to be sitting in the slip. These GT3s don't have the ability to push to pass. One small mistake like that Lambo has made there. Shins going very wide coming out from Tamburello. He's going to be in a little bit of trouble. They're getting past some back markers as well, so clearing the traffic and the pressure on into Villeneuve as Sandstrom trying to up the heat and keeps on with the pressure onto that splitter cam. Mike Jones, of course, bringing us the camera action here. And I just love the camera angles that we get to show the broadcast here in ACC, Sam.
I love how close it is, but you can see their racing line. They do not want to give up that 3rd spot. So I thought that was really impressive driving from Shins. He just sort of blocked him off, but it hasn't stopped the Bentley from being hot on his heels. You can see that now with the camera. They're not giving up. They're going to keep chasing him, putting the pressure on as they come around yet another turn.
Yeah, I mean, for them right now, Reinveldt in Pro in 2nd. They've still got to go back into the pits, I believe. So, maybe just potentially going to keep themselves in it to get even further up the podium once those other pit stops get served out. So the Reinveldt in Pro team having a good run out here as well. Very, very professional team. Plenty on the social medias as well. And that's very important, I feel, for sim racing, is for the teams and the drivers to set up profiles and really put their names out there. And as we grow in sim racing, 2020 has been such a boom, and rounding out here with something like a 9-hour at Imola. New content coming out from Kunos. Why not jump on it and end things off with a bang as we see Mikhail Sandstrom peeling off from 4th place. He's into the pits. So a driver swap probably going to come out from there. Mike Noble, our race leader in that 1-2-3, he's also gone in and probably handing over to Frank here unless he's serving up a double stint.
So I'll be interested. What are your thoughts here, George? Obviously, we're going to see the rain dying down a little bit. The temperature on that track has actually, since the sun's gone down, dropped quite a bit. But I'd be interested, do you think that some of these drivers are also going to start considering swapping out their tires very soon, maybe, as the rain dies down a little bit?
I mean, it's certainly still going to be wet on track for a fair portion of time. I mean, we've seen rain for a good hour, 2 hours at least. It was quite heavy. It's easing up. So as it eases up, I think we'll see people still sticking out with the wets. But potentially, I mean, with 2 hours to go, if it dries up now, we might see another strategy change come in. And that was a very big point of where things changed up, is when that rain started to come down in the race. Started off pretty light, got heavy, the track got greasy, and a lot of drivers kind of having to adapt to those conditions. And you know that that decision is being made by the team in whatever commentary or should I say communication platform they're using, whether it's Discord or TeamSpeak. Those drivers are all kind of grinding at the times, looking at how much time they're losing. So they'll keep an eye out on those weather conditions. We see in 30 minutes or so, things should ease up. But unless it goes completely dry, I think they're probably going to stay on wets till the end.
I probably, we just heard 191. What was that?
The 191 actually spun out there, Sam. So corrections, just showing how treacherous these rainy conditions can be, and especially in cars that are not so fond of being able to use the curbs that Imola gives out, really can be quite treacherous getting onto the loud pedal.
This was something that I was kind of surprised with. I expected to see more of the Benzes up there. I expected to see more of the BMWs in the mix as well. I'm surprised when I see a Ferrari sitting in 4th place because, of course, drivability means nothing. We're just talking about the car manufacturers now, right, George?
I mean, that's sometimes how it goes. I mean, people who know me for commentary will know I'm a big Porsche fanboy. That car having not really had the best BOP changes, the balance of performance not going their way, and you know, esports players being esports players and competitive drivers not wanting to risk cars that are maybe not as good in certain conditions. And you know what? It's okay to just pick manufacturers based on what you love. That's kind of where a lot of people's motorsport love comes from, is that blind love for certain manufacturers.
It is handling quite well, and now we can see that second position chasing down on number 1, but the Bentley still, both those Bentleys up in the top there, but still I think Mikkel's doing a really good job of just keeping himself in that pole position.
He's just got to keep ahead for as long as possible until they go back in to serve their next pit stop stint. So of course when drivers go into the pits, they're going to then get caught out. Well, not really caught out, but they'll, you know, maintain a lead for a certain portion of time. So the 1, 2, 3 stays out for a little bit longer and then will return out. And right now, Andre Franke in the Bentley, I mean, really just taking over the lead again. He has been Mike Noble's reliable, consistent number 2. Mike Noble, an insane beast when it comes to driving skill. And Frankie has just complemented that by keeping the consistency. We see some cars off track as we pan around with the number 49 Rennvälten Pro team. And they seem to have come out of the pits in 2nd place here. So big work coming out for Rennvälten Pro. And we just got to keep our eye out to see where things round out right towards the very end. But a lot of interesting scenarios come out from these pit stops. I always love the strategies that are at play.
I feel like those top 3 there, the podiums, if you like, for now, they've all kind of kept themselves where they want to be. Interesting, that racing line, they were able to keep the Bentley at bay, so the Lambo keeps that 3rd spot. So they've all had a decent run here. And it'll be interesting now, because it really just comes down to these last 2 hours is just making sure you don't make any mistakes and you just keep those positions and keep your foot on the gas and just keep those lines going as well. By now, you know where you want to drive, you know the conditions of the track. So you kind of have a good feel of where you want to go and how you can get your best race.
Fatigue comes into it. You can just kind of see where things can catch you off guard. And along with that fatigue comes things like making mistakes. Stop-go penalty coming out to Barazzini for speeding out in the pits. And those small mistakes can cost you big time. So that means you've got to go in, put the car up on jack, stay stationary for 30 seconds before coming out. And that doesn't go to help you change tires or change drivers or do anything to the car. It's purely a time penalty that comes out. So for the Orion Race team in 6th place at the moment, that's going to change up and send them down when they have to go into the pits. And wide goes Barazzini again. So he's currently struggling at the moment in that Ferrari. The 126 not loving the current situations. We'll see him peeling into the pits. And we do indeed. So Fulvio Barazzini into the pit box, the Orion Race team. The race for them this time around has not gone amazingly. And this is a team that has just been so incredible in all of the endurance series, as well as some of the regular series that have been thrown out at RCI. If you don't see them on a podium in a endurance event, they probably haven't entered it. That's how it's always gone. So for them, this is a big setback.
What happened there for him, though? Because I missed it slightly. I just saw the back end of that car sort of fishtailing a little bit there. Did he just not get the line into the turn?
I mean, it's you can just see how difficult the conditions are at the moment. The tires, the track conditions, the fact that you touched on it earlier. You know, these wet sets of tires only have a certain amount of tire life in them, and potentially for a lot of the teams, obviously early on when they went through some of their tire set changes, they might have gone over when the track conditions weren't quite wet enough. They burnt through some grip level early on. So at this stage of the race, a lot of teams, if they haven't done tire swaps, will be struggling for grip levels. And for all the teams in the chase, I mean, that's what they want to see up at the front. They want to see cars making mistakes. They obviously will have this sort of feedback fed to them. The live timing sheets are available. If you guys are watching in the live stream, you can obviously hit up that exclamation timings to pull up a link that you can go and keep a track of the race yourself. So us as commentators, we're given a bit of a cheat sheet, and we've made that available to you guys as viewers as well. So we will plug that as much as we can, try and encourage you guys to keep a track on that. And this driver here, Sam, this is an interesting driver. This is Gergo Panka in the 321, and Gergo Panka actually a dev for Kunos. So Kunos has often entered into a lot of our events. Their dev team loves to come out and drive, and it's always good to see that the devs can also dance out with the drivers, and shows that they're not just coders behind a screen. They put time and effort into driving.
I love that they put time and effort into driving. You know, when you dev a game, that there's a lot of that has to happen as well. So they have a lot of insight. This is an interesting one for spectators, right? So it is a little bit sketchy out there. It's a little bit wet. It's much more difficult. So if you're a spectator, you get to enjoy it if you're commentating as well. But the drivers are going to be feeling the pressure with these wet conditions.
Absolutely, and another stop-go penalty out for the PCDC Motorsports number 12. And this is just not what the drivers want to have at this start, or at this phase of the race. I mean, you've had a good race up until this point, and it just goes to show in endurance racing, anything can happen. So those stop-goes are definitely going to plague a couple of drivers. I think that a lot of the cars here have probably run out of track limit warnings that they can also use. So if you guys are joining us here and you're not quite sure what that means, the drive-through limit warnings, you're given a certain number of warnings, which is 3 that you can exceed, and that means that you can put your car over the limits of the track and gain an advantage for a certain number of times, and then eventually you're given a drive-through penalty. Once that has been given to your car, it is there for the rest of the race. So if you exceed those couple of track limit warnings early on, you're going to then have to pretty much deal with a drive-through every time you gain advantage off track. So for a lot of teams, we know that they have exceeded those. I think for a fair portion of the others, Sam, they're probably sitting with maybe 1 or 2 warnings remaining, but you really want to keep those for the last push, because that's where the defense is going to get absolutely mad.
So there we go. Ryan is coming in. You can see they enter the pit to change tires after we saw Barazini do that little ice skate down the road. So they're going to have to do that swap out. That's going to make him feel a little bit more secure. Now we jump onto G2 Esports. I'm excited to watch this one. Obviously, coming from an esports background, G2 is the name that I know. So how are they going to fare in the racing side? George, sitting in that 9th spot in that car 62.
I mean, G2 Esports, what a team to have entered in here as well. I mean, I was privileged to be able to go and do some stuff for G2 during the lockdown period, and you know, having them with their team entered in here. Arthur Camarera, what an incredible driver. He's had some incredibly good finishes and results, and he's partnered up there, of course, with the likes of you know, drivers that you've seen names of before. You've got Niels, of course, the setup legend, the man that knows how to get a hot lap in and creates a track guide. And then, of course, they've got Carlos Ocelot from the top end of G2. If people follow him on Twitter, you'll know that he owns G2 Esports. You know that he's a very avid sim racer. So for him, I mean, imagine running this big esports org that does all these other sort of esports titles, and then you're able to suddenly pick up a title again and form something that you can participate in as well, even if it's on a fun level. But so cool to have big org owners like the G2 Esports team entered in here and have them behind the wheel and Camarera, they've had a couple of time penalties slapped against them, so it's been a bit of a difficult uphill battle. But that wouldn't be a story that was not worth sharing, you know, if it was just an easy run for them.
That's the thing, and it's still 1 hour 55 minutes to go. They're sitting in the top 10. There is room to push forward to possibly move their way up the board, so they'll be happy with that. I think any of these drivers currently in the top 10 know that they're in a good position for those final sort of hour, if you like, of the race.
Yeah, I mean, this is where you just got to make sure you put yourself in that position, not put yourself into the wall. Imola, it's claimed victims in real life in the sim world. It's a little bit easier if you smash into a barrier, but you know, when it comes down to this is real life for a lot of the drivers, and for a lot of us, that's the way that we like to spend a Sunday afternoon, evening, wherever you're joining us from in the world. It's so good to be out here, and we can just see that chase coming down. Arnold in that number 38 is going to be defending off very, very shortly. The team Fordzilla car is going to, of course, be trying to make life as difficult as possible wherever they can. And the number 38 currently being caught up here by Camarera. He's going to pull himself out into a different racing line to try and get himself as many tenths advantage as he can through the apex. All about finding those small gaps, and then once you've got it, lining it up, putting pressure on, and then pouncing into Tamburello. Then we go on board with the G2 Esports number 62 on the way down to Villeneuve. Windscreen wipers mad as the rain comes down. We do see a little hint of rain going to be eased up on the weather report, so this could look good for a tire change. But the pressure coming on from Camarera now. Does he have what it takes to get the move done into Tosa? He's on the inside of the apex, out from the hairpin, and that's the move done for the G2 Esports number 62. And they wave goodbye to Fordzilla as they make their way up to Variante Alta.
Really nice driving there from him. Loved that inside line, pushed it really hard, and now he's making a lot of space, being able to just move ahead of the other driver there, and that was really, really good driving from Camarera.
Yeah, Camarera just making sure that he holds off, and I was a little bit wrong. It was Piratella that they were making their way up to. It's Variante Alta now that they come down into. Arnold still not onto the back end of that Mercedes where he wants to be, but he's still got the run out of Ravazza and the long stretch down to the opening second corner of Tamburello. So not yet done for the team Fordzilla, and we know just how incredible their drivers have been in the support for RCI as well. So massive shout out to all of our streamers, our people that put an effort into the social media side, our drivers, for making this all possible. And I know that there's a lot of support coming out from some of the streamers that are streaming their perspectives. Of course, Jaroslav Hanzik, Jardier, and Jimmy Broadbent, some of the biggest sim racers in the YouTube space. If you don't subscribe to them, you've probably not watched sim racing content really on YouTube. Random Call Sign also here. So in that 420 McLaren, all these viewers coming out and sharing a little like for the stream, Sam. I mean, it's all about love, all about growing, and we just love to see it.
We saw there that green Mercedes, Team Minty, those two YouTubers sitting in that sixth place. They've been consistent throughout. They've stayed in that sort of 6th, 7th. I've seen them drop out of the top 10 every so often, immediately chased it back. They're having a really good run. I think that Fordzilla is still on the back of G2. That battle's going to be going on for a little bit. They are not happy about that overtake on the corner. So lots of fights now of these. And that's what's so great about this track, though, because I think the turns allow this for a little bit of that bullshit driving where you can get over and overtake someone and then use the straights to power away. So I think we'll see these battles as we move into these final 2 hours non-stop, as all of these cars now know that the final runs are coming. So it's time to start being a little bit braver, especially as the rain eases off.
Yeah, you really want to start to push it now. If you see a car 10 seconds up the road, this is where you really just have to put your mind to what you want to focus on at the end of the day, and that's getting yourself up the order. These fun community events, of course, are brought to you and powered up with the likes of RaceDepartment, AK Informatica, Raceface, Speed Laps, and of course Jardier, putting this sort of mind plan to action behind the scenes. He got into contact with the guys over at RCI and made this all happen. So, it's really good to see that we can really collaborate as a community and put on some really good events. I love the fact that sim racing has boomed up in this sort of period. It's been difficult for a lot of people. It's been a tough time in lockdown. And, with things not looking like they're easing up across the world, it's still a bit of a long slog ahead. And hopefully in our sim racing community, we can help keep each other, safe, positive, and keep that mental spirit strong. That's so important for everyone to really appreciate and have a good drive for life.
I love the fact that the sim community is so welcoming. Obviously, I came in here from an esports background. Racing is new to me. You guys let me jump on a mic, having a chance now to watch the action. And it is, as I say that, I was about to say it's so exciting. Look what we just got to see there. 199 going off the track. Little bit of a battle there.
Oh, a little bit, and we get to see that replay coming out. Mark Whitford there, getting a little bit unneat and tidy, caught some of that curb. We talked about it, the wetness factor coming into play, and those curbs, of course, made from a completely different material to what the asphalt of the track is. So it's like a concrete that is very slippery, and you just see it there, fishtailing out. And Whitford did a good job to keep it off the wall. A little bit of sandcastle building. That doesn't go too far. You've got an hour and 48 to still catch up. But if you smack a wall in that situation, the time penalty that you've got in having to either limp around the track with damage or go back into the pit box to repair it, that costs you a lot. And as you can see, the field still 29 cars big, as this is the invite split for this 9 hour, and just so many teams coming in together to put on a really good show. The start of this race, if you guys joined us from the very beginning, was incredibly clean for the opening couple of laps, considering how tight and twisty Imola can be. And there was some awesome developments throughout the race. At the moment, up the front there, Andre Franke doing such a great job. We're watching the likes of Alexander Scheer in that number 84, putting pressure onto Louis Alexander in that number 681. Going to pull aside and just make sure that he's very much aware, Louis Alexander, that the presence of the number 84 is there.
Interesting that Louis Alexander and Sesha have both just had that little clinch moment with Whitford, because I'm sure all three of those drivers, there was a small amount of panic, more likely with Whitford, but the other two would have felt it a little bit when they saw him sort of skate around. But it didn't stop them. The pressure is right back on, and you can see now Louis Alexander's going to have to drive for his life because Sesha is right on the back of him.
And this is going to work out for Whitford behind them, because as much as Sebastian Louis Alexander goes defensive and Sesha tries to attack, both of them are losing timeouts on the ideal racing line. And Whitford, after going off track, will be able to recover from that. So that 5-second gap that he was behind them, that's dwindled down already, 4.2 seconds as of the last timing split. And as the two of them make their way out through Tamburello, a little bit of breathing room for the number 681 as we view back from the Lexus's back wing. These Lexus cars in the wet, they've definitely showed up. I mean, I don't think I'd like to go out and call them an absolute dominant force. I think through a lot of the season and through a lot of the updates that have been applied, we have seen them come out to be quite strong. But at the moment, I wouldn't go out to just say they're in a nutshell over the top. I think the BOP in general, as well as some of the BOP applied out by our RCI planning crew, has been pretty balanced in bringing us some good racing. I mean, there's no one that's really stood out that is driving a car that seems incredibly over. Oh, there goes Alexis, and out through the exit of Eku Minerali. What a difficult off-camber corner this can be. A little replay coming out, and there's the mistake coming down. You'll see from the helicam, a little bit wide onto that curb. Danger curb, goes for a big drifty boy across, and will be able to rejoin from the safety road, but he's going to be off of where he wanted to be, and will drop that position behind the likes of Scheer.
Almost like a little bit of commentator's curse. You were talking about the Lexus, and I think it got a little bit nervous there and just spun right on out off the road. Wants you to talk about someone else, George.
Yeah, commentator's curse, the thing that has definitely been something that we've learned throughout our years of commentating on sim racing, and it certainly has not disappointed us there. Andre Franco hopefully not going to suffer the same fates. And I think Mike Noble will actually kill me if we put this Bentley into a wall with a commentator's curse. But like you said earlier in the chat, Franco doing a great job up at the front as his co-pilots. And at the moment, no pressure being felt out. But that Renvolten Pro Team, I mean, they've done something completely right with their pit stop strategies. They've managed to get themselves up into second place at this point in the race. An hour and 45 minutes on the clock still to go while we go racing. But they started in 9th place and up into second. The 191 currently being piloted by Marek Shins. That's, of course, the Racing Line Motorsport entry. And they're currently in that Lambo. They will be for the rest of the race, should I say. And they started in 6th. And they've made up 3 positions. So for a lot of these drivers, they've made up an incredible amount of time. And for some of them, it's been absolutely a disaster. Ryan Race Team, the number 126, they currently find themselves down in 16th place. And, you know, after qualifying in pole, that is certainly a sting in the wound.
That drop, though, I mean, we obviously saw it a little bit earlier on with Berrezzini, but I mean, did they have problems earlier on as well? Maybe a couple of hours before with the wet conditions? Is that what's kind of affected it? Probably had an impact on their tires a little bit? Or were there other things going down? Did you have a chance to see, George?
I mean, not really, but I think all of the factors that come in, you know, a little bit of weather, a little bit of pressure coming out, being caught up in a position that you're battling without really considering what this is going to do later on in the race. I think you kind of get the blinkers on in certain situations. You kind of enter into a train that you shouldn't be following, and you might put yourself out a little bit later on. It's such a long-term thing, endurance sim racing. It's planning for the future and just trying to get as much advantage as you can where you can.
Still, though, that top position, those 2 Bentleys, but I have to say, FFS just looks like they could be untouchable. Still lots of time to go, but they seem to just have a really smooth run now. They know their lines. They're kind of being left alone at the front there. And I think Franke obviously taking over during that driver change and has just picked up the exact same momentum as his co-driver. So now it's a battle behind them, really, to try and catch up.
I think the Bentley is a bit of a surprise entry coming out and catching people a little bit off guard, to be honest. You know, I don't think there's actually a custom BOP added onto them. I don't think people expected the Bentleys to kind of be where they are. But, you know, it all makes sense, really. The nature of the car, the ability to take to the curbs. The Mercedes, often one that gets mentioned very often. But with a big Bentley, also very capable of putting pressure on. Hayes on the back end of Tower here. Dominic Tower from the Moto Dominic Saylor's team is feeling a little bit of pressure, but with Nicky Hayes having a 20-second penalty to his name, that's not going to be the best part of the updates here. I mean, 20 seconds, you're going to be able to serve that out when you go into the timing sheets, but unfortunately, Sam, 20 seconds is 20 seconds.
We're showing Whitford again. Of course, we saw him go for a little spin earlier on. He seems to have just found his feet again, though. Still chasing down that 84 in car 681. And as I say that, he's able to take over Louis Alexander. So it looks like he's been able to jump ahead there.
Absolutely. We are going to go for a little onboard lap, I believe, with our race partner, of course, Jardier here. But a bit of a fitting onboard, should we say, as he makes his way down into the first chicane. It's really the second corner. Tamburello will be the first part of the track. Onto the exit, a little bit wide onto the curb. Use as much car or as much track as you can. Get the exit out. Then you exit and set yourself up for Villeneuve. As Minty makes his way, using a lot of the curbs as well. Not scared of the punishment that some of the other drivers have served. Nice and tight onto the inside apex for the hairpin of Tosa, as you then make your way up to the hill. A very blind braking point before Piratella. Turns 9 and 10. Look how blind that is. Onto the brakes. Hug the inside apex. Run the car wide. Be careful not to get too wide. And Jaroslav Hanzik showing us why he is what he is, and an absolute beast. Down into the downhill dipper of Equi Minerali, and then up again as you make your run towards Variante Alta. that little chicane has caught so many drivers off guard. But in the dry conditions, you're kind of trying to negate the chicane as much as possible. Jaroslav Hanzik doing exactly that. Jardier merging the curbs through there in good old Minty, the number 39. Just see how dominant these Mercedes cars are here at Imola. Then the run down to the final two corners, or sorry, there's really three corners, as Ravazza is going to be the very complicated triple apex exit. And Jaroslav Hanzik then will make the run down to the line. We'll go through what is called turn 19, a very slight turn, I guess, like the kink here at Kyalami in South Africa. And that will be an onboard lap with Jaroslav Hanzik. What lap time did Jardier set up there? A 147.4 coming out for him. That's actually quite quick considering the likes of Frank here doing 148.2s and 148.5s for Marek Schentz from Racing Line. Rent Volton doing 148s. So a very decent time and some pace coming out from Minty.
The Minty team has been putting the pressure on. I've actually, like I said, I've been watching them all day because I'm always interested when for me coming in and I'm new to the sim world when it's YouTubers, because in any other esport, the moment it's a YouTuber or a Twitch streamer, and you kind of worry about whether they can actually compete. But I have to say, this Minty team has really done an exceptional job. I said it earlier, I'll say it again, of just being consistent, sticking in that 6th or 7th place. And you saw there such a smooth lap. They're putting in good times, really having a good race. Obviously, they've got that third driver in the form of all their fans, I suppose, watching both of them. So that helps with motivation.
Absolutely. I mean, their fan base is incredible, and so much support coming out for them in what they do. And it's so cool to see just what some of the YouTubers out there are managing to get. I mean, so much is deserved by them, the time and effort that they put into these things. So for me, as an avid sim racing fan, I just love the growth that the YouTubers have been seeing, and it's always nice to see that they are able to swing with the big boys. And you know what? It is really difficult to be able to do all the things that everybody does, outside of just sim racing, the content creation and the social medias and all those bits and pieces. And being able to swing with it is always good. And of course, Random Call Sign, also a big fan favorite out on YouTube. And he's currently sitting in 18th place for the Random Pasta Bowl team, currently the number 420. I mean, you couldn't get more memes on a car if you tried.
I'm pretty sure that 420 was a little bit higher up earlier in the day, and I remember just because the number stood out for me, and if I'm not mistaken, they were slightly higher up. But taking you back to Jardier,
they qualified in second, Sam. So you are not wrong there. So
they were up
for them,
there.
Second to 18, that's big sad. More memes for them, really.
I'm sure they're having a good time though. The Random Pasta Bowl, that team is definitely having a good giggle. Back though to that Minty team, those lap times are actually, I mean, I was having a look at, if you take a look at the times that they're putting in, at some point they're gonna have to start making some sort of attack on the GC team, which is sitting in 5th position, because they are definitely clocking faster times, getting those faster lines in. So I wonder if they're just setting themselves up. And as I say, that you can see here, that they are getting ready to try and move into that 5th place if they can, I'm sure.
I mean, there's no one else in the world that would say any differently. A sim racer would love to get a position if they can, and especially for the likes of what we've seen coming in from Jaroslav and Jimmy. I mean, together they've got 5,000 people watching what they're doing here, so they don't want to disappoint their fans. They want to try and get themselves up towards the front. For Jardier, maybe get himself onto the podium in his event that has his name featured all over the race program. If you guys haven't checked that out, there's a cheeky link to use it, the exclamation program in the Discord chat. You can go and see all the effort that went in from Ryan, and it really goes to show what sim racing can be. I love that here at Racing Club International, we try and create this ambiance of racing, and we take aspects from real life racing and then we make it a sim racing environment, and support the all the little extras, the live timings. If you want to follow along, you can't watch the stream but you want to keep up to date with it while you work, that's all available as well. So just massive shout outs and support to all the crew on the back end for the development work that goes in to all of those things. And then, of course, all of our viewers that just join us up here, Sam, and enjoy the racing with us. And that's what we're here to see, is some good old racing on circuit.
It has been so much fun for me jumping in here, and the amounts of information that you're able to give to the viewers as well. I mean, obviously there's the Discord that you can join. Social media is constantly updated. You've mentioned it all here. Even the spotter guide, which I got sent my own special one. It says Sam Spotter Guide at the top. So shout out to Fabian from RCI for that one.
Whoa,
But
I don't get custom spotter guides. I mean, someone that might get custom spotter guides as well. JC Lee going to bring us some pit stop strategies. JC, do you get custom spotter guides from Fabian as well? Am I missing out?
I get something else custom from Mr. Schmedberger, but it's not spotter guides. I'm actually really jealous of Sam.
Are you getting lessons? Are you getting German lessons that I'm also missing
I
out
am
on?
still doing that. That is happening.
Wow.
Well, I have a couple of news pieces from the teams. Well, as you can see, the weather is starting to clear up. It's expected to go cloudy, and the wind has returned, except it's out of the north now. Most of the teams that I've talked to have all told me basically the same thing. They are waiting for that track sort of surface to get damp. As soon as it gets damp, they're likely going to go back to the slick tires, guys. They don't want to chance it, and they know that if it's damp, it will continue to run in. And also, they will only overheat wet tires if they put the wet tires on in the damp situation. There are a few teams that are a bit sad that this period of the race is ending because it played directly into their strengths. But if you're the 123 team and Andre Franker right now, you have to be loving this. This went exactly the way that they wanted it to go. Absolutely epic for some of those guys out there.
I mean, Jesse, the fact that the race is obviously drying up pretty soon, we'll see those raindrops easing up according to our weather guide. I mean, how long do you sort of estimate it will be that they'll then sort of stay out on wet tires? You know, how's the drainage? Do you have that? I mean, I want you to go and run your hand over the track surface and give me a Jesse Lee drainage guide.
Well, I don't know anything about what you're talking about. I've never heard of that. But what I can tell you is this is going to slot perfectly into a lot of these guys' last pit stops. This is going to work out for a lot of these guys. Some of them are going to have to stretch it, some of which are going to have to hope that their car is easy on tires. But for the vast majority of these teams, this is going to work perfectly as long as the track plays ball. There's always the possibility, guys, that it doesn't go back to damp because it's dark and there's nothing drying the track except the cars. Food for thought.
Jesse, on the background shots there coming out from Tosa, I think there was at least 4 cars all doing a big oversteery moment. So, I mean, maybe some of these guys struggling a little bit with where they currently stand. And I mean, the rain is easing up. Those tires are going to be cooking themselves if they can't get them down to temperature. And then there's absolutely no grip that you get out of it. So I think we're again in for a little bit of a treat with these pit stop strategies that are going to come out thanks to the weather that we've had. And I mean, I couldn't have asked for a better random weather events. I mean, transitions throughout the 9 hour, that is glorious.
Well, George, there's also one other thing, too, you got to think about. I can't tell you for sure that they told me the truth because they knew I was going to say what they were doing on the internet. So maybe they lied to me and they said, sure, we're going to put slicks on it, hoping they could trick somebody else. A really good racing team never stops strategizing and thinking.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's true. People that are giving you their top inside tips, I would already give the BDI. I mean, I've never lied to you about anything before, so why would competitive sim racers lie about their strategies that everybody else will be able to hear?
I do think if the track goes to damp, we'll see some swap outs, but I just don't know if we'll be able to see a damp track, if it'll be worth it to drop in the last hour. I don't know. I think that they like JC. I think they kind of told you most of the truth.
I mean, I'm not going to argue. Everybody loves Jesse Lee. And Jesse, so good to have you back with a little bit of a track insight. We'll be calling on you as soon as we have a need for some more strategy. I want to hear as soon as the track goes dry what teams are doing. So our trackside correspondent, Jesse Lee, can attack himself back under cover of his umbrella as the rain continues to come down in the pit box. Looking at Ismail Lebrec in the R 333 McLaren. Beautiful paint job coming out. I'm always a big fan of what the R guys come to the track with, unless it's a throwback livery that they do and it catches me off guard. So Sam, they drive with this lovely bubblegum blue and pink color on their cars consistently, and then sometimes they just do a throwback livery, and it was quite gross at the time.
It's a nice one because it stands out. You can recognize them straight away. It's like the G2 bright pink. I feel like it's a nice one, especially in the dark. For me, obviously, this is my first race commentating. It's nice to have the bright colors. But what did the throwback livery look like? That's the question I have to ask.
I mean, it was all kinds of just not the nice colors, and I may have called Billy Octane a back marker, and he was fighting for position, and the only excuse that I really had was the fact that he didn't look like he was in his normal livery, and so it probably wasn't really discussed. It was more just me backpedaling. Backstroke Simulator 2020, Sam.
Fair enough. Obviously, I'll ask Fabian for Sam's version of the throwback liveries. How does that go? Can we get that done?
I mean, you're going to add some salt to the wounds of the RCI staff. You're getting special treatment out here. Of course, Sam Wright joining me here in the box. Tech Girl over from the South Africa land. We've done a lot of work together on esports in the past. We've done some rally together recently, hoping to do a lot more sim racing. So it's really her debut time out in a sim racing box like this, under a race condition like this. So Sam, just a big shout out to you for undergoing some of the pressure and diving in here. It really has been fun to have you here.
You might not hear it, but I am low-key freaking out. I'm also freaking out about this BMW. I do love the paint job that Pank has got on his vehicle here. This is quite a nice one, but also impressed with his driving. I think that he's been battling it out a bit, pushing himself into that 8th spot now, and just looking to be having a really good run.
Yeah, I mean, Gago Panka, they rocking out in that livery that got brought out into the sim, and I've driven it a couple of times when I've selected out the M6, and the FFS Racing team having a good run here in that top 10, still in a good position now, and 27 on the clock, setting themselves up to maybe catch up to the likes of Camarera. That's going to be a tall ask, trying to catch up to the G2 WizKids, but if they can, they can, and if fate strikes the cars and their rivals in front, anything can change. Looking here at Zach Eater in the Racing Sim Tools Esports number 88. He's putting some pressure out onto that number 23 Lexus in front of him. And again, we've just seen this Aston Martin a couple of times featuring up, and of course in the Racing Sim Tools colors. And that's a tool that I've used a couple of times in my sim racing endeavors. So cool to see them with a team entered in here. I know they sponsor out a couple of teams. So good to see Zach Eater here, and good to see this Aston Martin making some good progress. I think we don't really have too many of them featuring up in this 9 hour in terms of good track position. But this number 88 has really made some good moves, and currently being the front running Aston Martin, I suppose that also is a feather in the cap.
Still a nice cool 9 degrees on the track. We haven't seen a change in temperature in the last hour. Our top 3 as well, not changing. So Andre Frank is still sitting in pole position, and he's having a really nice run there. And of course, David Michel is still in second, chasing him on those 2 Bentleys. And then Racing Line Motorsports comfortably in third. There was another Bentley trying to beat them down. We saw that about, I'd say, 30 minutes ago, but they seem to have just secured those 3 spots. So that's what the current leaderboard looks like. So far, those top 3, haven't seen a mistake coming out of them. They're driving really well. They all look pretty confident, and we've got an hour and almost 25 minutes left, which means they just need to keep doing that, keep the pace. And I'm sure that they're hoping for not too much change to the weather conditions, maybe not a damper track, because they can just keep doing what they're doing. No one really wants to start messing around with tires towards the end of the race, but they'll be happy with where they're sitting.
I mean, talking about weather, it looks like those raindrops coming to an end, and I think it actually might go dry for the final hour here. I mean, predicted dry for the next 30 minutes. The track temperature 9 degrees, so you don't really have the sun to come out and bake the track dry. So we have to just see whether those wet conditions change up. I feel like they might still have another tire switch in them. That might, like JC said to us early on, that might tie into with a driver swap that they can make. These guys will not want to go in and make a tire swap unnecessarily if their rivals are able to kind of extend the grip that they get out. So as the track dries up, these wet tires will become less and less useful. We'll probably see them sliding around if they are pushing it. But with the limited lighting that we still get here, you do still see quite a prominent dry line forming up. Looking at Alexander Kugler in that nearly on pace 899. He makes the exit out from Ravazza and down towards the start-finish line. They are still seemingly putting themselves onto the wet lines where they can. You see them on either side of the circuit, and the connection lost driver will come through there. But again, this is all about where you manage your own race. If it's not on track for position, why even put yourself at risk?
Guglia nearly on pace. I mean, we've seen him contesting that number 3 spot, if you like, quite a lot, and he's having quite a good run. We saw him a little bit earlier, but now we're moving on to Connection Lost Racing, that 404 over there, looking quite comfortable. The Bendy just leading the pack there of those 2 cars behind, trying to keep them like, oh, and as I say that, look at that one car coming in. He had to do a little bit of a swerve there as they came through the safety lane.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of a park the bus moment coming out through the bottom of Tosa. We saw a couple of cars struggling out there earlier on in the background. We said they were having some oversteering moments, and looked like there a couple more going to come out and just catch some drivers off guard. So maybe some of those puns, as Jesse Lee called them earlier on, the puddles forming up. Oh, big slap coming out there from Andrea Santoro, the Racing Line Motorsport, their McLaren entry, down in 27th place. The 193 had a big slap of moments. He's had some spins on the circuit, and we saw him out through Tosa, and he's continued to have an absolute struggle, it seems, out through Aku Minerali. He is certainly not in a comfortable place, and that McLaren needing to go back to the pits at some point.
We move now to the bubblegum car, as I'm now going to call it. We had a chance to see them also that 10th spot, just trying to push it up a little bit higher. Having a really good run, though, from the last time. I mean, we were on him about 4 or 5 minutes ago, and he's keeping it steady, keeping that pace up as well, if I take a look at his lap times.
Yeah, Bart Matcher trying to make his way through some of the traffic. The number 404 in front of him. Only 1.3 seconds up the road, according to the latest timing split update. Of course, that updates every time they cross over a split timing sector. So we're just going to keep our eye on that. Does it drop down? Does he get below a second? Matcher going to catch up to some traffic in front of him. That's going to be hard for him to get through. That all works out into the favor of the cars trying to catch up. So it's all of those sort of nuances in sim racing that make the moves available to you. It just depends on where you place your car to be able to pounce if you can. And there we'll see the 404 of Matcher going to have a bit of a struggle actually out through Tosa. Doesn't manage to put any of the pressure on, as they really are trying to get themselves into a position to make that move, but it's so treacherous to really get anything done.
Triple R, look at this, coming up behind, picking up that speed. They want to overtake. This is what they want now. They want to move up. There's been an aggressive fight and an aggressive drive for a good few minutes, and it's continuing. You can see him from this view sitting right. What happened there? I missed that. It looked like he might have done the overtake.
Yeah, so the 404 connection lost Bentley. Big mistake coming out very deep on the exit through that. And you'll see the 303 just, the 333 just gets the inside apex and a nice clean overtake coming through. So Matcher dealt with pretty quickly, as of course Matcher couldn't get past the likes of Guglia, because Guglia is sitting in 4th place in front of them. So these guys are technically lapped cars behind the car in front of them, so they can't interfere with the race leaders. And it kind of caught the likes of Matcher off guard. He was trying to set himself up to get past if he could. He had to be defensive, and good spotting there coming out from Ismail Lebrec in the 333. And it looks like he's going to keep a couple of car lengths on the exit as well. So that's a very firm top 10 position that Lebrec has taken over. Matcha going to stay as the gatekeeper in 10th place. Mikowski going to be looking to maybe get something done in the last hour and 20 minutes. But you have to just kind of think to yourself that cars that are laps down from other cars, that's a bit of a tall ask in what they haven't been able to do in 9 hours. So you kind of got to call where things are possible and try and make predictions across the board, Sam. And at this point in the race, it's all about just calling what is on track for us.
I do want to say though, Ismail, I saw the setup. I saw him doing it. He was, as I say that, oh no, commentators curse. He just drove straight off the road. I was going to say he was so aggressive. He set it up so well. Here's the replay. What just happened?
Oh, it's going to be the curbs again. Akri Menurali. Oh, snap, snap, snap. And onto the brake pedal he goes. So does manage to keep it planted out of the wall. But that will be a very, very unfamiliar place for Lebrec to be in. He's going to have to recover and make his way back up to the field. But like you said, he was having a really nice run there. He put the pressure on. He's going to have to make that all back up. Matcha going to smile to himself. You'd like to think that people don't smile when there's been a little bit of misfortune to their rivals, but there's two types of people in the world: those that admit to smiling and liars.
There we go. I just have to, I'm so disappointed after that. I saw him set it up. I saw him fight for it. I saw him get it. And then I saw him slide right on off the road. I'm now officially any Triple R's fans' worst enemy. They'll be blaming me for that one because I was calling it as he went flying. But like you said, there could potentially be a smile in another vehicle. We'll never know because they'll never say.
They would never admit it, although probably they would. Some races are no, they don't hide their true feelings. The reality comes out, and I think there's a lot of pressure on a lot of people at this point in time. They are going to continue out right now. We are going to see a nice little drag race coming down into Tamburello. Oh, inside line coming out from that Lexus. The number 23 is going to stay up ahead. I don't think that was for position between the two of those drivers, but it is nonetheless treacherous to be putting yourself in that position. It will be Shins in third place in that Lamborghini, so he's actually in theory ahead of the drivers that he's coming into the arena to deal with. And you can kind of see some smart driving coming out from the Lamborghini. Doesn't want to risk it in this portion of the race. If other drivers are trying to unlap themselves and make their way through, you kind of ease up, you let them through, and don't put yourself in a position that you get hit.
Taking a look now here at Jardier's community team. They're also obviously featured. Jardier himself sitting in 6th position, but they're now on 12th. They've had a really good run as well, and you can see they're now contesting with the Lexus in front. They want to get over there. And again, I think as we move into that sort of final hour, 17 minutes left of this second last one, now's the time to start getting a bit aggressive. You can see the track has gone to damp, which means possibly, we heard from Jesse earlier, maybe some tire changes going to start being considered as we move into these final few minutes, if you like. There's a lot more than a few. But they'll be considering now with the damn track if it's time to change out as well for that final push.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly a part of the race now. That last hour, I said it at the start before we got into our little constant together. That final hour is where you got to start to turn it up. If you've been driving around with your engine map in something a little bit easier, maybe for the wet conditions, maybe starting to see that the track conditions have changed to damp, you'll be dialing that down, fiddling with the traction control, trying to get as much drive as you can through the apexes, trying to use as much of the track as you can, as we see Krzysztof Mikowski making a lot of use of that anti-cut curb, almost a little excursion up to the moon, but manages to hold the front end down. And those anti-cuts, it's such a balancing point. You really need to straddle the car, otherwise you find yourself clipping it, and you can really lose out there. So Mikowski just trying to hold on to the back end of some of the cars that, of course, are running up towards the front of the order. If you can match pace for pace with cars in, first, second, third place, I mean, they're towing you along, and you're just going to make sure that you don't make a mistake and take out a race leader. Stewart's they will punish you severely for such things.
I just want to pull your attention to that 13th position, Barasini, the Orion race team. He is just not having a great race, and it's not what I expected from them coming into this. I think that they, a few people had said to me that they were a team to watch, and he just hasn't had a lot of luck. But he is trying to slowly claw his way back. Do you think that they have the time to do it, or do you think now it's just a matter of, as I say that, what is that? There is a car just facing in the opposite direction. It's rally racing now, George.
I mean, a little bit of a throwback to some WRC early in the year for sure, and it just looks like Variant Altec going to be a little bit different. Andrea Santoro, curb, and anti-cup going to spin him right round. Stays on the brakes to stay predictable, and you can see that he did a good job at not trying to move off that racing line. But the 191 of Marek Shins, he loses out there and will spin around. So teammates of the Racing Line Motorsport teams, they meet up in a place that they would not want to meet up, and that will certainly not be the way that Marek Shins wanted that to go. He wants to keep as much space away from Kugler as possible in that 899, and those sort of things, those don't go the way of keeping gaps the way you want them.
That must have been not so much fun for the car that was facing on, as you watch everyone come towards you and move around you like skittles dropping, if you like. Must have been a little bit terrifying for a moment. You don't want to be that guy that was stuck there, but seems everyone's recovered, back on track, ready to go. Won't be happy about that, but they've just got to put it behind them now, keep going and keep pushing.
And McLaren, so treacherous in these sort of conditions. It's very slippery out there, damp, and of course, using that curb, not always going to go the way that you want it. So I think a lot of drivers here are having to just take a little bit of a step back as well, try and just reassess where they sit at, and realize that with these sort of conditions changing up, it's so much more important to just get more comfortable again with where you stand, and then assess that situation. Mistake after mistake after racing out for 8 or so hours, then that's really where it will catch up with you and give you a bad race end. You just want to see it to the line. You want to get everything that you've worked hard to get here with all the way to the end as well. And you've got the support of your teammates. You've got the support of plenty of people watching out there as well. And for a lot of these drivers, it's such a difficult point to just try and keep it on that knife's edge.
We're now watching, of course, Jardier. The whole race is named after him in that green Mercedes-Benz. A very slow lap coming out for him. He lost about 10 seconds. So not 100% sure what happened there.
I think he actually was caught out in a bit of an incident with someone, to be honest. That kind of time penalty coming out generally might be indicating that something went wrong in terms of that. So until we get further confirmation, I'm not quite sure if he had something like that, Sam. But yeah, those kind of times, hopefully not damaged as well.
Not sure too much if there's damage there. He still maintained that 6th spot, which has been the consistent place for the Minties team throughout. 6th or 7th is where they've sat throughout the 8 hour, which is really impressive. But obviously he'll be wanting to speed up a little bit now. They are starting to push, and I think that their goal would be, when your name's on the race, your goal's always to be on the podium, but I'm sure a top 5 finish would go down nicely for them and their fans, so I'm sure we're going to see that push start happening soon.
Oh, that would be amazing for them, but look at these teams that are all in that top 5 at the moment. FFS Racing up at the front, Renvalten Pro up in 2nd place, Racing Line Motorsport fielding a 3rd place. Rounding out the podiums. Then you've got the Nelion Pace car in 4th place, and then the GC Racing number 2 in 5th. So if Minty can get up in amongst those names, those are some big names to get up into. And that number 39, a little bit squiggly again down in through Equi Menurali. Such a difficult corner, and in these conditions, it's going to be harder and harder. Talking about McLarens that might be struggling. Hopefully we don't see the same fate to the 333 that we saw happen to the Racing Line Motorsport entry. So just going to have to assess to see where they stand. Currently holding on to that top 10. We saw a small mistake coming out earlier, and that cost them 9th, and currently still trying to chase down onto Matcha to get that back.
Jardier needs to start putting his foot down, though, because G2's lap times are starting to be a little bit faster. Of course, they're sitting in 7th spot, and if they start keeping that pressure on, they may be pushing Team Minty into the 7th spot. But we are watching the Lambo right now, 10th position. I'm not allowed to talk about Triple R, so I'm not going to. This one's on you, George.
You can call them the bubblegum team, though, or completely freely, and then maybe the commentator's curse doesn't come out. Marek Schintz maybe needing a name as well. We saw him having that little pirouette spin. Hopefully, the last that the Racing Line Motorsport number 191 sees. They've had a really good race coming into this, and there's the commentator's curse for you. I told you I could deliver, and true as anything, Tosa is proving to be so difficult, and right now, they are getting caught up by a lot of cars. Look at this inside line. It just follows him around. The back wheels want to overtake the front wheels. And as we would say, having to get it back on circuits. And is going to get back on there. The replay just showing the impact that comes through is going to be held up or be holding up the likes of Jardier at this point in time. The number 39. And it's gone. The back end is gone. Schintz having a terrible time in that 191, and these conditions changing up the grip levels. These cars that just cannot afford these positions are having the times that they do not want to have here, Sam.
I think Jardier is going to be saying a few naughty words, because we do have feedback in the chat that apparently he's got damage on his vehicle, so he wouldn't have been too happy with that happening right in front of him. He's going to be driving a little bit more safer, and I'm sure wasn't too impressed with what was going on there. But basically anything George and I speak about right now means that they will probably spin off the track. That's what we've just learned.
It's a horrible position to be in, because we don't give that curse out to everybody out there, but I mean, it is what it is, and I think those changing track conditions have a lot to do with this. It is completely dry in terms of what's coming out from the sky. The circuit, however, indicating something completely different. A couple of puddles forming up here and there, and you can see that dry line is there. Some of these cars are going to be out on those wet tires with now pretty dry racing line conditions. Then that pretty makes it like you're driving with slicks in a rainstorm. So tire combination for the right conditions is everything, and when you're doing this in a hot lap simulator, it's so easy to just be able to change through tire sets. But when you're here trying to plan this out in a race, it's a completely different ball game, and you're trying to align that with your pit stops and make sure you don't lose out to other people. Such a balancing act, so difficult.
Right now, there'll be lots of conversations, I'm sure, happening with all the drivers in their own comm spaces, trying to decide what they're going to do. We know that they'll be able to pit really soon, so now the decisions will come as to whether they're swapping out drivers, whether they're swapping out tires. These are all discussions. Like you said, George, though, most of these drivers prepped for wet conditions. They would have known to potentially expect that, so I'm sure they had a plan for that, but they would have also had a plan for a situation just like this, because that's what endurance racing is all about. You have a plan for every scenario, and you're just going through that binder of what to do now and making that call.
Absolutely. You're trying to make decisions on the fly, and you're trying to read the conditions. Luckily, you generally have a teammate that is out there also giving you some feedback out there, and it's not a completely blind process unless your teammate has fallen asleep at his post while he's resting up before his next stint. So it's a very, very, very difficult position to be in, and I can't wait. I can't wait for what we've got lined up here, Sam, because we've got a little treat on the stream. We're going to have Jesse Lee joining us in a little bit with a very special guest. So he's not here just yet. So it's kind of like when you do that mystery reveal, you know, where I'm like hiding our mystery guest behind a banner. So, you know, I don't quite want to let you know who it is yet, Sam. You're not allowed to let people know until we know that we're allowed to let everybody know. And Jesse, I mean, I know that Jesse's hyping himself up for this. So I hope that the stream is ready for a very good interview being lined up. I don't get excited for interviews very often, but I can just say that we are in for a little bit of a treat, whilst we will be treated to some pit stops coming out from all of our teams. We saw that pit window start to open up, and we will see some last minute pit stop changes coming down. And here is the moment that I have waited for. I teased it on the stream. We've got that interview lined up, and Jesse Lee is here. Jesse, I'll give you the honors of introducing our guest.
Thank you, George. I'm down here with none other than Borg Wankelborg himself. He just had climbed out of the car. And how you feeling, Jimmy?
Achy. I'm getting old, man. These races are starting to take their toll on my body. I'm not quite as fit and young and spry as I used to be.
Age comes at you fast, but you know what? Speaking of fast, you guys have been really impressive today. And you can't say it's all Jardier because you've had an equal amount of the load today.
I was all right in the wet. I think I was decent pace in my last stint, which it was fun out there just trying to find the time in the wet because it's so on edge. But Gerard's been doing most of the driving because I've just injured myself. I hurt my back, I hurt my arms. I don't know what's going on. I'm breaking.
This is the interesting thing. You're the third person today to tell me that they've had a back injury. That's not good for the brand, Jimmy.
No, maybe it is good for the brand. You know, relatable. We're all old.
When sim racers get old, a new series coming to Jimmy Broadbent channel. Speaking of the channel, what's next for Jimmy Broadbent and your many fans and subscribers in 2021?
Oh, I've got no idea. They put me on the spot now. I guess more of the same, you know, and hopefully do some real life driving once we're allowed to go and do so again. That's really it. I haven't really got a plan. I never really have had a plan. I just sort of bundle through and hope things go okay.
Well, plans with Jardier in 2021 team up again?
I mean, it'd be nice to. If Jardier don't mind putting me in the backpack, you know. But yeah, I think I'm getting quicker in ACC. I'm not quite there yet, but I'm improving. Just need to put more time into it. But time isn't something I have a lot of, unfortunately.
Have some faith in yourself. You're running top 10 in an Invite esports split, Jimmy. Come on. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna hand you over to George Smith and Sam. You got some questions for the Upside Down Jimmer?
Absolutely. I mean, for me, as a commentator, Jimmy, I probably got into sim racing watching some of your content, and I mean, you've always been focused on that casual but fun side of sim racing. So, I mean, what is the transaction like? What is it like competing in a more serious event? I suppose. Do you feel that they're more serious, or do you just approach them as fun as always?
I try and be fun with it, but everyone says that, don't they? Oh, I'm only gonna. No, it's only gonna be a fun race, and then you get 10 laps into it, and you're there sweating and tryharding. So, yeah, I mean, I try to approach it in more of a fun vibe, but at the same time, I always want to do well. I always want to hold my own. So, yeah, I'm trying to take it somewhat seriously, not bashing people off the circuit, etc. But my actual sim racing, as in competitive sim racing, is just less and less, it seems, nowadays. I'd like to do more because I've sort of fallen out of habit a bit, but it is nice to be back and doing some competitive stuff.
I mean, I suppose it's a bit of a difficult thing because with the content creation side, you're kind of pushing to do more of that real life driving experience side. I think for a lot of sim racers, that transition to see you and your channel going over to be able to do real life stuff. I mean, for the big fans, that's always cool to see, and then that takes away from your ability to put in the hours of practice that you need to be, you know, these top level sim racers. So I think it is a bit of a balance. So, I mean, how do you want to, you know, grow yourself in terms of more real life driving? Is that something that you quite fancy?
Yeah, I would like to go and do more of the real stuff. I think for me, it's always been a matter of trying to get into real cars and real racing because that's where the passion lies. Nothing against, of course, sim racing. I still love it here, but would love to go and drive more real stuff and, you know, give other people the opportunity to do that, because I think a lot of us just frustrating racing drivers, right? We want to go and drive the real car, but Dad's not a millionaire.
Absolutely, we don't have the means to do it, and you kind of live out that dream a lot of the time. So I mean, I've got a bit of a weird question here. I mean, you might not be able to give me this financial advice that I require in my life. Do I sell my house and buy a GTR?
Well, I mean, I'd be to do it, man. I mean, you can live in that stuff. It's got good AC. It's warm in the winter. You know, you look good for a while until, you know, you've got nowhere to go. But yeah, do it, man. Do it on no balls.
I absolutely appreciate the advice. So I look forward to posting pictures of my GTR sometime in the future. But yeah, Jimmy, from me, Sam, do you have anything to ask Jimmy? I mean, hopefully you're not going to sell your house as well. Those bad financial decisions can be for me.
Well, I mean, I was a bit concerned that Jimmy told you to go for it because I know whose house you'll come and knock on the door and expect to live in, and it'll be mine. So if I get to drive the car, it's okay. But Jimmy, I need to know when it comes down to you and Jardier, is there a little bit of a friendly team competition here as to who's going to clock the fastest lap today?
Well, not really, because I know it's going to be him. It's always nice to do well. I mean, Jardier he's the dad. You know, he's always trying to cheer me on, even if I'm not doing so well. But one day I hope to come to the fastest lap, and I want to see his face when I do it.
I want to see his face too.
Well, Jimmy, one final question. Dry tires win.
Now. Definitely running right now, I think. So nice, speedy.
Perfect advice there. Run the dry tires. Now you heard it from Jimmy himself. He doesn't have a big YouTube following like that for no reason, does he, Jesse?
Jimmer has a YouTube channel.
I mean, if you haven't seen it, you know, I don't know where you live.
Well, where would I find it if I didn't know where it was?
It's you go to YouTube, you type in Jardier, and you subscribe there, and then you'll find.
Oh, what a humble man! What a humble man. Well, anything that you would like to say to undoubtedly many of your fans and Jardier's fans that are listening right now?
I don't know, really. I drive fast, eat ass. Is that a good one? I don't know. No, it's a pretty bad one.
Yes,
that'll do. That'll do.
I'll stay with it.
Yeah, I'm not selling my house, but I will consider that one. Well, Jimmy, always a pleasure to have you, Jardier, and everybody else here. Again, you're always welcome back whenever you want. And you guys have done fantastically well, overcome adversity today. It's been fantastic to watch. Ladies and gentlemen, Jimmy Shedden.
Cheers, guys. Have a good one.
Cheers, Jimmy. So what a great humble man to have a chat to, and unfortunately as well, that means that I have come to an end from this little commentary stint that I've had with Sam Wright, of course known as Tekel. Sam, it has been such a pleasure having you here as well, joining up with the RCI crew, and hopefully you've had a good time and want to join us again in the future.
I definitely hope you'll have me back. I've had tons of fun. This has been really good to watch. I am a bit concerned about the house selling, but we'll discuss that off the stream a little later. But I'm going to have my eyes locked for these last 57 minutes. I want to see if Franco can bring it home. I honestly think that FFS Racing is probably going to be able to keep this, but I'll definitely be watching. And thank you so much to everyone for having me. I hope I did the RCI brand proud, and hopefully you'll have me back soon.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, Sam. You know, from my very unbiased South African side, always good to have you here, and looking forward to doing some more in the future. So, JC, it is us. We are here again, unsupervised now for the last hour of racing.
How does this keep happening?
I mean, how do we even get the last hour together? I mean, like, it just lines up, right?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It does. Sam did a fantastic job, and Mike Jones bringing you the pictures here to finish off the final hour of the race. We just talked to this man's teammate, Jimmy Broadbent, and Jaroslav Hanzik, otherwise known as Jardier. Do you think there is a better power couple in sim racing than them two? I don't think there is.
No, I think they have such a good rapport, and I think that you know, they're a little bit too harsh on themselves in quite what they deliver here. I mean, the fact that they can be so friendly and uplifting all the time in a environment that is quite difficult to always stay so positive, and I think they really do complement each other really well. So, JC, I think that's a good summary of this. Currently looking at this Ren Vulton Pro team, I mean, for them, things have just gone absolutely to plan, and for Bentleys in general, I mean, 3 Bentleys up in the top 5. The 1, 2, 3 of Franca, currently the FFS Racing pilot, and behind him, Ren Vulton Pro with Chris Hooker at the wheel. And then, of course, in that 899, Alexander Guglia. So a big showing from the Bentleys and good work being put out from them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I couldn't have said it better myself. Rinwalt has just been on the money. I think we saw it 4 hours ago, but they've continued strong. And I was sort of worried that it had something to do with the rain, but now that that's not a problem anymore, the track very much mostly dry, the edges wet, the grass still wet, of course, and so are the curbs, but the racing line's fairly dry, but it's greasy anyway, so it's getting there. By the end of this race, we might be laying down rubber again for the first time in about 4 hours. But what I thought about the Rinwalt team was that they were only good in the wet. That turns out to not be true, and they are absolutely flying. Here's Nils Najoks in the 62 G2 Esports team. Hard to miss that car. I heard you and Sam talking about cars that stand out in the dark. It's funny, Josh Leishan and me had that same exact conversation. But this team have had their ups and downs today. They've rebounded fantastically up into 6th place so far, all coming together in the end. And why not? If you're going to get it right, might as well get it right at the end. Ooh, nearly going off track there. But George, it has been a crazy race. I mean, it's just so many things have happened. It's going to take me days to process it all.
I mean, crazy race, definitely crazy. Days, maybe weeks for me. Nils Nojak's at the wheel of the G2 Esports number 62. And that's going to be interesting because, of course, he's got Jardier behind him. So I'd be keen to see a little battle coming down between, of course, the likes of Jardier up here against Nils. Nils, like I've said many times, again, someone that I've watched countless times on YouTube. Someone that brings great content and some insights into the tuning side of things. And he's over on the Twitch side of life, and you can find him there. I just watch his recaps from his videos over on the YouTubes. But yeah, if you want to watch him live, you can support him over on Twitch. But right now, G2 Esports, they want to get themselves up into the top 5. They're going to be closing down on the 7-1 of Schumacher. And, you know, if there's anyone you do not want behind you, at any form of racing, it's going to be Nils Nojax and, of course, Jaroslav Hanzik. So for Schumacher and Guglia, they've got some names on the hunt chasing them down, and they're going to have to be very, very careful at what their next moves are, Jesse.
Yeah, absolutely. One thing I just want to say about Nils and the G2 brand is it's very much a passion project for these guys. They're like, you know what, we want to bring G2 to sim racing esports, and they do that. And I was like, well, how good are they going to be actually? Their first pro race parked it inside the top 10. They've ran inside the top 5 here today. They're consistently inside the top 10 here at RCI, and they're a fledgling. This is like their sort of freshman outing, really, this second half of the year. They're brand new, and they're this good already. That's got to be frightening for some of these other big teams that G2's already this good.
Oh, I mean, there's a lot of pressure coming out there. Ooh, Neil's looking a little bit squiggly up towards the top of the hill on the exit out for Akru Minerali. These are the places that you just do not want to have anything. Oh, Matthias Egger, drive-through penalty flag. That's just picked up next to the car running in 13th place, the 126 Ferrari. That is not what they want, and I believe that's going to be for track limits. I mean, they ran out of warnings, didn't they? And I'm not quite sure, but I think that might be for track limits. Oh, I mean, massive things, Niels. Oh, getting very close on making some of the moves coming down as well. And small mistakes are going to be opened up. Niels gets past Schumacher after Schumacher runs too wide out through Ravazza. And that's going to be all she wrote there. Now, will Schumacher be able to hold off Hanzik in all of this, or will Hanzik get through using the same sort of strategy in that put the pressure on and just wait for that space to open up?
Yeah, he sure is. There's about to be a battle in amongst this group. Of course, Najoks leading this sort of train of cars. You have Martin Schumacher and Jardier all in a line, all fighting for this top 5 spot at the time. Well, technically, it's 6 because of this man. Actually, no, this happened earlier, Matthias Egger. They've had issues. They had issues right as I left, which leads me to believe that it wasn't my fault. But, yeah, it was unfortunate to see Egger and them have the issues they did so late in the race. But meanwhile, up here in the top 5, fighting for the spot, G2 has it. Schumacher and Hanzik won it.
Well, I mean, what more can you ask for? Really, is a battle up towards the top 5 with names like this, and Schumacher is going to be under so much pressure from the likes of Hanzik. And at this point in the race, it's not where you want to be. You want to be in a fighting position with 50 minutes to go. So at this phase of the race, Jesse, it's all about just putting that head down. Look at Hanzik all over the back of Schumacher now as they make their way down towards the start-finish, straight over the timing line and the run down to Tamburello. Where does Hanzik go? He's a couple of car lengths down behind before he can get onto the brakes, but he's already making himself very well known indeed. He's giving a little nose, giving a little tweak out, just saying, leave an inch and I'll turn that into a mile for you and put you behind me. So, Jesse, it is certainly going to be a battle between these two.
Yeah, it certainly is. He's not going anywhere, is Jardier. He is going to try to make this move. Does he go down the inside of Schumacher? Yes, he does. Schumacher obliges by going to the outside, and that's going to be done and dusted. The pass that simple, it has been completed. Now, that was about as painless as that would have ever have been.
So
George,
smooth.
It was. George, we have a special guest again, I've just noticed.
Another special guest, and Jesse, I introduced him here to you, of course, Carlos Ocelot. Hopefully, Carlos, I'm saying your name correctly, but of course, from the G2 side of things. And Jesse, another treat for us to have in the interview room.
Hey, what's up? Yeah, you said it right. Carlos Ocelot's fine.
Well, we basically have esports royalty in the booth right now. That's incredible. I follow G2 quite closely, and can you kind of explain to our viewers exactly why G2 decided we want to get into the sim racing esports genre now?
Yeah, we actually are in sim racing now for a couple of years plus, actually. We are running the Red Bull esports, or Red Bull Racing esports ourselves. So you see the world champions now twice in a row, Red Bull Racing, we operate them ourselves. And Niels, who is right now driving, happens to be the manager of that team. And so we are in sim racing, and we actually, I'd say we are together with Veloce, the most competitively successful. This race, however, if you see me driving with the boys, this is not what I do, right? I have 160 hours. I just started with sim racing myself and love driving, right? I've driven all my life, but I'm not a professional. So these guys are just having fun, trying to see how much they can carry me, and you can see it's working.
Oh, come on. I saw the lap times. They weren't that different, to be honest. For only 100 hours, you're out here competing inside the top 5. That's absolutely impressive.
Trains me a lot, actually. Niels is really insane. I mean, he's been coaching me quite a lot. And it's not like I come without any background, but I was pretty green, actually. And he's been teaching me a lot about how to get the most amount of grip possible, how to try out the circuit over time. And I'd say that my peak on lap is not bad, but my consistency is just not there, So, but these two guys, Arthur and Niels, are just so incredibly fast. It's actually I'm still wondering how we are in 5th position, considering in lap 1 it was, I don't know if you saw it, but it was catastrophe. From lap 1 we were already 10 seconds damage. We're, I think, sitting last after an accident, really bad accident. So I'd say we're, the guys are doing really well.
Carlos, you guys are doing incredibly well, and for myself, George, it's been something that I've loved to follow is the G2 esports journey. I mean, I started off in commentary on the Counter-Strike side of things. I have
Oh, that's
G2
awesome.
Esports Journey jerseys here that I've ordered on, and
Oh my
for
God!
me,
Thank you so much.
no, yeah, for me, G2 has always been one of the brands in esports that I've loved. And when I moved over to sim racing, seeing that you guys had a brand out there, and of course your partnerships up with BMW as well. I mean, you guys, you're certainly doing a lot for the brand and helping grow that competitive side. So it's so good to hear you talking about those competitive achievements, and hopefully, you know, for you guys, there's a lot in the future for competitive sim racing. I know that the more big orgs that get involved in sim racing, it kind of adds more to the flavor of things. What started off with a lot of kind of teams just forming up between buddies, right, has now turned into this industry where a lot of organizers are starting to look into it, you know. So maybe the likes of Liquid and Navi and all the others, you know, start to also pick up teams. But I mean, G2 picking up with sim racing early on, I mean, that's a massive thing.
Yeah, I've been trying to convince all these guys, been speaking with the CEOs of all these teams to try to get a sim racing team, but they don't relate enough just yet. I think it's getting there, you know, especially Americans are very much like that, you know, something needs to be really mainstream for it to, you know, to bank there. So I think it's getting there, you know.
Yeah,
it-
it's so. I mean, these
What
are
up,
these are the
Mike?
kind of conversations. These are the conversations that we need to have out here, Carlos. I mean,
Yeah, he's right.
The fact that you know, you've got the pool with all these guys in terms of the conversations, and it's all about networking and industry. And I think that you know, coming into 2021, there is going to be a little bit more validity added into it. A lot of top brands have kind of seeing what they can do. I mean, custom liveries that can get thrown onto cars, the advertising that you can get out of things. As soon as the broadcasting audience starts to get reached out there, I mean, I think the world of sim racing and competitive sim racing hasn't even been explored yet.
No, you're absolutely right, and I will say something. I think what you guys are doing with RCI, what Mike and the team is doing, is just actually unbelievable. Because I'm telling you, from my point of view, I love racing, but I am not a hot lapper. Like I wouldn't just go by myself into offline and enjoy driving. I need to be with people, and if these events and, you know, the weekly things we have wouldn't exist, then I probably wouldn't be racing. So I think it's a matter of time, and you know, RCI to keep evolving, and things like this to keep popping up. I mean, popping in. Sorry, for sim racing to take its place, because, like it or not, the only way for an esport or a video game competition to win traction or to get traction is by ensuring that you can literally click once or twice and you are already in a race, right? And I think that the difficulty in which right now exists in sim racing to get into a race, besides if you go into iRacing, right, which is probably not the best option if you want realism, then, you know, this is what you get.
heard that here, folks. Continue, Carlos. Sorry.
No, but I mean, I think what Carlos is saying is that it's that accessibility, being able to get into something that has
Yeah.
organized leagues,
Just
not
double
just like
click.
a pub experience. Yeah,
Exactly. And I think
No,
we're a year away from something pretty good being developed. I think, again, RCI is doing an amazing job, you know, in trying to make this happen. And the more this happens, the more likely it is that teams like top esports teams just follow suit. But we're working our ass off to ensure it happens anyway.
I have an idea, Carlos and George.
Yeah?
You guys gave me an idea. You tell Cloud9, Team Liquid, FaZe, all of those people.
Do you want them to lose here as well, man? You know, we make make their lives pretty miserable already, yeah?
exactly that. I mean, if you guys don't follow the G2 on social media as well, I mean, if you want the best banter Twitter account, G2 Esports, and if you don't follow Carlos himself on Twitter, you need to do so. I mean, some of the best entertainment comes to me from that side. So in me wrapping up here from my side, before I give you back to JC here, Carlos, just thanks for all the effort that you guys are putting in. Thanks to your G2 Esports teams for coming through and showing up to our events, and of course it's been absolutely phenomenal to be able
Thanks,
to
bro.
talk to
I
you
mean,
here on the stream.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it, man. We'll keep investing. So far, sim racing in general has only been investment, not too much revenue per se, but you know what? It's pretty fun, and you guys got myself hooked into this shit now. So I got myself some sick setup.
What,
And I've
what are
been-
you?
I've
What are
seen
you
it.
racing
I've
on?
seen it, and I'm
No,
envious. Yeah, JC, ask.
Yeah. Okay. So we're sponsored by Logitech. So let's just say I got a very very expensive quote unquote Logitech setup.
Very,
I
very
love
nice.
it. I love it.
And here's the thing: he's using it properly. He's out here getting results, and man, it has been fantastic to see you guys in ACC. Going back to that very first race that I was commentating on, I didn't know what to expect, but absolutely blown away by the sheer talent. It doesn't matter what G2 does; they just dominate at it. I guess it's almost
I'm
sickening
telling
for
you,
a pleb like me.
I'm telling you, Niels is the most impressive racer I've seen. Like, it's not just the racing itself, which is very consistent, incredibly fast, but the setups, the learning, the teaching. This guy is a machine.
So where can the people watching at home follow all of the guys here at G2?
Sure, I mean, from our either Twitter account of G2 Sim Racing, at G2 Esports, Niels Naujoks has, of course, his Twitter account as well. We typically tweet about everything we do, including we do some eNASCAR and stuff like that. So everything
Do
we
you
do,
really?
yeah, dude. We had, I think we ended up second. I don't think we ended up winning, but yeah, we're doing well. We're doing well, and all because of Niels' leadership. While he's driving as well, this guy is just an alien, literally, literally. And
Absolutely incredible.
Danny Angels as well, which I haven't mentioned. Sorry, I feel like I have to. Danny, which leads our esports operations now, he grew into that role. He's the one that convinced me into getting into sim racing. He used to be in SK Gaming. His nickname was Husky. So more than a decade ago, he was winning everything back then. Now he's in the management side of things, and he convinced me himself to get into sim racing. So again, kudos to him, and kudos to you guys, and kudos to everybody putting in work. I honestly don't have enough words to thank you guys enough for doing all of this. In many cases, most cases, honestly, for free, which is pretty sick. So if there's anything I can do, G2 can do to help, you just let us know, and we'll do our best.
That's excellent. And just one final thing. Thank you for all the hours of enjoyment that you've given me watching the various streams on Twitch and everything. Watching you guys compete is absolutely unreal. So, Carlos Ocelot, G2 Esports, doing well, top 5 right now. Niels Naujoks in the car. Carlos Ocelot talking to us here. Absolute pleasure. Esports royalty in the house.
Goodbye, guys. Have a beautiful night, eh?
Night, Carlos. Thanks
Dude.
so much, man.
Bye-bye.
Wow, JC. Wow. That's all I can say is, I check off boxes every time I do some streams with you guys and get to talk to some really cool people throughout the industry. And getting back to that racing action, I mean, Niels, while we were following around with that action, you just saw the pace coming out. He caught up to Franke, got himself past there in terms of just, pace on track. They're a couple of laps down. And that doesn't really matter when it comes down to just talking about sheer pace on track. Neil's doing an absolute phenomenal job in that G2 car. And we're in for a treat. 37 minutes left on this clock. 9 hours of Imola in partnership with Jardier, of course, from the YouTubes. RaceDepartment AK Informatica and Raceface Speed Labs all getting themselves involved as well. Plenty of on-stream commands for you guys to use. If you want to follow us on Discord or our social medias, you can check out our race program, our spotter guide, as well as our live timings. Just exclamation any of those commands on the right side of the screen, and you will pretty much be guided to everywhere you need to go involved with the Racing Club International scene.
Well said, George Smith. 36 and a half minutes left. Nearly 1 a.m. in sim time. Will admit to being at least a little bit surprised that the track is still greasy. I would have expected, with this many cars going around and that rate of drying and that much wind too, if I'm honest, that the track would have rubbered in at least a little bit. It is trying, but there is still time, and you can't see it because it's dark. But if you could see the sky, there'd be a little moon out there somewhere, and it would be visible because it is now only partly cloudy now. This is the first time we'll have been able to see any sort of sky in the past, well, 9 hours there, George.
Yeah, we kind of predicted that the track would go and dry itself up, but those conditions now are a little bit greasy, so definitely not the conditions that they would have wanted to find themselves in with the last 30 minutes. Those could, of course, go out to optimum and to good conditions as well. I think with 30 minutes still on the clock, with all these cars still putting in the lap times that are out here, considering no more rain predicted, I think we might see a shift in that track condition as well. So just keep an eye out on those timing sheets. At the moment, our race leader, currently Andre Franke in the FFS racing car, sharing that out with Mike Noble. They've currently, their last lap, they did a 1:42.8, a 1:42.5 coming out from the Ren Vulton Pro team with Chris Hooker behind the wheel. Kevin Saklari for Racing Line Motorsport with a 1:42.6. So all in those 1:42s, just sort of trying to find where their pace levels are, and of course managing out on their tire sets for what they need to keep for the very last push if they need them.
Yes, indeed. I will also admit that I'm unsure if all of these cars can go to the end, and I meant to ask Jimmer that because he would have been the best sort of middle of the road pit stint that could have told me that, and if I would have asked him that, I would have known who could and could not have made it. I failed to do that, but I think the vast majority of these guys will be able to make it to the end of this race. I think a lot of them, though, probably 50-50, are either going to have to save, are saving, or are just going to have to stop for a splash, which is awfully difficult to do at the end of the race because, yeah, you're only in your stall for about 5 seconds, but it's still about 30 to 45 seconds trip down pit road, so it's not advantageous to have to do that. Somebody that isn't saving any fuel, Andre Franke, leading the race in the 1-2-3. And they have been leading for the vast majority of the second half of this race. And they are being caught by Chris Hooke, though, a little bit. And by a little bit, I mean a little substantially, but they're still 18 seconds behind. Surely there's no way they can get caught, George.
Oh, I mean, I think there's plenty options to still get caught. The fact that Hooke is behind the wheel of that number 49 Bentley is not going to be what Franke wants. So for them, I think that's going to come down to the why. One small mistake, you've seen how that can be costly. And Kevin Saklari here in that 191, the 191 Racing Line Motorsport Lamborghini has had a couple of mistakes in those changing conditions. That's cost them a little bit of time. That's then allowed Guglia in the 899 to stay 30 seconds behind them or close down if they can, and there's going to be traffic that these guys have to deal with. So right now it's too difficult to call whether it's possible or not, but I can tell you that Hooke is at least going a little bit quicker than Franke is at the moment. Whether or not that's enough just on pure race pace alone, that's one argument, but in sim racing, I mean, the elements that are sim racing are more than just what your ability is on a circuit. And with back markers and mid-pack battles taking place, I mean, if you look down in 17th and 18th, Nowakowski and Arendsman, they're also having themselves what could be a nice little battle for position. The 225 Porsche currently up against the number 12 McLaren there. They're trying to see where they phase themselves out. So if they get caught up in traffic, I mean, they're keeping in mind that they're battling for position as well. So they're trying to make their way through. Blue flags are going to be waved, but it always is the esports etiquettes and the way that racing works is that these cars that are down on position have to make way where they can for cars that are in better positions should they be holding up those cars that are coming around to impact their race. So Oh, I mean, there's so many different factors and things that come down into this. And the last 30 minutes, I mean, I've packed all the Red Bulls. I'm ready. I'm pretty much psyched to see this, and I won't be sleeping for the next 9 hours after the race ends because this is adrenaline and this is sim racing.
Yeah, you may think that's sort of a joke that George is saying there about the energy drink, but I know for a fact he's not kidding, because earlier he tapped me on the shoulder and had me cover for him for a minute while he got him a fresh drink. So I know he's not kidding. As the pass being made here now, Kowski on the flashing lights, letting him know that he's coming through. Oh, a little bit of perhaps a shunt there by the other McLaren, but now Kowski is through for Carbon Esports. No harm, no foul. One thing that I suspected would be more prevalent today that wasn't, especially after only 3 hours, everybody on their last strike. I expected more drive-through penalties from a lot of these teams. And
those are words that you do not want to be dicing with at this phase of the race, because they are going to be on like literal limits. And if they do get them, you know what your commentators' curse reputations like, right?
Well, part of being a commentator is having a short memory, and I don't recall anybody that I've ever accidentally cursed. So all I'm going to say is it's not going to happen. It's just these guys are going to mind their business for 30 minutes, and it's going to be fine. And I think, but seriously, they have to make sure that they are driving inside the lines and inside the limits, especially this car here, Minty. They've been on their last strike for hours at this point. I know Nils Najox is the same for G2 Esports. And by the way, they're fixing to have to race each other because Najox had kind of capped Jardier for a little while, but now Jardier is back on the attack. And remind me, easy to pass around Imola?
I mean, passing around Imola, definitely not something that I would write as in my memoir of how I experience racing here. It's all about just managing your own race and trying not to get too much impact from what pressures are getting brought out from the other teams. At this phase, you know, it's all about, again, if you are on those last limits warnings, making sure that you don't get a drive-through penalty. I mean, that is going to put you down, and it will put you down the order. I mean, right now, you've got the likes of Martin Schumacher in that GC Racing number 2. He's only 8 seconds down the road of the 6th position of Minty, the number 39. So, you know, there's a lot of close gaps here that are very close in terms of one small mistake, which we've seen happen to drivers before. Fatigue, all those kind of things, 9-hour endurance races. I mean, when you go into just understanding how difficult it is to do. I mean, I know that the drivers have the ability to swap out, they do their stints, but you know, that time that you spend in the car is so incredibly focused on what you're doing that when you do step out of it, you are exhausted, and then you need to do that time and time again, as well as keep your teammates motivated. You can't, you know, just everybody ditch and leave people to do things by themselves. That's where mistakes happen. So it's a big team effort that comes down to the line. And for all these teams here, they're going to be all prepped up and ready to see the checkered flag. And just know that there's so much availability in this last push.
Well, it's just like Jimmy and Carlos came in here and said, you have teammates, you have their backs, you're cheering them on, you're being cheered on. And that's why I think I like sim racing so much, is you can do it by yourself, but it's also a team sport, and it's fun in both configurations. You come to these big long races, you train for a week or more, and there's cars around in the background there. I don't know. One of them was a green, a very, very bright green, looked like a Mercedes, but did not catch the number of that car, but definitely made contact with a few others. They all got going the right direction, however. But racing is a team sport. You sacrifice weeks to train, to test, and in addition to that, you spend an entire day with them. They're basically family at that point. I'm pretty sure, due to the restrictions, that a lot of these... Oh, wait, hold on. Maybe it was not a Mercedes. Maybe it was a big Bentley. We shall see.
So,
Let's
Jesse, I
see.
mean,
we did
we
not
might
catch
be
it.
able to. We didn't quite get what we wanted to see out of that, but you know, these are all the things that we talk about in sim racing, and potentially these are the narratives that go to change the race. I mean, just look how many GT3 cars are all making their way down that start-finish straight. 6 cars all in some form of race against themselves or one another. If you look at the timing sheet, Makowski on the back of Swindrek, that's the battle for 11th and 12th place. So there really are drivers trying to get in. Arendsman and Sharp in 18th and 19th. They're also getting themselves closer and closer to getting themselves up there. The OTL Racing number 21 Audi, currently in a field of very few Audis, so not really a represented manufacturer out here, but currently doing a decent job to maybe get up towards that number 12 of Arendsman, and I think that is the PCDC Motorsports McLaren.
Yeah, it very much is. They've had a rough day. They talked about some of the self-inflicted things that happened to them earlier in the race, but they are still going around, still trying to get the best result that they possibly can. And, well, quite frankly, if you know PCDC, you know that's the most PCDC thing, that never give up attitude. But here is Jardier clearly on the back bumper of Niels Najoxt. And this is basically fire and ice existing in the same jar right now. Lap traffic getting out of the way very promptly there, understanding the gravity of this situation. Not only is it two titans of racing and sport, they are fighting for the final top 5 position. All very important.
Oh, that's the top 5. I mean, that's where it all comes down to. Jaroslav Hanzik, 2/10 behind the G2 Esports team right now. They don't have track limits to work out, but it's a battle between Mercedes and Mercedes. And it all comes down to drivers. They've got plenty of traffic to deal with, as well as right now. You can just see Niels. Niels is putting so much pressure onto that Bentley in front of him, saying, get out of my way. I need to get past. I've got Jardier on the back end of me. We can't go side by side through Villeneuve. He's going to put the Bentley on the outside through Tosa. And they're going to make the contact comes in.
Mistake.
And that is the worst thing that could have come out for that Bentley. We're going to get a replay of this. The number 62 here coming across the line. The Bentley not quite getting out of the way of that battle. I don't think comes back at the inside line, getting taken out there. And, I think
Did he lose it?
I think Niels kind of maybe came back across the line there a little bit too early. Maybe caught his nose. Not quite sure. The stewards are going to look into that, and they are certainly going to see if that Bentley was giving enough room there. But it did look like Niels trying to get defensive against Jaroslav Hanzik, then cost himself a little bit in that. I mean, that is not what you want to see. And I think for a lot of people, they're going to be screaming at that Bentley. But at the same time, you've got to bear in mind that he did come back across the line. And our stewards are going to look into that in its entirety. That's what the team is there for. And I see them wagging their fingers and not looking impressed that this is what they have to do in the last couple of minutes of what remains of this 9-hour, Jesse.
Yeah, they definitely are counting down the minutes to their holiday vacation. Of course, we are taking a little holiday vacation ourselves here at RCI to enjoy the season. And wherever you are and whatever you celebrate, we hope that you do as well, from a safe in a safe manner, of course. And this final few minutes of the race, Stewart's busy again, taking a look at that. I just knew that no matter what outcome that fight had, Twitter was going to erupt, and there's going to be some comments on there after that move.
Oh, I mean, it's. I'm glad that I don't have to make a call on it. So I think that Niels had a little bit of responsibility in how he came across the line, but our stewards will investigate that. It does, however, promote Minty, the team of Jardier and Jimmy Broadbent, in the number 39 up into the top 5. And will they be able to catch Googlia? 14.1 seconds is the latest timing deficit between them, as the number 39 leads the charge up to that 899. And what a race it has been for the nearly on pace car. Right now, it's not a team, like I said before, it's not a team that you want to have behind you, especially if it's Jardier in the car. Chris Hooker, 14.9 seconds behind the likes of Franke, but Ren Volten Pro, what a great drive they've had here for the 9 hours so far.
Yeah, I mean, they have. They've just been on it. They've battled back from adversity. They fought traffic. They fought for position, and they're gaining about a second a lap here or so. It's not over with. Hold on. I've been doing some math, and by doing some math, meaning I just
hate
did
when
it.
you say this sentence to me.
It is possible, if they continue to gain, which they didn't in that sector, but if they continue to gain, there might be a chance, but they are going to have to get a move on if they want a shot at this thing. And if I know Chris Hooke, excuse me, and I know that he wants this pretty bad.
He really does. And for Ren Volten, I mean, I know for them, I chatted about a little bit earlier, a team that has been putting a lot of time and effort into their socials, much like how we talked about G2 and just building a brand. And for Ren Volten, it would be really, really great to see them with a good, solid result out here. They've had a good drive, and for them, they've done everything right. Can Chris be the man that perhaps gets them all the way to the top step of that podium? That 19 minutes on the top, it's a ticking time bomb for him if he wants to get the work done, but he's certainly not going to just let this go amiss. Andre Franke has done such a good job to stay consistent as well, Jesse, up at the front. So that pairing, Mike Noble, Andre Franke, the FFS Racing 123 Bentley, they've just had a phenomenal drive, but what a narrative it would be if that number 49 can catch up to the 123.
George Chris Hooke gained 6/10 in a single sector in the first sector. Absolutely flying is the 49 Bentley. Who knew all the lead up to this race, all the lead up to Imola, the first really big race, the new cars, the new tires, there was a lot of talk about Mercedes, a lot of talk about some other brands, but who would have guessed at the end of this race it would have been two Bentleys up front? I mean, I would have, because it's Andre Franke and Chris Hooke.
You would never have guessed that. I feel like it completely has caught a lot of people off guard, having those Bentleys up towards the front. I think Googlia being in the top 5 as well has definitely added some validity out to some manufacturers that were maybe not considered to be the beast workhorses of the split choices. So I'm quite keen to see how this develops out there. I mean, that's how metas develop. That's how all esports really work, is just finding where cars and their BOPs work out, and custom BOPs get applied. Right now, this little track battle, this is between the likes of Mikowski in that number 11. The Jardier community car currently sitting in 12th place is catching up to Swinderdek as well, and trying desperately to get onto the back of that 23. But Chris Hooke, I mean, he is absolutely murdering the lap times out here. Franke with a last lap that was a 1:43, so a little bit slow and validated as well, so got track limit cut. So for him, it is certainly going to be something to keep our eye out on. 13 seconds the gap between first and second. Looking down the timing sheet, Schumacher close to the back of Niels Nurks as well, 1.3 seconds off the back of the G2 esports car. Down there's a full listing of where everything stands. Mikowski and Valentin Barrier, they're trying to get that Mercedes obviously up towards Swinderdek at this point in time. Down rounding out the top 24 in view at the moment. But I mean, 28 cars or 27 cars still stick with us as we get down into the last 17 minutes. Jesse, 17 minutes to see who we crown as champion. Can Andre Franke in the FFS Racing VH Bentley hold off the likes of the Ren Volten Pro team? Chris Hooke trying to chase him down in second place, and we're going to have to keep our eye on it for sure.
Yeah, the thing is, again, I've been doing the math again, and at his current pace, he won't be able to quite get there. He's going to need to get there with some time to spare to get the pass done. It's not as easy as just catch him and get by him. You're going to have to race him, and that could take laps. But Huka is quicker. I'm just afraid he's going to run out of time, and he's desperately quicker. Oh my goodness, he actually just took another 4/10 out. He's, like I said, if he wants this, he's going to have to move this lap traffic. He may have a chance. It's a small chance, but shoot, I'd take a small chance over no chance any day. I just want to talk about the 191 for a second of Kevin Siclari. I was worried about the Racing Line Motorsport car if it would rebound when it got drier. Well, it has. The track has gone back to optimum, and this car has rebounded. The problem is that it rained for so long, and this car's performance was so poor in the wet, of no fault to the drivers or the team, that they're just too far out to do anything. But they will likely end up third here regardless, and that's nothing to stick your nose up at.
Their lap times are certainly nothing to scoff at either. 141's being dropped out from them, so certainly some pace out on some of the other cars out on the circuits, and for them, certainly smiling that those track conditions have changed up. Greasy disappeared a while ago. Optimum going to be the name of the game. 8 degrees on track, and with a little 6-degree breeze blowing out from the on the circuit. So for them at the moment, certainly going to be chilly when they get out of the cars. Action-packed and full of heat inside the cockpits all the way down to the checkered flag. But a great drive coming out for the Racing Line Motorsport team. And I said it right when I got into my commentary stints. I wanted to see the Racing Line Motorsport team having a good race. They've really had some great support with what we've done here at Racing Club International throughout 2020. And to see them up towards the front end of the podiums, that does make me very, very happy indeed. Malinowski, look at that, the 420 with shared out with, of course, random call sign. They just got themselves a drive-through penalty, Jesse.
Did they indeed? That is almost certainly going to be track limits. That doesn't show up in my penalty report. Malinowski is going to have to serve that drive-through, and that is going to undo 9 hours of rebound. They were dead last, several laps down after the early pit stop fiasco where they couldn't get the right driver in the car, and they have rebounded all the way inside the top 15, but it is not to be, and that is going to knock them probably out of the top 15. They may land they may land somewhere near Darren King in that 38 Fordzilla entry. But I also have some very sad news. We saw the G2 Esports team get together with the 100 Bentley. Well, actually, it is not from that. So I'm being told that is not the case. So the 100 Bentley has received a rare disqualification for reaching the incident point limit. And that is not related to G2 Esports, but that is a separate thing. And we don't see that very often, George.
Oh, we really don't. Not something you want to see. And unfortunately for them, that will be a lot of hours that they're going to be upset about losing. 12 minutes to go on the clock. Kazuka, he's made up some time on the last couple of laps indeed. 11.2 seconds the last Delta time update. Live timings indicate that he sort of gets himself into close to 10 seconds here. So this could be an update that we need to see. 12 minutes left in the race. Franke just needs to be careful that he doesn't crack to pressure. He knows that on raw lap time alone, it's going to take a lot to be able to catch in 12 minutes, considering they're doing 142 lap times out here. But really getting close to getting into the 10s. They're 11.053, the last update that we saw. And I mean, it is going to be a knife fight if these two do get into that situation. The 123 going to make himself ultra wide where he has to, but he's not going to be too focused on thinking about that. You just got to keep doing what you need to do in this situation. Do not let it get down. Look at that. Dip down. 10.9 seconds between first and second now.
Yeah, but George, it just isn't quite enough time. If this was still 20 minutes to go, he would absolutely get there, but I think he's going to come up about 3 seconds short. But that 123 all day has suffered from tire degradation or something at the end of the stint. It's not related to a specific driver. It's happened with all of them. If that happens here in the final 11 minutes and Chris Huke does not have that same fate in his Bentley, well, it might still be on, but right now it's just not happening quick enough. We just don't have enough time. But either way, again, he's going to keep trying. You can bet on that.
I mean, it's really the closest battle that up at the front really could happen out. I mean, also talking about that, a bit of a lie, I guess. 3.8 seconds between Schumacher and Noax. Lebrec also 4 seconds off the back end of Matt Samuel in that 3-2-1. So there are close gaps to come down. Let me just see if these guys have what it takes in terms of those times. Maybe a mistake coming out as well could cause any sort of incident to suddenly just give us the opportunity to change up the entire prediction of where that first, second, and third position trophy is going to get handed out at prize giving right now. Last 10 minutes, Jesse. The 9 hour is about to wrap itself up, and these drivers will know exactly what we know. They know that the push is there. Does Minty finish out in fifth? Do they have fuel to go to the line as well? Hopefully, everyone's done all of those calculations. Maths with Jesse Lee, maybe a service we need to offer out if people do run out.
There's actually been people before that have asked for my help with maths, and I'm like, I'm probably not your guy. But let's talk about FFS Racing VH for a second. They're in the mix all day. They made themselves a major player around the halfway point in the race, and Andre Frank and Mike Noble have pretty much dominated the second half. They've weathered every storm and every test that they've had. They're going to have to weather this last one, though, if they want to be the winner of Jardier's 9 hours of Imola. And they are just that close. But
look at that. Look at the drive-through. Look at the drive-through, Jesse. Look at the drive-through that just got handed up towards the top.
Well. I talked about the incident limits and Chris Huke coming in immediately to serve that drive-through penalty. We knew that there were a lot of drivers that were right up against that limit. Chris Huke trying to make all the time he possibly can. George, he just went over the limit one too many times.
That drive-through penalty entirely on Jesse Lee for his bad juju of saying we expected more, and that is one you don't want to see. Up towards the front though, and right now Kusuke, does he come out still ahead of Kevin Sclari? They are a lap down, I believe, so I think that they will get themselves into a less lapped position, but should still be good for Ren Velton to come out in P2, but it does take away the potential for us to see something of a knife fight between the 123 and the 49. For Franke and the FFS Racing team, they will be letting out a sigh of relief knowing that they can just calm it down a little bit more now and just see it to the line, make sure that it all goes right for them, and they don't pick up the same fate with a drive-through penalty or something like that.
Yeah, but even still, for Andre Franke, it is the most nervous feeling in the world. You have a massive lead. Only something ridiculous can stop you from victory today. I felt that feeling myself. It makes me want to throw up when I'm in that position where you may also understand how scary it is that the only thing standing between you and a win is yourself. Ishmael Lebrec making the pass on, was that on Matt Samuel or Dedicek? It looks like it is going to be Matt Samuel that the pass was made on. Front straight here. That isn't straight, mind you. Turn one right here, even before you get to the start-finish line. Funny that.
So Ismail Lebrec going to be our ride along. We're going to try and see if we can catch this overtake. We've had to jump back a little bit, but of course there's a changeover from P9 to P8. So this hunt was on for the R 333, and Lebrec behind the wheel trying to make up time and position. So they make their way then down to Villeneuve. This isn't quite where the mistake, maybe this is where the mistake was made. There goes the M6 wide. Very lucky that Lebrec doesn't come into contact with him, but we'll have it wrapped up, licked, and sent and posted before the exit out through Tosa. So the R team going to be smiling from ear to ear as they get further and further away from the boundaries of the top 10 and closer to the top 5. Not quite going to be enough to get there, but certainly a good performance coming out from what Sam called the bubblegum car. But I like the name.
It's a nice name, nice car, nice guy, that Ismail Lebrec, and another top 10 in the bag for them. Pretty much just got to make it here. Last 5.5 minutes, nearly 1:30 in the morning here at Imola, and a day that saw a torrential downpour in qualifying and a dry first half of the race, leading into an incredibly volatile and changing wet race. Has and will end in the cover of darkness, but also under the safety of a grippy tarmac that has gone back to optimum. But it has been an adventure. This is weird because it's one of those races that was only 9 hours long, but I feel like it's been a 24-hour war.
Oh, I mean, look at this. I mean, Jaroslav Hanzik in Minty, he's making up some decent position here towards the likes of Guglia. They're on the same lap, couple of seconds between them. 2.8 now, the last update. They were over 3 seconds. 4 minutes left on the clock. Won't quite be enough on pure lap time alone, but the hunt's still on then for the YouTube stars. And of course, Jaroslav Hanzik, Jardier, bringing us this event with Racing Club International. So good to partner up with him and bring us this really cool, fun event. 4 minutes are the 4 minutes left to deal with. Andre Franke in a very comfortable position. He's on lap 300, and what a big number as well. 300 laps done here today. An incredible day of racing so far, Jesse.
Yeah, I mean, think about that. 300 laps around this track. It's not the shortest lap in GT racing. And we did 300 laps with a big chunk of the race slowed down due to a lot of rain. So that is very, very good. If you think about it, just looking at Jardier's times there, he might have a shot on Guglia. If he
is very slow,
this
right?
up.
I mean, he's losing 2 seconds a lap at times, and Jaroslav Hanzik certainly going to be trying to find something. He's going to be on the flashes to make sure that any of the lap traffic gets out of the way. Novikowski in that 225, he's going to be trying to flee for his life. He sees the flashes on behind Jardier. He's got those mapped onto his accelerator pedal at this point, and he's going to be wanting to clear any traffic he can. And he can see Guglia in front of him as they make their way out and down towards Acute Minerali. He knows that this is very much on the cards for him if he can nail this all right. The Porsche going a little bit slower up through here. Does Jaroslav Hanzik manage to get past the backmarked traffic and be able to set his sights on the likes of the 899 in front of them through Variante Alta? They go. And that Porsche has been caught up here. He will peel out of the way.
Well done.
Very
well done.
respectful racing coming out. And Guglia didn't want that. He wanted that to last a little bit longer. The T-Rex music in Jurassic Park, or the Jaws music coming out, if you like shark movies, or just the sounds of ACC racing cars here in the sim. It is going down. Guglia is being pressured here right until the very line. 2 minutes on the clock, Jesse Lee. We're about to crown a champion, and we're about to see who wraps up down towards the top 10.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. We are. And just a reminder, we wouldn't be here without our partners, Race Department and AK Informatica. And of course, all thanks indeed to Speed Labs for all of their support here. And thank you all as well. Feel free to like and subscribe and not miss a single GT race here at RCI. We'd love to have you on behalf of all of our stewards today, all of our competitors, and every single one of our commentators and broadcasters. Thank you for spending part of your weekend and your holiday season with us, and we cannot wait to get back to it in 2021 and bring you some more fantastic action. George, it's been a great, well, it's been a pretty crap year, but it's been a great year for sim racing, and it's been fantastic spending a lot of my time, my free time, with you guys, and it's an absolute honor and a privilege.
Absolute honor and privilege with you guys as well. And this is the chase. This is down. The 899 very wide out of Variante Alte. Jaroslav Hanzik in the closing seconds of this race, potentially going to get himself fourth place here, Jesse. This is not what we wanted to call out early on, but this is exactly what we were treated to. And Hanzik with the switchback. He's going to go on the inside. They are alongside the Bentley. Needs to give some space out to them, and they are going to go tappy-tap to the line there, and Jaroslav Hanzik bullied out of position. He knows that he can get this move done, and we will see the immediate defensive line coming out from Guglia. The inside was given a little glimpse there to Jaroslav Hanzik, and he wanted it, and he's hungry. He's going to have to be forced around the outside here, Jesse.
Oh, another tap. Minty getting crazy with it now. Minty with a tap. Minty with big hit. 2 hits, 3 hits. Minty hard into the wall. Crashing is Minty.
No.
Guglia drives away from the incident.
Jesse, it's not what we wanted to see, and this is frustrations coming out. There was a little bit of argy-bargy and then some taps coming down. I think a lot of that was some recovery too. But Guglia there has sent Minty into the wall. Is he slowing down to try and give position back into this? I don't think he quite has the intention just yet. We can't quite see, but it looks like Guglia going to drive it down to the line. That is going to be looked at by racing stewards regardless of how this race ends up. Frankie up at the front, he's going to certainly take the victory for FFS Racing when they come down to the line. But right now, there's just so many battles across. Frank here then going to be on camera for the last couple of sectors of this race. Does the 899 slow down and give that position back to Jaroslav Hanzik before the line, or is he letting it go to the stewards? Both drivers getting themselves intensely heated up there down towards the closing phase of this race. And for the FFS Racing team up at the front, they're just smiling as much as they can smile. They've got a big gap out to the likes of Ren Velton Pro in second, and then Kevin Saklari for Racing Line Motorsport sitting comfortably in third place at this point.
Yeah, somebody is getting coal, but I can tell you that is not what FFS Racing is getting this year. Andre Franca is going to bring the 123 Bentley home, and it's an early Christmas present and a package well wrapped for this team, winning Jardiers 9 hours of Imola here on RCI. Well driven and managed by this team. Well deserved victory, and that will carry them into the new year, undoubtedly so. Fantastic stuff. Battle here. Martin Schumacher thinking about getting a pass done. Actually, they've already crossed
come to the line. Yeah, they came to the line, right to the line, and 6th and 7th going out to G2. And then, of course, GC Racing getting 7th. Third place going to Saklari over the line then. And it will be 2nd place to the Ren Velton Pro Squad as they come out through Ravatsa for the final time in this 9-hour race. And the number 49 Bentley, what a drive coming out from the team. They'll take home 2nd place on the podium. Like I said, the 191 Racing Line Motorsports then gets that 3rd place. Guglia in that 899 contact with Jaroslav Hanzik in the last closing phase of the race. I mean, it was a little bit too intense to see, a little bit dirty coming out between what has been a very clean race coming out. And I think the stewards will investigate that down to the line. But 4th place will go to the nearly on pace drivers, and I think Minty then will take home P5.
Yes, indeed. I've actually just been told by the producer and the stewards that they will be looking into that incident between Jards and the nearly on pace team after the race, and that will be adjudicated. That will likely be the last RCI intervention of the year, believe it or not. So effectively, they will be deciding who gets a lump of coal. But congratulations to the winners here. FFS Racing with Andre Frank and Mike Noble win it in a Bentley Continental. Chris Hook and Vicky Thompson and Michael are second place today in the 49 Bentley. Kevin Siclari, Shins, and Bianchi finish in third in a Lamborghini. George, absolutely fantastic stuff. Guglia fourth, Jardier and Broadbent in fifth place. G2 Esports 6, Schumacher 0, Ripper 7th, Lebrec, Octane, Conway 8th, Samuel Panker, Torvin in 9, Dedicek, Matcha, and Lawrence round out the top 10. What a crazy race.
Crazy race, and certainly a lot of names on the board there. An incredible drive coming out from all those drivers, and a massive shout out and thanks to our entire crew of stewards for making sure that we had a race that went like that for the entire 9 hour. I mean, what an incredible feeling it is to get through to the end. And we're just lining up our winner interviews, Jesse, right at the very end here. So it brings me some very, very happy news to bring in our race victors. Of course, Andre Franke, Mike Noble from FFS Racing into the box. Jesse Lee, over to you for our interview.
Well, first of all, guys, congratulations for winning Jardier's 9 hour of Imola. Fantastic run and way to keep the car clean out there and not get involved in anybody's incidences. Were you ever sort of concerned that Chris Huke or somebody else may challenge you in the late going when it got dry?
After it got dry, we saw that we had a pretty sizable gap, so we basically tried to manage the gap we had without getting like any more off tracks than we had or risking any incidents with back markers. So we just like drove pretty safe, but also the car didn't go too well when it was really cold at the end. So yeah, it was good that we had the big gap after the rainfall. Like before the rain came in the dry stints, we had much better pace than at the end. But yeah, it worked out in the end. Just managed to lead, kept the car clean.
Absolutely excellent. Mike, you had some really killer stints in there as well. How was the car driving whenever the track was completely soaked?
The first wet stint was actually quite difficult. I mean, on the radar it showed increasing rain, but yeah, no one knew how much it was going to increase. So yeah, figuring out the pressures was difficult. The first half an hour we had equal pressures, but then it started to rain more and more, and our pressure just started to drop, and the car became really unstable. So yeah, keeping it on track was a big challenge. But yeah, the second stint in the rain went fine. We had the correct pressures. And the car was flying, basically.
Well, you guys have officially won our last big race of the year. Endurance Champions you two are. Was it sort of a relief whenever you realized that Huke had a penalty and would not be able to challenge, or would you have rather had a battle with him?
At the end, it was kind of a relief. Like if you drive for such a long time, you're exhausted, and the last thing you want is the possibility to throw it away at the end. So yeah, like when we saw that he got a drive through for track limits, because he was pushing really hard, we saw that he was pushing a lot to catch up. Yeah, we just took even more pace out. So.
All right, and of course, you gotta know what my final question is. Is FFS Racing coming back in 2021?
Well, obviously, but only if we get into the race guide next time.
There you go. It has been thrown down. They demand to be in the race guide, and of course, why not? Ladies and gentlemen,
pretty disappointed after I think we won 4 endurance races. In this
here's
configuration.
what I'm going to
and
do.
we were not in the race guide.
I am going to take that up with Ryan Gill personally. Ladies and gentlemen, winners of Jardier's 9 Hour of Imola, FFS Racing's Andre Franca, and Mr. Mike Noble.
All right. Thanks. And
Yeah,
Merry
thank you
Christmas,
very much.
everyone. And bye.
Merry Christmas
Merry
and
Christmas.
happy holidays to you guys. Well, it has been adjudicated. It has been officially announced. The 899 will receive a 15-second penalty for the incident that you saw with the Minty team, as it were. So that has been handed down officially, that they will receive a 15-second penalty, and I don't know exactly what that does to the final running order, but I would guess it bumps them down a position behind the previous team. Yes, I've been told that that does indeed do that. Waiting on one final interview here, and that will be where that particular penalty stands.
Yeah, so I mean, once all of that's been said and done, I mean, it's not something that you want to see at the end of the race, and I think it's a little bit sad sometimes to see that that's the focus point of where 9 Hour goes. But I'm glad that the steward's decision does kind of write where things should have gone, and people could go through that and meticulously apply what needed to be applied. So I'm looking forward to the next interview that you're going to bring us, Jesse. I mean, we kind of hinted at some interesting and big interviews before behind the curtain, and we certainly have another one lined up, hopefully, that is going to be equally as insightful, and I'm looking forward to that one.
Yep, hoping we can get some of the drivers. Of course, they just finished a very long race. They're debriefing. They want to cool off for a minute. You heard several of the drivers during the interviews talk about how demanding racing around Imola was, and how it actually sort of broke them a little bit as far as body aches and stuff like that. And I think we can all share in those sort of aches and pains after a long session. So trying to run some of them down. And wow, I'm just going to recap on the year real quick. What an incredible year it has been for RCI. It had been a fantastic sort of response from the community, and I'm pretty sure, if my producer will tell me again, we have an endurance championship coming up. Yeah, so we have the Endurance World Tour opening up on the 20th of January. Starts at Silverstone, and it is, as it says it is a World Tour series of endurance races. And sign-ups are still open for that. Sign up now. First race is the 20th of January, and new for RCI in 2021, we will be doing race room races for the first time officially, and can't wait to get that going. All of you that enjoy race room, feel free to look into that. Join Discord, get involved. It's that simple.
Plenty of places to join up with RCI. If you haven't, of course, join us over on Discord. That's the place to line things up. And Jesse Lee, we promised another star-studded interview, and it brings me more great pleasure to welcome in Jardier, Jaroslav Honzik, into the comms box, one of the Minty drivers. And over to you, Jesse.
Jardier, welcome in, and congrats on a hard-fought race and a well-done race, first of all.
Hey, thank you so much, guys. Hello, nice to be here. What a race.
Absolutely insane from start to finish. We joked at the top of the show that any race with Jardier's name in it has to be not only top quality, but also sit on the edge of your seat. And I think this event lived up to the hype.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, everything from organization to qualifying, the race itself, like the weather and everything was absolutely perfect. I think this was one, and drama as well. I think this was overall like one of my most favorite races so far because I love changeable conditions. I love like hard racing and such, and a bit of drama is always good as well.
Well, speaking of drama, there at the end, contact with the 899. How'd you see it?
Which one was 899? Was the Bentley in the end? The Bentley in the end?
Yeah, the car there at the end on the final lap.
I mean, I don't want to shame blame or stuff like that. I think the driver was losing a lot of time and he tried very badly to defend his position. And I don't know, like in Rivazza, that was really, I would say, disgusting driving at that point, And I was like, what the hell is going on, And then the first corner, it was just, trying to salvage and it went well. It went bad, but it kind of brought me down a little bit because the race was like fantastic, but we got like involved in like 2 or 3 crashes, which were like really avoidable and unnecessary, Especially the one in the end was just, not necessary, I think it could have been a very nice fight in the end, instead of this.
Yeah, but you mentioned something that's very important. Every time Team Minty got beaten down, you guys got back up, you answered the call, you climbed back inside the top 5. What is it about you and Broadbent that makes such a great team?
I don't know. We are dream streamer boys, I think I don't know. It's I think it's very interesting because Jimmy is like a little bit down and hard on himself, and I'm trying to lift him up, and I'm also like a very positive overall. And I think it's kind of giving us good vibe in the end, And like I think we motivate each other in the end very nicely. And I really like the drama happening in the races because I don't know how it's happening. Like two races we did together, or 3, and all of them were like great drama.
Well,
so awesome.
Every race has to have a great storyline, and that often includes drama. What is coming up for Jardier in 2021?
Oh, big things, definitely, guys. Very big things. I cannot say, but hopefully the pandemic and everything will be a little bit better. So it's gonna get a little easier on the front, on everyone, So that would really help. But I'm very looking forward for next year because every year we are growing, community is getting bigger and better. So I hope the next year is gonna be even better. There's some very nice esport racing, some very nice pro racing. So I'm looking very forward. Yeah, yes.
Absolutely fantastic. And just if somebody's living under a rock and doesn't know where to find Jardier, where can they follow you?
If you go to Twitter and type Jaroslav Honzik, or if you go to any of my videos or any of YouTube and just type Jardier, you will find me right away.
Absolutely fantastic. Love having you in the race. Love having you on the race. Always an absolute pleasure. And what a way to end the year. Folks, 2021 is going to be bigger than better for everybody. Join us, won't you? Like and subscribe. Subscribe to Jardier. Subscribe to everything sim racing. Get involved. Join our Discord. You will not want to miss it. On behalf of everybody here at RCI, George Smith, Mike Jones in the box, and of course Jardier sitting right here as well. On behalf of all the stewards and everybody that helps make every single race here possible, thank you for a fantastic 2020, and we'll see you again in 2021. Have a nice holiday. Stay safe.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, guys. You too.